Chapter 1: The villain who imprisons the princess. Master, Her Royal Highness the Princess has been locked up for 3 days.
Are you really not going to go and see her?
A soft voice with a hint of worry came to my ears. Lear sat in a chair with a somewhat empty look in his eyes. A large number of unfamiliar memories continued to pour into the depths of his consciousness, making it impossible for him to respond. It has been 3 days since he traveled to this world, but he is unable to fully control this body. The evil thoughts entangled in the original body's broken soul have been competing with him for control of the body. He slowly lowered his head and grabbed his long golden hair with both hands. After a violent tremor of his body, the evil thoughts in his mind finally dissipated completely.
Master?
The little maid walked up to Lear, looking a little worried. Ever since meeting the princess, her master has started to behave strangely. For example, a person often talks to himself in the mirror, smiles foolishly, dances, or roars fiercely. It's like being possessed by some evil spirit.
I'm fine.
After completely integrating the broken soul of his original body, Lear raised his head. After taking a look at the strange yet familiar scene from the beginning, a strange expression appeared on his face. I actually traveled into the game. The Law. This is a virtual reality online game that Lear often played in his previous life. It uses the unique legal profession as its selling point, and you can do almost anything in the game. And he traveled through time and space and became an NPC in the game, heir to the War Knight family. Stuart, son of the Duke and namesake, the Duke's son. It sounds good, but this Duke's son is just a villain boss who will die in the early stage. Although he is the heir of a family of war knights, he is obsessed with magic and becomes a wizard. He wasted his own talents and finally communicated with alien gods, becoming their lackey. The most famous thing the original body did was that he was discovered by his fiancée, the princess, when he was offering sacrifices to the foreign gods. After being controlled by the foreign gods' evil thoughts, he imprisoned the princess, which eventually led to the destruction of his family. He traveled through time after his original body imprisoned the princess. Because his original body sacrificed himself to the foreign gods, his soul was occupied by the evil thoughts of the foreign gods, so he had to compete with this evil thought for 3 whole days. Fortunately, he won in the end. Master, are you really okay? The little maid asked, still a little worried.
I'm really fine.
I just haven't been in a good mood these days because of practicing magic. Lear smiled and gently stroked the little maid's hair. The girl in front of him was his maid, a child he rescued from the slums. She was beautiful, with long black hair which was very rare. Almost all of his food, clothing, housing and transportation were taken care of by this little maid. Feeling the warmth of her master's palm, the little maid narrowed her eyes comfortably, until she saw Lear's smiling eyes, and then she took 2 steps back with a red face.
Master, regarding the matter of Her Royal Highness the Princess.
The little maid calmed down and said with some concern. Don't worry about this matter, I will take care of it.
Lear nodded slightly, his eyes becoming deep. According to the plot of the game, the trigger for the Stuart family's downfall was Lear's imprisonment of the princess. As one of the oldest families in the kingdom, the Stuarts have been the sharpest blade of the royal family since the founding of the country. However, due to the rise of arcane law professionals, the Stuart family gradually declined and was no longer valued by the royal family. Recently, there have even been rumors that Lear's engagement with the princess is about to be cancelled, and the princess will be betrothed to the new Duke's son, the son of the Duke of Norton, who believes in arcane laws. Lear didn't think too much about it. Anyway, he and the princess had only met a few times. He just didn't expect that the princess would come to him secretly at such a time and run into the original body performing the sacrificial ceremony. Shaking his head slightly, he stopped thinking about it, stood up and said, "Let's go and see Her Royal Highness the Princess of Chinching." After leaving the study, Lear walked towards the underground secret room in his memory, recalling the princess's information in his mind. Princess Milia, the morning star. If Lear is a boss with little presence in the game, then Milia is the goddess in the minds of players, whether it is his impeccable appearance or his identity as the disseminator of the law of the morning star. He is extremely attractive to players. This is the core setting of the game. Every player who enters the game will generate his or her own affinity for the law. According to different affinity for the law, players can only choose the game professions born from the corresponding law. For example, his current occupation as a mage originated from the arcane law. To advance in a profession, you also need a higher affinity for the law. However, improving affinity with the law is extremely difficult and usually requires completing a large number of tasks involving the corresponding legal forces. To put it simply, it means improving the reputation of a faction. And a further explanation is the favorability of the gods. Each law represents a deity. Milia is such an existence.
she alone represents the entire law of Qinqing. Some people say that Milia is the reincarnation of the god of the law of the morning star. In his previous life, Lear had never tried to improve his affinity with the law of the morning star. He was a complete war faction. As one of the 7 legendary professional players, Lear's affinity with the law of war is as high as 89.9%, and he is only one step away from entering the demigod realm. Blade Waltz is his nickname. Master, we're here. The little maid's voice brought Lear back to his senses. They had arrived at the door of the secret room. Lear paused for a moment, then gently pushed open the iron door. The light illuminated the dark secret room. Princess Milia was kneeling on the ground with shackles on her hands and feet. Her face was a little pale and her silver hair became messy. After feeling the light, she slowly raised her head and looked forward with her deep blue eyes. Lear also looked at the princess, with bright eyes, white teeth, silver hair, and blue pupils. Even though he had seen such beauty many times, it still made him a little dazed. He quickly came to his senses and his vision became clear. He didn't have many other emotions for the princess in front of him. Although Milia is famous in the game and has the title of Princess Qinqing, he did not have much contact with this princess in his previous life. Even the original body was not very familiar with this princess. Although they had an engagement, he had only met her a few times at banquets. The relationship between the two was like that of strangers with an engagement. How can there be such strange interpersonal relationships? Lear complained in his heart. He shook his head, stopped thinking about these trivial things, and recalled the general plot that followed. Due to the original body's negligence, the fact that the princess was imprisoned was exposed, and even the matter of communicating with alien gods was exposed. Communicating with other gods is an absolute taboo. The Stuart family was questioned by the Golden Church, and the old duke denied the crimes he had committed in order to protect him. Finally, the royal family and the Golden Church jointly issued an order to clean up the Stuart family. Players flocked to the scene, and the Stuart family was destroyed by the 4th undead disaster and was nailed to the pillar of shame in the kingdom. This is the whole process of the Stuart family's downfall. It is not complicated. The source of everything revolves around the princess in front of him. It can be said that as long as the princess is solved, all problems will be alleviated. Lear looked at Miria and thought of a very direct solution. As long as the princess of Qinqing is killed and her body is dismembered, there is a high probability that his actions can be concealed. The possibility of subsequent plots will also be minimized. He walked up to the princess and stared at her for a long time, and finally sighed. Lear felt that he was a good man after all. To be honest, the princess did nothing wrong. She just happened to see his ceremony. The best outcome would be if we could negotiate and reconcile with the princess. Just as he was thinking about how to start, a panel suddenly popped up in front of him. Frowny face. Discover the carrier of the source of the law of the star causes a certain degree of negative emotional fluctuations in the carrier of the law source, and can gain corresponding law affinity. Chapter 2. Threatening the princess. After staring at the words in front of him for more than 10 seconds, Lear was sure that he was not hallucinating. The carrier of the source of law, he had never heard of such a thing, but as long as he could make the other party feel negative emotions, he could gain the corresponding affinity for the law. In his opinion, this was simply a bug-like ability. In the game, every 10% increase in the player's corresponding law affinity will give them additional attribute bonuses. Some players have tried dual cultivation or even multiple cultivation to gain more attributes, but in the end nothing came of it, because when the affinity of the law reaches 10%, the affinity of the law can only be further improved by changing jobs. Once you have changed your job, other legal forces will no longer offer you tasks to improve your legal affinity. The best you can do is to raise the initial affinity of the 3 major law. Chapter 2. Threatening the princess. After staring at the words in front of him for more than 10 seconds, Lear was sure that he was not hallucinating. The carrier of the source of law, he had never heard of such a thing, but as long as he could make the other party feel negative emotions, he could gain the corresponding affinity for the law. In his opinion, this was simply a bug-like ability. In the game, every 10% increase in the player's corresponding law affinity will give them additional attribute bonuses. Some players have tried dual cultivation or even multiple cultivation to gain more attributes, but in the end nothing came of it, because when the affinity of the law reaches 10%, the affinity of the law can only be further improved by changing jobs. Once you have changed your job, other legal forces will no longer offer you tasks to improve your legal affinity. The best you can do is to raise the initial affinity of the 3 major laws to 10%, and then switch to your major profession. This is an unsolvable dead end, but the text before him now indicates that Lear can become a multi-law professional. Is this my golden finger? Lear's eyes flickered slightly. It is not difficult to create such conditions as negative emotions. Compared to the tasks of increasing affinity with the law in his previous life, He found it quite simple, but just when I was about to establish a good relationship with the princess, the golden finger came into play. In addition to the text in front of him, he also saw some other buttons. For example, character attribute panel, skill talent panel, task panel, forum, and so on. It seems that he also brought the player's system panel with him, which is good news. You're finally here. A moving voice came from the front. Princess Milia looked at Lear with a hint of anger in her eyes. Lear looked at the girl in front of him again. He was not surprised by the princess's attitude. After all, no one would be in a good mood after being imprisoned for 3 days. He sighed in his heart. How to reconcile in this situation? After thinking for a moment, he pretended to be gentle and apologized. Your Highness, I'm sorry about what happened in the past 3 days. Hearing this, Milia became even angrier. If you really feel sorry, let me go immediately. Lear was silent for a while, then shook his head slightly. Your Highness, you know that you have seen some of my secrets. Miria stared at her nominal fiancé and was not surprised by Lear's rejection. As Lear said, she saw the other person's secret, and it was a secret that could not be discovered. Communicating with the outer gods is an absolute taboo. Once discovered, you will be judged by the Golden Church. If she were Lear, she would not let go of anyone who saw this secret. Milia was a little upset and panicked. She had sneaked into the Stuart family mansion by herself and no one knew. If Lear had been more extreme and killed her directly, no one would have known. She rolled her eyes and suddenly said calmly, I know you are worried that I will expose your secret. If that is the case, I can promise you that I will not tell anyone about your communication with the alien gods. I can swear on the golden law. Milia's words were convincing. Lear looked into the other's eyes, and after a long while, he began to laugh. Your Highness, do you think I'm a fool? If I remember correctly, you are just an ordinary person. Your affinity with the golden law, the law of war, and even the law of arcane is 0. How can you swear to the golden law if you don't have any affinity for the law? Cheating is not a good behavior. Milia's cheeks turned red. Swearing an oath to the law that one believes in is a common form of agreement, but she has no affinity with the law, so the oath will be of no use. She had originally wanted to deceive Lear, but now that she had been exposed, she became angry and ashamed. Then I swear on the honor of the royal family that as long as you let me go, I will keep the secret for you. Lear was unmoved. You'd better think carefully about what the consequences will be if you find out you've imprisoned me. Milia tried to use threats to make Lear compromise. After a brief silence, Lear shook his head. From the moment the princess tried to fool him just now, he knew that the princess would never let him go. Letting such a woman who talks nonsense go is equivalent to putting your fate in the hands of others. If she can deceive you this time, she can use your evidence to threaten you next time. Such a bad woman must be subdued. A dangerous smile appeared on Lear's face. He was struggling over whether to use the golden finger just now, but now he didn't have to consider it anymore. Princess, if I find out that I have imprisoned you, I will not end up well, so I think it will be enough to just keep you from being discovered. What do you want to do? Milia looked at Lear, whose attitude suddenly changed, and a sense of uneasiness inexplicably arose in her heart. Do you know how to make a person never be found? Lear is like a wolf coveting the lamb. Let a person disappear from this world forever, erase all traces, body, clothes, everything will return to nothingness. I can cut your body into small parts and feed them to the beasts raised by my family, or sacrifice them to the gods. I can also burn your clothes and no one will know. Milia's heart sank, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. Looking at Lear's murderous face, all the momentum he had before was gone, but she still pretended to be calm and said, You must be kidding, right? I'm your fiancé, how could you? Clang! The sound of metal hitting the floor interrupted Miria's words. Lear stood in a pile of debris not far away and pulled out a rusty iron axe from it. Milia was stunned on the spot, and then she was completely panicked. What are you going to do? I am the princess of the kingdom. Lear had a sick smile on his face, ignored Milia's words, and walked towards the girl step by step, as if he really wanted to dismember the princess. Of course, it's all just bluff. He just wanted to test out his golden finger. It is not difficult to generate negative emotions, and Lear chose the simplest one at the moment. Fear. Anyone would be afraid, especially a girl like Milia, who was only 18 years old. She would burst into tears if she was scared at all. Don't come over here. If you kill my father, he will not forgive you. Milia finally realized that Lear was not joking. She backed away with horror on her face until her petite body was pressed against the wall. There is no way to retreat. When Lear saw this scene, his expression became ferocious. He strode to Milia, holding the iron axe high in his hand. Do not want. Bang! With a loud bang, the iron axe hit the ground, only a few centimeters away from Milia's thigh. The entire secret room seemed to tremble at the loud noise, and then the secret room fell into an eerie silence. Milia held her head with both hands, her eyes became dull, tears involuntarily flowed from the corners of her eyes, and she seemed to have turned into a sculpture. I am dead, she huddled in the corner in a daze, and it took her a long time to see the iron axe on the ground, only a few centimeters away from her thigh. The ground where the iron axe had hit was already full of cracks, and she also realized that the blow had not hit her. A feeling of surviving a disaster came over her, but she did not feel happy. She saw Lear raise the iron axe again, and the expression on his face became even more ferocious. Ah, what a mistake! I've never used a weapon like this before. It was a little off. I'll be more careful next time. Such words made Milia completely collapse, and tears flowed down her face like they were free. How could you do this to me? I don't want to see your secrets. I just want to see you. I don't want to. Milia spoke incoherently while sobbing, and the girl's desperate cries echoed in the secret room. Looking at that frightened look, Lear even felt guilty for a moment. The fear emotion fluctuation value of the carrier of the Qinqing law source reaches 90%, and you gain 1% affinity with the Qinqing law. Just when Lear felt guilty, a line of words suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. Lear came back to his senses instantly and looked at Miria with surprise. Is this a charm? Spell? He stared at the girl in front of him and remained silent for a long time. It must be my illusion. He shook his head. Milia was just an ordinary person now. How could she have the spell of charm? Throwing down the iron axe in his hand, Lear stopped threatening the other party. Although Milia will awaken the law of Morningstar in the future, she is only an 18-year-old girl now. How can it develop sustainably if it gets scared? He also wants to max out the affinity of the Qinqing law. After thinking for a moment, he walked to the girl and raised Miria's smooth chin. Crying won't solve anything, my dear princess. Milia's body trembled slightly. I can choose not to kill you, but you must stay by my side from now on. As long as my secret is not exposed, I can always support you, but if you want to escape. Lear did not continue speaking, but just looked into Miria's eyes. Milia was forced to look at Lear, her heart beating violently, and finally she could only nod with tears in her eyes. The fear emotion fluctuation value of the carrier of the Qinqing law source reaches 97%, and you gain 1% affinity with the Qinqing law. Chapter 3. You have received the attention of the Lord of Blood. Ino, go wash Milia's body, change her into clean clothes, and then change her into a clean room. From now on, you will be the one watching her and forbidding her to leave the room. After leaving the secret room, Lear gave instructions to Ino, who was guarding outside. Okay, young master. Ino nodded, then seemed to be hesitant to speak. She saw everything that happened in the secret room just now, and she couldn't help but ask, Master, are you really going to kill Her Royal Highness the Princess? What's wrong? Do you think I'm cruel? Lear turned his head and looked at Ino. No. Ino will support whatever the young master wants to do. The little maid immediately shook her head, showing her firm position. Lear was a little surprised. His behavior just now could be said to be extremely bad, no different from a real villain, but he didn't see any trace of disgust in Ino's eyes. Recalling the memories in his mind, Lear soon felt relieved. In the plot of the game, the little maid is the boss in front of Lear, blocking the player for Lear, and finally dies in front of Lear. At that time, Lear had been completely corrupted by the evil thoughts of the foreign gods, and his attitude towards Ino became extremely bad, but Ino remained consistent to him. This is a good girl who devotes her whole heart to herself. His eyes softened. He gently stroked the little maid's head and said softly, don't worry, I'm not a good person, but I won't be a truly evil person. I was just joking with the princess. Go and comfort Milia. You're both girls, so you should have a lot in common. Enjoying Lear's touch, Ino nodded gently. The young master probably wants me to persuade the princess. As long as the princess serves the young master wholeheartedly like I do, the young master's secret will not be exposed, Ino thought to himself, his eyes becoming firm. After saying goodbye to Lear, the little maid went straight into the secret room, looking at Ino's back as she left. Lear didn't know what Ino was thinking, he just felt that the girl was very motivated. He turned and left. On the way back to the study, Lear had decided not to let Milia go until his affinity with the Morningstar law was maxed out. The golden finger is indeed useful.
Once the princess calms down, he will tease or threaten her from time to time, or the princess cannot be released, so we must be careful not to let the fact that she is imprisoned be exposed. Looking back at the following plot, it seemed that his archenemy, the son of the Duke of Norton, was going to cause trouble for him. The original body was no match for the other party, but Lear didn't care much. The Duke of Norton's son was named Eric. In the game's plot, the king did change the engagement and betrothed the princess to the other party, but the unlucky old Eric was assassinated by the blood cult's followers before he could marry the beauty. After Lear was defeated by the players, the blood cult hidden in the kingdom completely surfaced, and Eric died in the blood cult's revenge. Lear was walking and thinking. When he reached the hall of the mansion, a hurried voice suddenly came from outside. "Lear! Are you there?" A beautiful figure rushed into the room. It was a lady in tight clothes, with a knight's rapier on her waist and a golden ponytail casually thrown behind her. "Sister?" Lear turned his head and the woman's information appeared in his mind. It was his sister, Ivian Stuart. "Lear, we have to go find our father. That despicable villain, the Duke of Norton, doesn't deserve to be called a noble." Ivian gnashed her teeth and cursed. Lear was a little confused. "Sister, calm down first, what happened?" "Don't you know? Duke Norton actually asked His Majesty to marry Princess Milia to his son. He clearly knew that the princess was engaged to you. Has your Majesty agreed?" Lear continued to ask without being too surprised. "His Majesty did not agree directly, but asked you and Eric to fight in the kingdom arena in a week. Only the winner can marry Her Royal Highness the Princess." Ivian said angrily, with a hint of worry in her tone. She knew Lear's strength. Although he and Eric were both mid-level mages, there was still a gap in strength. Lear frowned at this time. He didn't know much about the plot of this game. He only knew that his engagement with the princess was cancelled in the end. He didn't expect that the winner would be decided by a fight, and the fight will be held in a week. The princess is still imprisoned by him and has not returned to the palace for 3 days. The king cannot be unaware of this. But now the king seems to be completely unaware that the princess is missing and is even preparing to decide the princess's fiancé by fighting? Something is wrong, he sensed a strange aura. "Why aren't you in a hurry at all?" Avian looked at Lear with some disappointment. She dotes on her younger brother but feels helpless about it. Although he was born with a 9% affinity for the law of war and had amazing talent, he did not choose the knight profession but instead chose to become a mage who believed in the arcane law. Lear's initial affinity for the arcane law was only 5%, which could only be considered a medium talent, far inferior to his talent for the law of war. Not only Avian, most people in the kingdom couldn't understand why Lear became a wizard. Although professionals of arcane law are more popular than professionals of war law nowadays, Lear is the heir of the Stuart family, the Duke of War Knights. Lear could understand Avian's anxiety. After all, the original body's strength was there, but things are different now. Lear shrugged and said leisurely, "There's no need to rush. If Eric wants to duel, then let's duel. I was a legendary professional in my previous life. And the other party was just a mid-level professional. With his professional experience and combat skills as a legendary player, he has plenty of ways to defeat Eric. This is the confidence of the strong. What he cares more about now is his own character attributes." Silently, Lear clicked on the character panel. He hadn't seen yet. As soon as he opened it, he saw several lines of text jumping out in front of his eyes. "Due to soul fusion, your affinity with the law of war increases to 89.9%. Your affinity for the law of war has reached 80%. You gain strength plus 32, constitution plus 24, agility plus 24, you have gained 5% of the blood law essence, and your blood law affinity has increased to 80%, your affinity for the blood law has reached 80%, you gain constitution plus 40, mysticism plus 40, you have mastered the body of the blood spreader and successfully reached a contract with the Lord of Blood. You have received the attention of the Lord of Blood." End of this chapter. Chapter 4. Where can I click? Sometimes being noticed by a spirit isn't a good thing, especially when this spirit doesn't sound like a friendly one. Lear frowned. He had clearly dispelled the evil thoughts of the foreign gods, so why were they still haunting him? He felt a little helpless and looked at his character attributes. Name: Lear Stuart. Template: Elite, Life and Magic plus 100%. Title: Blood Spreader. Level 43. Intermediate. Experience: 600 life, 23400 mana, 3000 attribute points, 0 occupation, Mage/. Blood Apostle, God-given occupation, 42743256551 special attributes, Charm 10, Luck 8 Law Essence, Blood Law Essence 5% Law Affinity, or 89.9%, Blood 80%, Arcane 12%, Morning Star 2% Specialty, Unyielding Will Skills, Spell Compilation, Arcane Missiles, Resist Ice Ring, Ice Lance, Evaluation. A person who is favored by the gods, an incredible multi-law professional, no one knows where his future will go. Lear was somewhat surprised to see his own character attributes. The total of the 5-dimensional attributes exceeds 200. What is this concept? The game only gives one free attribute point each time you upgrade. In addition, for every 10% increase in affinity with the law that the player believes in, the player will receive a point attribute bonus automatically allocated according to the law. For example, for every 10% increase in affinity with the law of war, you will gain 4 points of strength, 3 points of constitution, and 3 points of agility. Under normal circumstances, if a single law player wants to have a 5-dimensional attribute of more than 200, he must be a saint of at least level 100. And Lear is just a level 43 mage. Is this the benefit of multiple laws? Lear suddenly felt that it was not unacceptable to be noticed by the Lord of Blood. 80% affinity brings him 80 attribute points, which is really outrageous. However, although the attributes are terrifying, it does not mean that it is invincible. He is a mage, and all spell attack damage is linked to intelligence. 56 points of intelligence is just the level of a normal mage with full intelligence points added. Although the other attributes seem terrifying, to be honest they are just a little stronger than the average mage, have a little more health, and run a little faster. That's it. Lear, are you sure you want to duel with Eric? As Lear checked the panel, Avian's voice sounded again. Lear came back to his senses and looked at Avian. The worry on her face made his expression change slightly. This kind of feeling that comes from kinship was the first time he felt it. There is not a single other thought mixed in, it is just wholehearted care. In his previous life, he was an orphan and was very successful in the game, but he had never experienced such feelings. Most of the people around him approached him with a purpose. His eyes softened. Sister, you don't have to worry about Eric. My strength has improved recently, and I have learned new spells. I will be able to teach Eric a lesson in a week. Are you serious? Ivian asked doubtfully, looking at Avian, who didn't quite believe in him. Lear knew that such words would not be very convincing before he demonstrated his strength. He chuckled, opened his arms and gave Avian a gentle hug, then whispered, "Oh my dear sister, please trust me this time. Although I was unreliable before, I will grow up. I promise you in the name of the law of war that I will win. I will definitely win." There was unparalleled confidence in Lear's tone. Ivian stood there in a daze, and it took her a while to come back to her senses. Feeling the warm touch on her body, she pushed Lear away with a blushing face. "I hope you are really confident, of course. Then I'll wait and see." Ivian glared at Lear, then as if she had thought of something, she said angrily, "Huh, really, you're still hugging your sister when you're this old? Didn't my sister like to kiss and hug me the most when we were little?" "Shut up." Ivian blushed and stretched out her hand to teach her brother a lesson. The two siblings played for a while, then sat on the chairs and smiled at each other. At noon, after having lunch with his sister, Lear saw her off. After all, Avian is the Knight Commander of the Royal City Guard and has a busy schedule. Watching Ivian's leaving back, Lear's mood calmed down. He was originally a little anxious about the time travel in his current situation, but now he has a sister who loves him. Feel good. After his sister left, he came to the training ground in the mansion alone. The original body usually practiced spells here. He held the staff in his hand and activated the magic power according to the memory in his mind. A spear of ice emitting chill slowly formed in front of him. When the magic power was concentrated to the peak, the ice spear shot out and pierced the wooden man used for training, piercing the wooden man. At the same time, the thick layer of ice also froze the wooden man. Intermediate spell, Ice Lance. It has good power and freezing effect, and it is the only mid-level spell he knows. It can be seen that the original body's arcane talent is indeed very ordinary. As a mid-level mage who has only learned one mid-level skill, it's no wonder that he is no match for Eric. Lear shook his head slightly and took out a book from his storage ring. When he opened the book, a few lines of text appeared in his eyes. Intermediate spell, Frost Nova. Learning requirements: Arcane Law Affinity 12%, Intelligence 50, Mysticism 10. Do you want to study? After seeing this line of text, a smile appeared on Lear's lips. This is another intermediate level spell that the original body had painstakingly obtained after advancing to the intermediate level, but because the spell is too complicated,
He has not yet learned it. NPC mages in the game need to constantly study and research to learn spells and understand the secrets of spell symbols, but now it is different. Lear had the template for the game, now he doesn't need to learn those complicated spell runes at all, he just needs to click on the places where he doesn't know how to spell. You learned the spell Frost Nova. As the text jumped, Frost Nova appeared in Lear's skill column. Without hesitation, Lear swung his staff, and the azure arcane light shone. The next second, ice quickly covered the surrounding open space. The wooden men in front were all frozen under the ice. Frost Nova is a powerful control skill that can be used alone or in groups. It was one of the essential skills for mages in the past and is very practical. Putting away the staff, Lear nodded with satisfaction. He had learned the spell, but that was not enough. In order to avoid any accidents during the fight, he still needed to make some preparations. The next morning, Lear changed into a light noble dress and left home. His destination was the library of the Arcane Academy, which contained a large collection of books, including many introductory spellbooks. The mage profession under the arcane law is different from other professions. It cannot automatically comprehend spell skills through level promotion and needs to learn them on its own. The library of the academy is the place to learn spells, but the spells there are all very common ones. No one would put the truly powerful spells in a public place for people to learn. The mage profession has another special feature. There are only 2 spells that are truly passed down by the law: spell compilation and arcane missiles. All other spells were created by other powerful wizards through spell compilation. Lear remembered that in his previous life, there were many powerful spells created by players. Although Lear has never played a wizard, has he ever seen a pig run? Even though he has never eaten pork. With the game panel, Lear thought he could try to restore the spells he created. End of this chapter. Chapter 5. Shouldn't a bootlicker be willing to work hard and never complain? Not long after, Lear came to a tall building, and many wizards in wizard robes were coming in and out. Just as he was about to walk through the door, he heard the voices of the female mage apprentices gathered nearby talking. Have you heard? Eric will be competing with Senior Lear in a week. Of course I heard about it. The news has spread. That bastard Eric has no gentlemanly manners at all. Lear listened quietly without much expression on his face, but the next words made his face look strange. That's right. Senior Lear is so pitiful. He is obviously very good. Although he is a little worse than Eric, a 19-year-old intermediate wizard is still among the best in the history of the kingdom. I really don't know why His Majesty agreed to the Duke of Norton's request. But this is not bad. If Senior Lear and Her Royal Highness the Princess engagement is really cancelled, then do I have a chance? Compared to Eric, I still like Senior Lear more. Although he is a little cold, he is really handsome. Lear couldn't help but shudder. What are these female apprentices talking about? He thought that if the news of his fight with Eric spread, he would be laughed at. After all, someone wanted to steal his fiancée, which was a naked humiliation, but the facts seemed different from what he imagined. He turned his head and glanced at himself in the glass. With blonde hair and blue eyes, he looked extremely handsome, far better than Eric. He remembered that he also had the title of the most handsome man in the royal city. Is this a world where appearance matters? Is that Senior Lear? Where is it? The female apprentices who were gathered together turned around one by one and saw Lear, who was about to enter the college library. Feeling the loving, passionate, or pitying gazes around him, Lear stopped, turned his head, and smiled back. It's really Senior Lear. A group of young girls stared at him, making Lear feel unreal. Aren't I a villain? Why do I feel more like a popular protagonist? Is there something wrong with this world? The original body was clearly a cold and silent person in the academy. But why were these schoolgirls like this? Lear touched his chin and thought about it. It could only be because of his face. Senior, are you here in the library to learn magic? The bold mage apprentice next to him asked. Lear looked at the female apprentice and was about to answer when a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Liar, you still remember to come to the academy. In the library, a girl with long, slightly curly brown hair slowly walked out. The girl was quite beautiful, wearing glasses, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in her dark eyes. As the girl continued to walk, her dark blue wizard robe swayed, occasionally revealing the fullness of her chest. Lear turned his head and saw the girl approaching. Tivine. He said the girl's name, but his eyes narrowed. A trace of barely perceptible disgust flashed across his eyes. The girl in front of him was an acquaintance of his in the academy, the dean's daughter. Tell me, why did you stand me up? Didn't you agree to be my sparring partner and practice magic together? The girl stared at Lear with an unfriendly look.
as if she was going to make him pay if he didn't give her a reasonable explanation. Lear thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. 3 days ago, his original self had promised to be a sparring partner for the girl in front of him. Really? Maybe I forgot. He looked at the girl in front of him and answered nonchalantly. Tiffany was stunned for a moment. Lear was just perfunctorily answering her questions? In the past, Lear always stayed by her side and agreed to any request. Now that he stood her up, he actually acted as if it didn't matter. She couldn't stand it anymore and raised her eyebrows. Lear, what's your attitude? Lear looked at the angry girl and smiled. I just forgot something. Why are you so angry? Why should I be angry? You broke your promise. You have never done this before. Don't you regard me as a friend? Seeing Lear's attitude, Tiffany became even more excited, and even tears welled up in her eyes. It looked as if he had suffered a great injustice. Watching Divine show quietly, Lear just felt like vomiting. Why would the original body like such a person? Divine, the daughter of the Dean of the Arcane Academy, has excellent looks and extremely strong magical talent. Players will also establish connections with each other when learning spells. Generally, such game characters should be like goddesses in the player's impressions, but in the game law, Divine was ranked in the list of the most disgusting game characters. The reason is simple: Divine is a top-notch green tea. She is a person who is very good at using her appearance to pretend to be pitiful to gain sympathy, and once she has gained enough benefits, she will kick the other party away. In the past life, many players were cheated by her. The original body was the same. He was attracted by the other party's appearance and even abandoned the war knight and chose the mage profession because of the other party's instigation. The original body was really obedient to Tiffany, but was always kept in suspense by Tiffany. Like a bootlicker, she knew that Lear liked her, but she never let Lear hold her hand and never gave Lear any gifts. Lear remembered that there was another plot later. After the princess's imprisonment was exposed, her sister went to Tiffany for help. Avian thought that given Lear's usual attitude towards Tiffany, the other party should be able to lend a helping hand, or at least ask Tiffany's father, the extraordinary wizard, to plead for her. But in the end, Tiffany reported it to the Golden Church, which led to Avian's arrest by the Golden Church and then her execution in public in the name of heresy trial. He has a sister who cherishes him, but he chooses to be a bootlicker of Divine. What a hopeless waste. Thinking of how Tiffany cared about him yesterday, a trace of anger inexplicably emerged in Lear's heart. Are you listening to me? Seeing that Lear remained silent, Tiffany cried even more excitedly. The apprentices around them also noticed the situation of the two and gathered around. Lear took a deep breath. If it were the old Lear, he would have knelt down and begged for forgiveness by now, but he was not like that. I listened. Listen, why don't you answer me? How do you want me to answer? Beg for your forgiveness in a humble manner? Lear interrupted Divine coldly. Just because you broke the appointment, you think I don't consider you a friend? If that's the case, then our friendship is really cheap. Following Lear's cold words, the scene fell silent, and Tiffany opened her eyes wide, unable to believe that Lear would actually speak to her like this. Ignoring Tiffany's attitude, Lear continued, how did I treat you before? I would try my best to meet any of your requests and obey you in everything. But what about you? You just think that I didn't treat you as a friend because I didn't show up for the date. Do you know what happened recently? Eric wanted to duel with me and humiliate Stuart's dignity. With your status, you should know about this, right? But after you knew about this, have you ever thought about me? Have you ever considered my feelings? What will happen to me? Why didn't I show up? Have you ever thought about the reason? Don't you think you are too selfish? You only consider your own feelings and never consider other people's situations. One word after another came out of Lear's mouth, like a string of cannonballs, not giving Tiffany a chance to speak. Tiffany opened her mouth slightly, not knowing how to refute for a moment. One word after another came out of Lear's mouth, like a string of cannonballs, not giving Tiffany a chance to speak. Tiffany opened her mouth slightly, not knowing how to refute for a moment. When did Lear dare to accuse her like this? Lear was just her licker, and shouldn't a licker be hard-working and willing to work hard? End of this chapter. Chapter 6: The Girl Next Door. There are 3 legendary characters in the Arcane Academy: Tiffany, the dean's daughter and a genius girl; Eric, who is ugly but rich; and Lear, who is handsome but only revolves around Tiffany. All 3 of them broke through to the level of intermediate wizards at the age of 18, and were among the best in the history of the Arcane Academy. Among them, Divine and Eric are both gifted, but only Lear has reached the level of a mid-level wizard by working harder than ordinary people. In order to catch up with Tweeny's practice progress, when others were playing, Lear was learning spells, and when others were holding banquets, Lear was still learning spells. However, although Lear has the worst talent, his popularity is the highest among the three. He is so handsome, and he is not undeservedly called the most handsome man in the royal city. When he first came to the college, many girls surrounded Lear. Later, because Tivany didn't like Lear to be too close to other girls, Lear became aloof. Many female mages in the academy envy Divine. Who doesn't want to have a handsome man who was obedient to them? Divine is also proud of this, but now, such pride has been trampled upon the ground. So Senior Divine is so excessive? Senior Lear is so pitiful. Looking at the reactions of the people around him, Lear smiled disdainfully in his heart. This is the effect he wants. He was disdainful in his heart, but he still showed a sad expression on the surface. I really cared about you, but now I am very disappointed, Divine. After saying the last sentence, Lear turned and walked into the library, leaving the crowd-eating onlookers and the bewildered Divine. Before entering the library, he turned around to look at Divine. The sadness in his eyes was so great that he felt he could win an Oscar for Best Actor. Isn't it just green tea? Then let's see who can act better. It was not until Lear's figure disappeared from sight that Tivany came back to her senses and her face turned red. The whispers around her made her feel like needles piercing her heart. She narrowed her eyes and glared at the apprentices around her. What are you doing here? Have you learned the spells well? Do you understand the arcane symbols? It's almost time for class. Why don't you go back to the classroom? The apprentices around suddenly fell silent, scattered like birds and beasts, and disappeared from Divine's sight. Lear walked into the library, recalling the location of the spellbook. As for Divine, he had forgotten about her. The other party's father is an extraordinary wizard, so you can just scold him and not do anything too extreme for the time being. Soon he came to the room where the spellbooks were kept. There are not many bookshelves here, only a few rows, and there are not many books on the shelves. Any spell that can be cast is precious, and you can only learn the most common ones in the library. He walked slowly through the bookshelves and selected 4 books in total. Just stretch out your hand and tap lightly to learn the spell. You have learned the apprentice level spell resonance. You have learned the elementary spell vacuum technique. You have learned the apprentice level spell interference fluctuation. You have learned the basic spell magic amplification. 4 new spells appeared in Lear's skill slot in an instant. In his memory, these spells were the ones his wizard friend used to create his own spells in his previous life. After learning the spells, Lear did not stop, but went downstairs and left the library, heading straight for the spell training ground. The morning was basically filled with spell theory classes, and the training ground was empty. Just as Lear was about to walk into the training ground, he noticed a figure following him, glancing at the other party. He ignored him and walked into the training ground alone. Standing in the training ground, Lear took out his staff. In his mind, he recalled the spell runes constructed by his wizard friend in his previous life. There are 2 ways to create your own spells. Point 1 is to construct a completely new spell rune, which is an extremely difficult method that requires a deep understanding of the arcane. The second is to decompose and reorganize existing spell runes. Most homemade spells take the second approach. For players, the second method is also the quickest and easiest. Just like building blocks. It's that simple to decompose and combine different spell runes and then turn them into a new symbol. You don't need to understand the secrets of spell runes like the NPCs, you just need to break them down and combine them. However, precisely because they do not understand the true secrets of spell runes, the effects of player-created spells are usually very unstable. Getting a usable self-created spell depends more on luck. Lear activated his spell compilation skill, and the world before his eyes became dim. Strange symbols floated in his eyes. That was all the magical knowledge he had learned. Lear first found the spell rune of vacuum magic and then found the spell rune of interference wave. According to the pattern in memory, the 2 runes were decomposed and combined together. In a corner not far away, Divine looked at Lear holding up the staff. The faint blue arcane light enveloped Lear's body, and a powerful arcane wave spread out. Such energy has reached the level of intermediate spells, but there is no other spell effect in front of Lear except the arcane energy fluctuations. Divine frowned, not knowing what Lear was doing. There was some indignation in her eyes. After Lear accused her just now, she thought about it carefully and felt that Lear was bluffing. She knew better than anyone what Lear liked about her. Given the love Lear had for her, it was impossible for him to point fingers at her and make her look bad in front of everyone. Besides, Eric wants to steal Lear's fiancée, so Lear should be happy after all.
Many times she rejected Lear's pursuit because Lear had a princess fiancée, so it is impossible for Lear to be angry with himself because of Eric. Why then does Lear blame her? There is only one possibility. Lear was deliberately trying to attract her attention. He wanted her to blame herself and finally apologize to Lear, so that she would agree to his pursuit. Devine pouted. She admitted that she didn't care much about Lear, but she wanted to force herself to apologize in this way? Impossible. Not only would she not apologize, but she also insisted that Lear apologize to her, otherwise she would never talk to Lear again. Lear, who was concentrating on constructing the spell, had no idea what Devine was thinking. Not if he knew about it, he would probably yell angrily, "You bitch!" He had already completed the construction of the first spell, and a line of text popped up in front of him. "You have created a new spell, please name it, fire extinguishing technique." After thinking for a moment, Lear said the name of this spell in the previous life was Fire Extinguisher. As the name suggests, it is a spell that can destroy the fire attribute, use vacuum magic to create a vacuum environment, and then interfere with the runes of wave spells. Without air, fire cannot burn. If there is another interference, all intermediate and lower fire spells will be finished. Naming completed. Fire extinguishing. Intermediate spell learning requirements: Arcane Law Affinity 12%, Intelligence 30, Mysticism 20. Evaluation: a new spell created by a mid-level wizard based on the vacuum technique, which can prevent the release of mid-level and lower fire spells. You created the intermediate spell Fire Extinguishing, gained 0.5% affinity with the Arcane Law, and gained 50,000 experience points. End of this chapter. Chapter 7, Lear's Arcane Cannon. After completing his first spell, Lear's confidence grew. Even though Eric was stronger than him, he was a wizard who specialized in fire magic, and with the fire extinguishing technique, he was already invincible. He activated the spell compilation skill again. This time he chose 2 spells. Since he had chosen them, he naturally had to create them himself. In the game a week later, he not only has to win, but also win beautifully. Arcane Missiles plus Mana Amplification plus Spell Resonance. 2 Beginner spells and an apprentice level spell can create an astounding spell. Dazzling light gathered on the staff, and the arcane missiles that were originally the size of stones became as huge as cannonballs. The energy fluctuations generated far exceeded the fire extinguishing technique just now, and were already close to the realm of high-level spells. A smile appeared on Lear's lips. With the experience of the fire extinguishing technique he just created, he became more adept at it. Circles of arcane ripples rippled in his hands. The spell had reached its critical point, and he shot out the gathered shells without hesitation. With a purple tail, the shell popped out instantly, leaving a trail of energy ripples in the air, and shot rapidly towards the mithril puppet in the center of the training ground. Boom, a loud bang. The mithril puppet in the center was torn into pieces in an instant, and the violent arcane energy spread in all directions, even forming a big hole on the ground. You have created a new spell, please name it. The system prompt text appeared in front of Lear again. Looking at the messy training ground, Lear was very satisfied with the power of the spell. Just as he was about to name the spell, a voice came. "Lear, what was that just now?" Not far away, Devine came trotting to Lear, her eyes full of excitement and surprise. Seeing Tiffany coming, Lear just glanced at her. He saw that the other party had been peeking at him, and he also understood what Devine came over to do. Although this genius wizard is a green tea, he is keen on studying powerful spells and is extremely fanatical. Seeing the shells he just fired, he must be feeling very excited now. "That's a spell I created myself," Lear said with a smile. "A self-created spell?" Devine exclaimed, her face full of disbelief. "Any questions?" Lear waved his hand. Tiffany opened her mouth. "This is a big problem. This is a homemade spell. This is her dream. She dreamed of creating a powerful spell of her own and naming it after herself, but her father said that creating one's own spells belongs to the realm of extraordinary wizards, and unless one reaches the extraordinary realm, it would be difficult to create even apprentice-level spells. Even if you decompose and reconstruct it through other spells, it is difficult, because without reaching the extraordinary realm, it is difficult for you to understand the spell runes. It will be impossible for you to extract the spell runes from the spell. Is this really a spell you created?" Tiffany felt unwilling. It was obvious that Lear had never been as good as her in the academy, but now Lear had achieved what she dreamed of. "Of course, this is my own spell. I named it Tiffany's Arcane Cannon. What do you think?" Lear nodded with a smile. "You want to name this spell after me?" Tiffany was stunned, and then her heart trembled. The girl looked at Lear and was really moved at this moment. It was the first time she discovered that in addition to Lear's perfect appearance, he also had such shining points. Lear had a gentle smile on his face, and he found it a little funny to see Tivany trembling slightly with excitement. He suddenly changed the subject. Of course, this is impossible. This is a spell I created myself. Its name should be Lear's Arcane Canon. Naming completed. Lear's Arcane Canon. Intermediate spell learning requirements: Arcane Law Affinity 12%, Intelligence 50, Mysticism 40. Evaluation: a new spell created by a mid-level mage based on arcane missiles. Although it is only a mid-level spell, its power is close to that of a high-level spell. You created the intermediate spell Lear's Arcane Canon, gained 1% affinity with the arcane law, and gained 50,000 experience points. The system panel appeared in front of him, and another spell appeared in Lear's skill bar.as. Lear successfully named the spell. Devine also reacted, and the passion in her heart seemed to be extinguished by a basin of cold water. Are you kidding me? She demanded angrily. This is my spell. How I name it should be none of your business. The grievance and anger in his heart kept pouring out. Damn you, Lear. Just wait. Do you think you can beat Eric just by creating a new spell? When you lose the duel in a week, I'll see if you come and apologize to me. Stamping her feet, Tivany gave Lear a fierce look in the direction he left, then turned and left. On the way home, Lear was in a good mood. Not only did he successfully cast 2 spells, but he also confronted the bad woman Devine. When I got home, it was already dark and the maid Eno had been waiting at the door for a long time. Eno, how is Milia now? Lear asked casually, handing the outer dress coat to the little maid. Taking Lear's clothes, Eno replied, Her Royal Highness is still in the bedroom, but she is still a little unstable. Do you want to go see her? Lear thought for a few seconds and shook his head. Maybe in a few days. After taking a bath with Eno's help, Lear returned to his room to sleep. End of this chapter. Chapter 8, Extraordinary Sword Expertise. In the luxurious bedroom, Milia sat in front of the window, hugging a soft silk pillow. Her eyes were looking at Lear in the practice field outside the window. Arcane fluctuations continuously emanated from the staff in Lear's hand. Various spells shot out and smashed the alchemical puppets in the training ground into pieces. That quick and decisive action made Milia feel that even the high-level professionals in the palace were inferior to him. After destroying the last alchemical puppet in the training ground, the maid Eno, who was standing nearby, handed Lear the tea that had been prepared long ago. Lear also patted the maid's head, and the atmosphere between the two seemed very harmonious. Milia fell silent. The current Lear was completely different from the Lear in the secret room before. He doesn't have that eerie temperament, but is rather gentle and sunny. Coupled with his handsome looks, he can be said to be perfect as a fiancé. But when Milia thought of what Lear did to her in the secret room, she couldn't help but feel fear in her heart. After drinking Eno's tea, as if feeling the gaze, Lear raised his head and looked not far away, just in time to see Milia holding the curtain and looking at him carefully. He smiled back. Milia seemed to have seen something horrible. She quickly pulled up the curtains and walked into the house. By the way, Eno, how is Milia doing recently? Lear suddenly asked. Eno was stunned for a moment, and followed Lear's gaze to the bedroom where Milia was imprisoned not far away. Her Royal Highness's mood has almost stabilized. Her appetite has improved recently and she even chats with me. Is that so? A smile appeared on Lear's lips. If that's the case, then he can reap some more profits. Handing the staff in his hand to Eno, Lear walked straight towards the 3-story mansion. 3 days had passed since he returned from the Arcane Academy, and during these 3 days he had almost adapted to the profession of mage. To put it simply, it means throwing spells at the enemy while ensuring your own safety. Although it felt quite interesting, he still missed the passion and excitement of close combat as a war knight. Thinking in his mind, Lear slowly stopped walking. He suddenly realized a problem. With his current strength, physique, and agility attributes, he is actually no different from the balanced war knight in his previous life. Although he does not have the professional skills of a war knight, as long as he has the sword skills learned from his previous life, he may be able to engage in close combat as a legendary war knight. Those sword skills have long been engraved deep in his soul. Without the skills of a war knight, perhaps you can use spells to assist sword fighting? Lear's eyes sparkled slightly. Melee mage, this was a good idea, and he immediately wanted to try whether he could still use the sword skills he had learned in his previous life. Eno, is there a sword at home? He turned his head suddenly and asked the little maid following behind him. Sword? Eno was stunned for a moment, and then his expression became a little strange. Master, do you want to practice sword? But aren't you a mage? Walking on the streets of the royal city, Lear felt helpless. As a family of war knights, is it reasonable that there is not even a sword in the house? He had to go out and find one, and even put the plan of going to Milia's room to brush up on his affinity for the law on the back burner. How can a woman be as important as a sword? If he becomes a melee mage, he will create a new genre, unique to his genre. After all, other mages don't have extra attribute points to add to attributes such as strength, physique, and dexterity. Soon, Lear came to a blacksmith shop in the royal city. According to his memory, the blacksmith shop is located at the junction of the royal city's citizen area and the slums, in a very remote corner. There are not many people around. There are several long swords and large shields placed at the door. Lear remembered that in his previous life, a player had obtained an extraordinary level rapier here. The levels of equipment in the game are the same as professions, from blank to elementary, intermediate, advanced, extraordinary. Extraordinary equipment can be considered as powerful equipment that can only be obtained in the middle and late stages, and it corresponds to extraordinary level professionals. When you walk into the blacksmith shop, you are greeted by a scorching hot breath. The furnace nearby is still burning, and a blacksmith apprentice is constantly hammering on a red-hot piece of iron. A wizard. A lazy voice came from not far away. Lear looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old man with a white beard leaning back in a chair, squinting at him. Oh, delicate wizard, this is not the place you should come to. If you want to buy a decorative sword, you can turn right at the end of Little Street. There is a decorative shop that has what you need. Lear also looked at the old man in front of him. He clearly felt a trace of power from the law of war in the other person. This was a professional, and not weak. He smiled slightly and said calmly, I'm not here to buy those decorations. What I need is a real weapon that can kill people. The old man was a little surprised. Are you sure? You are a mage. The weapons we have here are not something that ordinary people can use. Without waiting for the old man to finish speaking, Lear picked up a sword at the door. He waved the sword in his hand as if he was holding a toy, creating sword flowers. You have obtained the expertise, extraordinary sword expertise, superb sword expertise. When you use sword weapons, the attack strength increases by 50% and the attack speed increases by 20%. The system panel appeared in front of Lear, those things engraved. In the soul will not disappear just because you change your body like an instinct. Lear's swordsmanship as a legendary war knight bloomed again. He felt joy and nostalgia in his heart. For a strong man who wields a sword, the sword is his soul. The old man lying on the chair saw this scene, and his eyes instantly became sharp. Who are you? Lear Stuart, a wizard. Lear replied lightly, holding the sword in his hand. Lil Stuart? Are you the heir of the Stuart family who changed his profession to become a wizard? The old man was stunned. Yes, Lear replied. After a while, the old man reacted and looked at Lear with strange eyes. No wonder your swordsmanship is pretty good, but you have already changed your job to a mage. What do you still need a sword for? Exercise. Lear made up a random excuse. Well, it can also be used for self-defense in times of crisis, such as when the magic power is exhausted. The old man curled his lips when he heard this, obviously not believing Lear's nonsense. He waved his hand and pointed to the weapon rack not far away. Never mind. It's up to you. If you want weapons, go over there and take a look. It's enough to train you to defend yourself. Lear glanced at the weapon rack. Most of them were blank and beginner weapons. There were no intermediate weapons. He shook his head and said, Not these. The weapon I want is the strongest weapon you have here. You should know what I mean. He stared at the old man in front of him with deep eyes. The blacksmith shop fell silent, and the blacksmith apprentice at the side also stopped what he was doing and looked at Lear curiously. The silence lasted for several tens of seconds before the old man laughed and said, That's the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life, Joaquin. You, a wizard, want the best weapon I have? End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Is this a magician? Boy, I admit that your swordsmanship is pretty good, but you are just a mage. A truly powerful weapon will only follow a powerful warrior, not a pampered noble wizard. The old man who called himself Jacqueline sneered disdainfully. The blacksmith apprentices around him also showed strange expressions. Facing Jacqueline's ridicule, Lear did not get angry, but laughed. How do you know that a pampered wizard won't become a powerful warrior? Jacqueline shook his head, dismissing Lear's words. What kind of profession is a mage? All you have to do is stand at a distance and cast spells. There's no need to fight with real swords and guns like the professions under the laws of war. This is the style that those noble lords like. In addition, mages need to learn profound spell theories and spell runes, which makes this a profession tailor-made for those nobles who think they are superior, mysterious and elegant. These are synonymous with the mage to it is precisely because of these reasons that when the arcane law was introduced to the kingdom of Brethel, it quickly attracted the attention of a large number of nobles. The laws of war are also gradually declining under the impact of the laws of arcane. Jacqueline looked at Lear, the heir to the Stuart family, who had also abandoned the war knight and chose to become a wizard. In his view, this was a betrayal of the laws of war. He would not allow his heirloom to fall into the hands of such a person. Lear tapped lightly on the hilt of the sword in his hand. He didn't know how the player in his previous life got this extraordinary weapon, however, since the other party was able to get it, it means that this extraordinary weapon has a corresponding task. He raised his head and said to Jacqueline after careful consideration, "Since you think I am not worthy of the strongest weapon you have here, do you dare to make a bet with me? I see you are also a professional, probably at the intermediate level? Let's have a competition. I won't use any spells, just a pure battle. If I win, you can give me the best weapon you have. How about that?" After Lear finished speaking, Jacqueline was obviously stunned for a moment, but soon his expression turned gloomy. "Are you humiliating me? How could that be? I just made a reasonable request. You said that powerful weapons will only follow powerful warriors. Although I am a mage, I think I am also a powerful warrior." Lear shrugged. "Besides, I don't know how to use my magic skills, which should be an advantage for you. A wizard who doesn't use spells wants to defeat me?" Jacqueline felt that he was underestimated. He stood up from his chair in an instant, his face flushed red. "Yeah, a wizard who doesn't use spells wants to beat you. Do you want to compete? If you don't think you are sure, you can just pretend I never said these words." Lear looked at Jacqueline with a smile, not caring about the other's anger at all. That indifferent attitude obviously made Jacqueline even more angry. The old man slammed the table and said viciously, "Boy, you asked for this. You will pay the price for your arrogance. So you accepted my invitation to duel? Then if I win, the most powerful weapon you have here will be mine. If you can really defeat me without using any magic, what if I give you the Night Rose?" "So it's called Night Rose? Not a bad name." Lear chuckled with interest, seeing that Lear had already taken the Night Rose. Jacqueline became even more angry. "Boy, don't be so arrogant before the fight. I took out the Night Rose as a bet. It is an extraordinary weapon. What can you take out?" Lear raised his eyebrows. He had never thought about this question before. Using money as a bet, the value of an extraordinary weapon is immeasurable. With the money he has at his disposal now, he won't be able to come up with coins of equivalent value even if he empties it out. He was a little distressed, and after thinking for a long time, he said, "I'll use a promise from the Stuart family as a bet. If you can accept it, the duel will continue." This was the only comparable bet he could think of. As an ancient family of war knights and dukes and nobles of the kingdom, the Stuart family's promise can be said to be quite weighty. "Can you represent Stuart? I am my father's only son." Trigger mission, arrogant showdown, C rank. You challenged Jacqueline to a duel, and defeated a mid-level berserker without using any spells. I have to say that this behavior was reckless and arrogant. Task reward, 50,000 experience points, Night Rose, extraordinary, penalty for failure, a promise from the Stuart family. Sure enough, inheriting the player's panel will naturally trigger the game tasks. Looking at the system panel that popped up in front of him, Lear's eyes flickered slightly. He closed the panel and followed Jacqueline to the backyard of the blacksmith shop. The storefront doesn't look big from the outside, but the backyard is actually quite large, with all kinds of weapons displayed on one side. Jacqueline called out to Lear, "Pick any weapon over there. It's fair that we use weapons of the same quality." Lear nodded slightly and drew out a long sword. Primary weapon, increases attack strength by 10 points, no other attributes. "Boy, it's not too late for you to regret now, otherwise I will beat you up severely when the fight starts." Jacqueline took out a big hammer and looked at him fiercely. Lear did not speak, but just stood there quietly. The opponent was a mid-level berserker, a branch profession under the law of war, known for its violent power. Normally, it would tend to add points to strength and physique, and its shortcoming was lack of agility. He doesn't have any skills other than spells, and the only way he can win the duel without using spells is to take advantage of his speed. His eyes became deep, and he held the sword in front of him, feeling all the energy fluctuations in his body. Since he could gain the extraordinary sword proficiency of his previous life when he got the long sword, the sword skills that had already been ingrained in his bones would naturally awaken in his new body. You have acquired the skill Aslan Royal Swordsmanship, Legend. A smile appeared on Lear's lips, and the next second his figure disappeared from the spot before Jacqueline, who was standing opposite, could react. Lear came in front of him and chopped him on the head with his sword. Shocked by Lear's speed, Jacqueline quickly raised his hammer to defend himself. Boom! With a loud bang, Jacqueline flew backwards. An irresistible force came from the hammer, leaving him completely powerless to resist. He flew backwards until he reached the courtyard wall not far away and knocked it down. Jacqueline was still somewhat unconscious, and most of his life was gone. His strength attribute is 50 points, but facing Lear's sword it was like being hit by a giant beast. Is this a power a mage should have? Lear stood where Jacqueline had just stood, his sword still upright in front of him, like an elegant gentleman. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, 100 Seconds of Real Manliness. Feeling the power within his body to do whatever he wanted, Lear felt more comfortable than ever before. Aslan's royal swordsmanship, his signature skill in his previous life, is an extremely rare legendary swordsmanship in the game. To acquire this skill, you need to have an affinity with the law of war of 80% and be recognized by Queen Salix of Aslan. She was an absolutely powerful queen in the later stage of the game. When Lear came into contact with her, the queen was already a powerful figure at the peak of legend. In order to gain the queen's approval, Lear tried his best, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he was a bootlicker. However, he was different from the original Lear, and he succeeded in licking. From then on, the name Blade Waltz resounded throughout the law game. The effect of Aslan's royal swordsmanship is to transform the three attributes of strength, constitution and dexterity. You can keep only the lowest 1 point of attribute, and then transfer the excess attributes of strength and constitution to agility to achieve incredible speed. You can also convert all attributes into strength when attacking the target, causing terrifying lethality. There is only 1 second of cooldown time between each attribute transformation, which can be said to be extremely incredible. Such a terrifying effect makes Lear invincible in the game. However, although the effect is powerful, its consumption is also huge. When the sword technique is activated, 1% of the maximum magic value is consumed per second, and all magic recovery effects will be invalid during this period. This means that Lear can only last 100 seconds at most. 100 seconds of true manliness. Jacqueline, who was lying among the rubble of the courtyard wall, finally came to his senses and slowly climbed up. He looked at Lear standing not far away and began to doubt his life. Are you really a wizard? Of course. Lear chuckled, magic power surged, and an ice arrow appeared in his empty left hand. Jacqueline opened his mouth. He could not have mistaken the arcane fluctuations. This was a mage, but a wizard who doesn't use spells to daze himself. This must be the law of war playing a joke on me. Although I don't know how Lear defeated me, failure is failure and there is no doubt about it. With a gloomy face, Joaquin took out his heirloom from the backyard. Opening the black box, a rapier appeared before Lear's eyes. The entire rapier exudes a sharp aura. The hilt seems to be wrapped in a rose and is inlaid with black gems. The sword body is a dark black-purple color, which looks very mysterious and gorgeous. Name, Knight Rose. Category, Rapier. Grade, Extraordinary attributes, attack strength plus 80, attack speed plus 30%. Features, Rose Thorns, attacks with added dark erosion, can easily pierce the target's defenses. Special skill, Knight Rose, a rose indulged in the darkness of the night, cannot appear in the world and cannot be sensed. Requirements, War Law Affinity 30%. Looking at the attribute panel of the rapier in front of him, Lear raised his eyebrows. Judging from his experience of using swords countless times in his previous life, this rapier is quite excellent and is basically enough to be used in the middle and late stages of the game. This is the best weapon I have. It was passed down from my father. I hope you can treat it well. Jacqueline looked at the rapier in the box reluctantly, as if he was reminiscing about the past. Lear nodded, picked up the rapier, and said seriously, "Then I thank you for your gift. You completed the mission Arrogant Showdown. You have obtained 50,000 experience points. Knight Rose, Extraordinary." System prompts appear in front of you. Lear glanced at the panel, expressionless, and then said, "I won't take your sword for nothing. If you have any trouble, you can come to Stuart House to find me. I will do my best to help you through it. The duel just now was not meant to provoke you, but to prove to you that I am worthy of this sword." Jacqueline smiled awkwardly, coughed twice, and did not respond to Lear's words. Instead, he asked, I heard that you will have a duel with the son of the Duke of Norton in a week? Yes. Lear raised his head. I'll go and see. Don't bring shame to Knight Rose. Jacqueline said seriously. Lear was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and answered seriously, Of course not, I swear in the name of the law of war. Lear didn't stay in the blacksmith shop for long and left soon. Not he didn't ask about the origins of Knight Rose and the old blacksmith. He just came to get the sword and was not interested in anything else. As soon as he returned home from the blacksmith shop, he couldn't wait to practice swordplay. It felt like he had returned to his previous life. He was still the war knight, but many of his skills were gone, only those sword skills that were deeply engraved in his soul remained. The effect of the extraordinary sword specialization was overwritten and turned into a legendary rapier specialization, increases attack power by 80% and attack speed by 100%. In his previous life, he used a rapier, and his understanding of the rapier was much deeper than that of ordinary swords. There are also some other sword techniques that appear in the skill column, which are transitional sword techniques before he learns the Aslan Royal Sword Technique. In this way, Lear spent another 3 days rehabilitating his sword skills. Driving range. Eno's eyes were full of stars as she watched Lear attacking the alchemical puppet with a rapier. In the past few days, she has witnessed Lear's superb swordsmanship, which can be described in one word: precise and elegant. She likes the current Lear better than the previous Lear, who held a staff enchanted spells. Lear was used to the little maid's admiration. Holding the Knight Rose in his hand, he pierced the alchemical puppet in front of him into a sieve in an instant. The legendary rapier specialization and the attack speed bonus of Knight Rose have allowed Lear's attack speed to reach an astonishing level. With the special skills of Knight Rose, Lear, an ordinary high-level professional, has the confidence to fight head-on, not to mention if he uses Aslan's royal swordsmanship. Knight Rose's special skill is to turn the blade into an invisible blade. As if it does not exist. It's a bit like the Wind King barrier in the anime Night King that Lear had seen in his previous life, but even stronger. Even when the Wind King's barrier was attacking at high speed, one could still vaguely see the airflow, but his Knight Rose was completely invisible, without even a trace. Master, where did you learn your swordsmanship? It feels like you're even better than Miss Avian. Eno asked with a confused look on his face. She had been staying with Lear since he brought her back from the slums, and had never seen Lear practice swordsmanship. It was really incredible that she became like this just because she brought back a sword 3 days ago. Eno, do you need to learn swordsmanship from my master? You will learn it automatically just by holding the sword. Lear laughed at Eno and put on a stiff front. He put away the Knight Rose and saw the girl at the window on the 3rd floor out of the corner of his eye. Milia was looking at him secretly again. He smiled and was so busy practicing sword skills that he almost forgot about the princess. Tomorrow is the duel with Eric. It's a good time to go see Milia before the duel and brush up on my affinity with the law. After such a long time, it's time to calm down and harvest the leeks. He raised his head and looked at the girl on the 3rd floor, a dangerous smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. After seeing the smile on Lear's face, Milia moved away from the window like a frightened little rabbit and quickly pulled the curtains. Milia sat on the soft big bed in the room, looking a little nervous. Ever since she was caught peeping at Lear practicing magic last time, she had been a little afraid that Lear would come looking for her again. But 3 days had passed and there was no movement. What exactly does Lear want to do? Is he really just imprisoning himself here to keep himself alive? End of this chapter. Chapter 11, a charm that provokes people to crime. While Milia was daydreaming, the lock of the door, which was originally closed, made a clicking sound. Milia raised her head. It should be time for Eno to bring her food, although I am imprisoned here, except for not being able to go out. My life is pretty good every day. She stood up and walked to the door, intending to talk to Eno about Lear, but as soon as she opened the door, she saw that terrifying face. Lear held the dinner tray in his hand, looking down at Milia with a gentle smile on his face. Long time no see, my dear princess. It seemed as if time had stopped in the room. Milia stood there blankly. After a long while, she showed a panicked expression and let out a scream. The girl stepped back in panic, ran directly to the bed, wrapped herself in the soft quilt, and looked at Lear at the door tremblingly. Looking at Milia's actions, Lear raised his eyebrows, put the dinner plate on the table by the window, opened the curtains, and said with a hurt tone, "Your attitude really makes me sad. I asked Eno to serve you well these past few days. Shouldn't you say thank you to me?" Milia listened to Lear's words and bit her lip. What kind of words are these? You are the prisoner, the victim, but you want to thank the perpetrator." Seeing that Milia didn't say anything, Lear shrugged, sat on the chair and began to enjoy lunch. There was a lot of food on the plate, enough for 2 people. He stuffed the beef into his mouth, swallowed it, and looked at Miria. "Would you like to come and eat something? This is for 2 people. If I finish it soon, you can only eat what I leave." Milia remained unmoved. As she smelled the aroma of the gravy, her stomach growled involuntarily. In the quiet room, the voice was particularly clear. The girl's face suddenly turned red. Lear tilted his head and glanced at Miria, but didn't say much. "You should know that His Majesty asked me and Eric to duel tomorrow to decide your fiancé." Milia listened quietly. She also knew about this matter. It was because of this that she secretly ran out to see Lear. Between Eric and Lear, she still prefers Lear. After all, there is a huge difference in their appearance. Eric seemed to her like a greasy little fat boy, but Lear was different. So when she learned that the Duke of Norton's son had ideas about her engagement, she wanted to tell Lear, but she didn't expect to see Lear performing the ceremony and was arrested. She couldn't help feeling a little aggrieved, because she had come here for Lear's sake. When I met Lear at a banquet before, he seemed very cold but behaved very gentlemanly. Was he just pretending? Lear found it a little strange to see Milia looking aggrieved and angry at times, but he didn't think much about it. He stuffed the last piece of beef into his mouth, leaving no piece for Milia. "It's not intentional, it's just that my appetite has increased due to my recent sword practice. I'll ask Eno to prepare another one for Milia later." He shook his head and put down his fork. Looking at Miria again, the girl also saw that Lear had finished his dinner with a hint of grievance in her eyes. The gentle sunlight shone in from the window, illuminating Miria's long silver hair. The smooth long hair seemed to sparkle in the sun, highlighting Milia's increasing beauty, making people unable to help but take a second look. Lear also looked at Milia, his eyes moving from top to bottom, finally seeing the exposed white neck. An inexplicable impulse suddenly appeared in his heart, making him want to take a bite of it. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling, and a faint red light appeared in Lear's eyes. Noticing Lear's gaze, Milia lowered her head and looked at her body, then as if she had thought of something, she leaned against the head of the bed in panic. "What do you want to do?" What responded to him was Lear's strong masculine scent. Grabbing Milia's hand and pushing her against the head of the bed, Lear greedily felt the subtle fragrance. Milia was so frightened that her face turned red, and it took her several seconds to react. "What do you want to do?" "Let me go, you can't." Before Milia could finish her words, Lear bit her neck. Miria's eyes widened. A slight tingling sensation came from her ear, and her face instantly turned red like a fiery apple with shame and anger. She could feel Lear biting her skin and licking the blood from her wound. Although it didn't hurt much, the shyness of a young girl made her want to faint. Lear continued to suck the girl's blood, as if he was tasting a rare delicacy, and it lasted for more than 10 seconds. Milia finally couldn't bear it anymore. She used all her strength to push Lear down on the bed. "What are you doing?" Milia shouted in shame and anger. Lear blinked and looked at Miria's flushed face, feeling a little overwhelmed. "What are you doing?" Just now, as if driven by some force, he bit the skin on Milia's neck without hesitation. The fear, shyness, and anger emotion fluctuation values of the carrier of the Qinqing law source exceed 90%, and you gain 3% affinity with the Qinqing law. A system panel popped up in front of him. Lear took a quick look and closed it. His gaze fell on Milia again. The girl was glaring at him now. Her flushed cheeks, messy clothes, and a trace of blood on her neck gave her a kind of charm that could tempt people to commit crimes. "You are my fiancé. It is normal for a couple to do something like this." Lear answered as if it was a matter of course. Milia bit her lip. She thought Lear would give some kind of explanation, but she didn't expect it to be such shameless and vulgar remarks. "I'm not your fiancé yet. You haven't defeated Eric yet," Milia said angrily. "Do you wish to marry Eric?" Lear asked suddenly. "Who wants to marry that fat pig?" Milia retorted immediately. Lear laughed. "Since you don't want to marry Eric, then you can only marry me. In that case, it should be okay for me to kiss you. Besides, you are my prisoner now. No matter what I do to you, you can't refuse." Lear continued without giving Milia a chance to speak. Milia gritted her teeth, clutched the quill tightly with both hands, and tears welled up from the corners of her angry eyes again. How could there be such a scoundrel? She thought that as long as she behaved well, Lear would not make things difficult for her. After all, she was a princess. But it was less than a week and Lear dared to treat her like this. If she stayed there for too long,
She didn't dare to think about what would happen in the future. Milia couldn't help but think of the picture book she had seen in the palace, the story of a down-and-out noble daughter who was bought by the evil duke and ended up becoming a maid. Isn't my situation similar now? Her face became even redder. End of this chapter. Chapter 12. Legal lowly. Milia felt that the gentleman Lear at the previous banquet must have been in disguise. Now this is what Lear really looks like. Lear looked at Milia, who had wrapped herself in the quilt again, paying special attention to her neck, leaving only a red head like an apple. He chuckled and shook his head. Although Milia was really attractive now, it was impossible for Lear to really do anything to hurt the girl. Beasts are worse than beasts, and Lear chose morality and reason. Since you said you are not my fiancée yet, I will let you go temporarily today. Lear smiled and said, I am a gentleman. Although you are my prisoner now, I can satisfy your request. But... Lear paused and looked at Milia with a meaningful look. If I win the duel with Eric tomorrow, you will really be my fiancée. By that time, no matter what I do to you, you can no longer refuse. Lear's voice was soft, and Milia's body wrapped in the quilt trembled slightly. She blushed and looked a little overwhelmed. Lear said nothing more, turned around, and left the room. Eno was waiting outside the room, and when he saw Lear come out, his face turned red. Eno, prepare another lunch for Milia. Lear ordered without noticing the strangeness of the little maid. Okay, master. Eno nodded, but stood there without moving. After a while, he mustered up the courage to say, Master, actually, well, if you want, Eno can do it too. The little maid looked at Lear with a blushing face, and anyone could see the shyness in her eyes. Lear was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Eno must have seen what he just did to Milia. Lear was a little embarrassed. He remembered that he had closed the door. He coughed lightly. Eno, you are still too young. Eno is not young anymore. Eno is already 18 years old, the little maid pouted and retorted. You are already 18 years old? Lear was a little surprised. The little maid looked so petite that she didn't look like an 18-year-old girl at all. Legal lowly, such a word appeared in his mind. That's right. The little maid nodded vigorously. Lear had no choice but to look at the maid's burning gaze and finally said, let's talk about it next time. Having said this, he fled in a hurry. Looking at Lear, who left in a hurry, Eno stamped his feet. A little frustrated, she lowered her head and looked at her body, which was obviously quite plump. Lear didn't know what the maid was thinking. After she left, he returned to his study. He had more important things to confirm. He closed the door and opened his character panel. Lear focused his mind and set his sights on the God-given profession of blood apostle in his profession column. Ordinary players can only have one profession, and this God-given profession was born after attracting the attention of the Lord of Blood. Lear also took the time to study this profession, but he didn't gain anything. He didn't gain any new professional abilities, nor did he feel anything was wrong, so he put this profession behind him. Until today, what happened in Milia's room made him feel very wrong. The impulse of being attracted by blood made him very uncomfortable. This must be the influence of the Lord of Blood. What exactly is this profession? Lear frowned. At this moment, the system panel suddenly jumped. Triggering mission, the majesty of blood, C rank, as the bearer of blood, no one can offend your dignity. If you win tomorrow's duel, you will receive the gift of blood. Quest reward, 50,000 experience points, Blood Apostle skilled blood ceremony. At the same time, at the Duke of Norton's mansion, Tewini sat on the chair, looking at the fat man opposite her with a gloomy face. Eric, last time I told you that Lear created a new spell, which is very powerful. Do you have any countermeasures? Tywini looked at Eric with some disgust. Tywini, don't worry. I've asked my father for the Song of Fire this time. I'll definitely beat Lear to a pulp. Eric's sinister eyes were filled with a hint of excitement. Song of Fire? Is that your father's extraordinary magic wand? Tewini said with some surprise. That's right. So what even if Lear really created his own spell? In front of the extraordinary magic wand, everything can only be burned to ashes. Eric did not hide his disdain for Lear, and there was a hint of jealousy in his tone. Why is Lear the handsome nobleman, when he can only be rich Eric? That's what everyone in the Arcane Academy calls him. After coming to the kingdom of Brethel for 10 years, he followed his father's will and wanted to integrate into the kingdom's aristocratic class all the time, but no matter how hard he tried, he was just rich Eric. I spent a lot of money to please those nobles, but in the end this is all I got. Even though his father became the new duke and he became the duke's son, the situation did not change. On the other hand,
Although Lear was not as good as himself in all the arcane tests, he was the most popular man in the academy because he had a good-looking appearance. So he asked his father to interfere with Lear's marriage. He wanted to let everyone know that having appearance and temperament alone does not make one aristocrat. Power and wealth are everything. Night falls. Deep inside the palace, King Rosser Brayfield looked up at the moonlight outside the window with a hint of determination in his eyes. "Rosser, are you really planning to marry Miria to Eric?" A beautiful woman with silver hair and blue eyes stood in the moonlight and spoke quietly. "I have no other choice, my dear. Milia's husband must be able to protect her. One day, Morning Star will awaken. I belong to the Golden Law, and Morning Star is not accepted by gold." The king sighed slightly and looked at his queen. "So you have set your sights on the arcane law?" "Yes. Unlike the Golden Law, the arcane law is very inclusive. The Morning Star will bloom under the light of the arcane. Why not choose war?" Rosser was silent for a few seconds. "I originally chose Lear, but Lear chose arcane, and arcane would not really accept him." "But I don't think so." The silver-haired queen walked to Rosser's side and looked at the starry sky. "The Morning Star will reveal the trajectory of destiny. Destiny has been changed. Filia." Rosser was a little surprised. "Rose, Milia is my daughter. I will not let my daughter marry a nouveau riche." The queen glanced at her husband, shook her head and turned away. Looking at the queen's leaving back, Rosser felt helpless. If Filia really objects to marrying Milia to Eric, then he can only make tomorrow's duel bet invalid, although it would damage the dignity of the royal family. Who can blame him for being henpecked? Well, let's use Milia's disappearance as an excuse. Anyway, Milia is not in the palace now, so this explanation is reasonable. Milia should be at Lear's house now. I hope that boy won't bully Milia, otherwise Lear will suffer. In fact, Rosser knew about Milia's disappearance as early as the first day, and also knew that Milia was imprisoned in Stuart's mansion. It was the queen who foresaw Milia's situation and said that Milia was not in danger and told Rose not to worry about it, otherwise Rose would have come to kill her with a sword in hand. I really don't know why the queen is so partial to the Stuart boy. Is it because he is handsome? Rosser's expression became a little subtle. As the king of a country, he actually felt a little jealous. End of this chapter. Chapter 13. The flexible liar. Lear had no idea that the king was jealous of him, and he had brought Ino to the morning market in the royal city. Walking on the streets of the royal city, Lear recalled last night's dream in his mind. He had a good dream last night. He dreamed that he tied up Milia and trained her severely. Finally, he woke up from his sleep with a start, and he felt that such a perverted dream must not be his real thought. This is the curse of the Lord of Blood. It must be so. Young master? Ino asked in confusion, sensing Lear's abnormality. Lear came back to his senses, shook his head to extinguish the strange thoughts in his mind, and then said with a guilty conscience, "It's okay, let's go." As he said this, he walked forward with Ino. Today's morning market is more lively than ever. There were many dealers on both sides of the street taking bets, and the streets were crowded with people. The bets are placed. The bets are placed. The duel between the heir to Stuart and the heir to the Duke of Norton will be held today. Who will win the favor of Her Royal Highness the Princess? I think the Duke of Norton's family has a better chance of winning. Young Master Eric's magical attainments are very powerful, and of course his wealth is amazing enough. I also think that if Master Lear was a war knight, this duel might still have some suspense, but Master Lear is a wizard. There was endless discussion. This is very common in the morning market. Next to the morning market is the Kingdom Arena, where famous professionals or adventurers will duel. The dealer will bet on the outcome of both parties. Some will make a fortune, but others will lose everything. Young nobleman, would you like to place a bet? A greasy voice came from the side. Following the sound, I saw a fat, middle-aged man with a small mustache. The middle-aged man looked at the man and woman in front of him with a smile. The man was wearing a silk aristocratic dress, and the woman was dressed like a maid. Both of them looked outstanding. He looks young, probably around 18 years old. Young noblemen of this age are usually impulsive and concerned about their reputation. Simply put, it's a fat sheep. The middle-aged man was secretly delighted, his eyes shining. Lear tilted his head and looked at the fat man in front of him with interest. I didn't expect to meet a famous game character here. Jim Girardi is a famous liar in the game. Lear remembers that when he first entered the game, many newbies lost all their money because of him. Jim likes to bet on duels. In duels where he is the banker, The difference in strength between the two sides is usually huge, and it is easy to tell who will win at a glance. Such a bet can be said to be a sure win deal, but Jim will cooperate with the powerful professional and lose on purpose in order to defraud money. Many duelists in the arena have connections with Jim. After all, they can get money just by pretending, so why not? As for reputation, I'll fight back next time. Young nobleman, do you want to give it a try? This duel between the Duke of Stuart and the heir of the Duke of Norton is very rare. Jim coaxed. What's the stakes? Lear asked. If Master Eric wins, the odds are 1.5. If Master Lear wins, the odds are 10. Seeing that Lear was interested, Jim said quickly. It seems that no one is optimistic about Lear. The odds are so high. Lear said to himself. Hearing this, Jim's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he came close to Lear and whispered, in fact, if you want to bet on Lear to win, you can do it. Seeing the other party's funny appearance, Lear felt amused in his heart, but he still pretended to be puzzled. Lear, do you think I'm a fool? Lear will never win this duel. That's not necessarily true. In fact, I have some connections with the Stuart family. I heard that Duke Stuart prepared extraordinary weapons for Lear for this duel. A supernatural weapon is enough for Master Lear to win the game. Jim said it as if it were true, with a serious and solemn expression. Lear showed a strange look. If he didn't know that the other party was a liar, he might really think that the other party was related to his family. That he did get a weapon of extraordinary level not long ago. After thinking for a moment, Lear pretended to be attracted and asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Absolutely true. Seeing Lear take the bait, Jim was ecstatic in his heart, but on the surface he still answered seriously. In that case, I'll trust you this time. Lear seemed to be really persuaded and took out a bag from the storage space. Seeing this, Eno, who was standing by, was anxious and wanted to step forward to stop it, but was stopped by Lear's eyes. Here are 1,000 gold coins. Bet them all on Lear to win. Lear handed the bag of money to Jim. Jim, who originally thought he had been cheated again, was stunned after hearing the amount of gold coins. The hand that wanted to take the bag of gold coins also stopped in the air. 1,000 gold coins? How many people did he have to cheat to earn that much? He originally thought that 10 gold coins would be the best he could get. After all, in the royal city, the annual income of an ordinary family was only about 1 gold coin. Even for a noble, it would be generous to take out 10 gold coins at once for betting, but these 1,000? What kind of noble is he who can take out 1,000 gold coins at once? Is the other party really a fool? Did he believe what I said? Jim raised his head tremblingly and looked at Lear, only to see the handsome young man in front of him looking at him with a smile on his face. It was a gentle smile, but it made him feel a little chilly. Lear was also waiting for Jim's choice. He actually admired Jim, the liar. He was able to cooperate with the duelists in the arena without being robbed, and he cheated many nobles but still survived to this day. He is a capable person. If we can recruit such people, it will be very useful when players come in the future. After a long silence, Jim showed an ugly smile and wiped the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve. Young master, let's not make this bet. Oh? Why? Aren't you the banker to let people place bets? Lear smiled jokingly. Looking at Lear's smile, Jim was basically certain that Lear knew that what he had just said were all lies, and the other party was simply laughing at him. Why would the other party want to play a trick on him? Could it be that the nobles he had deceived before were looking for revenge? Sweat dripped down Jim's forehead, but he remained calm. He hadn't done anything yet. At most, he had just deceived a noble. Cheating a noble is not a big deal, but it also depends on whether the noble is willing to forgive. Jim was able to cheat so many people and still survive. He knelt on the ground and said humbly, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you. You should have treated what I said just now as the barking of a wild dog. Please forgive me." Jim lowered his head, a little nervous. For an ordinary citizen like him, dignity was far less important than life. He understood the thoughts of those nobles. Being so servile in public, the people around him would think that he was oppressed by the nobles, but the nobles would often let him go for the sake of face. After all, they had to maintain elegance. The most important point is that he did deceive Lear, but Lear was not fooled and suffered no substantial loss. You are very smart. Lear looked at Jim, who was kneeling on the ground. The gazes from all around him would not affect his judgment at all. He knew Jim's intention, which proved that Jim was indeed a smart man. Giving the other party gold coins is just a test. If Jim accepts it, it would not be worth recruiting him. You can deceive the nobles who put up 10 gold coins to bet, get the money and then hide for a while. However, the family power of a noble who could take out 1,000 gold coins to bet at once was far beyond the reach of ordinary nobles. The consequences of deceiving such a noble would definitely be miserable. Lear nodded in approval and added,
I forgive your rudeness. Would you consider doing something for me?
Jim was stunned for a moment. He looked up in disbelief, not knowing what the young nobleman in front of him meant. Lear chuckled and said jokingly, Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lear, Lear Stuart. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Princess in exchange for territory. What is it like to deceive someone and end up deceiving the real person? Jim got up from the ground, his smile was uglier than crying, and his cheeks became hot when he thought of what he had just said about Lear.
Master Lear, Jim stammered and tried to say something. No need to say more. If you are interested, you can come to Stuart's house to find me after the duel.
Lear waved his hand to interrupt Jim's words. His eyes looked towards a place not far away, where a fat man with red hair, wearing a crimson robe and holding a staff inlaid with bright red gems, slowly walked towards him. The red outfit was very eye-catching, but Lear's eyes twitched slightly. The robe and staff were obviously powerful equipment, and they looked gorgeous individually, but when worn on Eric, they looked strange together. It's like the nouveau riche in the previous life, with rings all over his hands and a big gold chain hanging on his chest. Eric stopped walking, his eyes were as dark as a venomous snake. How could the heir of Stuart mix with these lowly commoners? The discussions on both sides of the street gradually stopped. Eric's words belittled the civilians. Some people showed angry expressions, but did not dare to say anything more. After all, he is the Duke's son, not someone they can mess with. Hearing Eric's sarcastic words, the little maid beside him raised her eyebrows, obviously angry. Before being adopted by Lear, she was a pauper in the slums, not even a commoner. If commoners are inferior, then what about her? Lear sensed Eno's emotions, held the little maid's hand, motioned her to be quiet, and then replied with a smile, They are not inferior. The people of any kingdom are valuable assets, because their efforts make the kingdom strong.
The kingdom's economy and tax revenue are created by them.
We nobles enjoy the fruits of their labor and should respect them. As Lear finished speaking, the atmosphere around him changed noticeably, and Lear could feel the gazes of the civilians on him. When he first came to the morning market, there was jealousy, vigilance, and even disgust in these people's eyes, but now it has changed, becoming kind and unbelievable. They couldn't believe that such words would be spoken by a noble. But it had to be said that such words were enough to change the attitude of these common people towards Lear. Eric was speechless after hearing what Lear said and felt like a clown. Lear was jealous of the supportive eyes around him. Why was it always like this? When he was in the academy before, the female mages also looked at Lear with this kind of eyes. He couldn't accept it, and just when he was about to say something, a hearty laugh broke the silence.
Ha, well said.
A royal guard came from not far away and cleared a path. Lear saw his sister Avian standing at the front of the team. In the middle of the road, King Rosser and Queen Philia walked slowly.
Lear, you are right. Every civilian is a valuable asset to the kingdom. Thank you all for your contributions to the kingdom. The kingdom of Brayful is stronger because of you.
Walking up to Lear, Rosser glanced at the civilians around him. When the civilians around heard this, they cheered after a brief silence.
Long live His Majesty the King! Long live His Majesty the King! The cheers were like a tsunami. Lear watched this scene and a smile appeared on his face. Rosser Brayfield, as a king, is a very competent and wise ruler. Since he came to power, he has reduced taxes and levies, and in the hearts of many civilians in the kingdom, Rosser is like a saint. If possible, Lear does not want to go against the king, but the king's daughter is now imprisoned at home. He felt a little helpless, and suddenly felt a gaze on him. Looking up, Queen Philia was looking at him with a gentle smile. When she saw Lear raise his head, she nodded to him. Lear didn't understand what the queen meant, and he had almost no interaction with her. The crowd was still cheering as the king entered the kingdom arena, protected by the royal guards. Eric completely became a background figure. No one cared about this upstart anymore. Feeling ignored, Eric's face became even gloomier. He glared at Lear and said harshly, I hope you can still laugh in the arena later.
Lear shrugged his shoulders and ignored him. He turned back to Jim, who was still standing there, and said, What I just said still stands.
If you want, come to Stuart House to find me.
After saying that, Lear also walked into the kingdom arena. The little maid Ino followed behind Lear, with a glittering look in her eyes, and thought that Lear just now was super handsome. The kingdom arena is huge. It is not only a place where commoners hang out, but it is also a favorite place for many nobles. In addition to the huge open-air arena in the center, there are also many small arenas inside. Lear and Eric duel in the largest amphitheater. A group of nobles followed the king and queen. Lear and Eric were in front of the team. There was a bit of a tit-for-tat atmosphere, but of course it was one-sided on Eric's part. Soon they arrived at the VIP stand, where the king and queen took their seats. Lear, I'm sorry to force you to duel with Eric so suddenly. Rosser said apologetically, Milia is my most precious daughter. I must find a husband who can protect her. The nobles around had different expressions. Rosser's words clearly showed that he was not optimistic about Lear. Eric was a little proud and looked at Lear provocatively. Lear raised his eyebrows, not caring about these people. But did the king really not know that Milia was missing, or did he have some other conspiracy? He was somewhat confused about this duel. I know this is unfair to Stuart. I will compensate you and Albert. Whether you win or lose this duel, I will give you a new territory. Rosser continued. After these words were spoken, the nobles who had been gloating over the other's misfortune were stunned. I thought Lear's engagement was going to fall through, but now he's going to compensate him with territory. If a princess changes her territory, isn't that a definite reward upgrade? What is a princess? At most, she is just a beautiful woman, but the territory is a real benefit. How many years has it been since the kingdom divided up territories? The last time the territory was divided was 7 years ago. It was given to the then Earl of Norton, now the Duke of Norton, and it was a very small territory. Your Majesty. To grant a territory, one must make a huge contribution. This has always been the rule. Someone immediately stood up to oppose it. Rosser looked up at the person who stood up, his eyes full of anger. I am the King of Brayfield. When did I need others to interfere with the territory that belonged to the royal family? The person who stood out was instantly silenced, and facing Rosser's gaze, he could only retreat in panic. Rosser is the king and also a golden judge of extraordinary level. How could these nobles who are not even beginner professionals question him? Lear smiled and said, Then thank you for your reward, Your Majesty. He also didn't expect that Rosser would be willing to compensate him with a territory. Maybe he really thought that he would lose the princess, so he exchanged for compensation. Perhaps the relationship between his father Albert is also involved. Lear remembered that in the game, the current Duke of Stuart, Albert, and King Rosser had a pretty good relationship. End of this chapter. Chapter 15. Your flame has no effect on Meth. King's reward changed the atmosphere of the duel. The air was filled with the scent of jealousy, and even Duke Norton, who had instigated this incident, looked a little ugly. Lear turned a blind eye and left the VIP stand. Next came his duel with Eric. When he arrived at the open-air arena, Eric had already been prepared for a long time. He was wearing a high-level robe, holding an extraordinary staff, and armed to the teeth with all kinds of powerful equipment. In contrast, Lear was only wearing a light noble dress and an ordinary mid-level staff. Compared to Eric, Lear doesn't look like someone who comes for a duel, but more like a gentleman attending a banquet. Looking at the fully armed Eric, Lear had a blank expression on his face, but he felt something strange in his heart. Generally speaking, the other party shouldn't be so well prepared. Previously in the academy, the original Lear had never been a match for Eric. Given Eric's character, he shouldn't have taken the person who had always been under his feet so seriously. Someone must have said something to Eric. Lear turned his head and looked at Divine in the VIP stand. She was the only one who saw the spell he created. In the stands, Divine noticed Lear's gaze and glared at him provocatively. Lear shook his head. Lear, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Eric had already walked to the opposite side of Lear. He did not hide his malice. Today I will trample you under my feet in front of everyone. As soon as these words were spoken, before Lear responded, the nobles in the VIP seats showed strange expressions. This was a duel, and it was in front of the king. Eric's words were too rude. It didn't sound like something a noble would say at all, but more like something an adventurer or mercenary would say. Lear shrugged. To be honest, he didn't understand why Eric had always been targeting him. In the original body's memory, there was clearly no hatred between the two parties, but Eric always came to cause trouble for him. Is being handsome a sin? He looked at the referee at the side. Can the duel begin? The referee was stunned for a moment, looked at Lear strangely, and then nodded. The duel begins. Lear, how dare you ignore me? Eric roared at Lear, who didn't take him seriously at all. Lear turned around and smiled casually. How could I ignore you? I respect any opponent. Eric was so angry that his teeth were itching. From the moment he entered the arena, Lear's indifferent attitude made him feel insulted. I know what you are planning. Tewini told me everything. You created a new spell. Do you think you can defeat me with a spell you created yourself? Eric said with a grim expression. Sure enough, it was what Divine said. Lear raised his eyebrows. Tewini told me to pay attention to you. I didn't care at first, but to be on the safe side I borrowed my father's extraordinary staff and high-level wizard robe. No matter what kind of spell you create, you won't stand a chance. Eric continued, has anyone ever told you that you talk too much nonsense? Lear was speechless. Are you scared? Eric asked coldly. Lear was helpless. Couldn't this person communicate properly? He simply raised the staff in his hand and shot out an ice arrow. Eric, who was feeling proud of Lear's silence, panicked when he saw the ice arrow suddenly shot at him, and quickly activated the magic shield of the high-level wizard robe. The frost arrow hit the shield and turned into ice chips that scattered all over the ground. How dare you sneak attack me? Eric said angrily. Now it's a duel. Lear said casually, and the next second the intermediate spell Ice Spear was condensed in the air and shot towards Eric at a rapid speed. He no longer wanted to waste time talking to Eric. Wouldn't it be nice if he could just finish the fight and go back to bully the little princess? Eric had stabilized by now, and when he saw the flying ice spear, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. The ice spear shot at the magic shield, causing the shield to tremble, but still failed to break the shield. Don't waste your energy. This is the magic shield that comes with the high-level wizard robe. It can resist all mid-level spell attacks. Watching this scene, Lear remained calm. The magic shield was very powerful, but no matter what kind of shield it was, there was an upper limit to the damage it could absorb. The ice spear attack just now has dimmed Eric's magic shield a little. You have already attacked. It's my turn next. Eric stayed inside the shield, raising the fiery red magic wand in his hand with a proud look on his face. The extraordinary staff of Firesong. Lear had an impression. He remembered that this extraordinary staff could increase the power of fire spells and reduce magic power consumption. It also comes with a special spell, Firestorm, that can be cast depending on the level of the holder. The scorching flame energy gathered in Eric's hands, and the nobles watching the battle showed excited expressions one by one. Although they are nobles, there are not many professionals among them, and even fewer nobles who can reach mid-level professionals. Such a battle is an eye-opener for those ordinary nobles. Avian and Eno in the crowd both had worried expressions when they saw this situation. While Divine seemed to be gloating, Lear watched the slowly forming firestorm, his expression not changing. The spells that come with the extraordinary staff are enough to destroy an army if released by an extraordinary wizard, but Eric is only a mid-level wizard. Therefore, this firestorm is a mid-level spell approaching the high-level level. It is indeed very powerful, but Lear is not afraid of any mid-level fire spell. He raised his staff, and arcane ripples slowly formed, with circles of arcane energy rippling like water waves. Eric didn't notice Lear's actions at all. He was concentrating on building the firestorm. Finally, he laughed and shouted, Liar, let me show you the true power of fire. The raging flames turned into a storm and swept towards Lear. Lear watched it all calmly without even trying to hide. The next second, the flames engulfed everything around it. The nobles watching the fight looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't understand why Lear stood there motionless. This was just a duel, not a matter of life or death. If Lear died, it would be a big deal. The Stuart family will definitely not let the Norton family go. Avian and Eno in the crowd were completely panicked at this time, and after a brief pause, they wanted to go down to rescue. At this moment, the flames in the arena began to go out at a speed visible to the naked eye. A figure appeared in the center of the flames, and the area around him seemed to have turned into a vacuum zone, completely isolating the flames. The dark blue arcane light shone, and Lear slowly walked out of the flames. With every step he took, the flames retreated as if in fear. Your fire seems to have no effect on me. Lear took a breath calmly. There was nothing unusual on the surface, but I felt a little embarrassed in my heart. He only thought that the fire extinguishing technique could break fire spells, but he forgot that he could not breathe in a vacuum environment. He almost became the first professional in history to be suffocated to death by his own magic. End of this chapter. Chapter 16. Boss phase. Lear's safe and sound appearance made the nobles in the VIP seats open their eyes wide. Although they didn't know the level of the spell Eric released, they could clearly feel the scorching breath even in the audience. The ground burned by the flames turned black and cracked in some places, which was enough to prove the power of this spell, but Lear just walked out as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? How can you withstand my firestorm? Eric couldn't believe what he saw. Maybe your flame is too weak? Lear smiled and didn't intend to explain. He waved his staff, ice arrows, and ice spear and continued to attack Eric. The magic shield gradually dimmed under the attack of the ice spell. After more than 10 seconds, Eric came back to his senses from his disbelief. His face was grim. I know. It must be the defensive props you prepared in advance. You can block one of my attacks, but I don't believe you can block all of them. Eric waved his staff again, and fireballs and firebird spells shot towards Lear. The two sides officially began to exchange spells. The battle between mages is so boring. They defend and dodge the enemy's spells while casting their own spells until one side's magic power is exhausted or one side makes a mistake and is defeated. Eric had the magic shield of a high-level wizard robe and completely ignored Lear's attacks. While Lear walked back and forth in the venue, with light steps, Lear dodged all attacks with ease. At this moment, the arena seemed to have turned into a dance floor, and Lear was the only dancer, unable to attack Lear. Eric was furious. Let's see how long you can hide. When your magic power is exhausted, I will still be the winner. Ignoring Eric's howls, Lear looked at the increasingly dim magic shield. Under the continuous attacks, the magic shield was about to reach its limit. It's time to end this farce. As the instigator of the duel, Eric was completely unable to arouse Lear's interest. It felt like he was playing house with a little kid, and he couldn't use any of the sword skills he had prepared. Lear shook his head, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and a violent arcane fluctuation was released instantly. In an instant, the terrifying ice froze the entire arena. Intermediate spell, Frost Nova. Eric was instantly trapped in the ice along with his magic shield. The magic shield can protect Eric from spell damage, but Frost Nova's freezing can freeze the magic shield as well. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations, and Duke Norton, who was sitting in the VIP seat, felt a little uneasy the next second. Lear's actions confirmed his thoughts. An energy wave that was even more terrifying than the firestorm that Eric had just cast gathered in Lear's hands. Dark purple arcane shells quickly formed, and circles of arcane ripples spread out. The violent energy made Lear's golden hair fly, and for a moment, Lear felt that the wizard was not so boring after all. At least when you cast a powerful spell, the feeling of wreaking havoc on everything will be addictive. Without hesitation, the arcane cannon fired directly. A loud roar was heard and many people covered their ears. Eric was still trapped in the ice, looking at the flying cannons with a look of fear on his face. Just as the cannon was about to hit him, Duke Norton appeared in the center of the venue in time and quickly released a magic shield. Boom! The violent arcane energy raised a large amount of dust, and Lear left the explosion range in advance. After a while, the smoke and dust cleared, and the arena was in a mess. Duke Norton stood in front of Eric, his black suit a little messy. Eric collapsed on the ground, his face pale. Your Excellency the Duke, it's not a good idea for you to forcibly interfere in the duel between Eric and me, Lear said with a smile while standing not far away. If I hadn't intervened, Eric would probably be dead now. Vicente Norton stared at Lear. The power of the spell just now was close to high level, and Eric's magic shield was almost consumed. If he was really hit, he would be seriously injured if not dead. Your Excellency the Duke is joking. I have good control. Eric will not die. At most, he will stay in bed for half a month. Lear didn't care about the emotions of Duke Norton at all. You are looking for death. Duke Norton was furious, and arcane energy surged. Enough! A majestic voice suddenly sounded, interrupting the argument between the two. King Rosser stood up from his seat in the VIP stands and looked at Lear and Duke Norton with sharp eyes. Vicente, I granted Eric's request for a duel, but you shouldn't interfere with this fair duel. Duke Norton took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, Eric is my only son. Lear is also Albert's only son, but who could have saved him when Eric cast the firestorm just now? Duke Norton opened his mouth, but was unable to refute King Rosser's words. Ultimately, Eric is not strong enough. Lear can withstand the firestorm, but Eric cannot withstand the arcane cannon. After speaking about Duke Norton, Rosser looked at Lear again. Lear, you too, today is just a duel, not a life-and-death battle. You shouldn't use such powerful spells. Upon hearing this, Lear smiled and could not deny it. After talking about Duke Norton, let's talk about him again. This is the king's method of checks and balances. Stuart and Norton are both dukes of the kingdom. If they really fight each other because of this, it will not be a good thing for the entire kingdom. The arena fell into a brief silence, and the nobles had different expressions. Anyone could see that the duel had been decided, but the result was unexpected. Okay, that's it. Lear wins the duel today. Vicente, I think you should have no objection. The king said quietly. No. Duke Norton replied with a gloomy face. In this case, Milia and Lear's engagement remains unchanged. The king announced the final result. No. I don't accept it. A sudden voice sounded at this time. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound in surprise. Eric got up from the ground, his face flushed. How could I lose to Lear? Lear must have cheated. How could he use such a powerful spell? Eric! Shut up! Duke Norton shouted harshly. Although he didn't know where Lear learned his magic, it didn't matter. The king had already announced the result of the duel, and questioning it now would be a provocation to the majesty of the royal family. The king's expression gradually turned cold, and the nobles around him also looked like they were enjoying a good show, but Eric seemed to have seen nothing. He looked at Lear with a ferocious face. I won't lose. How could I lose to a hypocritical jerk like you? He roared, and under everyone's gaze, he took out a bottle of potion from the storage space. The potion contained a liquid that looked like ink. In the audience, when seeing Eric taking out the potion, Divine's eyebrows slowly drooped, as if she felt a little guilty, but she soon raised her head again. Eric opened the bottle of medicine and swallowed the black potion directly. The violent arcane energy instantly enveloped Eric's entire body. Eric's skin was covered with dark lines and even began to crack. In this terrifying energy, Eric's aura continued to rise, and finally, after a sound like breaking glass, he broke through. Came to the category of high-level magicians. With a brand new attitude, Eric stood in the center of the arena. Is this a fight against the boss? There is a second stage. Looking at this scene, Lear was stunned. End of this chapter. Chapter 17. I was favored by War Potential Breakthrough Potion. When Eric took out the potion, Lear recognized it. It was recognized by players in the previous life as the most deceptive magic potion. The effect is very simple. It upgrades one level within 30 minutes, from intermediate level to advanced level, and from advanced level to extraordinary level. It is capped at the extraordinary level at most. The effect is powerful, but the side effects are also extremely terrifying. After the effect of the drug wears off, the user will directly drop 20 levels, which means dropping one class. Using 20 levels to gain half an hour of class advancement is like hurting the enemy by 1,000 and losing 10,000. Of your own money by 1,000. 4 players, they would lose one level if they died, but after using potions and surviving, they lost 20 levels instead. Such a medicine is completely meaningless. In a duel, Eric actually used such a potion and completely disregarded the king's face. What deep hatred did he have? Lear couldn't understand, and he subconsciously glanced at Divine in the audience. The way to obtain the potential breakthrough potion in the game is as a reward from Tiviniai's mission. Divine will issue a mission. The reward is an unknown extraordinary item. How could a novice player have ever seen an extraordinary item? Naturally, they flocked to it. After spending all their family wealth to get the reward, they got a bottle of potion instead. If that were the case, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the negative effects of the potion obtained from Divine were shown as unknown, and the negative effects only became apparent after the first player used the potion. The player who used the potion collapsed at that moment. Later, players speculated that Divine made the potion but was unaware of the negative effects and used players as guinea pigs. For now, Eric became the first guinea pig. She is indeed a bad woman. Lear looked at Eric again, with a hint of pity in his eyes. Eric, what are you doing? Feeling the sudden increase in his son's power, Duke Norton was not happy, but rather a little shocked and angry. Any sudden power comes at a price, and that bottle of black potion felt very dangerous to him. Eric ignored the questioning of Duke Norton. Now he only had Lear in his eyes. His red eyes did not look like those of a rational wizard, but more like those of a mad berserker. Lear, I will never lose to you. He roared, raised his staff, and condensed the firestorm again. After reaching a high level, the power and scale of the firestorm were magnified several times, and the entire open-air arena felt an extremely scorching atmosphere. The nobles in the VIP seats no longer looked like they were watching a show, but instead looked panicked. King Rosser had a gloomy expression, angry at Eric's reckless behavior. What's more, the opponent actually wants to use large-scale high-level spells in the arena. A spell of this strength, if released at will, would be enough to cause heavy losses to the kingdom arena, especially since Eric had broken through to the high level through a special method.
Without the corresponding accumulation, he would not be able to fully control the high-level spells. The kingdom is surrounded by nobles and many commoners, and one mistake could lead to a disaster. The only ones who could stop Eric at the scene were him and Duke Norton. Just as the king was about to stop Eric, Lear moved in the arena. In full view of everyone, Lear took out the black and purple knight rose. Lear had already thrown the staff back into the storage ring. He held the rapier in his hand, and he seemed to have turned back into the blade waltz he once was. His eyes became deep, and he instantly activated the Aslan royal swordsmanship from the queen. The figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Eric, who was casting the spell, was startled. Although he was in a state of rage, his basic mage instincts were still there. He quickly cast a magic shield on himself. The magic shield, condensed by the strength of a high-level wizard, is enough to resist mid-level professionals, but in the next second, the cold darkness easily penetrated the magic shield. It's the armor-breaking effect of Night Rose. Lear had already arrived in front of Eric, and the dark rapier pierced directly into the gem of the Song of Fire like a venomous snake. The terrifying piercing force caused cracks to appear on the fiery red gem, and before Eric could react, the huge impact force made his body fly backwards uncontrollably, and the Song of Fire also flew out. The firestorm condensed in the air collapsed directly, turning into flames that dyed the sky red. The scorching waves of fire made the audience below exclaim in surprise. In the crowd, an old man with a white beard stared at Lear in the center of the flames. Even after looking at it again, he could not see how Lear's speed had increased to such a terrifying level, and the power was clearly not right. And Jacqueline recalled the tremendous force he had felt in the blacksmith shop, and it only seemed more magical. King Rosser was also staring at Lear intently at this moment. Even he could not ignore the speed just now. As a professional of extraordinary level, he could sense it more deeply than anyone else. Ignoring all the glances directed at him, Lear knew that his actions just now were a little unbelievable. He had not intended to reveal his swordsmanship. It was better to have a hidden trump card than nothing, but Eric had no moral principles, so he had no choice but to give it a fight. But to be honest, he still held back, otherwise he would have killed the other person with just one sword. This time, Duke Norton had hurriedly run to the fallen Eric. Eric's aura dropped rapidly and soon fell to the level of a beginner wizard. Not only that, Eric also had multiple fractures on his body. Even if he was treated by the Golden Church's worshippers, he would have to stay in bed for at least 10 days to half a month. Sensing the changes in Eric's body, Duke Norton was furious. "What on earth did you do to Eric?" A roar made the originally noisy arena quiet. Lear put away the Night Rose and replied with a smile, "I stopped Eric from casting a high-level spell that he couldn't control and prevented a disaster." "What's the problem, Your Excellency the Duke?" Lear's words almost made Duke Norton so angry that he attacked Lear directly. Duke Norton took a deep breath, and with the king present, he could only suppress his emotion temporarily. "Lear, you know that's not the question I'm asking. Why has Eric's magic power level dropped so much? Shouldn't the Duke ask Eric about this? What potion did he drink to break through to a higher level? This matter has nothing to do with me." Lear shrugged his shoulders with an innocent expression. Duke Norton gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Eric drank the potion in public, and everyone saw it. "Okay, stop arguing." The king walked down from the VIP stand and glanced at Eric, who was held in the arms of Duke Norton. "Vicente, Lear did nothing wrong in this duel. You should explain why Eric used banned potions and even high-level spells in the duel. In duels between nobles, the use of any potions that increase strength is prohibited. You can arm yourself to the teeth with equipment, but you cannot use potions. This is the rule." Duke Norton had an ugly expression on his face. If he really knew, he would never have let Eric use it. Falling from a mid-level wizard to a beginner, a potion with such side effects would be meaningless no matter how powerful it was. "I will investigate it thoroughly and make compensation." Duke Norton felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. The king nodded, without further criticism, and looked at Lear. "Lear, you really surprised me today." Lear smiled. He certainly knew what the king was surprised about. He had changed so much. "Did you use some kind of swordsmanship just now?" the king couldn't help but ask. "Yes." Lear nodded. The king was silent for a while. A wizard used sword skills and he had no idea what was going on. "Aren't you a wizard?" the king couldn't help asking. "I have been favored by war," Lear said at once. The king was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Lear meant. "You can think of me as having gained the favor of the law of war. Now I can not only use spells, but also the power of the law of war." Lear explained with a smile. The king's eyes widened slightly when he heard this,
and even Duke Norton showed an incredible expression. This is impossible. No one can control two major laws at the same time. Duke Norton retorted subconsciously, and even let go of Eric's hand in excitement. Eric fell to the ground, unconscious. Lear shrugged and made no attempt to explain. End of this chapter. Chapter 18. Eno, do you want me to join Her Royal Highness the Princess? The duel between the two ducal heirs ended in a strange atmosphere. Duke Norton carried Eric away from the scene with a gloomy face, and the other nobles also had their own thoughts. In their view, the duel between Lear and Eric was a game between the emerging aristocracy and the old aristocracy. The Duke of Norton has been resisting the Stuarts for years. If Lear loses this duel, it may mean the gradual decline of the old aristocracy, but in the end, Lear won. Does Stuart plan to return to the capital? You must know that the Stuart family has always been guarding the border of the kingdom, and their real foundation is in the Farlow fortress on the border. There is only one duke's mansion in the royal capital, and no other family resources. If the Stuart family really wants to restore the family's glory in the royal capital, it will definitely be a big deal. Lear didn't know what those nobles were thinking, but those looks really made him feel a chill down his spine. I heard that the upper-class nobles in the kingdom lead a very decadent life, and many of them even have special hobbies. His body trembled involuntarily, and he decided to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. The king also left the arena surrounded by guards. In the carriage, there was still an expression of disbelief on his face. Philia, do you believe that Lear has acquired the power of both arcane and war? Why don't you believe it? The beautiful silver-haired woman blinked. But Rosser opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. At least just now in the arena, Lear did something that a wizard could not do. These things are not important. Have you decided which territory to reward Lear? The queen suddenly asked with a smile. Rosser was stunned for a moment, then his face turned ugly. Not only do I want Milia to marry that brat Lear, but I also want to reward him with a territory? You said this in front of so many nobles. Do you want to go back on your word? Who knew that Lear could win? Rosser was a little helpless. The original intention of rewarding the territory was to appease the Stuart family. After all, forcibly changing the marriage contract was a shame for any noble, but the result was beyond his expectations. Lear won. In short, you'd better pick a territory quickly. Lear is now Milia's husband and is also a member of our family. You can't just perfunctorily pick a desolate territory for Lear. The queen warned. You are speaking for Lear before he even marries Milia? Rosser was somewhat dissatisfied. Are you jealous? The queen leaned close to the king and stroked his cheek. Don't worry, dear. Although you are not as young or handsome as Lear, you are my love, my only love. 2 days later. In the study, Lear was holding the latest newspaper from the capital. Almost all the newspapers now are about the duel between him and Eric. Duel law professional? The ancient Stuart shows his edge. The son of the Duke of Norton used contraband in a duel and was questioned by His Majesty the King. Lear looked at the titles and raised his eyebrows. Although the technology in the game world of law is not as advanced as in previous lives, the speed at which information spreads is still quite fast. Young master, everyone outside is talking about you now. Many nobles also want to visit you in the next 2 days. Will you accept? The maid Eno stood behind Lear, kneading Lear's shoulders and said excitedly, Lear is her master, and she will be happy as long as Lear gains honor. Eno, it's just a victory in a duel. There's no need to make a big fuss. Those nobles should just refuse it. Lear shook his head helplessly. Eno had been praising him yesterday, and in the evening Avian also came and tortured Lear severely, asking him many questions, which he managed to fool with great difficulty. Yet he didn't want to go through what happened yesterday again. From those nobles sighing, he put down the newspaper in his hand, his eyes flickered slightly, and opened his system panel. After defeating Eric, he received a mission completion upgrade, gained 50,000 experience points, and the skills of the Blood Apostle, Blood Ceremony, Blood Apostle exclusive skill, Communicate Blood Essence, Force Awaken the Blood Law affinity for any target, and can transfer to the Blood Law profession and become a believer of blood. Currently available Blood Law professions: Blood Hunter, Blood Knight. Note, as the holder of the Blood Law Essence, you can control and restrict other blood law professionals within a certain limit to ensure the loyalty of the law believers, a special skill, without any auxiliary or attack effects. The only advantage is that this skill can be used to develop a group of loyal subordinates. When he saw this skill, Lear was distressed. This was clearly intended to get him to preach the blood law, but in the early stages of the game, when the forbidden wall has not yet been opened, all laws except war, gold and arcane will be regarded as heresy. War and arcane will stand aside and watch, while the Golden Church will do its utmost to eliminate the sects of heresy. This is also a large expansion pack in the early stage of the game. Various heretical sects rise up and confront the Golden Church. Only the sects that survive are qualified to preach their own laws. In Lear's impression, the blood law did not survive to the end, and the so-called Lord of Blood was only mentioned in the background board of the game. If anything, Lear did not want to get involved in the battle between laws, but just as Lear was thinking this, the system panel in front of him suddenly jumped again. Trigger chain mission, revival of blood, S-level only, ring 1, you have inherited the law of blood, so you must bear the corresponding responsibility, revive the law of blood in the new era, and develop a believer of the law of blood within 3 days. Quest reward, 50,000 experience points, elementary blood apostle professional skills, failure penalty, curse of the Lord of Blood, task time limit, 3 days. Lear's expression hardened. It seems that the Lord of Blood does not want him to just take the benefits and do nothing. Lear still needs to take the curse of a law god seriously. He sighed and decided to just get to work. Who should we use to develop a believer? Lear's eyes fell on Eno's little hand beside him. He brought Eno back from the slums. He had tried to awaken the initial laws for Eno, but Eno did not have any affinity for the laws. Like Milia, he was a person abandoned by God. This is normal. Most people in the world do not have affinity for the law. Professionals are a minority after all, and powerful professionals are even rarer. Generally speaking, mid-level professionals are already considered strong. Maybe we can consider awakening the blood law for Eno. Lear thought about it, but soon he thought of another candidate, Milia, the imprisoned princess. Originally, he imprisoned Milia because he was afraid that she would expose her secret. If he turned Milia into a blood law professional like himself, wouldn't the problem be solved? We are all heretics, how can you still go out and talk nonsense? Moreover, with the blood law essence, he can control Milia to a certain extent, which can be said to reduce the risk of the secret being exposed to the lowest level. Lear stood up suddenly from his chair, and became more and more excited the more he thought about it. The princess problem that had been bothering him for so long could now be solved. Eno was startled by Lear's action and asked carefully, "Master? Let's go see Milia." Lear said with a smile. Eno's cheeks suddenly turned red. Are you going to do anything to Her Royal Highness the Princess? Do you want me to go with Her Royal Highness the Princess? Do you need Eno to prepare? The little maid grabbed the hem of her skirt with both hands, becoming a little shy and embarrassed. Lear was stunned for a moment, and it took him a while to react. He said with a dark face, Eno, what are you thinking about? I just went to see Milia. Ha? Eno was also stunned. Is that all? The little maid's tone became lost, and she drooped all of a sudden, looking weak and powerless. The corner of Lear's eye twitched slightly. Why didn't he realize that Eno had such a character before? End of this chapter. Chapter 19. What are you doing to my daughter in broad daylight? Please read on. On the soft bed, Milia tossed and turned, feeling a little listless. Ever since Lear and Eric returned victorious from the duel, she has been uneasy every day. And last night she was so distracted that she went to bed very late. She still remembered what Lear had said. Before, she could use the fact that the engagement between the two parties had not been finalized as an excuse to blame Lear's behavior, but now she could no longer do that. She truly became Lear's fiancée in the kingdom. Women do not have a high status. Even princesses have to listen to men after they get married. As long as Lear didn't really abuse her, she couldn't resist whatever Lear wanted to do to her, and even the king couldn't blame her. Milia's cheeks were red, as if she was thinking of something quite embarrassing. Lear, that bastard. Vile. Shameless. Even if you get me, I will never surrender. She angrily slapped the pillow, thinking it was some annoying guy. My dear princess, it's not nice to say bad things about people behind their backs. A playful voice suddenly sounded from the side. Milia was startled and turned her head quickly, and saw Lear sitting at the table in front of the window, drinking tea leisurely. The maid Eno stood aside with a smile on her face, as if she thought the princess's behavior just now was somewhat cute. Why are you in my room? Milia shrank into bed like a frightened little rabbit and covered herself with a quilt. This is my home. Of course I can come here whenever I want. And I never said that this room belongs to you. You are just a prisoner, do you understand? Lear said slowly. Milia gritted her teeth and tried not to get angry. She knew her current situation and it would do her no good to go against Lear without paying attention to Milia's attitude. Lear picked up the newspaper on the table and said, you also saw the news in the newspaper. You should know that I won the duel. Milia blushed and remained silent, so now you are my wife. Although the wedding has not yet taken place, you already belong to me completely. Lear continued, looking up and down at Miria's exquisite beauty. Unable to bear Lear's aggressive gaze, Milia mustered up her courage and asked, "What do you want? How is it?" Lear raised his eyebrows and instructed Eno, who was standing beside him, "Eno, go out for a while." "Master, do you really not want Eno to come along?" The little maid blinked. "I told you it's not what you think," Lear said helplessly. In the end, the little maid walked out of the room unwillingly and closed the bedroom door. Only Lear and Milia were left in the room. Milia's body trembled slightly. A man and a woman were alone in the same room. She seemed to have encountered what she would encounter next. She said sadly, "I can give myself to you, but can you be nicer to me in the future? Although I have seen your secret, I am still your wife." Lear walked to Milia and gently stroked the girl's soft long hair. It must be said that Milia was very pitiful now. The strange restlessness in his body rose again, the blood seemed to be boiling. Lear lowered his head and gently sniffed the fragrance on Milia's body. This time he remained rational. "You did see my secret, but I won't hurt you again as long as we have the same secret." His magnetic voice sounded in Milia's ears. Grabbing Milia's hand, holding Milia in his arms like before, he gently bit Milia's lips. Milia felt her lip was bitten. The slight tingling sensation made Milia's body slightly numb, and there was a faint taste of blood in her mouth. A mysterious ritual red glow emanated from Lear's body. Blood ceremony. Simply put, it means giving one's own special blood to others to help them awaken the law of blood. Lear also bit his lip, and their blood mixed in his mouth. An ambiguous atmosphere quietly spread in the bedroom. In front of the Stuart mansion, a beautiful silver-haired woman wearing a veil knocked on the closed door alone. The door opened, and the pretty maid looked at the woman in front of her in confusion. "Excuse me, who are you?" The silver-haired beauty took off her veil, revealing her delicate and charming face. "Your Majesty?" The maid covered her mouth and exclaimed. The queen stretched out her finger and pressed it on the maid's lips, interrupting her words, and then smiled gently. "Can I come in?" Eno stood at the bedroom door, his ear pressed against the door, listening to the occasional moans coming from the bedroom, his cheeks flushed. "Young master, what a fool." It's obvious that Eno doesn't mind being with Her Royal Highness the Princess at all. The little maid stamped her feet and said unwillingly. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a figure appear at the end of the corridor. Eno frowned. It was forbidden to approach the room where Milia was imprisoned. She had clearly told the servants in the mansion about this long ago. Who on earth was so bold as to ignore the rules? She looked closely and opened her mouth involuntarily. She had seen that silver hair and elegant demeanor not long ago. "Queen Philia, why is Her Majesty the Queen here?" Eno panicked in an instant. Lear was still bullying the princess in the room. If the queen found out, the entire Stuart family would be ruined. Should we knock the queen out and lock her up? A very rebellious idea came into Eno's mind. "I remember you. Are you Lear's maid?" Queen Philia walked up to Eno and looked at the girl in front of her. Eno replied tremblingly, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Well, you look good. Please help me take good care of Milia in the future." The queen smiled gently at Eno. Before Eno could react, he saw the queen reaching out and grasping the door handle of the room. The maid immediately became anxious and hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Your Majesty, you cannot go in." But it was too late. The door was open and everything in the room was visible. At this moment, Milia was lying limply in Lear's arms, her clothes disheveled, her cheeks flushed, and she seemed to have no strength left in her body. Lear hugged Milia's soft body. Somewhat puzzled, he had already fed Milia a lot of blood, and he almost lost control and took Milia down, but he never received any notification that the blood donating ceremony was completed. Could this still be fake? Just when Lear was puzzled, the door of the room suddenly opened and a beautiful silver-haired woman appeared at the door. Philia looked at the situation in the room, and when she saw the intimacy between Lear and Milia, an ambiguous smile appeared on her face. "Do I seem to be disturbing your good deeds, my excellent son-in-law? But it's broad daylight now, and you're touching my daughter. That's not a good idea." The queen walked in with a teasing smile and looked down at the two confused people. Lear stood there in a daze, wondering if he was hallucinating. Why did the queen appear in his home? End of this chapter. Chapter 20. Are you really my biological mother? Mother! The moment she saw Philia, Milia was suddenly awakened from the ambiguous atmosphere. Feeling her naked body, she blushed and wrapped herself up like a dumpling. It feels like being caught doing something bad, but he soon realized that he was imprisoned and forced. Now that his mother has found this place, doesn't that mean he doesn't have to be imprisoned by Lear anymore? Her attitude changed immediately, and she jumped out of bed wrapped in the quilt and threw herself into Philia's arms. Mother, have you finally come to save me? You don't know how hateful Lear is. He has been locking me up here and bullying me. As if she had found a savior, Milia stared at Lear and recounted his many crimes. Lear was completely numb. This time, the improvement of the system panel is also belated. Due to the special nature of the target, the effect of the blood ritual is ineffective. Looking at the words in front of him, Lear wanted to swear on the spot. How come the skills given to you, Allah God, are so useless? Can't Milia deal with a person abandoned by God? Although Lear almost guessed the reason, Milia would awaken the law of Morningstar in the future and would not be an ordinary person abandoned by God, but in this situation, he has already stepped half a foot into the abyss. If he could successfully convert Milia into a blood follower, he could control her and even fool her, but what should he do now? Lear was sweating profusely. How did the Queen find this place? Okay, Milia, you are Lear's fiancée, and couples should be more tolerant of each other. Philia stroked her daughter's long hair and spoke softly. Emilia was stunned for a moment. She had been imprisoned by Lear for more than 10 days, so why should she tolerate him? Are you really my biological mother? She thought her description was not clear enough, so she told him again how Lear had imprisoned and persecuted her. Except for the rituals of the foreign gods, Miria kept nothing back. Watching Milia's narration, Lear was a little surprised that the other party did not tell him about his communication with the outer gods. Because of him, King Rosser is a pure believer of the Golden Church. If Milia tells the Queen about the outer gods, and the Queen tells the King, the events in the game plot will probably happen ahead of time. The Golden Church is the most exclusive of the three major Orthodox laws and does not tolerate heresy at all. If she felt Lear's gaze, Milia's cheeks blushed slightly. She didn't know why she didn't tell Lear everything, but she did it subconsciously. The Queen listened to Miria's words without changing her expression. Finally, she smiled. Milia, in fact, your father and I have known for a long time that you were locked up by Lear. When these words came out, Lear was shocked, and not only Lear, but Miria also opened her mouth wide. During the 10 days she was imprisoned by Lear, she also wondered why her father and mother did not come to rescue her. She thought it was because they did not know, but now, why didn't the other party come to rescue her even though he knew the reason? Am I not their most beloved daughter? You know why? Milia's eyes turned slightly red, and a feeling of grievance surged in her heart. Milia, it's not that we don't come to save you. I will tell you some things later. In fact, it is safer for you to stay here with Lear than in the palace. The Queen rubbed Milia's head with heartache. Safe? Lear almost killed me. Milia retorted with red eyes. The Queen looked at Lear and shook her head. He didn't mean to kill you. He just wanted to scare you. I don't think Lear had any intention of killing you from the beginning. Milia rubbed her eyes, somewhat unconvinced. Lear stood up from the bed and sorted out his clothes. Milia, I really didn't intend to kill you, but for some reasons I can't let you go. There was a hint of apology in his tone, and he bowed his head when he should. Lear felt very strange about what the Queen said. She had known for a long time that Milia was imprisoned but remained indifferent. There must be a secret that he didn't know, but none of this mattered. What mattered was that from the Queen's words, she could tell that the other party did not intend to pursue the matter of her imprisoning Miria. Now all she had to do was keep the matter of the outer gods from being exposed. Then we have to comfort Milia. After all, Milia is the only one who knows about this and might tell others. Lear, although I don't know why you imprisoned Milia, I can let this matter go. Now I want to talk to Milia alone. Can you please go out for a while? Lear was shocked when he heard this. He was worried about letting Milia and her daughter be alone together, but he had no reason to refuse. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and pray that Milia would not tell anyone about the outer gods. Outside the room, Eno and Lear stood together. The little maid's cheeks were still a little red. She also saw what happened inside when the Queen broke into the room just now. Master, if the Queen knows your secret, do you want us to arrest the Queen as well? The little maid suddenly suggested. The corner of Lear's eye twitched slightly. As expected of the maid who had always been by his side, he had the same idea as Eno, but Lear shook his head. This idea was just something he could only think about. The Queen knew about Miria,
and so did the king. Not if the queen is captured as well. The king might come and kill him tomorrow. It is really hard to understand that they arrested someone's daughter and wife after waiting anxiously for about an hour. The door of the room was opened. Lear looked quickly inside the room. Milia's emotions have stabilized, and the queen is sitting beside the bed, and neither of them seems unusual. Your Majesty, have you finished your conversation? Lear walked into the room awkwardly. Seeing Lear coming, Milia snorted and turned her head away. The queen smiled and said, "Yes, Lear, Miria will still live with you in the future. Rosser and I will not ask about your affairs, but I hope you can treat her well. She is my daughter and your wife." Lear blinked, wondering if he had heard it wrongly. The imprisoned princess was discovered, but the queen not only did not plan to take Milia away, but also wanted to continue keeping her here. "Are you sure you are her biological mother?" Lear looked at Milia beside him. The girl's cheeks were red, but she did not refute. What did the queen say to Milia? Lear could not understand. "Your Majesty, do you really want to leave Milia here? What's wrong? Milia is your wife, isn't it natural for her to live here? Or do you think Milia is not qualified to be the hostess here?" The queen's tone suddenly turned cold. "Of course not. If Milia is willing to stay, I would certainly welcome her." Lear immediately expressed his attitude. Women can change their attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. "That's it, I will come to see Milia in the future. If I know that Milia has been wronged here, I will not forgive you." The queen tapped Lear, then seemed to have thought of something and said, "By the way, don't let others know that Miria is with you. Rosser and I will announce that Miria is missing at the right time." After saying this, the queen stood up, patted Lear on the shoulder and turned away. Lear was left with a puzzled look on his face. "What kind of play is this? She is obviously your daughter. Why did you make her disappear? This feels like entrusting an orphan to someone else." Lear fell into deep thought. End of this chapter. Chapter 21. Father, I hate you. There is not much background information about Princess Milia of Morningstar in the game. Lear didn't know much. He only knew that his engagement was replaced by Eric's, and after Miria was rescued, she never appeared in the player's sight again. Later, Milia appeared as the Princess of Morningstar in the Kingdom of Cassia, southeast of the Kingdom of Briefville, that is the base camp of the arcane law, which is the plot later on. As for what happened to Milia before this, no one knows. As they escorted the queen out of the mansion and arrived at a secluded garden, the queen suddenly stopped. The beautiful silver-haired woman turned around and looked at Lear with the same blue eyes as Miria's. "Actually, I'm very curious," she said quietly. "In the fate I saw, you lost to Eric and also lost Miria. But now fate has changed." Lear was standing in front of the queen. When he heard this, he was slightly stunned, and then his expression became a little strange. "Something happened to you. Although I don't know what it is, since your fate has been changed, I hope you can protect Milia well in the future." The queen continued, "After all, Milia and you are the same kind of people. We are all heretics and are not accepted by gold." She looked at Lear dimly and said the last sentence. Before Lear could react, the queen turned and left. Lear remained silent for a long time, watching the queen disappear. What does the queen mean? Are we all heretics? Milia will awaken the law of the Morningstar in the future, which can indeed be considered heresy. The queen is Milia's mother. If both of them are believers in the law of the Morningstar, there is nothing wrong with saying this, but the queen's words were obviously not just about herself and Milia. Lear could clearly feel that the word "we" also included him. Does the queen know that she has communicated with alien gods? Lear's expression was uncertain, and he remembered a legal profession under the laws of Qinqing in his previous life. Astrologer. This profession has the ability to predict the future. He sighed helplessly. If the queen really knew his secret, he could only hope that she would not tell anyone else, although he felt that given the queen's attitude just now, she would not tell the secret. After all, they are all heretics. The queen said so herself. Back to Milia's bedroom, the girl was curled up in bed, still so beautiful, but the temperament is different from before. There was no longer that obvious feeling of timidity, but Lear could still feel the other person's body tremble slightly when he walked into the room. "What did you and Her Majesty the Queen talk about just now?" Lear couldn't help asking. Milia raised her head, a little nervous, but thinking of her mother's attitude just now, she seemed to have found the courage. "I won't tell you." "Are you sure?" Lear leaned forward and gently lifted the girl's chin. What do you want to do? Your mother asked you to treat me well." Milia became nervous. "Yes, Her Majesty the Queen asked me to treat you well, but you are my wife, and such behavior between husband and wife should be normal." Lear moved closer.
The shyness emotional fluctuation value of the carrier of the Chinching law source material has reached 93%, and you have gained 1% of the Chinching law affinity. The system panel popped up, and combined with the blood donating ceremony just now, Lear's affinity with the law of the Morning Star has reached 10%, which can be said to be very fast. Your affinity with the law of the Morning Star has reached 10%, you gain intelligence +3, mysticism +7, in an instant. Lear felt his mind became much clearer. He smiled. Although he could no longer bully Milia as recklessly as before due to the Queen's restrictions, it seemed not bad to gain affinity with the law of Morningstar in this way. Or rather, it is more exciting. Looking at Milia's shy appearance, Lear felt that it was not bad to have such a little wife. "One day I will make you tell me willingly," he said, then put on his coat and turned away. Arcane Academy, Dean's office. Duke Norton looked at Tivany standing beside him with an angry look on his face. "Erwin, shouldn't you explain it to me? Why did Divine give Eric that potion? Now Eric's potential has been completely overdrawn. His level has also dropped to that of a beginner mage." The man sitting in the dean's seat adjusted his glasses, put down the newspaper in his hand, and said lightly, "Pay attention to your identity, Vicente. Don't forget who brought you here. Who supported you to become the Duke." Duke Norton's momentum stagnated, and his anger had nowhere to be released because of the man named Elvin. "Vicente, I'm sorry about what happened to Eric. The potential breakthrough potion was indeed given to him by Divine, but it was only used to save Eric's life in a critical moment. Wasn't it Eric's own fault for using the potion in a duel? Divini didn't force Eric to use the potion. It was Eric who made the choice." Erwin said this lightly, while Divine pretended to look aggrieved. 3 days ago, when Eric used the potion in the arena, she knew it was bad. Although she gave Eric the potion, she also planned to let Eric drink the potion and beat up Lear if something unexpected happened during the duel. But it was indeed as her father Erwin said, it was Eric's own choice to drink the potion. The most she did not tell him that the side effects of the potion would be so serious, but then again, Divine didn't expect the side effects of the potential breakthrough potion to be so serious. Duke Norton gritted his teeth, unable to refute Erwin's words. He also could not question the other party's identity, so he could only leave the dean's office angrily. It was not until Duke Norton left that Tivany regained her disdainful expression. "Humph, really, you used the potion and still got defeated by Lear, and you still have the nerve to blame me." Erwin picked up the newspaper on the table again and did not comment on his daughter's complaint. He suddenly asked, "Did Lear really defeat Eric with swordplay, Divine?" "Yes, father, I really don't know how Lear did it. He never told me. It's really too much," Tivany replied angrily. "Oh, right, there are also Lear's 2 spells, which he created himself. One can be immune to the intermediate firestorm, and the other is an arcane cannon with powerful destructive power. He didn't tell me these." Listening to what Divine said, Erwin showed a hint of interest on his face. He was silent for a while, then asked, "I heard that you had some conflicts with Lear recently?" "It wasn't me who had a conflict with him. It was he who didn't abide by the agreement between us and loudly criticized me." Tivany got angry again when she thought of how Lear had criticized her in public before. Erwin shrugged helplessly. She knew exactly what kind of person her daughter was. He has doted on Tivany since she was a child, which made Tivany develop a self-centered personality. This is not good, but Erwin has never thought about correcting anything. As an extraordinary wizard, he felt that his daughter could be willful, and this was the confidence brought by her strength. But this time, Erwin decided to let his daughter suffer a little. "Tivany, go and apologize to Lear." "What?" Tivany was stunned for a moment, and her tone became higher. "I said, go and apologize to Lear. Why?" Before Erwin could finish his words, Tivany retorted excitedly, with a hint of grievance in her tone. "Tivany, I've also seen how Lear treats you. He has always cared about you, but you don't care much about him. You have to know that care is mutual. Only when you respect others will others respect you." Alvin's tone became a little serious. Divine stood there blankly. It was the first time she felt her father speaking to her so seriously, and the anger in her heart was diluted a lot. She remembered what Lear had said to accuse her before and felt so wronged. After a long silence, Divine said with red eyes, "Even my father said this to me." "Tivany, Erwin opened his mouth, and looking at his daughter's aggrieved look, he wondered if he had really gone too far. Without waiting for Erwin to speak, Divine turned around and ran out with tears in her eyes. "Father, I hate you." Looking at Divine's back as she ran away, Alvin sighed helplessly. He knew his daughter well and believed that her little temper would get better after a while. He paid no attention to it, his eyes returning to the newspaper in his hand. Arcane in War, a dual law professional. It's incredible. If I can study it, can I break through the shackles of the extraordinary and reach the Holy Land? Erwin muttered to himself, with a gleam in his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 22. I feel like I was discovered stealing someone. The sky gradually darkened under the cover of darkness, but the morning star lit up in the darkness, embellishing the starry sky with a beautiful picture. After Lear finished his dinner, he called Eno to his bedroom. Milia's blood-giving ritual failed, and now he can only choose other targets. As expected, the little maid was targeted by him. After all, he was someone close to him, so he felt more at ease turning Eno into a believer of blood. Eno followed Lear, walking in the corridor on the third floor, his expression shy and excited. What could Lear do by calling her to his bedroom late at night? Eno had been waiting for this day for a long time. After all, a noble's personal maid often had the duty of warming the bed for her master. A young and beautiful girl like Eno would have been eaten up long ago in other noble families, but Lear never touches her. At one point, Eno felt that Lear looked down on her because of her humble background, and she was sad about it for a while. Lear didn't know what the little maid was thinking, and the two of them had already arrived in the bedroom. After closing the door, Lear looked at Eno. Although the little maid was not as beautiful as the princess, she was still a beauty. He coughed lightly, walked over to Eno, and stroked the maid's hair gently. The little maid's body trembled slightly, she closed her eyes shyly, and her cheeks turned red. "Eno, do you want to become a professional?" Lear's voice sounded in the maid's ears. "Ugh." Eno, who was ready to be favored by Lear, became noticeably stiff when he heard this. She slowly opened her eyes, with a hint of unconfidence in her eyes. "Master, is this what you called me to talk about? Is there any problem?" Lear frowned. The little maid felt bad after getting the response, and she was ashamed of her dirty thoughts. Seeing Eno's increasingly red face, Lear quickly reacted and understood the little maid's thoughts. After traveling through time for so many days, he knew Eno's feelings for him. It was obvious what Eno would think when he called her into the room alone in the middle of the night. He was only thinking about finding a quiet place to perform the blood-donating ceremony and completely forgot about this. Lear was a little embarrassed. What should he do now? Following Eno's thoughts, he transformed into an evil noble who bullied the little maid? But Milia was in the next room. After a long silence, Lear finally decided to complete the blood-donating ceremony first. "Well, Eno, I have a way that can allow you to awaken the law and become a professional." "Do you want to become a professional?" Lear said softly, pretending to be calm. Eno also calmed down at this moment, with a hint of shyness in his eyes. "As long as the young master wants it, Eno can do it." The little maid nodded seriously. "Even if the alien I awakened you to came from an alien god?" "If it is discovered, the Golden Church will, I don't care." Eno interrupted Lear, looked at Lear, and said firmly, "As long as the young master wants me to do it, Eno will not refuse." Lear was moved by Eno's attitude. Who wouldn't want a little maid who trusted him completely? He smiled, stretched out his hands and hugged Eno in his arms. "Now that you've said that, there's no chance to regret it." Without waiting for Eno to answer, he lowered his head and bit the little maid's lips. Eno's eyes widened, but soon his body went limp, and a bright red ritual light lit up the room. Late at night, Milia buried her whole body in the quilt. The panting sound coming from the next room made her teeth itch with anger. Late in the night, she knew what the noise was about without having to think about it. She also knew who lived in the bedroom next door. It was only her and Lear on the third floor. Disgusting. Shameless. Pervert. Milia kept cursing, feeling annoyed in her heart. She was obviously Lear's fiancée, and Lear treated her like that, but he went to find another woman at night. For a moment, Milia was a little insecure about her appearance. The panting sound continued until the early morning. Milia stared with dark circles under her eyes and couldn't fall asleep. The next day, Lear woke up satisfied. Eno lay in his arms with a beautiful smile on her face. He finally couldn't resist the temptation. After completing the blood-giving ceremony, he ate the little maid clean. Holding the maid's soft body, he opened the system panel. "You have completed the first stage of the mission, Blood's Revival. You have obtained 5 experience points.
the basic blood apostle skills: blood resonance and life binding shackles. You taught a blood hunter the law of blood. You have obtained the blood hunter professional skill blood mark, the second stage of the blood revival. Find other blood sect believers in the royal city. Mission reward, 50,000 experience points. Blood prisoner mask, failure penalty, curse of the Lord of Blood, task time. Limit, 30 days. The rewarded skill icon appeared in the skill bar, and detailed information about the skill also appeared in Lear's mind. I have to say that the skills given by the Lord of Blood are quite good. Blood resonance can give Lear the power to control blood for a short period of time, and can even allow him to forcibly control the blood in the bodies of professionals with lower levels than himself. As for the life binding shackles, a binding skill, it can continuously devour the target's physical strength. There is also the blood mark of the blood hunter. After spreading the profession of the blood law, the blood apostle can obtain some of the abilities of other blood law professions. Blood mark means that you can mark the target and sense the target's position. The farther the distance, the blurrier the perception, and it can increase the damage you can cause to the marked target. Lear is looking forward to what abilities the blood apostle class will have when it is upgraded to the later stages. While he was checking his skills, Ino let out a moan in her sleep. The little maid slowly opened her eyes, and when she saw Lear's face, she shyly shrank into Lear's arms. "Okay, I'm about to get up. Do you want to rest for a while? I'll let other maids do today's work." Lear patted Ino's smooth back. No need. I'll just work on my own." Ino raised his head with shyness in his eyes. "Is it okay?" Lear asked with concern. He bullied the little maid severely last night and only stopped when she begged for mercy. "It's okay, I feel a lot stronger and more powerful." Ino shook his head and Lear looked at the little maid's condition. She didn't seem to be trying to be brave. Was this the power of the blood law? He didn't say anything more. Ino helped Lear put on his clothes, changed his clothes himself, and walked out of the bedroom together. As soon as he walked out the door, Lear saw Milia walking towards him with a haggard face not far away in the corridor. When Milia saw Lear and Ino, her face turned red and she glared at Lear fiercely. "Obscene." After saying that, Milia quickly returned to the room. Lear and Ino stood there in an awkward atmosphere. They looked at each other, feeling as if they had been caught stealing someone away. It is normal for upper-class nobles to have multiple women, and the legal wife usually won't care, but you cannot have an affair in front of the legal wife. This is very humiliating. Of course, there are also some noble ladies who like this kind of tune, and will take the initiative to help their men find women, or even multiple women. But Milia is obviously not such a person. Lear shook his head and decided to find some time to communicate with Milia. After all, she was his fiancée. In the next few days, Lear had some free time and began to reorganize the servants in the Duke's mansion. Milia stayed in the Duke's palace, but she was no longer a prisoner. It was just that the Queen did not want others to find out that Milia was here. So Milia still can't leave, but he couldn't let Milia stay in the bedroom all the time. So Lear instructed the servants in the house. All the unimportant servants were dismissed, leaving only the maids who could meet the daily cleaning needs of the Duke's mansion, and he converted all of them into believers of the blood law, so that he could control the loyalty of these maids. Of course, this time the believers were not converted in the same way as Ino. He simply mixed his own blood into the maids' food, and then used the skills of the blood confessing ceremony on the maids, and finally let Ino lead them. Lear did not grant these maids the profession of law, but simply helped them awaken the law of blood and improve their physical fitness slightly. All these things were done without the maids' knowledge. End of this chapter. Chapter 23. Father, why are you taking off your pants? The evening in the royal city of Brafel was a little chilly. The sun disappeared in the clouds, and tired workers could be seen walking hurriedly on the streets after work. Lear sat on a bench, wearing a coat and a tall hat, and covering his face with a newspaper. He is searching for other blood cult followers hiding in the royal city. 5 days had passed since the second ring of the mission was triggered. He had visited almost the entire royal city, but he still had no clue about the other blood cult believers hiding in the royal city. There are many places where players are born in the game, except for the Rhodes Empire, which has no birthplace. The three kingdoms under it all have cities where many players are born. In his previous life, Lear was not a player of the kingdom of Brafel, so he was not very familiar with the situation in the royal city of Brafel. His eyes swept through the crowd on the street and he sighed helplessly. If pagans were so easy to find, they would have been wiped out by the Golden Church long ago. He is just a newly appointed cult leader, and the believers don't come to him themselves, but he is asked to dig himself.
Isn't this a bit unreasonable? He stood up and prepared to go home to have a good meal and come out again in the evening. It is common sense that pagan activities are more frequent late at night. Just as he closed the newspaper and was about to leave, a luxurious carriage slowly drove up from a distance. The carriage was engraved with the golden tree emblem of the Golden Church. When it passed by Lear saw a cold face behind the slightly lifted curtain. Discover the golden law source material carrier causes a certain degree of negative emotional fluctuations in the carrier of the law source, and can gain corresponding law affinity. Looking at the system panel that suddenly popped up in front of him, Lear fell silent. This was the second person he saw who could activate the golden finger. The previous one was Milia, who carried the law of Morningstar, and he also knew this person, the saint of the Golden Church, Ophanina Adrian. The Golden Church's carriage moved forward slowly, and everyone along the way tactfully gave way. Wolfangina looked at the information in her hand with a curious expression on her face. Emily, do you think there is really someone in this world who can gain the favor of the two major laws at the same time? The young man in armor was stunned for a moment before he said, Your Highness, are you talking about the heir of the Stuart family? Ophanina nodded. If it's the laws of arcane and war, then maybe it's possible, but the believers of the golden law will never believe in a second law. The young man named Maury said seriously, as if he was guaranteeing his loyalty. Ophelia chuckled and did not comment on Maury's words. She looked out the window and saw a tall building located in a clean neighborhood without any trace of filth. This is the Golden Church branch in the royal city of Brayful. Led by the guards, the group slowly walked into the cathedral. Not far away, Lear watched this scene and raised his eyebrows when he saw Ophanina. His first thought was to arrest her like he did to Milia and lock her up at home. This is the second source carrier that can improve the affinity of the law. Although it is the golden law that he doesn't like very much, he can also obtain 100 additional attribute points by maxing out the affinity of the golden law. It's like getting 100 levels for free, but Lear quickly put this idea to rest. Ophanina is different from Milia. She is a real strong person who has reached a high level. He cannot defeat her. Moreover, once the Golden Saint disappears, the Golden Church will definitely conduct a thorough investigation, and his situation will be very dangerous at that time unless there is something that can isolate the power of the law. Lear touched his chin for a long time, then suddenly slapped himself. What on earth was he thinking? Why did he want to arrest people at every turn? He acted like a pervert stalking him. Moreover, Milia's issue was just resolved not long ago, and now another time bomb is caught. Isn't this too long-lived? Don't be blinded by the golden finger. Lear calmed down, stopped having wild thoughts, and did not stay in the Golden Cathedral any longer. He went straight home. When they got home, Eno had already prepared dinner and Milia had dinner with him. During this period, his relationship with Milia eased a lot, and Milia's attitude towards him became more ambiguous. After all, they were still engaged. Eno also became a close friend with Milia, and the relationship between girls warmed up quickly. After dinner, Lear was about to leave the living room. When he was about to leave, Milia suddenly asked with a blush on her cheeks, Have you been busy lately? Are you concerned about me? Lear smiled. Milia's face turned even redder and she glared at Lear. He walked up to Milia and gently kissed the little princess on the cheek while she was off guard. Such an action naturally caused Milia to feel shy, and the affinity of the Chinching law increased again. Looking at Milia, although she looked shy, she didn't show much resistance. This was a good development. The girl is gradually adapting to the identity of a wife. I'll take some time to accompany you these days. Lear patted Milia's little head. He knew that Milia felt a little lonely in the Duke's mansion. Although she had Eno with her, she could only walk around the Duke's mansion. I really don't know what the Queen said to her to make Milia willing to stay here. Who wants you to accompany me? Milia said stubbornly. Lear did not burst the girl's self-esteem, but smiled, took his coat and turned away. After walking out of the door, I will look for the traces of the blood believers again tonight. It will be 5 consecutive days. According to the rule of work 5 days and rest 2 days, I should rest for a few days. Even though we have traveled through time, we cannot still work 996 and have no human rights. The royal city at night is not as prosperous as it is during the day, but you can still see some shops with lights on, most of which are bars or places with street girls. For 5 days, Lear focused on observing the slums and citizen areas, and did not search the aristocratic areas. There are many professionals and members of the legal sect in the aristocratic district. If one is not extremely bold, it is hard to imagine that there would be a heretical sect hiding in the aristocratic district. Of course, this is not absolute. If a noble takes the initiative to communicate with the outer gods, it may not be the case, such as himself. Or with a self-deprecating smile, Lear walked forward into the night. Unknowingly, He came to the place where he saw Ophelia during the day. The lights were still on in the golden cathedral. Why did Ophanina come to the golden church branch in Brayfield? He pondered, remembering that he had seen in the background information on the official website that the saint came to Brayfield to eradicate paganism. Lee's eyes suddenly widened. After all this time, you are here to mess with yourself? He was somewhat speechless, looking at the brightly lit cathedral, and after thinking for a moment, he slowly reached up. Now that we already know that Saint Ophanina is here to eradicate paganism, it is important to know ourselves and our enemy, and if the other party finds the hidden blood cult believers, he can also complete the mission of the Lord of Blood. As for what will happen to the followers of the blood cult after Ophanina finds them, Lear could only hope that those believers could be stronger and not be killed by the saint. Otherwise, apart from the maids in the mansion, who have little fighting ability, he would be left alone. Choosing a secluded fence, Lear flipped over and entered the interior of the cathedral. The backyard of the church was very dark, with only a few oil lamps hanging on the walls. There were no people around, as the nuns and believers had already gone to rest at this time. Lear walked along the wall. He remembered that he had been to the Golden Church once. Distinguished guests would be accommodated in the guest rooms on the west side. As he walked along the road, he suddenly heard a sound coming from a small room not far away. Father, why are you taking off your pants? This was a childish boy's voice. Child, this is necessary to perform the sacred golden gift. Another voice sounded. Lear stood there in a daze. End of this chapter. Chapter 24. The shameful and angry golden saint. Lear knew that the upper-class nobles had decadent private lives, but he never expected that even the priests of the Golden Church had such unique tastes. In his previous life, he had heard that the priests and bishops of the Golden See like little boys, but he just thought it was a joke at that time. After all, the Golden Church is sacred and solemn in the public's impression, but the reality is often far from what it seems. Lear only took one look and felt that his eyes were hit hard. He opened the door swiftly, walked behind the priest, and used a magical shock to knock both the priest and the little boy unconscious. Now that we have seen it, we can't just pretend that nothing happened. As for how to deal with the priest and the little boy, it was already a kindness on his part that he gave the saint a hint before leaving. He was not a saint, and he did not think he could save anyone. Lear shook his head and turned to the VIP guest rooms on the west side. In the VIP guest room, Ophanina was sitting on the bed in her dress, still holding the document she had obtained during the day. It contained Lear's detailed information. In addition to eradicating the heretical sects that had fled from the Rhodes Empire, she also had another mission when she came to Brayfield, which was to contact the heir of Stuart. During the day, Maury said that believers of the Golden Rule would not believe in the second law, which is correct, but it is not just about gold. The same is true for arcane and war. No one has ever been able to gain favor from both laws at the same time. After all, there is a God behind every law, and no God is willing to share his believers. What an interesting man. Once we have cleared out the heretics of the corrupt sect, we can go get to know him. Ophanina smiled. She put down the documents in her hand and was about to take a break when she suddenly heard the sound of a branch breaking outside the window. Who is it? Ophelia frowned instantly. She quickly walked to the window, and her female intuition told her that something was wrong. Outside the window, Lear looked at the broken branches under his feet and felt a little unwell. Looking at Ophanina looking down from the second-floor window, he felt even worse. Second floor, you can hear it from such a distance? Who are you? A light flashed from Ophanina's right hand, illuminating the situation below. I saw a figure in a black coat and a tall hat sneaking against the wall. Lear sighed. Now that he had been discovered, he could only run away. He quickly took out the Night Rose from the storage ring, activated the Night Rose's special skill, and turned the sword blade invisible. As long as he starts the Aslan Royal Swordsmanship to transform the attribute into dexterity, he will leave, confident that Ophanina cannot stop him. Are you a heretic from a corrupt sect? Seeing that the Black Shadow hadn't spoken, Ophelia became even more suspicious. I had not publicized my arrival in Brayfield, nor had I revealed my identity when I entered the city during the day. Who would eavesdrop in the middle of the night? Only corrupt pagans who have fled here from the Empire. Damned pagan, I haven't even gone to look for you yet, and you dare to come to my door? Ophanina raised her eyebrows. Lear below was stunned for a moment after hearing what Ophelia said. Corruption cult? Not blood cult. He instantly realized that he had made a mistake and that the other party was not here to cause trouble for him at all. An embarrassed expression appeared on the face under the tall hat, and Lear turned around and was about to run. Don't even think about running. Ophanina snorted coldly, and an invisible light wave locked onto Lear's body. Instantly, Lear felt his body grow heavy. Point 1 of prayer's signature skills, repent. greatly weakens the target's basic attributes. Lear took a look at his character panel and found that all his attributes had dropped by at least 50%. Damn, I almost forgot that the Golden Church's praying men have such an impotent skill. The class oppression of high-level professionals is simply impossible for ordinary mid-level professionals to resist. Lear was a little panicked. He immediately activated Aslan's royal swordsmanship, maxed out his agility, and ran a long way in an instant. Seeing this, Afanina jumped out of the window, swinging her iron scepter, and chased after him without thinking. The two of them were in front and one behind, and the distance between them was not much. The attribute weakening of repentance was still too serious. Lear gritted his teeth and looked at Ophelia, who was chasing him relentlessly, feeling anxious. Saint Afanina also has another title. She is called the Daughter of the Golden Law. Although she is a support-type prayer practitioner, she also has the combat-type judge skills. She can fight and heal, and can be said to be all-round with no blind spots. With his current strength, he is no match for the opponent. Even if he wants to escape, he needs to have enough mana. Aslan royal swordsmanship can only last for 100 seconds, which is not enough time. What's more, he is now attacked by impotence. Just when Lear was at a loss, he suddenly remembered the eye-catching room he had just seen, and his eyes lit up. Your Highness, I am not the corrupt pagan you want to eliminate. If you chase me again, I guarantee you will see the sight of hell. Lear turned around and shouted to Ophelia. Humph. Do you think I will listen to your nonsense? Damn heretic, you should be the one going to hell. Ophelia didn't take Lear's words to heart at all. A mid-level professional, not worth mentioning. Lear curled his lips and said, You asked for this. He ran straight to the priest's room and broke the wooden door when he reached it. Seeing this scene, Afanina in the back smiled. This pagan must have panicked and actually ran into the room. Isn't this courting death? Immediately, she chased after him. As soon as she entered the room, Afanina smelled a strange smell. In the middle of the room, a little boy and the priest were lying on the bed in disheveled. At this moment, the priest seemed to be awakened and opened his eyes dazedly. Strange, how could I fall asleep? He glanced at the boy, who seemed to be asleep on the bed, and didn't feel anything unusual. Maybe he was a little tired. The priest nodded, ready to continue his hobby. His evil smile reappeared on his face. Child, the gift of gold has not ended yet. How can you sleep? As he said this, he reached out and tried to tear off the little boy's clothes. At this moment, Lear patted the priest on the shoulder and said, Father, are you going to do something that blasphemes the golden law in front of us? The priest was startled and jumped off the bed. He turned around and saw Ophelia with an unbelievable look on her face and a man wrapped tightly. Your Highness, the Saint. After a long while, the priest reacted and said tremblingly. Afanina came back to her senses and her cheeks turned red, not sure whether she was angry or embarrassed. This is the Cathedral of the Golden Rule. How could anyone dare to do such a thing? How is it? Is this a scene from hell? Lear laughed, and without waiting for Afanina to answer, he converted all his attributes into strength. The knight rose directly, pierced the wall, creating a big hole, and then ran out quickly. Afanina looked at Lear, who was running away, then glanced at the ragged priest and the trembling boy, and finally gritted her teeth, swung the scepter and hit the priest hard. How could a believer of gold have a scum like you? How dare you do such a filthy thing in the sacred golden cathedral? You are a blasphemer who deserves to go to hell. Die! Die! She continued to vent her anger, and her shame made her forget about Lear's escape. The shrill screams soon attracted other people in the cathedral. The Golden Bishop and Guard Mori were the first to arrive at the scene. They were dumbfounded when they saw the scene before them. The Golden Bishop looked at the priest, who was no longer in human form, feeling infinite sorrow in his heart. He had clearly told the saint that she would stay for a few days and try to restrain herself, so why did she still commit the crime against the wind? Bishop Gas, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. After venting her anger, Ophelia turned to look at the bishop beside her. Your Highness, I really don't know anything about Father Colin. You know, I am a loyal golden believer and there is no way I would allow such blasphemous things. Bishop Gas immediately distanced himself from the matter. Ophelia gritted her teeth. It's better this way. Lear no longer knew what had happened in the Golden Cathedral. He had already escaped from the church and came to an empty alley. A prompt on the system panel popped up in front of him. The anger and shame emotional fluctuation values of the Golden Law Source Carrier have reached 94%, and you have gained 2% of the Golden Law affinity. Can this also gain legal affinity? Lear had no idea that he only led Ophelia to the priest's room, and it was the priest who really caused the mental harm to Ophelia. So even if the emotional fluctuations are caused indirectly, the golden finger's target can be achieved. If this is the case, there will be more room for maneuver. End of this chapter. Chapter 25. The story of Ophelia and the little boy. Back at the Duke's mansion, Lear has little magic left. The feeling of emptiness brought by the exhaustion of magic power made him so tired that he went back to his room to sleep. The next day, he was awakened by a scream. Turning his head dazedly, he felt something soft and gentle breaking free from his arms. When he opened his eyes, he saw Milia's blushing face. Lear woke up instantly, looked around, and then smiled. "Good morning, my princess. Why are you in my bed?" Milia grabbed the quilt, looking like a beauty in a painting. Lear shrugged his shoulders. He could guess the reason. Maybe he went to the wrong room when he came back last night. Who made their bedrooms next to each other? It should be normal for an unmarried couple to sleep in the same bed. He smiled, reached out and pulled Milia into his arms, feeling the softness of the girl's body. "What are you going to do? You, be good." Lear grabbed Milia's struggling hand. "Let me hold you for a while." Hearing this, Milia was stunned for a moment. It was the same domineering tone again, just like before. While imprisoned, Lear never took her feelings into consideration and forced her to do all kinds of shameful things, but now, with the same overbearing tone, she could hardly resist it. During the days she stayed in the Duke's mansion, Eno told her a lot about Lear, and she got to know Lear better. Anyway, her body had been examined thoroughly, and only the last step was left to be taken. Fortunately, she had begun to accept her identity as the mistress of Stuart. Moreover, Lear is powerful and handsome, and, at least in appearance, perfect as a husband. Milia gave up struggling and her body slowly relaxed. Feeling the changes in Milia's body, Lear's mouth curled up slightly, and he lowered his head to rub the girl's long hair. It turns out that it's not that difficult to win over a girl. Even though he had done something very excessive to Milia before, it would be easy for him to fall in love with her as long as he changed his attitude. Of course, the premise of all this is that you are strong enough and handsome enough. If it were in his previous life, he would be rich and handsome, and such a man would attract attention wherever he went. The two stayed in the room for a long time until there was a knock on the bedroom door. "Your Highness, your breakfast." Eno pushed open the door and saw two people in ambiguous positions on the bed, and froze where he was. Soon, the little maid reacted. Her cheeks turned red, then she turned around quickly and slammed the door shut. While Lear and the little princess were developing their relationship, Ophelia stayed up all night. The image of the priest and the little boy hugging each other kept echoing in her mind, and she tossed and turned in her bed. "Your Highness, I have already found out about Father Colin." According to the child's confession, Father Colin bought him from his parents for 1 silver coin. We also found other little boys in Father Colin's home. The little boy said that the priest would take someone to the cathedral every week for grace. Maury came to Ophelia and read the information in his hand. He couldn't imagine that there would be such a person among the believers of the Golden Rule. "Not only did you bring the little boy home, but you also went on to wreak havoc in the sacred Golden Cathedral, changing the one every week. If this isn't blasphemy, what is even more disgusting than those pagans? So, the dirty priest does this once a week?" Ophelia's tone became increasingly angry. "Yes, Your Highness the Saint." Maury nodded silently. He could feel that Ophelia was now like a volcano that was about to erupt. "Your Highness, I really don't know anything about this." Seeing that the situation was not good, Bishop Gas stood up and clarified. Ophelia turned her head and stared at the bishop in front of her. It was only after a long time that she suppressed the anger in her heart. She was really disappointed with the bishop in front of her. Not only did a blasphemer like Father Colin appear in the sacred cathedral, but he even failed to notice the intrusion of pagans. This was a serious dereliction of duty. "I hope you really don't know. If you and that priest are both blasphemers, I will purify you just like I purified the priest," Ophelia said coldly. The bishop's expression became a little stiff, and he could only nod awkwardly. "That's it, then. You go contact the royal family of Brayful. I've already told you the purpose of my coming here this time. The corrupt sect has fled here, and King Brayful is also a believer in the golden law of the Holy See. This cleanup mission requires the cooperation of the royal family." Ophelia waved her hand and sent the bishop away. The bishop responded and retreated with a sense of relief. Watching the bishop's back as he left, Ophelia had already labeled him incompetent in her mind. If this bishop cannot demonstrate convincing achievements in the next campaign to clean up corrupt sects, she will need to consider whether a new bishop should be transferred from the imperial church. He cultivated his relationship with Milia in the morning,
spent half a day in the study in the afternoon, and went out again in the evening. He didn't want to work, but the golden rule affinity he gained last night gave him an idea. Maybe he could get Ophelia's golden rule affinity just by sitting at home. Jingle bell. The bell on the door made a crisp sound. Lear pushed open the door of the newspaper office and walked in. "Excuse me, can I publish articles here?" Lear asked in a deep voice as he walked to the front desk of the newspaper. The newspaper employee raised his head and looked at the person in front of him with a strange expression. Although the climate in the royal city is about to enter winter, the person in front of him is still a little too dressed. He was wearing a coat, a top hat, a scarf, and even a pair of sunglasses, making it impossible to see his appearance at all. "Excuse me, can I publish an article here?" Seeing that the newspaper employee was looking at him without saying anything, Lear repeated it again. The newspaper staff finally reacted and stood up from their seats. "Sir, of course you can publish the article, but if you want to publish the article in our daily morning newspaper, you must review it. Can you show me the article first?" Lear nodded when he heard this and took out a stack of papers from his storage ring, which he had prepared long ago. Seeing Lear take out a piece of paper out of thin air, the staff's attitude changed. Those who can afford storage props are either rich or noble, usually aristocrats or professionals, and not ordinary aristocrats or professionals. He respectfully took the paper handed to him by Lear, and when he saw the title of the article, he couldn't help but be stunned. The title is "Frowny Face: The Secret That Ophinia Has to Tell." Turn to the next one. "Frowny Face: The Story of the Heretic Nun Ophinia and the Little Boy." The staff flipped through all the articles, and they were all stories about a nun named Ophinia. From a heretical and corrupt sect, something like nuns like little boys, nuns like to use various punishments to torture civilians, and so on. This is the result of Lear's busy afternoon. How about it? Can it be published? Lear asked. "Sir, it can be published, but we're afraid we can't give you too much in royalties." The clerk looked at it carefully. "The writing style of these articles is pretty good. I think some people will like them if they are put in the novels section. Moreover, they are stories that expose heretical sects, so ZZQQ is very important. Well, and there are so many articles here that I'm afraid we can only pick out a few," the clerk added. Lear shook his head and took out 5 gold coins from his storage ring. "I'll pay you 5 gold coins. I don't need your royalties. I hope these articles can spread throughout the royal city within 3 days." The employee was a little dumbfounded. It was the first time he heard that one could publish an article without any payment and had to pay for it out of his own pocket, and 5 gold coins? "The newspaper's annual income is only this much." "Sir, are you serious?" The clerk took off his glasses and asked tremblingly. "Of course. If you can spread these articles throughout the royal city within 3 days, these 5 gold coins will be yours." Lear nodded. "Please be sure to give this task to us." The staff member excitedly shook Lear's hand. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, Hide Milia. The Golden Saint was not well known in Breefield. Except for the high-ranking members of the law sect and some great nobles, almost no one knew the name of the saint. All I know is that in the Rhodes Empire, there is a saint at the headquarters of the Golden Church, and that's all. That was why Lear dared to go to the newspaper office with the evil novel with Ophanina as the protagonist. He was already looking forward to Ophelia's reaction the next time he saw her. It was already late when he returned home. After dinner, Lear sneaked into Miriam's room. Although Milia was a little shy, she had no choice but to let Lear hold her like a doll, silent all night. The next day, Lear was awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Letting go of Milia, he walked to the door in a daze and opened it. When he saw the figure at the door, he instantly woke up. "Elder sister?" Seeing Avian, Lear subconsciously stood in front of the door, blocking Milia's face. "It's already this late, and you're still sleeping?" Avian said unhappily, not noticing Lear's abnormality. "Outside the window, the sun is shining directly down. It is already noon." Lear raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to sleep until this time. He glanced at Milia, who was still in bed. He always slept soundly when he held the little princess in his arms. Avian also took a look inside the room and saw a girl wrapped in a quilt on the bed with only her fair little feet exposed. She frowned and said, "You need to be more restrained. You and the princess have already been engaged. If your private life is so messy and the princess dislikes you in the future, it will be a loss of face for Stuart." Facing his sister's lecture, Lear shrugged. From Avian's angle, she couldn't see Milia's face. If Avian knew that the person lying on the bed was the princess, she would probably doubt her life. Nodding, Lear echoed Avian and said with a smile, "Yes, I know, dear sister. So what do you want to see me for?" Avian's cheeks turned red when she was addressed by Lear. She glared at Lear and took out a letter from her arms. This is the invitation that Her Majesty the Queen asked me to hand-deliver to you personally. Invitation?
Lear took the letter from Avian. Yes, His Majesty the King plans to hold a banquet in 3 days and has invited many nobles.
You have to go too. Avian nodded. Banquet? Is there something going on?
Lear asked as he opened the letter. The letter was just an ordinary banquet invitation, and Lear didn't see anything unusual. I heard that a big shot has come from the Golden Church.
It seems like something big is going to happen. Anyway, you should get ready. I will go with you in 3 days.
Avian explained. The big shot of the Golden Church. Lear smiled. It seemed to be the saint, I understand.
I will go. Is that the case? If there is nothing else, would you like to stay and have lunch before leaving?
Lear closed the letter. Forget it, I still have work to do.
I'll come to see you next time.
Avian shook her head. The two exchanged a few pleasantries and Avian left. When Avian's back disappeared from his sight, Lear closed the bedroom door again. Milia had already woken up and looked at Lear with a slightly red face. What happened? His Majesty will hold a banquet in 2 days and invite me to attend. Lear waved the letter in his hand and was about to show it to Milia, but suddenly found that the handwriting on the letter had disappeared. Instead, a new line of text appears. Hide Milia. Lear's eyes fixed. What's wrong?
Milia asked, tilting her head. It's okay, it's just a banquet. Maybe they want to issue some new decrees.
Lear put away the letter in his hand calmly and smiled slightly. Time always passes quickly without us noticing, and 2 more days have passed. I in the study. Lear looked at the newspapers sent by the newspaper office and nodded with satisfaction.
It must be said that the newspaper office was very quick. In less than 3 days, the collection of Ophelia's stories he wrote had been spread throughout the royal city. When he went shopping in the morning, he heard passers-by on the street talking about the story of the heretic nun named Ophnina. This nun is so hateful. Milia lay on the table, feeling a little indignant. Yes, nuns like this should go to hell.
Lear echoed. Milia turned her head and felt that Lear's tone was a little strange, but she didn't say much. Are you going to the party tonight? Milia suddenly asked. Yeah, but don't worry, I'll be back soon.
Lear put down the newspaper in his hand. Milia bit her lip and nodded, but her expression was a little lost. Lear looked at the girl and knew why she was lost. She couldn't attend the party hosted by her father, she couldn't go out with her husband and could only stay at home alone, like a bird in a cage. The codeword on the Queen's invitation 2 days ago was probably that she was afraid that Milia's Morningstar law would be discovered by the bigwigs of the Golden Church. But was it necessary to be so cautious? Milia hasn't even awakened yet.
If she is really discovered, then he, the leader of the blood cult, will be in greater danger. After comforting Milia for a while, Lear changed himself into a formal banquet dress. Then I'll be leaving. He said goodbye to Milia. Under the girl's gaze, he slowly walked out the door. Avian had been waiting in the hall for a long time, and her eyes lit up when she saw Lear. You are worthy of being my brother. You will make all the men jealous today.
Sister, you have said this many times. Lear waved his hand. I'm telling the truth.
Avian snorted. Lear looked at the mirror beside him. The man in the mirror was tall and handsome.
What Avian said was indeed right. He shrugged and took Avian's hand. When Lear and Avian arrived at the palace, there were already many carriages engraved with noble family crests parked at the door. They entered the banquet hall, and just as they walked through the door, they saw a girl in a dress pushing a wheelchair passing by. In the wheelchair was Eric. Seeing Lear, Eric's already gloomy face became even gloomier. Lear smiled at Eric. Are you laughing at me?
Eric glared at Lear. Of course not.
I would never laugh at a patient. Eric's eyes turned red with anger when he heard this, but he couldn't refute it. He can only direct his anger at the girl behind him. What are you still standing there for? Push me away, you filthy woman. The insults echoed in the hall.
Many nobles passing by frowned, and Lear also frowned. He looked at the girl, who was quite beautiful and wearing a dress. He seemed to have some impression of her. Adele Norton, a name came to his mind. This was Eric's sister. How can you say that about your sister?
Before Lear could say anything, Avian on the side angrily accused. What does what I think of a woman born to a lowly servant have to do with you?
Eric did not hide his disgust for the girl. The girl stood there quietly, her expression unchanged. She nodded towards Avian as if to express her gratitude, then glanced at Lear. The two looked at each other, and inexplicably, a feeling of intimacy arose in Lear's heart. Just then, the system panel suddenly popped up. you have completed the second stage of the mission Blood's revival and found the Blood followers in the royal city. You have obtained 5 experience points in the Blood prisoner mask. End of this chapter. Chapter 27. We are all heretics. Adele Norton is 18 years old. She was born in the Duke's house and is the younger sister of Eric Norton. Her mother was a maid in Norton House. She was favored by the Duke of Norton in her early years and gave birth to her, but she died during childbirth. She was beautiful, having inherited her mother's genes, and had long, slightly curly brown hair, completely different from Eric. Adele's childhood was not a happy one. She had a fat brother who always bullied her and a fat mistress who was very mean to her. Because her affinity with the arcane law was very low, it was difficult for her to achieve success as a mage, and her father, Duke Norton, did not treat her very well. He planned to send her away as a tool for marriage after she came of age. Last night, the Duke of Norton found Adele and asked her to attend a banquet. She couldn't refuse, and the Duke of Norton would always take her to banquets among the nobles, but this was not a father's love for his daughter, but just to find her a good husband, a husband who could bring her enough benefits. At this moment, Adele looked at Lear standing on the other side. There was no change on the surface, but she was a little excited in her heart. This was not the first time she had seen Lear. She had seen Lear at many previous banquets. He is still as handsome as before, but his previous cold temperament seems to have changed a little, becoming more elegant. This attracted her, and she was attracted to it from the first time she saw Lear. But Lear is the heir of the Stuart family, and his relationship with the Norton family is not good, and it can even be said that they are hostile to each other. She once fantasized about whether her father would reconcile with the Stuart family, and it would not be unacceptable for her to be given as a gift to Lear as his lover. Adele's cheeks flushed slightly at the thought, but soon calmed down. She shook her head in self-mockery. How could that be? In the duel at the Kingdom Arena, Lear brought disgrace to the Norton family. How could his father be willing to reconcile with Stuart, and Lear has the princess? Although Adele didn't know the princess very well, no girl would want to share her husband with others, even with her lover. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave. Eric urged again angrily. Adele woke up from her fantasy, became expressionless again, pushed Eric's wheelchair and turned away, looking at Adele's departing back. Lear's eyes became deep. He didn't expect to meet a believer of blood here, and she was Eric's sister. It was a little unbelievable. No wonder he searched for so long in the urban area and the slums and found nothing. It turned out that it was really the outer gods that the nobles communicated with themselves. However, there was one thing that seemed strange to Lear. He only saw one blood believer, but the mission was completed. Could it be that Adele was the only blood believer in the royal city? How long do you want to see? Avian stepped forward and patted Lear on the shoulder. You are not interested in the daughter of the Duke of Norton, are you? How could that be? I just feel a little sorry for her. Lear shrugged. She is indeed pitiful. I heard that she is not well received in the Duke of Norton's mansion. Avian looked at Adele's back with a hint of sympathy in her eyes. As women, even if we are on opposite sides, we still have a feeling of mutual understanding. The two of them didn't say anything more about Adele and walked deeper into the banquet hall, holding Avian's arm. Lear took the time to check the previous mission reward in the storage ring. Name, Blood Prisoner category, Legal Relics Introduction. The Blood Prisoner mask contains the original power of the blood law. Wearing it on your body can block all external perceptions. It can be transformed into any accessory. You can create a new identity composed of the blood law. This is limited to the blood law profession. This is a mask, or it would be more accurate to say a helmet, like the horned demon head in the legend. Continued, confused by the Queen's words, Lear asked in confusion, why? Do you know who today's party is for? The Golden Church? It's the Golden Saint. The Queen corrected Lear. What's the difference? The Golden Saint has the ability to detect heresy. Lear was stunned. The Saint had the ability to detect heresy? He really didn't know that. The Golden Saint possesses the power to detect the heretical laws of the outer gods. The Queen shook her head and continued, when I wrote the invitation letter to you, I didn't know it was the Golden Saint who was coming. I thought it was just an ordinary Golden Church bishop, so I only asked you to hide Milia and didn't tell you anything. Lear fell silent. If the Golden Saint could really detect the heretical laws, then he would be in danger now. After all, he had many kinds of heretical laws on his body, not only blood but also Morningstar. Moreover, the fact that the Queen could say such words also showed that the other party really knew that he had communicated with the outer gods. It was just speculation before, but now it can be confirmed. Do you know that I have communicated with the outer gods? Lear asked directly. Of course, I knew it when you dueled with Eric. The queen smiled. The aura of heresy law in you is so strong that it seems to be overflowing. Lear's expression looked a little ugly, but then he thought of another question. He suddenly said, Queen, you and Milia should also be believers of the heretical law, right? Continued, Lear controlled it in his mind, and the original prisoner mask turned into a ring. He does have the ability to transform himself, and as for blocking the outside world's perception, Lear thinks it probably means that no one can detect his own information, and the ability to create a whole new identity, like creating a new character in a game. Lear thought to himself. He followed Avian calmly, took off the blood prisoner mask that had transformed into a ring from the storage ring, and put it on another finger. The two had already arrived at the center of the hall. The banquet had not yet begun. Just as Lear was about to sit down and study the new equipment, a waiter came up to Lear. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lear Stuart? Lear raised his head and looked at the waiter with some confusion. What can I do for you? Her Majesty the Queen wishes to see you, the waiter replied. Queen? Lear was stunned. On the side, Avian turned her head and looked at Lear after hearing the waiter's words, as if she wanted to ask if he had gotten into trouble again. Lear reacted and guessed that it might be the secret message in the letter. He stood up and said to the waiter, Take me there. Following the waiter, they soon arrived at a compartment. He went into the room and the waiter stayed outside, closing the door. In the room, Queen Philia was sitting on a chair. Seeing Lear, she sighed, You shouldn't be here. End of the chapter. Hearing this, the queen was a little surprised. Milia told you what I said to her? No, I guessed. Lear laughed. Your Majesty, since we are all heretics, aren't you afraid of being discovered by the saint? As if she understood Lear's thoughts, the queen shook her head and said, We are different. I only have the affinity of the law, but you and Milia both have the essence of the law. For me, as long as the Golden Saint does not actively investigate me, she will not find out, the queen said, and suddenly her tone slowed down. She frowned. Wait, why did the aura of heresy law disappear from you? What do you mean? Lear asked in confusion. I can no longer sense the aura of heresy and law that originally emanated from you. What did you do? The queen stared at Lear closely, as if she had discovered something incredible. Lear was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of the blood on his hands. End of this chapter. Chapter 28. Why does this name sound so familiar? After staying in the compartment for more than 10 minutes, Lear was driven up by the queen. The queen wanted to know why the aura of heresy and lawlessness in him had disappeared, but Lear didn't tell her, which made the queen very unhappy. Lear glanced at the closed door of the compartment and thought of the queen's frustrated look just now, and he felt in a good mood. It turns out that the dignified queen can also be angry, just like when Miria is angry, but more mature and more charming. He lowered his head to glance at the bloody prisoner mask in his hand. The shielding effect of the bloody prisoner mask could actually cover up the aura of law emanating from his body. Now he didn't have to worry about the saint. I really have to thank the Lord of Blood for his gift. Lear praised in his heart. Returning to the banquet, he was about to go back to Avian, but found the atmosphere a little subtle. At a dining table not far away, a young girl was sitting on the ground, holding her left arm with her right hand. Her forehead was a little red and swollen, and there were scattered glass fragments on the ground. It's Adele. What happened? Lear walked up to Avian and asked, You're back. Seeing Lear, Avian's eyes lit up. Hearing Lear's question, she became angry again. Just now, Earl Bauer's son tried to make a move on Adele, and when he was rejected, he even hit her. Lear turned his head and looked in Adele's direction again. A pockmarked young nobleman was looking down at Adele with a lustful gleam in his eyes. Adele, I have asked my father to propose to the Duke of Norton. You can't escape. You will have to marry me soon, said the young man. Lear had an impression of this man. He was Eric's follower, named Fedor Bauer. Eric sat in a wheelchair nearby, watching the scene coldly, not caring at all about Fedor's behavior towards his sister. The nobles around stopped talking and looked at this scene with different expressions. The banquet has not started yet. Those who have arrived here in advance are young descendants of nobles. The nobles with real titles will arrive later. Some young nobles were disgusted by Fedor's behavior, while others wanted to watch the show, but no one stepped forward to stop him. Lear frowned. This was Eric's family affair and he shouldn't interfere. But Adele was a believer of blood and also his subordinate. How could he just watch her being humiliated? Fedor walked towards Adele step by step, looking at the girl's exposed skin greedily. He stretched out his hand and actually intended to tear off Adele's clothes in such a situation. The male nobles around were all excited. On the surface, these nobles were very gentlemanly, but no one knew how decadent their lives were in private. Many nobles have a special exhibitionism habit. They had no intention of stopping Fedor's behavior. Avian raised her eyebrows when she saw this scene. These nobles didn't care, but she couldn't bear to see such a scene. Just as she was about to stop Fedor, Lear stepped forward. A strong hand grabbed Fedor's arm that was reaching out to Adele. Before Fedor could react, he felt dizzy and flew out. I am really ashamed of your behavior. It seems that Earl Bauer has never taught you how to respect others. A cold voice rang out in the hall, and the originally tense atmosphere was like a bucket of cold water suddenly poured on it. Everyone fell silent. Everyone looked at Lear standing in front of Adele. They all knew him. This is the most famous person in the royal city in recent times. He is also the legendary duel law professional and the heir of Stuart. Which bastard is it? Fedor was furious after being thrown out. When he wanted to see who it was, he saw Lear's cold eyes. Lear, what are you doing? Eric on the side reacted and shouted angrily, what? Lear smiled. I just helped you do what you should do. You don't need to thank me. After all, I injured you in a duel not long ago, making it impossible for you to help your sister. He added with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Lear's words caused some of the nobles who were watching to laugh. They knew that Adele was Eric's sister and had witnessed the duel before. Eric gritted his teeth at the laughter around him. Fedor climbed up from a distance, came to Eric, and looked at Lear with some fear. Without paying any more attention to the two clowns, Lear reached out and helped Adele up. Looking at the girl who had remained calm until now, he frowned and said, don't you care at all when others humiliate you like this? He knew very well that the girl in front of him was a believer in blood, and it should not be difficult to deal with Fedor, who was not even a professional, but the girl just endured it silently. Adele was silent. This was the first time she was so close to Lear. When she heard what he said, her eyes trembled slightly. Of course she cared, but what could she do? She has power, but it comes from heretical laws that are not tolerated by gold. If she took action, she would probably be judged by the Golden Church, so she had been enduring it, but it has reached its limit. If Fedor really pushes the limit, she will be doomed. Fortunately, Lear stood up like a hero. Seeing that Adele didn't say anything, Lear raised his eyebrows. Thinking of the other party's identity as a blood believer, he seemed to understand why the other party had been enduring. Adele must be very troubled. She is not welcome in the Norton family and has heretical laws. She can only hide herself from being discovered and suffers bullying. Then one day she can no longer bear it, exposes the power of blood, and is judged by the Holy Golden Church. This is her ending. Lear had never heard of this character in his previous life in the game. Maybe she was purified by the Golden Saint at this banquet. This is the tragedy of heretical legal professionals, like rats that cannot stand the light. Sighing, Lear moved closer to Adele's body and whispered in the girl's ear, let's talk after the banquet is over. I know that you have the power of blood. When Adele heard Lear's words, her body immediately stiffened and her expression became nervous. Don't worry, I won't tell this secret to anyone else, Lear added. Adele looked at Lear's calm face and her mind began to wander. Why did Lear know his secret? What does he mean by this? Is he threatening me to do something bad? The girl's heart was pounding. Lear had already walked away, and the nobles around her withdrew their gazes that had been watching the show. They pretended to be solemn. This time, the great nobles began to enter one after another, including the Duke of Norton, Earl Bauer, the Dean of the Arcane Academy, Elvin Bane, and his daughter, Tivany Bane. Adele's affairs were not noticed by these nobles. Fedor hid far away, and Eric was tactful enough not to bother with Lear anymore, but just glared at Adele fiercely. At the back of the hall, King Rosser came out with the Queen. Beside them stood a beautiful woman with blonde hair and golden eyes. Behind them were the bishops of the Golden Church. All the nobles were attracted to this woman, who was so different from their female companions. Who is this woman who can stand with the king and queen and is so beautiful? The nobles whispered. The king came to the center of the hall, glanced at the nobles around him, signaled for silence, and then said loudly, "Thank you all for coming to this banquet. The main reason I asked you to come here this time is to introduce you to a lady." The king looked at the blonde woman beside him. The woman nodded, stepped forward, and said to the nobles around her, "I am the saint of the Golden Church, Athanina Adrian." The saint of the Golden Church, everyone was shocked. Athanina Adrian, wait, why does this name sound so familiar? Athanina smiled at the nobles, very beautiful and holy, but many of the nobles below showed strange expressions. End of this chapter.
Chapter 29, Your Highness the Saint, do you really like little boys? Affanina looked at the nobles below. As a high-level professional, her perception was very strong, and she keenly felt that there was something wrong with the way these nobles looked at her. There were some lustful looks among them, but she didn't care. She knew what kind of attraction she had to men, which was normal, but lustful looks only accounted for a small part. Most of them were an indescribable feeling. Affanina, isn't this the name of that heretical nun? Suddenly, a voice was heard from the crowd. Everyone looked over and saw Fedor looking at the saint with astonishment. Lear almost laughed out loud when he heard the cry. What an idiot who is not afraid of death! A normal person would understand that this is a slander against the saint of the Vatican after hearing the name Affanina and thinking about the collection of stories he wrote, but Fedor is obviously not normal, or in other words, not a smart person. The banquet hall fell silent, and Affanina was somewhat stunned. She was a saint of the Holy See, so how could she be associated with a heretical nun? Mori, who was standing behind Affanina, became angry immediately. The saint had always been sacred in his heart. Now someone put the saint and the heretic together. How could he tolerate this? He immediately shouted, "Damn blasphemer, you actually slandered the great saint." The loud shout startled Fedor, and he didn't understand why the other party had such a big reaction. Many nobles who knew the situation showed strange smiles. King Rosser walked up to Fedor and asked in a deep voice, "Kid, what on earth are you talking about? Ms. Affanina is the saint of the Holy See. If you slander the saint and defame the golden Holy See, God will judge you." "Your Majesty, Fedor must have been wrong. How could Her Royal Highness be a heretic?" It is not an easy task to slander the saint and defame the Golden Church. If things go wrong, it will be put on the church's trial list, and then the entire Ball family will be implicated. Rebellious son! What nonsense are you talking about? Why don't you apologize to Her Highness the Saint? Earl Bauer said sternly. Fedor finally reacted and realized the seriousness of the situation. He knelt down in panic. "Lady Saint, I was just talking nonsense. You are the saint, and everything is my fault. Please forgive me." Affanina looked at Fedor, who was kneeling down, and frowned. She did not comment on Fedor's words. She was more interested in why Fedor said that she was a heretic nun. "Tell me why you say I am a heretic nun." Fedor looked up, hesitating whether to speak out. He always felt that something bad would happen if he told the truth. "I want to hear the truth. If you lie to me, I will judge you in accordance with the golden law." As if she saw Fedor's hesitation, Affanina said coldly. Fedor gritted his teeth and said, "Your Highness, I read the story about the heretic nun Affanina in the newspaper." "Newspaper?" "Yes." Fedor simply took out the newspaper with the heretic nun in it from his storage ring and handed it to Affanina. Affanina was a little puzzled. She took the newspaper and saw the headline, "Frowny Face, the story of the heretic nun Affanina and the little boy." Affanina narrowed her eyes and looked down little by little. The banquet hall became silent and no one dared to speak. A strong sense of oppression enveloped everyone's heart. It was a long time before Affanina finished reading the article, and her hands holding the newspaper trembled slightly. This article actually portrayed her as a nun from a heretical sect who liked to torture little boys. The writing was very explicit, with bondage, wax stripping, and all kinds of pornographic plots that she had never even heard of. She turned to the next page, "The evil fetish of the perverted nun Affanina, the secrets that Affanina and the 7 little boys have to tell." Looking at these titles, she could already imagine how disgusting the words were before she even read the content. She took a deep breath, suppressed the shame and anger in her heart, and pretended to be calm and asked, "Where did this newspaper come from?" Seeing that Affanina had no expression on her face, Fedor thought that the saint had let him go. He got up from the ground and said, "This is the daily morning newspaper of the royal city. It is available every morning and can be bought in almost the entire royal city. And the story of the heretic nun has been published for 3 issues, with several articles in each issue." Hearing Fedor's words, Affanina's delicate body trembled slightly. How could such a newspaper be bought everywhere in the royal city? And it has already been published for 3 issues? And each issue has several stories. Doesn't that mean that the reputation of my heretical nun has spread throughout the royal city? Which damn pagan dared to slander her like this? Ophelia felt angry and aggrieved. Lear stood in the crowd, looking at the saint in the center with amusement. The prompts of the golden finger kept jumping in front of his eyes.
In just a short while, his affinity with the golden law increased by 0.8%. The amplitude of each jump is not too large, which shows that Ophelia's psychological quality is still good.
Your Highness, is this written about you? Do you really like little boys?
Maybe he wasn't thinking straight, Fedor asked curiously when he saw Affanina was silent. All the nobles who had read the collection of stories about Affanina looked at Fedor as if he were a fool. Did this guy want to die? This sentence seemed to ignite the fuse of the explosive barrel.
Affanina was so angry that she was shaking all over. The terrifying golden magic directly blew Fedor away. How could I do such a shameless thing?
Affanina roared in grief and anger, and tears were flashing in her eyes. My reputation is ruined just like that. Don't let me know which bastard did it, otherwise, she will make the other party taste the bondage and wax stripping. In the article, the golden rule source material carriers shame, anger, and grievance emotional fluctuation values have reached 97%, and you have gained 3% of the golden rule affinity. The golden finger popped up again, and this time it directly increased by 3%. Lear was slightly shocked. It seemed that the saint was really broken. Looking at Ophelia with tears in her eyes, he did not soften his heart. The saint was the pioneer who would lead the Golden Church to destroy the Stuart family in the future. The old Duke of Stuart died at her hands. Fedor spun several times in the air and finally fell heavily against the wall of the hall. He vomited blood and fainted. Seeing this, Count Bauer did not dare to look at Fedor's injuries. He now regretted why he did not shoot Fedor against the wall, giving birth to such an outspoken bastard. The atmosphere of the banquet became a little subtle. Ophelia could no longer stay and left the hall with a wave of her sleeves. The king felt a little embarrassed when he saw this. He also saw the content in the newspaper, which was indeed a bit disgusting. He coughed lightly and suddenly said seriously, "Well, Her Excellency the Saint is feeling unwell and has left early. I will explain the key points of today's banquet.
The heretical and corrupt sects have infiltrated the royal city.
Your Excellency the Saint has come here to eradicate the corrupt sections. I hope you can use the power of your family to pay attention to the recent situation in the royal city.
I will need your help when necessary. The corrupt sect is a heretical sect that is not tolerated by the Golden Rule.
I hope you can take it seriously." End of this chapter. Chapter 30. I think you are pretty cute at banquets in aristocratic circles. The main themes are always fun and socializing. After the king finished speaking about the main point of the banquet, the real entertainment began. Female nobles would find men they liked, and if they got along well, the two would spend a wonderful night together, even if both of them had their own families.
There are also more open-minded banquet hosts who will turn the dinner into a large-scale decadent party. Those who
want to participate will stay, and those who don't want to participate will leave early. But today's banquet obviously won't develop into that. After all, it is hosted by the king. Looking at the beautiful figures around him, Lear felt a little embarrassed.
As a recent celebrity, he was naturally very popular.
In addition, he had just rescued Adele, which made him favored by many women. Already, some beautiful lady has hinted that she would like to spend a wonderful evening with him. Ivian was staring at him intently, looking at Lear as if to say, "If you dare to mess around, don't blame me for being rude." Lear shook his head and his eyes fell on Adele, who was alone not far away. There was no one around the girl, as if she was isolated. He raised his eyebrows, and a bright red light flashed in his eyes. "Go wait for me outside the banquet hall and don't attract other people's attention." Adele was eating the food at the dinner party boredly, when suddenly a voice sounded in her heart. She was startled and looked up to see Lear nodding at her not far away. That young master of the Stuart family could actually speak directly to her heart. Adele was shocked by Lear's mysteriousness. After thinking for a few seconds, she put down the wineglass in her hand and left the banquet hall quietly. As a disseminator of blood, Lear can control and restrict other believers of the blood law. It was not difficult for him to speak into the other party's mind, just like a god sending down an oracle. Seeing Adele leave, he drank the wine in his glass and stood up.
"I'm going to the bathroom,"
he said to Avian. Ivian was a little suspicious when she heard that, but she felt relieved when she saw that no woman followed him. She didn't want her handsome brother to get involved with these indecent women. When he arrived outside the hall, at the end of the corridor, Lear saw Adele and walked straight over.
"Thank you for saving me just now, Mr. Lear."
Seeing Lear coming over, Adele smiled and grabbed the hem of her skirt nervously. Lear smiled and said, "Don't thank me.
I just don't like Fedor."
The two of them only exchanged 2 sentences, and then fell silent.
Adele didn't know what to say, and asked, "Why do you know that you have the power of blood?" Lear looked at the bewildered girl and found her cute. He broke the silence and said, "Would it be convenient for you to go to the cubicle and talk with me? What we are going to say cannot be heard by others, right?" Adele blinked. Go to the cubicle? Just the two of them. She knew what the partitions in the banquet hall were used for, that was a place for passionate men and women to release their love. Could it be that Lear knew my secret and wanted to threaten me to do something bad in the cubicle? Adele's cheeks turned slightly red. Let's go, let's have a good talk about the blood. Lear didn't notice Adele's abnormality, said another sentence, and walked towards an empty compartment. Adele came to her senses, hesitated for a few seconds, and then followed obediently. Arriving in the compartment, Lear locked the door. Adele sat on the sofa, feeling a little uneasy. If Lear really had evil thoughts about her, she didn't know what to do. She had admired Lear and thought about being his lover, but she was still a little shy to actually put it into practice. After all, she was still a girl. Don't be too nervous. I won't do anything excessive to you. I just want to ask you some questions. Lear sat down on another sofa, and after thinking for a while, he began to question, how did you communicate with the blood law? A quarter of an hour later, Adele told Lear everything without hiding anything. She had been a believer of blood for only 3 years. She discovered the ritual of the blood law in the family's collection of books and communicated with the Lord of Blood by accident. Not long ago, she broke through to the level of an entry-level blood hunter. Lear thought silently. Through his own perception of Adele's blood law essence, he knew that she was not lying. You mean, you became a believer of blood by accident? Do you know that there are other believers of blood in the royal city? Lear asked. Adele shook her head. I've been staying at home the whole time. I haven't been out much, and I haven't come into contact with professionals outside. In other words, apart from himself and the maid in his house, Adele is probably the only believer in the blood law in the royal city. No wonder the second ring of tasks was completed in no time. Lear was speechless. It seemed that the Lord of Blood origin was too shabby to say that. As a great outer god, he didn't even have many believers. There was a brief silence in the compartment. Seeing Lear remained silent, Adele couldn't help but ask, "Well, I've told you all these things. What are you going to do with me? Will you hand me over to the Golden Church?" "Why should I hand you over to the Golden Church?" Lear raised his head and asked back. "What I possess are heretical laws, which are not tolerated by the Golden Church." Adele replied with some sadness. "So? What does it have to do with me whether the Golden Church can tolerate it?" Lear smiled. He could understand how frightened the girl in front of him was during the 3 years when she came into contact with the blood law. He gently stroked the girl's hair. "I am not a believer in gold. I don't need to abide by the law of gold. Besides," Lear paused for a moment. Originally, he planned to tell Adele that he also possessed the blood law and make her his subordinate, but after thinking about it, he rejected this idea. After all, he didn't know Adele very well, and she was the daughter of the Duke of Norton. Although the blood law essence can restrain other blood believers, it is not completely safe. After all, of the fewer people who know his secret, the safer he was. "And what?" Adele asked, hearing Lear mid-sentence. "Besides, I think you are quite cute. It would be a waste to give you to the Golden Church." Lear cleverly made up an excuse. Adele was stunned for a moment, and her cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Any girl would be happy to be praised by the person she admires. After being shy for a while, she whispered, "So, are you going to let me go?" Lear turned his head and looked at the timid girl. He smiled and said, "Of course, no." When the two came out of the cubicle, Adele felt relieved but also a little disappointed. She was relieved because Lear did not make things difficult for her. He just asked her to go undercover in the Duke of Norton's mansion to gather information, and the loss was also because Lear did not make things difficult for her. Not only did Lear not do anything bad to her, he didn't even touch her. "Don't I have any charm?" Adele felt indignant for no reason and her cheeks turned red. Lear didn't know what the girl was thinking, and his opinion of Adele was simple. A beginner blood professional, and a delicate girl who has rarely fought, she can't play a big role. Even if she is recruited, so it is better to let her stay. Continue with the character of the pitiful, unpopular Eric's sister. You can also find out about the actions of Duke Norton. The two came out of the compartment and prepared to return to the banquet hall. At this moment, an angry voice suddenly sounded behind the two of them. "Adele! What are you doing? Why are you with Lear?"
Eric looked at the two people coming out of the cubicle with a look of shock and anger. There was an abnormal blush on his sister's face. What is this doing? His enemy took his sister away. End of this chapter. Chapter 31, Adele, become Lear's lover. Lear, how dare you attack Adele? Eric, who was sitting in a wheelchair, was furious, and the waiter who was pushing the wheelchair also had an embarrassed expression on his face. The waiter also knew Lear and Eric, the two sons of great nobles who had just dueled for the princess's engagement not long ago. One wanted to steal the other's princess fiancée, and the other attacked the other's sister. He could only say that the young nobles really knew how to have fun. Looking at the pretty beauty beside Lear, the waiter showed an envious look. He could only dream of having close contact with such a noble beauty. The noise in the corridor attracted the attention of many nobles in the banquet hall. Duke Norton recognized that it was his son's voice. He frowned, said excuse me to the noble next to him, and walked towards the direction of the voice. This time, many nobles had gathered there. When Duke Norton came over, some nobles made way for him, and Duke Norton saw Lear and Eric confronting each other. What surprised him was that his daughter Adele was standing behind Lear, and her behavior was somewhat intimate. Lear, do you want to humiliate me so much? Eric gritted his teeth. He thought that he had tried to snatch Lear's engagement before, so Lear attacked Adele as a revenge against him. It's just that he didn't win the duel, but looking at Adele's shy look, his sister must have been tortured by Lear. Although he doesn't like his sister very much, it is still a shame. Eric, please don't slander me. I just had a friendly exchange with Adele. We are both nobles, so this should be a normal behavior. Lear saw what Eric was thinking and put his arm around Adele's shoulders with a wicked smile. Adele also acted obediently, not because she liked it, but because Lear had the upper hand over her. That's right. That's it. Do you think I'm an idiot? Eric was so angry that he was shaking all over. Just when he wanted to argue, Duke Norton came over. Enough. Duke Norton scolded and looked at Eric with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Ever since the last duel, Eric's emotions have been easily out of control. He has been in a daze all day long and no longer has the composure that an heir of the Norton family should have. Eric's mage level has also dropped a lot, and his talent has become much worse. Recently, Duke Norton has begun to consider whether to create another small account. Eric's account is basically useless. Faced with his father's scolding, Eric was stunned for a moment and wanted to say something, but he saw the sharp eyes of Duke Norton, stopping Eric from arguing further. Duke Norton looked at Lear and Adele. Adele, aren't you coming back yet? He said expressionlessly, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Adele bit her lip and could only walk obediently to the Duke of Norton. Stuart boy, shouldn't you explain to me? Duke Norton stopped Adele behind him and continued, what did you do to my daughter? Your Excellency the Duke, I just had a friendly exchange with your daughter. I really didn't do anything. Lear shrugged. The nobles around all showed amused expressions, and no one believed what Lear said. Facing such a beautiful girl, how could nothing happen when the two of them were alone in a compartment? Ivian in the crowd gnashed her teeth. She had repeatedly stressed to Lear not to mess around, but now he had messed around with the Duke of Norton's daughter. It was really outrageous. Everyone was looking at the Duke of Norton's reaction. His own daughter was harmed by the son of his archenemy. Although the kingdom's customs were open, they were too open. Duke Norton was silent for a long time. He did not get angry as everyone imagined. Instead, he said calmly, I hope what you say is true. After saying that, Duke Norton actually led Adele and Eric away. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Lear also frowned. The banquet ended in a strange atmosphere, and Lear was caught by Avian and interrogated thoroughly. The Duke of Norton and his son and daughter were sitting in the carriage, and the atmosphere was a bit depressing. After a long while, he suddenly said to Adele, Adele, what do you think of Lear? Adele was stunned for a moment. Father, you don't have to consider my relationship with the Duke of Stuart. Just based on your own thoughts, what do you think of Lear? Duke Norton waved his hand and continued to ask. Now not only Adele, but even Eric noticed that something was wrong. Father, you don't want to. Eric seemed to have thought of something and spoke quickly. Shut up. Duke Norton interrupted Eric before he could finish. He glared at Eric, then looked at Adele, his eyes becoming gentle. It's okay, Adele, just say whatever you think. Adele hesitated for a moment, then expressed her opinion of Lear. I think Mr. Lear is very gentle and handsome. Hearing this, Eric suddenly raised his head and stared at Adele. How could his own sister speak of his enemies like this? Compared to Eric's reaction, Duke Norton was much calmer, and he seemed to have expected it. After a smile, the Duke of Norton asked again, do you like Lear?
Father, haven't you already betrothed Adele to Fedor? Eric finally couldn't help but interrupt to Fedor. Is that rubbish who blasphemed the golden saint worthy of my daughter? Duke Norton snorted coldly. That's not what you said when you accepted Count Bauer's gift yesterday. Eric couldn't help but complain in his heart. Duke Norton looked at Adele again. When he saw Adele and Lear together today, he had an idea in his mind. He looked at his daughter seriously. Adele, you go be Lear's lover. What? Adele's eyes widened. She couldn't imagine that these were the words her father would say. Eric on the side was also stunned. You go and be Lear's lover, the Duke of Norton repeated. Adele was stunned for a while before she responded, but Lear and her Royal Highness are engaged. So what if you have an engagement? Which noble doesn't have a few lovers? Duke Norton said disdainfully. Adele opened her mouth, unable to refute. Even her father, the Duke of Norton, had many lovers. You don't have to feel wronged. I heard a secret at the banquet just now. Princess Milia is missing and now we don't know whether she is dead or alive. The king concealed this matter. I'm afraid even the boy from the Stuart family doesn't know about it. So now is your chance. Go and seduce Lear, use your beauty, charm him, and make him fall in love with you. If you really like Lear, this is your only chance. Use your ability to firmly grasp Lear in your hands. What can the princess do? Duke Norton looked at Adele deeply, and finally he told her his purpose. Adele listened to her father's words and didn't react on the surface, but she felt very strange in her heart. Lear had set her up to undercover in the Norton family, and now her father asked her to seduce Lear? Chapter 32. Ophelia is very resentful. Please read it later. Late at night, Lear was lying on the bed, with Milia beside him with her back to him, like a bullied young wife. When he came back, maybe it was because she smelled the feminine scent on him that made Milia get a little upset. In Milia's words, she had been waiting for Lear at home for so long, but Lear was out fooling around with other women. It was really too much. Lear was helpless about Milia's anger, but he didn't feel annoyed. Instead, he felt that Milia was quite cute. At least she really cared about him. Lear gently turned his body and hugged Milia tightly. The little princess struggled for a while, but gave up when she saw that she couldn't get free, but still turned her back to Lear. Lear didn't mind. He held Milia quietly and looked at the blood prisoner mask that turned into a ring in his hand. The system panel appeared in front of him. Please create a new identity, name, profession. It was not what Lear had imagined. He thought that when creating a new identity for the blood prisoner, he could customize a new character, but it turned out that only the name and occupation could be edited, nothing else. There is no face pinching or anything like that, which feels a bit useless. He entered the name, Munger. This was a game character he liked very much in his previous life. As for his profession, he could only choose a profession related to the blood law, so he filled in the blood apostle. After Lear completed the creation of his new identity, the bloody prisoner mask in his hand actually lit up with a bright red light. In his eyes, the prisoner mask returned to the appearance of a demon's head and was directly put on his head. The entire prison mask fit perfectly, as if it was his original head, but it did not hinder his perception. New identity has been generated. When wearing the blood prisoner mask, the displayed identity is switched to Munger, and the occupation is fixed to blood apostle. The original identity is automatically hidden and cannot be detected. Feeling the prison mask on his face, Lear roughly understood this ability, which was to create a new identity. When being explored by others, Lear's identity could no longer be discovered, and others could only see his new identity of Munger. And if you want to activate this identity, you must wear the prisoner mask on your head. For NPCs, wearing a prisoner mask may not change their identity much, but in the future, when players come, they will have detection skills and can detect the NPC's information. With a new identity, he can play two roles by himself, take off the mask and activate the shielding perception function of the prisoner mask, and the player will not be able to detect his information. He is the righteous heir of Stuart. After putting on the mask and cancelling the shielding function of the prisoner mask, the player discovered the leader of the heretical sect, Munger. You can do bad things openly. Lear nodded, very satisfied with the effect of the blood prisoner mask. Just as he was feeling the wonder of the blood prisoner mask, Milia, who was in his arms, turned over as if she was feeling uncomfortable. The little princess opened her eyes hazily and saw the devil's head with bloodshot eyes in front of her. Ah! A scream broke the silence of the night. Milia looked at the monster holding her with horror. What kind of monster is this? Where is Lear? She struggled hard to break free from the monster's arms, jumped off the bed, and looked around the room. Apart from the monster on the bed, she didn't see any other figure. You, who the hell are you? What did you do to Lear? Milia asked tremblingly. The first thing she thought of was not to escape, but where Lear had gone. Could it be that this monster had killed Lear? She didn't dare to think about it anymore. Lear was a little surprised. He took off the mask on his head and said with a smile, "So you're so worried about me? It seems I'm quite important to you." Milia was stunned. Looking at Lear lying on the bed, she didn't react for a moment. After a long while, she blushed and gritted her teeth and said, "You bastard. Who would worry about you?" The next day, Lear woke up alone in his bedroom. He was kicked out by Milia last night. He felt that he was innocent and it was not his intention to scare Milia. However, he did gain something from what happened last night. His affinity with the law of Morningstar, which had been stagnant, increased by 3% and now has reached 15%. He discovered that this level of affinity became increasingly difficult to improve as time went on. As his relationship with Milia became closer, ordinary affection and actions no longer caused the little princess to feel shy. Maybe we should go a step further. As he was thinking, there was a knock on the door of the room. "Master, are you there?" It was Eno's voice. "Come in," Lear said as he put on his clothes. Eno opened the door and walked in. "Master, this is the letter I received today from Fort Pharaoh." Lear was stunned for a moment after listening to the maid's words. Fort Pharaoh? Isn't that his hometown? Lear took the letter from Eno and opened it directly. After reading the words on the letter line by line, his expression became a little serious. This is a letter from his father, Albert Stuart, praising Lear for winning the duel with Eric, and that his father is preparing to come to the capital to see him. Lear felt a little overwhelmed. His father was coming to see him, so how was he going to explain Milia's matter? If my father knew that I believed in heretical laws, would he draw his sword and kill me? Another very important point is that he is no longer the original Lear. Will his adoptive father discover this secret? The opponent is a war knight of extraordinary level. Once the fight starts, Lear has no confidence in escaping. What a hassle. He scratched his head and thought it was time to search for some useful things, at least to ensure his own safety. Eno, get ready, let's go out for a walk together. Lear instructed the maid. After breakfast, the two of them went out under Milia's angry gaze. Lear took Eno towards the slums. Although he didn't know much about the plot of the royal city of Brayful, he still knew some of the powerful items and props. After all, players always pay attention to powerful props, equipment, and the like when playing games. The two soon arrived at the dirty slums. The roads were muddy and the ground was wet because it had just rained. The people around were all dressed in shabby clothes, and Lear and Eno, who were dressed in exquisite clothes, looked out of place here. Just as the two were walking towards the inside of the slums, Lear suddenly saw a figure when he turned the corner. The golden saint in white robes was leading a few golden cultists and was inspecting the slums. When both sides saw each other, they were stunned, but soon, Afanina reacted. She held the metal scepter, a smile on her face, and walked straight towards Lear. "I didn't expect to meet Stuart's heir here." Afanina extended her hand to Lear. Lear also extended his hand and shook it politely. "Your Highness the Saint, do you know me?" "Of course, I've read your information. I wanted to meet you at King Rosser's banquet before." Afanina said with a friendly smile. "Is that so? What a pity. Something unpleasant happened at that banquet." Lear pretended to be surprised, and then showed a harmless expression. "In fact, I have also read the story collection of the heretic nun Afanina. I didn't expect that it was a conspiracy to discredit Her Highness the Saint." "Your Highness, have you found the heretic who wrote those blasphemous words?" Lear asked. Listening to Lear's words, the smile on Afanina's face became stiff. It was really like bringing up something irrelevant. She had already tried hard to forget the contents of the story collection she had read, but now it was brought up again. The scenes in the story came to her mind, and a feeling of resentment rose involuntarily in Ophelia's heart. The golden law source material carrier's resentment emotional fluctuation value reaches 70%, and you gain 0.5% golden law affinity. Chapter 33, The Obedient Daddy's Boy. Please read on. Afanina was a little annoyed, but she still had to maintain the elegance of a saint. She looked at the man in front of her. He looked harmless, sunny, and handsome. He probably didn't mean to expose her shortcomings. "What's wrong, Your Highness the Saint?" Lear blinked innocently. "No, it's okay." Ophelia forced a smile. "Of course we will find the heretic who blasphemed the saint." On the side, Maury, who was watching Lear and Ophelia flirting with each other, couldn't help but speak out. Who is this?" Lear tilted his head. My name is Maury. I am the guard of Her Highness the Saint. My father is U.R. Pound, one of the high priests of the Holy See. Maury said proudly. So you're the guard of Her Highness the Saint. Well, you must be the kind of daddy's boy who listens to your father very much. You even bring him up when introducing yourself. Lear nodded thoughtfully. Poochie. Ufangina on the side couldn't help but burst out laughing. This was the first time she had heard the term daddy's boy, and it was quite easy to understand. Maury was stunned for a moment, and when he saw his secret crush by Egwene grinning, his cheeks suddenly turned red. What's wrong? Lear looked at Maury. I want to duel with you. Maury said angrily. Oh? Why? Did I do something to displease you? Lear shrugged. You? Maury wanted to say, but after thinking about it, he didn't know what to say. Okay, that's enough. At this time, Ophelia restrained the smile on her face and scolded Maury. Mr. Lear is a great nobleman in the kingdom. Maury, please don't be rude. Maury gritted his teeth, looked at Ophelia's eyes, and could only swallow his anger. Lear, what brings you to the slums? Ophelia looked at Lear with interest. Judging from the conversation between him and Maury just now, this man was obviously not a simple person. It was probably intentional that he mentioned the heretic nun to her before. What a man with a bad taste. But she didn't feel too disgusted. Of course I'm here to look for the corrupt sect that your majesty mentioned. A heretical sect has infiltrated the royal city. As a noble of the kingdom, I should certainly do my part. Lear casually found an excuse, his tone very formal. Ophelia smiled. She didn't believe what Lear said, but she didn't say much. As the three were talking, a ragged woman appeared on the other side of the street, holding her child, and stumbled towards Ophelia. When Maury saw this scene, his eyes widened. How could someone dare to bump into the saint in the street? He immediately stood up, blocked in front of Ufangina, and drew his sword. How dare a mere lowly person offend Her Highness the Saint? Maury felt that he was the knight protecting the saint, and the saint would see his heroic figure that he had finally stood out from so many competitors and obtained the qualification to accompany the saint. He wanted to let the saint understand his excellence and that he was worthy of her. Maury thought about it and glanced at Lear. Lear had just made him look bad, and now he would let Her Highness the Saint know how excellent he is, but what greeted him was Ophelia's displeased look. Maury, what are you doing? Put away your sword. Maury was stunned for a moment. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Lear had already walked up to the woman, leaned over and asked, Madam, what can I do for you? The woman, who was originally frightened by Maury's sword and dared not speak, felt much relieved after seeing the handsome Lear. Young master, please, and the saint lady must save my child. The woman began to cry. Only then did Lear see the child in the woman's arms. The child's face was grayish-green, and there were some cracks on the surface of the skin. Lear even smelled a slight stench. This is corruption. Afanina walked to the woman and her face darkened when she saw the child. Corruption? Lear turned around. Yes, this is a method used by the pagans of the corruption sect. They will spread corruption in the city. The infected people will have their vitality constantly devoured, and eventually turn into evil undead spirits. Afanina explained, I didn't expect them to act so quickly and have already planted germs in the slums. Lear frowned. This was the first time he heard of this corruption disease, and as for the corrupt sect, he had not heard of it during the public beta. Can corruption be cured? Lear asked. Yes. Afanina nodded, but her expression was still not very optimistic. Corruption can be cured, but it is very difficult. Only a divine blessing used by high-ranking prayers can remove the corruption. High-level praying man? Lear was somewhat incredulous. High-level professions are already absolutely powerful. For example, Duke Norton is a high-level mage, and high-level prayers, as far as Lear knew, the only high-level worshippers in the royal city were the bishop of the Golden Cathedral and the one in front of him, Ophelia, and this is not the point. The blessing of the high-level prayer is a single-target skill with high consumption. It can clear all abnormal states on the target, restore all injuries and health, and has a long cooling time. Afanina and the Golden Bishop can cure the corruption, but what should they do if more people are infected with the corruption? Your Highness, please save my child.
I am willing to give everything. As if she had heard that it was difficult to cure the child's illness, the woman quickly knelt in front of Ophanina and knocked her forehead to the ground. Get up quickly, I will save your child. Eradicating heresy is the mission of the Golden Church. Ophanina helped the woman up. As she spoke, she raised her scepter. Pick up your child, she said. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately held the child to her chest. A sacred golden light emanated from the scepter in Ophanina's hand and enveloped the child in the woman's arms. Lear and Maury watched the scene. The former was expressionless, while the latter was a bit fanatical. For Maury, this is his belief. This is the golden saint he admires. Under the power of the golden law, the corrupt aura on the child was constantly being cleared away, and it seemed that the healing would be completed soon. But the next second, a strange smile appeared on the face of the woman sitting on the ground, and she threw the child in her hands directly towards Ophelia. Lear reacted immediately and reflexively put on a magic shield for himself, but Ophanina was not so lucky. The child in the air emitted a dark mist and exploded directly. Thick black fog spread in all directions, and Ophanina was blown away by the explosion, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She was flying in the air, and the heretical magic power generated by the explosion caused her to suffer the backlash of the law of divine blessing. The blood in her heart surged, and she lost the ability to move for a while. Fortunately, Lear was quick to catch Ophelia and landed her on the ground. Ha, damn Golden Church, one day the corrupt laws will come, and this city will become a hotbed of corruption. The woman on the ground roared like crazy, her skin kept falling off, and finally she turned into a horrible undead. The poor people who were watching on all sides saw this and fled in panic after a brief daze. Maury also reacted at this time. The first thing he thought of was Ophelia, who had just been blown away. He turned his head and saw the saint lying in Lear's arms with a rosy face. Lear, what are you doing to Her Highness the Saint? Maury rushed to Lear angrily. Lear ignored Maury's questioning. He took out the night rose, and the next second he appeared in front of the undead woman. The dark sword directly pierced the undead's head, causing it to explode. Chapter 34, Kidnapping the Saint. You killed the corrupted undead, and you gained 400 experience points. Ophanina hugged Lear tightly, and it felt like a gust of wind passed by, and the dead woman was dead. She looked at the handsome face so close to her. There was no panic on his face, and all his actions were so clean and neat. Looking at his own guards, at this time, Maury also reacted. He watched Lear holding Ophelia and killing the undead with a knife. He was so jealous that he wanted to go crazy. This should be his job as a guard. Now the limelight has been completely stolen. And Lear is actually holding the body of the saint. He hadn't even touched Ophanina's hand. Lear, let Her Highness the Saint go. Maury roared with red eyes. Lear ignored Maury's anger. His eyes were sharp. Now that Ophanina had been hit back by the golden rule and was unable to move, an idea came to his mind. Just kidnap Ophanina now and take her home to imprison her, just like you imprisoned Milia at the beginning. Including Maury, there are a total of 4 Golden Church believers, 2 mid-level professionals, and 2 entry-level professionals. With his ability, it is no problem to kill these 4 people. Moreover, all the poor people around had already run away, and the black fog produced by the explosion just now had very low visibility. He had every chance to take Ophanina away without anyone knowing. Okay, Maury, it was Lear who saved me just now. If it weren't for him, I might have been injured. Ophanina suddenly spoke up, as if she had regained some strength, and rubbed against Lear's arms. Looking at this scene, Maury was angry and jealous, but there was nothing he could do. Are you okay? Lear lowered his head and asked with a smile. I'm almost recovered. I was just accidentally attacked back at you. My golden law is quite special. I can recover after a while of the backlash. Ophelia said with a blush on her cheeks. Lear nodded, his expression unchanged. He gave up the plan of kidnapping Ophelia in his heart. The risk was too great. Even if he could kidnap Ophelia, the follow-up measures would still be a problem. Ophanina is a professional with high-level strength, completely different from the delicate little white flower like Milia. Maury, go and inform His Majesty the King that the corruption cult has appeared in the slums. Ask him to immediately send professional guards to double the martial law. Once the poor infected with the corruption disease are found, they must be isolated first. Ufangina instructed Maury, who was standing beside her. Maury nodded. He also understood the seriousness of the matter, but he did not leave. He stood there hesitantly. What about you, Saint? Ophanina smiled, looked at Lear, and winked playfully.
Mr. Lear should be able to send me back to the Golden Church safely, right? Lear was stunned for a moment, then he also laughed. Of course, it's my honor. It seems that the search for powerful items and props will have to be put off for a while. He sighed inwardly. Mori could not disobey Afanina's order and could only go to the king unwillingly. However, he still left the remaining 3 golden cultists and asked them to follow Lear to protect the saint, and he repeatedly reminded him to keep an eye on Lear. They all left the slums together. Not long after they left, a crow flapped its wings on the roof and flew away into the depths of the prosperous royal city. The journey to escort Afanina back to the Golden Cathedral was peaceful, with Lear merely acting as a guard. After sending Afanina to the church, he declined her invitation to have lunch there and took Ino directly home. Duke Norton's mansion. On the tree outside the villa, a large crow was looking at a room in the villa. Eye in the sky, another smaller crow flew down and landed next to the big crow. "How's the matter going?" The big crow actually spoke in human language. "Sir, I met the Golden Saint of the Holy See. I wasted a mother body, but I also caused serious injuries to the saint." The little crow replied, "Didn't I tell you that everything we do is aimed at spreading corruption, and that you shouldn't be impulsive when you meet people from the Golden Church?" The big crow's tone was somewhat serious. The little crow was silent. After a long while, he said, "My brother died at the hands of the saint." The big crow didn't say anything else. He glanced at the little crow and finally said helplessly, "Forget it, the loss of a mother is a loss, but the plan must go on. I hope you won't let me down again this time." "I understand." The little crow responded, then flapped its wings and flew away. Until the little crow left, the big crow's eyes gradually became indifferent. "Brother? How ridiculous. The believers of the corrupt law only need to believe in corruption, and everything else should be abandoned. If you aren't still of some use." The crow shook its head, then flapped its wings and landed on the windowsill of the room in front. Eye in the room, Duke Norton sat in a chair with an irritated expression. Ever since Eric lost the last duel, rumors began to spread among the nobles that Duke Stuart was preparing to return to the capital. To say that Lear's brilliance is the first step. If this is true, it will not be a good thing for the entire Norton family. The Stuarts are the oldest family in the kingdom, stationed in the border fortress of Faro. Since the founding of the kingdom, they have been fighting with the previous king in various battles, and the scope of their territory is incredibly large. Most of the area bordering the kingdom of Knox in the west of Brayfield was under the rule of Stuart, occupying almost 1/5 of the territory of the entire kingdom of Brayfield. It can be said to be a country within a country. The current Duke of Stuart is also very powerful. He is one of the few extraordinary professionals in the kingdom and believes in the laws of war. The current king was able to win the fight for the throne with the help of Stuart. After Rosser ascended the throne, the current Duke of Stuart, Albert, returned to the border fortress of Faro and no longer interfered in the affairs of the royal city. When Duke Norton came to Brayfield, he did a lot of things to belittle Stuart in order to vigorously develop arcane laws and enhance the strength of the family. As long as they can suppress Stuart, they can get great attention. Those common people are used to hearing the legend of Stuart, and they will naturally be attracted by the sudden appearance of a family more powerful than Stuart. As a result, Duke Norton recruited many talents, and finally, he defeated the Stuart guards who stayed in the royal city with the help of the mage corps he formed, and became completely famous. Arcane laws began to be taken seriously, and Duke Norton also gained the favor of the king. From then on, he began to rise rapidly in the career of the Duke of the Kingdom, and now he holds a high position of power. It can be said that everything he is now was obtained by stepping on the Stuart family, but he knew very well that his family's strength was no match for the Stuart family, and the guards he defeated were just the elite troops of the Stuart. The real Stuart is entrenched on the western frontier, a terrifying behemoth and a sleeping lion. Chapter 35. You need some help. Just as Duke Norton was thinking, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. Duke Norton raised his head, somewhat displeased. He always hated being disturbed when he was thinking about something. He looked up and saw a fat woman pushing Eric in a wheelchair, followed by Adele. As soon as she entered the room, the woman burst into tears. She cried to the Duke of Norton, "How on earth are you a father, you bastard? Why did you do nothing when that little bastard from the Stuart family insulted my son at the banquet? You even wanted that little bitch Adele to be Lear's lover?" As the Duke of Norton listened to the woman's crying, his already irritable expression became even more irritable. "Vicente! Speak!" In the room, the obese lady was still crying, as if she had suffered some great injustice. Eric and Adele were both standing nearby,
the former with a gloomy expression and the latter expressionless. The Duke of Norton frowned and looked at the fat woman in front of him. That was his wife. She looked very ordinary, even ugly. In order to develop rapidly in the early years, he married this woman, and with the help of her father, the Marquis, he was able to gain a foothold in the kingdom. Valerie, what happened at the banquet was just a misunderstanding. Lear didn't. Duke Norton sighed helplessly, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by a sharp shout. Misunderstanding? Vicente, do you know what you are talking about? That little bastard was laughing at my son. He was even showing off about the duel. My Eric was seriously injured, but the little bastard was gloating. As Valerie spoke, she hugged Eric and wiped her tears with her right hand. Duke Norton became even more annoyed by Valerie's crying, and said angrily in a cold voice, sad face continuation, do you know why Lear laughed at Eric? Your precious son watched Adele being humiliated in public and was indifferent. Adele is his sister and also my daughter. It is my shame to be humiliated in public. Facing her husband's anger, Valerie was stunned for a moment. She didn't think Eric was wrong at all. Instead, she cursed, so what if Adele, this little bitch, is humiliated? She's just a bitch's child. She cried even louder. How dare you be so mean to me for the sake of a bitch's child? Have you forgotten who helped you gain a foothold in the kingdom? It was my father. You clearly promised my father that you would treat me well. It's the same again, every time she cries and whines, or she talks about the assistance her father provided in the early years. Duke Norton is tired of hearing it. Valerie cried. His expression gradually became cold. Since marrying Valerie, he has never treated her unfairly and has given her the dignity that a duchess should have. Even when Valerie poisoned Adele's mother to death, he didn't say a word. He had always been accommodating to Valerie because Eric was her son. Although Eric was ordinary in other aspects, his talent in arcane law was very strong, and Duke Norton had always trained Eric as his heir. But now, Eric is useless. Standing up from his chair, Duke Norton walked up to Valerie. Valerie looked up, expecting her husband to apologize as usual, but Duke Norton just reached out and patted her shoulder gently. Valerie was a little confused, but soon she felt sleepy and fell asleep on Eric's shoulder. Eric, your mother is a little tired. You and the maid should take her downstairs to have some rest. Duke Norton glanced at Eric, then called the two maids outside the door. Eric was stunned for a moment, and seeing his father's indifferent eyes, he seemed to understand something. He was silent for several seconds and nodded. The two maids, one holding Valerie and the other pushing Eric's wheelchair, gradually left the room. After the two left, Duke Norton looked at Adele on the other side and said, Adele, my daughter, what do you think about what I said yesterday? Continuation. Adele witnessed the Duke of Norton's behavior and heard his words, and remembered what her father said last night. Father, will Lear really accept me as his lover? Adele asked. She was not opposed to being Lear's lover, as it was better than being married to some nobleman she didn't know. Of course. My dear daughter, you must have confidence in your charm. Duke Norton nodded immediately. Adele inherited her mother's beauty and is naturally beautiful. Then I'll give it a try. Adele nodded. After receiving the answer, Duke Norton showed a satisfied expression. Very good. In this case I will allow you to leave the house at any time in the future, and you can also ask the butler for a certain amount of money. Well, Eric won't bully you anymore, and the same goes for Valerie. Duke Norton stated the conditions that he considered to be favorable treatment, and then he coughed lightly. One more thing. When you arrive at the Duke of North Stuart's palace, I hope you can secretly inquire about the current Duke of Stuart. Eric didn't know what Duke Norton and Adele had said. After sending his mother back to the bedroom, he went to his room in a daze, locked himself in the room. From what his father had just said, he knew that he had been abandoned by his father. His expression gradually became ferocious. Why? A roar sounded in the room, as if venting anger. He was breathing heavily, and the hatred in his heart seemed to be overflowing. Just then a voice suddenly came from the front. You seem to need some help? End of chapter. Eric was startled and looked up. Then he saw a crow flying in through the gap in the window and then stopped in front of him. Crow? Eric was stunned. Could it be that the voice just now was spoken by this crow? He thought he must be crazy. Yes, I'm Crow, but I prefer people to call me Delic. The crow opened its mouth and made a clear human voice. Eric's eyes widened. He was not crazy. A crow could actually talk. What on earth are you? He was a little flustered and wanted to stay away from the crow. Could a talking crow be an ordinary thing? I told you, I'm Crow, you can call me Darich. Crow ignored Eric's panic and spoke to himself. I heard the conversation between you and your father. Your father seemed very disappointed in you. I can help you. The crow spoke slowly, like a devil tempting people to fall. I can help you become stronger than your father, and I can help you defeat that man named Lear. How about it? Want to try it? Chapter 36, The Evil Deeds of Lear Stuart. The room was filled with a decayed smell. The magic of the heretical law continued to pour into Eric's body. His skin gradually turned pale, and even his originally fiery red hair was stained with a gray filter. In the end, Eric was tempted by Crowdrike and chose to accept the power of corrupt laws. As the last of the corrupt law magic flowed into Eric's body, the crow let out a satisfied cry. Ever since he fled to the royal city of Brothile, he has been selecting people who can help him bring down his corrupt true form, and he has set his sights on Eric. His ugly appearance fits the style of the corrupt sect, and he has a prominent status as the son of a duke. Some things are more convenient to be done by the son of a great noble. From now on, you will be our corrupt believer, the new plague warlock. The crow flapped its wings. Eric opened his eyes and felt that his body was full of strength. His body, which had been depleted by the potion, regained its vitality. The power of the arcane laws had completely drained from him, and now only corruption remained. His level also returned to the intermediate level, intermediate plague warlock. Eric was a little disappointed. When he chose to accept the law of corruption, he was still wondering whether he would retain the law of arcane and become a dual law professional like Lear, but it was obvious that he was overthinking it. How did Lear do it? Don't be in a daze, feel the new power. I have given you power, and you must work for me. The crow chattered, I accept your power, but you promised that you could let me defeat Lear. Eric looked at the crow shook its wings in disdain. Of course, I would never deceive corrupt believers. Plague warlocks can gain power by spreading the plague. After every person infected with corruption is transformed into an undead, his life energy will be transferred to the plague warlock. As long as you continue to spread the corruption, you will soon reach a high level. By then, won't you be able to defeat a mid-level mage? Need to spread corruption? Eric was stunned, flipping through the information he obtained after changing his job to plague warlock. In his mind, his expression turned a little ugly. This method of increasing strength by spreading plague and devouring other people's lives was really too evil. You think it's evil? The crow sneered, there is no power in this world that can be obtained for no reason. Everything has a price. From the moment you choose to accept corruption, you should be prepared. Besides, this is the only way you can defeat that Lear. Eric was silent for several seconds, then his expression turned ferocious. As long as I can defeat Lear, I can do anything. Very good, I admire you. Then go and spread corruption, and you will fall in love with the power of corruption. The crow cackles, oh, by the way, don't use corrupt power in front of the people of the Golden Church, especially the Golden Saint, otherwise, I can't save you. Crow added, the Golden Saint. Eric thought of the woman he saw at the banquet that day. He suddenly raised his head and asked, is it really your corrupt sect that slandered the Golden Saint in the newspaper office? What? The crow was stunned. It's the story of Sister Ophanina, a heretic nun from a corrupt sect who liked little boys, said Eric. Crow was stunned. He knew Ophanina, which was the name of the saint, but what the hell was this heretical nun Ophanina from a corrupt sect? 10 minutes later, who the hell is this bastard who dares to insult our corrupt sect like this? The crow looked at the newspaper on the table and kept cursing in its beak. His body was trembling slightly with anger, and even some of his feathers were standing up. Darich was very angry that someone dared to publish such an article in the newspaper, slandering the Golden Saint and describing her as a heretical nun of their corrupt sect is simply unbearable. Is the disgusting aura of the Golden Saint worthy of being a nun of a corrupt sect? Derek, is there any need to be so angry? Eric was a little confused. Didn't you write the article that slandered the Golden Saint? Who told you that we wrote it? Crow Derek retorted on the spot, everyone thinks so. Apart from your corrupt sect, who would call the Golden Saint a corrupt nun? Eric said as a matter of course. Darich's eyes turned red. Not only did he describe the saint as their corrupt nun, but he also made their corrupt sect take the blame. It's really contrary to Tiangang. It has always been their paganism that has slandered others, so when did anyone dare to frame their corrupt sect? You really didn't write this. Seeing Derek's reaction, Eric also became a little suspicious. Of course not. I swear on the name of corrupt laws. Derek roared. Eric shrugged his shoulders, picked up the newspaper on the table, and read the contents. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Since others can slander you, can I also slander others? He slammed the table. What are you talking about? Derek finally recovered from his anger and felt a little annoyed when he saw Eric jumping up and down. Eric smiled a sinister smile, and he took out a pen and paper and started writing directly on his notebook. Daily morning newspaper office, Ritter Street. The newspaper staff lay listlessly on the table. Ever since they published the story of the heretic nun Ophaniana, their newspaper had become deserted and few people dared to come to submit articles. The staff was somewhat helpless. Who knew that Ophelia was the name of the saint? If he knew what it was, he would not have published those articles. Just when the staff thought that today would be another day without any visitors, the door of the newspaper office was pushed open and the bell on the door jingled. He suddenly raised his head from his seat and saw a man wrapped in a coat. The scarf and sunglasses were almost exactly the same as the man who spent 5 gold coins to discredit the golden saint. It's just that the body shape is a little bit wrong. The person in front of me, whose face I can't see, is a fat man, with a crow standing on his shoulder. Excuse me, can I publish an article here? The fat man walked up to the newspaper employee and whispered. Hearing this, the employee's expression changed. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? After a pause of a few seconds, the clerk smiled professionally and said, Sure, sir. What kind of article would you like to publish? The fat man took out the article he had just written from the storage item and handed it to the clerk. The clerk took it carefully and glanced at the title. Frowny face, the unknown secret of the Stuart family. The clerk's eyes twitched slightly. He seemed to have seen such a title somewhere not long ago. He turned to the next page. Frowny face, imprisoning the princess? Lear Stuart's evil deeds. The clerk wiped the sweat from his forehead and flipped through all the articles, all of which were slandering the Stuart family, especially Lear Stuart. Something like Lear communicated with the heretical gods and thus gained the power of the double law, and that Lear imprisoned and humiliated the princess. But isn't the princess Lear's fiancée? Why is she imprisoned, sir? We cannot publish these articles. As you know, Lear Stuart is a great nobleman in the kingdom. It will cause trouble if we defame him. The clerk put down the articles tremblingly. Why not? Didn't you discredit the golden saint before? The fat man said with some dissatisfaction. Sir, that was our mistake. We didn't know the saint's name. I'll give you 5 gold coins. The fat man didn't want to listen to the clerk's explanation and just took out the money again. The staff thought they were going crazy. Although they discredited the saint last time, she actually did not make things difficult for them, and they indeed earned 5 gold coins. And now again, the clerk was sure that he was moved, but that Lear Stuart was the heir to the Stuart family. The newspaper office fell silent for a long time. Just when the fat man was getting impatient, the clerk showed an ugly smile and said, Sir, we can publish these articles, but you have to pay more. Chapter 37. I'm not a pervert. What's the point of doing all this? Imprisoning the princess? They are an engaged couple. Coming out of the newspaper office, Delicky was chattering. He had also observed Lear, but later gave up because of the other's appearance. He was too handsome to be a corrupt believer. Derek, you don't know that the princess is missing. Eric had a smug smile on his face. This matter was concealed by His Majesty the King. I only knew about it because my father told me. Lear must not know it. What if after the article is published, someone goes to His Majesty to verify it and finds out that the princess is missing? Will anyone believe what is written in the article? Not only will Lear's fiancée be missing, but he will also be suspected of imprisoning her. Eric kept talking, smiling, as if he had already seen Lear's expression at that time. Delicky shook his feathers. Even if I'm suspected, what can I do? We can find out if the princess is imprisoned by searching. It has no impact on Lear at all. The smile on Eric's face slowly faded, and he nodded. Maybe, but as long as I can make Lear suffer, that's enough. This is just an appetizer. When I break through to a higher level, I will personally crush him under my feet. Early in the morning, Lear climbed out of bed and Eno curled up in the quilt. The little maid was very tired last night. The life of the nobility is always so decadent and luxurious, and Lear has begun to like this feeling. After getting dressed, covering Eno with a blanket and walking out of the room, he saw Milia again. The little princess's cheeks turned red, but this time she didn't glare at Lear. Emilia is not ready to completely give herself to Lear. Although she was almost eaten by Lear when she was imprisoned before, the situation is different now. She is Lear's fiancée and no longer a prisoner. Lear will respect some of her ideas, and she is very happy. So he turned a blind eye to the affairs of Lear and Eno. There are always times when men can't hold back. At least she still likes Eno. It is better to let Eno take care of Lear's physical needs than for Lear to go out and find a woman. My dear princess, how can you bear to drive your husband to the maid's room late at night? Lear walked up to Emilia with a smile and hugged the girl in his arms. Emilia blushed and felt that she had gone too far. After a while, she whispered, Lear, can you give me some more time? Lear smiled and kissed Emilia's cheek. Then I'll wait a little longer. It has been a while since he traveled into the game. At first, he thought it was a game, but as time went on, he felt more and more that this was a real world. The game cabin in the previous life might just be a medium for communicating with another world. Isn't this the setting in many novels? So his attitude towards NPCs like Emilia and Eno has changed. He really likes cute and easy to bully princesses like Emilia. After spending some time with Emilia, Lear came to the reception room, where the maid told him that a guest had arrived. When he walked into the living room, he saw a familiar face. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, he walked over. The person who came was Jim, the liar he met before the duel in the Kingdom Arena. He had said before that he was willing to recruit the other party, but there was no movement for so many days, and he thought Jim had no intention of helping him. You can come here, it seems that you have made a decision. Lear walked over to Jim and sat down. Yes, Master Lear, it's my honor to serve you. Jim knelt down and said flatteringly. Lear smiled. He was not surprised by Jim's behavior. Working for the Stuart family was not a shameful thing. Instead, it was an honorable thing, which was the case for most civilians in the kingdom. Stuart's reputation has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even though he has been belittled many times by Duke Norton, as long as the lion still lingers on the border, no one dares to underestimate Stuart's power. Very good, since you have made your choice, you must accept my test. I will not easily accept the allegiance of an ordinary person. Lear took out a gold coin from the storage ring and placed it on the table. Help me find someone. Her name should be Anna, a girl around 10 years old. Find her and tell me her news. Don't disturb her life. This gold coin is your reward. Jim looked at the gold coins on the table and swallowed. As expected of a great nobleman, his spending is equal to an ordinary family's annual income. When he cheated people in the past, he could only earn 5 or 6 gold coins a year if he was lucky, and if he cheated a noble he had to hide away for a while. Now he can earn 1 gold coin as long as he finds one person. I will definitely complete the task you assigned to me. Jim nodded immediately and decided to follow Lear. Take this gold coin. Lear pushed the gold coin in front of Jim. Jim was stunned. His mission hadn't even started yet, but he was given money directly? This is your advance payment. Jim was silent for a while, looking at the gold coins on the table. After a while, he said, Aren't you afraid that I will just run away with the money? Why should I be afraid? Lear laughed. It's just a gold coin. If you take it, I will just lose a gold coin, but you will lose the opportunity to become a part of Stuart. Having said that, Lear stopped talking. A red light flashed in his silent eyes, and an illusory blood mark merged into Jim's body. A skill from the blood hunter that can track down the marked person. I marked Jim not because I was reluctant to spend the gold coin, but because I wanted to try out the effect of the skill. Okay, go down. You only have a week. Lear waved his hand, signaling Jim to leave. After Jim left, Lear got dressed and prepared to go out. The person he asked Jim to find was related to a quest. He had only read the text guide for this quest and was not sure about the specific location of the NPC. So he gave the task to Jim, wanting to test his ability. The reward for the mission is a legal relic that concealed a legal power, which is very good. With this, he could consider taking action against the saint. By capturing her and sealing her abilities, he could then, Lear slapped himself. Why did he always want to kidnap the saint and take her home? I am obviously not the kind of pervert who likes to imprison young girls and play shame plays with them. It was the same thing yesterday in the slums. He also thought about tying up Ophelia. Fortunately, his reason prevailed over his thoughts in the end. I always feel something is wrong.
Could it be that the golden finger can influence his thoughts on those carriers of the source of law? Chapter 38. My father asked me to be your lover. It was already afternoon when Lear walked out of the house. As soon as he walked out of the house, a carriage drove towards his villa. The carriage was engraved with a flame-like family crest, that is the Norton family crest. The carriage stopped in front of the gate and a girl got out of the carriage. It was Adele. Lear raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he couldn't leave again. In the living room, Eno looked at the two people sitting opposite each other with some surprise. One is the heir of Stuart, and the other is the daughter of the Duke of Norton. They should have an incompatible relationship, but they sat together. She smelled a hint of adultery. Why are you here? Does Duke Norton know? Lear asked after taking a sip of the black tea brewed by Eno. You asked me to find out about my father's situation before, so I came here. Adele said in a low voice, feeling a little embarrassed. Eno's ears moved, as if he heard some incredible secret. His young master could actually make the Duke of Norton's daughter listen to him. So you have found out about your father's recent actions? Lear was a little surprised. Adele acted quite quickly, but Adele's next words shocked him. Father, he wants me to be your lover. Lear was stunned, and Eno beside him also covered his mouth. Do you know what you are talking about? Lear frowned. I know. Adele nodded. Lear shook his head. This looked like a conspiracy of the Duke of Norton. Why would your father, Duke Norton, want you to be my lover? He hopes that I can find out some news about the Duke of Stuart. Adele did not hide anything and directly told him the Duke of Norton's instructions. Lear stared at the other person. Under the perception of the blood law source, Adele was not lying, giving his daughter to him just to find out about his father? What did the Duke of Norton want to do? He walked over to Adele and stared at the somewhat nervous girl. The Duke of Norton's intention is not known for the time being, but he unexpectedly feels that Adele does not seem to be averse to being his lover. Lear did not sense any resistance from the girl. He raised his eyebrows, stretched out his hand to lift the girl's chin, and leaned down. Your father asked you to be my lover. What do you think? Adele's cheeks were rosy, and she looked at Lear's face without saying a word. The two were very close, and Lear could smell the sweet aroma of Adele. She showed no resistance at all, and through the source of the blood law, he could even sense some desire. Lear believed that he could tear Adele's clothes off as long as he wanted and then enjoy that beautiful body that would really solidify his reputation of attacking Eric's sister. He greedily sniffed the scent of Adele. After he became the disseminator of blood, he became particularly sensitive to the smell of blood. When he was intimate with Eno, he would unconsciously suck the blood of the little maid, and he also had this desire when he was with Milia. The blood of a pure girl is especially sweet. The Adele in front of me is a pure girl. He immediately grabbed Adele's hand and bit her neck. Since the other party came to the door, it would be a good idea to have a taste. Adele was pressed against the sofa, feeling the faint tingling sensation in her neck, feeling a little shy and a little excited. Eno's face turned red as she watched this scene, and her pair of white thighs kept crossing each other. The little maid touched her neck, as if she was thinking of what Lear had done to her last night. The act of sucking blood lasted for a minute, and Lear let go of Adele's hand. Adele slumped on the couch and thought about what was going to happen next, but she had no regrets. But after a while, Lear did not turn into a beast as she had imagined. Lear sat on the sofa on the other side, holding Eno in his arms, and smelling the scent of the girl. Adele gasped and looked at Lear. Why stop in this situation? Shouldn't I tear her clothes to shreds and then possess her mercilessly? Am I worse than a maid? The girl suddenly felt a little resentful. Lear smiled. He vaguely sensed Adele's thoughts. She was really willing to be his lover. Is it because of the Duke of Norton? Or is it because I am too handsome? Lear was a little confused. He remembered that apart from the banquet, he had no interaction with Eric's sister. He looked at Adele and said tentatively, you should love yourself more. If you choose to commit yourself to me because of Duke Norton, then there is no need to do so. It's not because of my father. Adele retorted immediately, with shyness yet seriousness in the girl's eyes. I like you. You may not know this, but I was attracted to you the first time I saw you. Every time my father took me to a party, I would pay attention to you. And this is the first time I'm doing such an intimate thing with a man, and I'm clean. Adele said again, as if she was afraid that Lear would think she was a loose woman. Lear was stunned for a moment. In his perception of the source of blood law, these were all true. The daughter of an enemy with whom I have no connection actually likes me, and it was love at first sight. Do I have such great charm? Is it possible that I have succubus bloodline? Lear was silent, not knowing what to say for a moment. Seeing that Lear had been silent, Adele felt a little anxious. She simply came directly to Lear, hugged Lear's neck,
and kissed Lear on his lips. "You were so tough when you bit me just now, why are you so indifferent now?" She panted, looking straight into Lear's eyes. "Have you always been so bold?" Lear raised his eyebrows. If he didn't take action against the little Aries who came to him so proactively, he would be looked down upon. "Don't you like it?" Adele licked her lips. That beautiful appearance made Lear's blood boil. With a cry of surprise, he picked up the girl and said, "You have no chance to regret it." With that, he carried Adele to the bedroom. The fight lasted until night, and even Eno was pulled in to put an end to the fighting. Only after both of them fell into a deep sleep did Lear get dressed and glance at the next room. Milia probably didn't know that he had learned his lesson and would cast a soundproof spell before doing anything. Looking at the two people on the bed, I experienced the hugs from both sides, which I had never experienced in my previous life, but I experienced it after traveling through time. He shook his head, and when he was getting ready, the task panel suddenly popped up in front of him. The third ring of the revival of blood. Corruption has spread faith in the royal city. As a spreader of blood, how can you indulge in pleasure and remain indifferent? Mission objective: improve the spread of the blood law and make it known to more people. Current progress: 1%, quest reward, 200,000 experience points, blood swirl, failure penalty, curse of the Lord of Blood, task time limit, 30 days. Chapter 39. The Blood Apostle appears. Lear almost forgot that there was still the task of revival. He hadn't come to the third ring since he completed the second ring last time, and he thought that the Lord of Blood had given him a holiday. After taking a look at the contents on the task panel, Lear was speechless. Increase the spread of blood law. If he remembered correctly, the law of blood was a heretical law. Now the Golden Saint was clearing out the corrupt law believers in the royal city. If he wanted to share some of the pressure with the corrupt sects, he could give it a try. He sighed helplessly. Ever since he knew that Adele was the only blood believer in the entire royal city besides him, he felt that the Lord of Blood was a little out of touch, but the task still needs to be done. How to increase the spread of blood law? He began to think the most direct way is to conduct a blood-granting ceremony and directly convert the other party into a believer. But under the current vigilance of the Golden Church, it is difficult for blood believers created in this way to survive. It was impossible for him to bring the converted blood believers back home. If he left them outside, he would be a lamb to be slaughtered unless he was smart. Is there any other way? His gaze fell on the prisoner's face and blood that had turned into a ring on his finger, and gradually his eyes lit up slightly. The royal city of Brayfield seemed a little deserted at night. Because of the corrupt sect, many citizens would go straight home and close the door at night. That's a heretical sect. I heard that it spreads an incurable disease. Several people have died in the slums. On the dark street, a girl was walking home with a backpack. She was a student at the Arcane Academy, but she was not a noble. She was just a child from an ordinary citizen's family. After she awakened the arcane law, her father decided to send her to the Arcane Academy. Even though it would cost a lot of money today, she forgot the time because she was studying spells, so she left the academy very late. The girl looked at the dim road and felt a little nervous. She had heard about what happened in the slums. The heretical sects were really scary, but that was in the slums, far away from her home, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? Just as the girl was thinking, she heard the sound of flapping wings. She looked up and saw a crow standing on a branch, staring at her. Its dark green eyes looked particularly scary at night. She glanced at the crow and then looked away in fear, walking forward carefully, but as she walked, the crow's gaze also moved. The girl couldn't stand it anymore, so she stopped and said naively and cutely, "Mr. Crow, I want to go home. Can you please stop staring at me?" Hearing this, the crow was stunned for a moment. It didn't expect that the target would take the initiative to talk to it before it made a move. Could it be that its brain was not working well? It flapped its wings and grinned. "No way. I have finally found such an excellent mother like you." "Mother?" The girl was stunned for a moment, and after a few seconds, her eyes widened. The crow actually spoke. As she looked on in disbelief, the crow's feathers trembled, and finally it turned into a human figure. A foul smell hit me in the face. The person in front of me was wearing a dark robe, and his exposed arms were wrapped in dirty bandages. Even his head was wrapped up, leaving only one eye exposed. There were maggots crawling on the eyes. Ah! A shrill scream rang out in the darkness. In the alley not far away, a demon-like person was wandering in the darkness. With bright red eyes, a ferocious face, and terrifying horns, it was Lear wearing a bloody prisoner mask. He thought of a way to complete the task and decided to try it out late at night. To increase the popularity of the blood law, all we need to do is make the blood law known to people. It can be a good reputation or a bad reputation. All he had to do was find some roving ruffians and thugs at night, demonstrate the power of blood, punish them, and then leave behind the name of blood law. They came several times a day, and after so many times, the gangsters spread the story by word of mouth and it became an urban legend in the royal city. That's how it's written in the stories, some heretical demon in the middle of the night or something like that. Maybe it will even be written in the newspaper. As for whether anyone would join his blood cult now that his reputation has been ruined, this is not a big deal. Normal NPCs will not join a cult unless they want to die. Those who really want to spread the faith of blood have to wait for players to come. He had been walking on the street for a while but saw no one. Just when he was about to look somewhere else, a scream suddenly came from not far away. Listening to the screams not far away, a smile appeared on Lear's face under the prison mask. Isn't this a chance to live? On the dim street, the terrifying bandaged man walked towards the girl step by step. The girl had collapsed on the ground and was so scared that she couldn't speak. Don't be afraid, and don't be sad. You will become the nourishment rewarded by the corrupt true spirit. This is your honor. The bandaged man looked at the girl and thought that the best way to spread the corruption disease was to infect a mother body and cultivate the bacteria in the other body. When the corruption bacteria reached its limit, the mother body exploded, and a large number of corruption bacteria would spread. The matrix hadn't fully matured before in the slums, but he couldn't help but detonate it, so the effect wasn't very good. A fully mature mother can cover the entire ghetto. What kind of monster are you? Don't come over here. The girl finally reacted, got up from the ground and tried to escape. Without even picking up her backpack, she ran in the opposite direction, but as she ran, a figure appeared in front of her. She was delighted and shouted, "Sir, please save me, there is a..." As she spoke, she ran towards the shadow, but when she saw the shadow's face clearly, her voice stopped abruptly. This was a man wearing a black robe, who looked similar to the bandaged man behind him, but he did not have such a disgusting stench. However, the face of the man in the black robe was like a legendary devil. Its eyes flashed a ferocious red light, it had twisted horns on its head, and blood-red lines on its face. The girl stopped and collapsed to the ground again. Not only was there one monster, but there was another one. Just when the girl was feeling a little desperate, the demon monster in front of her suddenly spoke in a gentle voice, "Beautiful lady, you seem to need some help?" "Huh?" The girl was stunned for a moment and raised her head. She had already imagined that she was captured by a monster and subjected to an evil ritual, but why was the monster in front of her a little different? "Do you need help?" Lear stretched out his hand. Unlike the ferocious look on his head, his hands were as white as a woman's. "Mr. Monster, you won't eat me?" "Why should I eat you?" "That's what the Academy library says. Monsters from heretical sects appear at night and like to eat people." Lear was silent. What kind of a storybook was this? He coughed lightly. "Not all heretics are bad people." "But, Mr. Monster, I'm not a monster, I'm the Apostle of Blood. I also have a name. You can call me Munger." Chapter 40 Carrion Giant. The girl paused, listening to the words of the monster in front of her, and she suddenly found that she was not so scared anymore. The person in front of her had a ferocious face, but he gave her a very gentle feeling. "Well, monster, Mr. Munger, you really won't eat me?" "I don't eat humans. In fact, I was once a human, but I was cursed by blood. The law of blood turned me into this. If you want to lift the curse, you must atone your sins, so I will appear at night to help those in need." Lear babbled nonsense and made up jokes that even he found funny, but the girl listened very carefully and even looked a little sympathetic. This kind of naive girl is really easy to deceive. Lear looked at her calmly while the two were talking. The bandaged man had already come to their side. Lear raised his head. The aura emanating from the other party was exactly the same as the corrupt force in the slums before. "I didn't expect to run into corrupt believers doing things just by going out. Is this the guidance of fate? That's my prey." The bandaged man stared at the devil in front of him with his exposed one eye. He felt a force of law from the other party that he had never felt before. Another heretical law. The girl was startled by the voice of the bandaged man and quickly hid behind Lil's large body. She didn't even notice that she had already developed trust in the monster in front of her named Munger. "Mr. Mung, if helping me can help you remove the curse, please save me, he wants to take me away." The girl looked at the bandaged man timidly and pleaded in a low voice, "Trigger mission, girl's request, C rank, the poor girl asks you for help, Please help her escape the capture of corrupt believers. Quest reward, 50,000 experience points. Intermediate blood apostle skills, failure penalty, none. Lear raised his eyebrows. There was actually a mission, and the reward was an intermediate blood apostle skill. Since he obtained the basic blood apostle skill last time, he had not seen other blood apostle skills. Pagans, hand this girl over to me. We are all heretics, there is no need to fight each other. The bandaged man said coldly. Lear smiled, and a flash of red light flashed in the eyes of the blood prisoner. The night rose appeared in his hand and directly entered the invisible state. Don't compare me to dirty corruption. I am an apostle of blood, and I don't care about sewer bugs like you. You said I'm a bedbug? The bandaged man's eyes twitched and he became angry. You are the apostle of blood. Blood will also corrupt. Everything in this world will decay. The world will eventually fall to the power of corruption. Such a great law, and you actually call me a stink bug? The bandaged man looked a little crazy, which Lear found difficult to understand. The taste of corruption is truly eternal. You damned blood believer, how dare you blaspheme corruption? Then become nourishment for the arrival of the corrupt spirit. The bandaged man suddenly pulled open his robe. Countless dirty mosquitoes and flies flew out from under the robe, covering the sky like a black cloud. Looking at this scene, Lear frowned. He had never seen such a disgusting way of attack even in his previous life. He picked up the girl and dodged the black fog of mosquitoes and flies. The heretic in front of him was close to high level in terms of magic power, and was a good opponent. He put the girl down and said, "You stay here. I will deal with this corrupt believer." After saying that, he walked towards the bandaged man. He has never used the skills of the blood apostle since he acquired them, so this is a good opportunity for him to practice on this corrupt cultist. A red light flashed in his eyes, and the blood resonance allowed him to briefly possess the power to control blood. These mosquitoes and flies in the air were not magical creations condensed by magic power, but real creatures. Although they were different from humans, they also had blood. Pale red ripples spread out from his body, and the buzzing mosquitoes and flies suddenly stopped. The next second, it seemed like rain in the sky, and drops of dirty liquid flowed down strangely and not red, but a dirty yellowed. It was easy for Lear to manipulate the blood in these weak mosquitoes and flies. The bandaged man's eyes widened when he saw this. What did you do to my children? Child, Lear frowned. The corrupt believers were more twisted than he had imagined. The mosquitoes and flies that lost their blood also lost their lives, and fell from the sky one by one. The bandaged man's eyes were bloodshot. You damned blood believer! I will turn you into food for my child. He roared, and deadly black fog emerged from his body, covering the corpses of mosquitoes and flies on the ground. The next moment, the black fog gradually condensed and turned into a giant more than 5 meters tall. His entire body was covered in bandages and black rotten flesh. He still had one eye, and his body was crawling with maggots, which made him look uncomfortable. However, although it is disgusting and ugly, the giant's magic level has reached a higher level and has reached a high level. Watching this scene, Lear gained a new understanding of the corrupt law. Although it was disgusting, it had to be said that it was still very powerful. It was the black cloud of mosquitoes and flies just now. It was obvious that they were carrying toxins and diseases. Ordinary law professionals could not get close to them at all. A mage might be better, as he can use fire, and now this rotten giant has given the bandaged man powerful close combat capabilities. It can be far or near, and it can be ranked among the many professions that Lear has seen in his previous life. The carrion giant came crashing down upon Lear, bringing with it an unbearable stench. Lear turned sideways and dodged. The night rose pierced the body of the carrion giant, and there was a sense of damping from the sword, as if it had pierced a piece of rubber. Piercing damage reduction. In just a moment, he determined the characteristics of the carrion giant. The expression under the prisoner's mask became a little gloomy. This characteristic can be said to be a nightmare for melee professionals using light weapons. After one blow was broken off, the carrion giant smashed its arm down again, hitting the ground and shattering the marble floor. Lear dodged to a nearby place, and the place where the carrion giant had been pierced had healed, and even his health bar had recovered. It actually has a strong recovery ability. It's a bit tricky. A wizard should be able to deal with such an opponent by using fire, but Lear only knows ice spells, and the most he can do is freeze the opponent. Even the arcane cannon only has a momentary impact, and it is difficult to completely destroy the giant's body. Is he going to run away with the girl? Lear's eyes became deep. Running away was not his habit. This giant state would not last long, and, since puncture is ineffective, use brute force. A bright red chain appeared in Lear's hand. The blood apostle's skill was life-binding shackles. The chains were directly wrapped around the giant, and by the way, Lear also put a blood mark on the giant to increase the damage of the next second. All attributes were added to strength, and he dragged the giant and threw him directly into the night sky. The devil grabbed the chain, bound the giant, drew a semicircle in the air, and slammed the giant to the ground. The violent impact shook the trees not far away. The bandaged man inside the giant was dizzy from the shock. Is this the power that a mid-level professional can possess? The life-binding shackles not only bound the giant, but also devoured the giant's vitality. A smile appeared on Lear's face under the prisoner's mask. Just when he was about to attack again, a holy sword fell from the sky. Chapter 41 Blood Incarnation. Lear looked at the holy sword condensed by the golden law in astonishment. Why do the judge's skills, sword of punishment, and golden law combat profession's skills appear here? He looked in the direction of the holy sword's origin. The golden Saint Othaniana, the guard Mori, and several other members of the golden sect were watching them eagerly. I finally caught you. The corrupt heretic. Othaniana stared at the two heretics not far away. She had anticipated when they were attacked in the slums before that the corrupt believers would take action again, so she sent people to patrol various places in the royal city every night. I didn't expect to run into him when I was on patrol today. She saw a girl hiding behind a tree and roughly guessed the situation. This was the new mother body found by the corrupt sect. Othaniana walked up to the girl and comforted her. Don't worry, little sister. Everything is fine. Leave these corrupt pagans to us to clean up. The girl was stunned for a moment. Wait a minute, Mr. Munger is not. She wanted to say something, but Othaniana and a group of believers of the Golden Rule had already surrounded Lear and the bandaged man. Lear feels fucked up. He's not a believer in corruption. The rotten giant who was bound by the life-binding shackles actually broke free at this moment. He looked at the Golden Church members around him and looked at Lear with eyes full of anger. You actually contacted the Golden Church? We are all pagans. Do you think the Golden Church will spare you? The bandaged man roared. Lear's face twitched slightly under the mask. He was clearly a victim as well. Othaniana was also stunned when she heard this, and then she looked at Lear. Seeing Lear's hideous head and the strange aura emanating from his body, her expression became a little solemn. You are not a believer in corruption? Lear did not answer. Since the Golden Church had come, the girl's safety would naturally be no problem. He had to run away quickly, but before he could run, Ophelia seemed to sense something and stared at him with her beautiful eyes. You are the bastard that night. Ophelia remembered. She felt the elusive weapon in Lear's hand, the same one who lured her to the priest's room in the Golden Cathedral. You damned heretic, did you publish the story in the newspaper? Othaniana questioned. She had doubts after seeing the story about liking little boys. She had just caught the priest playing with a little boy a few days ago, and then the newspaper published an article about her liking little boys. She would never believe it was a coincidence. Madam, have you got the wrong person? Lear was sweating profusely. Maybe I recognized the wrong person? You'll know when I catch you. Ophelia stared at Lear without taking her eyes off him. She even ignored the real corrupt sect members standing by. Seeing that he was being ignored, the bandaged man took out a small blue bottle from his arms and drank the liquid inside. Lear caught a glimpse of the bandaged man's actions from the corner of his eye and his eyes widened immediately. He recognized the small bottle. It was the game prop he had intended to obtain in the slums not long ago, but how could it end up in the hands of followers of a corrupt sect? The vial was a powerful item, and Lear remembered its properties. Name, Blue Secret Dewdrop Bottle. Category, Legal Relics. Introduction. The Dewdrop Bottle gathers powerful magic and can produce a drop of Blue Secret Dew every day. Effect, take the Blue Secret Dew drops, and for the next 24 seconds, all your skills and spells will be free of consumption, and the cooldown time is hours. Like the Blood Prisoner Mask awarded as a reward for the previous mission, it is a relic of law. Law relics are another type of props in the game besides equipment. They have various effects and are extremely rare. In the previous life, the bottle of Blue Secret Dewdrops belonged to a peculiar wizard. For this item, the wizard learned a large number of spells with short cooldown times and could be cast instantly. After drinking the Blue Secret Dewdrops, the wizard was like a machine gun turret within 60 seconds. Lear's eyes turned, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. He said to the bandaged man beside him, a friend, we are all pagans. Do you want to join forces? Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape. The bandaged man put the dewdrop bottle into his arms and snorted disdainfully, "No need. After taking the blue secret dewdrops, he can use the carrion giant again, and maybe he can fight against the Golden Saint," the bandaged man roared, and the corrupt black fog appeared again. When the black fog dissipated, a 5-meter-tall giant appeared in front of everyone. Lear was a little worried. The bandaged man could not communicate. With his current abilities, how could he get the blue secret dewdrop bottle under the siege of the Golden Saint? Just as he was silent, the system panel appeared in front of him. "You completed the mission girl's request. You have gained 50,000 experience points. The intermediate blood apostle skills Bloodthirst and Blood Incarnation." New skill information appeared in Lear's mind, and his eyes turned deep as he looked at the rotten giant rushing towards the Golden Saint. "Golden Saint, you killed my brother, and today I will make you pay the price." The carrion giant roared, and rushed forward with violent power. Lear shook his head, thinking that the followers of this corrupt sect were a bit brainless just now. Even he was able to fight the carrion giant, let alone the Golden Saint. The other party is the daughter of the Golden Law, possessing the dual skills of prayer and judge. An invisible ripple appeared, and the carrion giant was knocked back. It fell to the ground and hesitated for several seconds. The rest of the golden cultists also launched attacks one by one. Not feeling forgotten, Lear stood there, looking at the people of the Golden Church who were fighting like a boss. In the crowd, the Golden Saint was fending off the carrion giant while observing Lear on the other side. She gritted her teeth. Even though the carrion giant was no match for her, it was like a fly that kept pestering her, preventing her from devoting her attention to dealing with the heretics on the other side. "We must not let that bastard get away." Ophelia hated Lear on the other side even more. She raised her scepter, and the sacred golden law shone advanced skill, golden fury, advanced skill, light storm. Suddenly, the whole sky seemed to be illuminated. The storm of light enveloped the carrion giant, and the purifying power of the golden law continued to erode the carrion giant's body. In the light, the carrion giant gradually turned into ashes, and the bandaged man fell out of it. Lear watched quietly and saw the bottle of blue secret dew droplets fly from the bandaged man's arms to the ground. In an instant, he activated the Aslan Royal Swordsmanship, increasing his speed to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he arrived next to the bottle of blue secret dew and reached out to grab the bottle in his hand. "Umph! You dare not run away and steal the spoils of our golden church." Ophaniana looked at the heretic in front of her, feeling hatred but also a little curious. That is not the power of corruption. There are other heretical sects in the royal city besides the corrupt sect. She threw a confession up. Once again Lear felt what it was like to have overindulged himself, but this time he took his time. He raised his head and smiled at Ophelia. "My dear saint, please forgive me for writing those blasphemous articles. I thought the priest liked little boys, and the saint should be the same." The light voice echoed in the dark night. Ophaniana thought that the heretic in front of her could say something nice, but she didn't expect that he was still teasing and ridiculing her. "You deserve to die." A holy sword condensed directly in the air and pierced straight into the heretic's chest. Lear was indifferent. He left Ophelia with a smile at the end. "We will meet again." After saying this, his body turned into blood mist and disappeared. Blood incarnation consumes 50% of your maximum health. You can construct an incarnation condensed from blood, which has 50% of your own abilities. It lasts for 3 hours. You can transfer the positions of the incarnation and your real body during the duration. It can only be used once during the duration of the incarnation. Chapter 42, Gold does not favor your IQ. Blood law spread increased, current spread, 4%. When Lear returned to the Duke's mansion, the sky was already bright white. He looked a little haggard. The huge consumption of magic power and the sudden loss of 50% of his maximum health made him feel as if his body was hollowed out. He returned to his bedroom. Eno and Adele had already woken up and were talking to each other, as if they were whispering between girls. Lear hugged Eno and bit Eno's neck before the little maid could react. Blood flowed into his body through the wound, and the feeling of powerlessness in his body was quickly fading away. On the other hand, Eno's whole body went limp and he could only let Lear hold him. Feeling his body recovering, Lear opened his mouth with a hint of excitement in his eyes. "A lot of things happened tonight, and I was almost caught by Ophelia, but the gains were also huge." The spread of the blood law had been improved, and he had obtained the blue secret dewdrop bottle and mid-level blood apostle skills of blood incarnation and bloodthirst. Thanks to the incarnation of blood, he escaped from Ophelia without anyone noticing. As for the bloodthirst, this is a skill that surprised Lear. By sucking blood and devouring the magic power in the target's body, he could quickly recover his own state. There was also a very low probability that he could obtain the target's talents and skills through the target's blood. This effect could only be triggered once on the same target, but it was powerful enough, master. Eno's soft voice suddenly came to his ears. Lear came back to his senses. The little maid's face was rosy, but she looked a little listless. He showed an apologetic expression. Sorry, Eno. I was a little inconsiderate. The bloodthirst could devour magic power through blood. Magic power was the core strength of professionals. When magic power was exhausted, even if it didn't cause substantial damage to the body, the person would feel powerless. You should have a good rest today. I'll leave the affairs of the mansion to other maids. Lear stroked Eno's hair, then looked at Adele beside him. Adele, well, you're my woman now, but I hope you can continue to stay in the Duke of Norton's mansion. Didn't Duke Norton ask you to find out about my father? Just tell him that my father will come to the royal city in the near future. When Duke Norton makes other moves, tell me again. Is that all? Adele nodded. She knew that although Lear accepted her, she couldn't just be a vase. She had to show her own value to get Lear's attention, that's all. Lear nodded. Norton Palace. Eric walked into the living room, saw his father, frowned and asked, Dad, Adele hasn't come back all day? Duke Norton looked up and was somewhat surprised that Eric could already stand up, with a crow standing on his shoulder. He didn't ask about these things, but warned, I've given Adele a task. From now on, you must not interfere with what Adele wants to do, and you're not allowed to bully her again. Do you understand? Eric was stunned for a moment, and his expression became a little gloomy when he remembered what his father had said to Adele before. He left the living room alone, and as he walked out of Duke Norton's sight, the crow on his shoulder suddenly flapped its wings. What's wrong? Eric felt that Derek was getting a little angry. Colin is dead, Dritch said in a cold tone. Colin? He was another subordinate of mine. I asked him to disrupt the order in the slums and spread corruption. I didn't expect that he'd be discovered by the Golden Church so quickly. What an incompetent waste. Crow cursed, now that Colin is dead, his mission will be completed by you, Eric. After scolding Colin, Derek looked at Eric. Eric's expression became ugly, and he suddenly felt that joining the paganism might not be a wise decision. Lear was sitting on a park bench wearing sunglasses and holding a cup of black tea. The battle last night hadn't caused much damage, but many people saw the storm of light that enveloped the civilian area. Citizens were discussing the topic of the light storm, saying it was the sacred golden law that was eliminating heresy. As Lear listened, he suddenly heard someone mention his name. Have you heard that Master Lear of the Stuart family has imprisoned Her Royal Highness the Princess? Puff. The tea spurted out of his mouth. Lear was shocked. What the hell? The citizens on the other side didn't notice Lear's reaction and continued. It's reported in the newspapers that Her Royal Highness the Princess is missing and has been imprisoned by the young master of the Stuart family. And the young master of the Stuart family communicated with the pagan gods, so he gained the power of the double law. Is this true? A worker standing opposite widened his eyes, listening to what the two said. Lear stood up from the bench silently, went to the newsstand, and bought a recent newspaper. The title that caught his eye was Imprisoning a Princess? The evil deeds of Lear Stuart. With a slight twitch in the corner of his eye, he put away the newspaper and went straight home. What bastard would imitate him and publish such an article in the newspaper? Also, who revealed that Milia was imprisoned in her own home? First, he excluded Eno. Lear believed in the loyalty of the little maid. As for the other maids in the mansion, they were once slaves and grew up in the Duke's mansion. Although they had seen Milia, they had no idea that Milia was the princess. If that's the case, then who leaked the secret? Lear thought of the king and queen. The next day, Lear received a notice and went to the palace. The king summoned. Before he left, he didn't tell Milia what happened in the newspaper, so as not to cause panic in the little princess. As he walked along the road, rumors about him had already spread throughout the royal city, and some nobles had noticed something was amiss. It seemed that Princess Milia hadn't appeared in public for a long time. Even at the last banquet, Milia didn't show up. When they arrived at the palace gate, the guard saw Lear and had a strange look on his face. He said, Master Lear, His Majesty is waiting for you. Lear raised an eyebrow, nodded to the guard, and then entered the palace. As soon as they entered the palace, before they had walked far, on the other side, Ophelia came over with Maury. Ophelia looked a little haggard, as if she hadn't slept well. When Maury saw Lear, he showed a stern expression and walked up to him. It turns out that you were able to become a dual law professional because you communicated with pagan gods. And you even cruelly imprisoned the princess, he shouted loudly as soon as he came up. Lear's expression didn't change when he heard this, but he looked at Maury as if looking at a fool. I remember that the Golden Law is known as the perfect law, and believers of the Golden Law should be balanced in all aspects, but gold doesn't seem to favor your IQ? Thanks to Shangri-La Cocoon for the 1500 points reward. Chapter 43, Movie King Lear, what did you say? Maury said angrily. You said that the pagan gods I communicated with possessed dual laws. Do you think that either arcane or war is pagan? Lear said slowly, and you said I imprisoned the princess. Her Royal Highness was originally my fiancée. I could marry her to Stuart openly. Why did I imprison her? Maury opened his mouth, but was rendered speechless by what Lear said. Ophelia watched from the side and shook her head. Maury, Mr. Lear can't be what the newspapers say. That must be slander, just like the articles that slandered me. She recalled the rumors that she had been framed, and couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy for Lear. They were both victims. Lear glanced at Maury and said nothing more. The three of them walked towards the palace together. When he arrived at the hall, many nobles were already there, and they all looked at Lear with strange eyes. Lear stepped forward and said before Rosser could speak, Your Majesty, is Milia really missing? His expression was somewhat gloomy, more like a question. Rosser was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lear with deep eyes. Milia is indeed missing. Milia is missing, why didn't you do anything? I didn't even see you send out soldiers to search. Lear's voice suddenly became louder and he said angrily. The nobles around looked at each other in surprise. Lear actually dared to speak to the king in such an attitude, which was extremely disrespectful. Of facing Lear's repeated questioning, Rosser's expression looked a little ugly. Seeing Lear's abnormal look, he roughly guessed what the other party wanted to do. Lear probably wanted to express his anger and his concern for Milia with this attitude. How could it be possible that he had such real anger? In the newspapers also said that Lear imprisoned the princess. This way he could get away with it and clear Lear of the suspicion that he actually imprisoned Milia. Looking at Lear's expression of anger, which showed no falseness at all, Rosser admitted that this method was clever. But doesn't my king have any face? He really wanted to expose Lear's hypocrisy directly, but he gave up in the end. After all, his daughter was still in the other party's hands. Swallowing the dissatisfaction in his heart, Rosser said in a deep voice, It's not that I didn't show it. Milia has always been a very independent child. She often goes out to play with the guards. I give her a lot of freedom and let her enter and leave the palace freely. Sometimes she goes to some remote places with the protection of high-level guards. I am not worried. But this time, she didn't come back, and I realized something was wrong. He explained, but the explanation seemed very stiff, and the expressions of the nobles present became strange. The king had always been very fond of Princess Milia, but now it seemed that perhaps it was all fake. Feeling the strange looks from the nobles, Rosser was very angry, but he still had to remain rational. Hearing Rosser's words, Lear smiled secretly. It was just as he thought. The king had no choice but to cooperate with him. Milia is the holder of the heresy law, and Rosser knows it from the queen's attitude. As long as the king does not want his daughter to be tried by the Golden Church, he can only help Lear conceal it. I just wonder if the king knows that he is also a heretic? Lear suddenly thought of a question. He pretended to think, as if he agreed with Rosser's explanation, and sighed, Your Majesty, Milia is my fiancée. She is missing. I am very worried. Please forgive my rudeness. I want to know, do you have any clues about Milia's disappearance? When Rosser heard this, his expression eased. He looked at Ophelia on the side and said in a speculative tone, Milia left before Her Excellency the Saint came. She might have been met with corrupt believers. I have ordered the royal guards to search. Your Majesty, are you saying that Princess Milia might have been kidnapped by a corrupt sect? Ophelia asked hurriedly. Yes, Saint. Rose replied. Ophelia didn't know that the king and Lear were just acting, and her expression became a little ugly when she heard that Milia might have been captured by the corrupt sect. She knew that the corrupt sect would capture pure girls as the carriers of the corrupt disease. If this was the case, Princess Milia would be in great danger. Ophelia subconsciously glanced at Lear, and seeing his worried expression, she decided not to tell Lear the news, so as not to make him even more sad. The fiancé I just won in a duel not long ago is gone now. It's very depressing. She looked up at the king. If it was done by the corrupt sect, our Golden Church will do its utmost to help search for the princess's whereabouts. As she said this, she glanced at Lear. This was the only thing she could do. "Thank you, Your Excellency the Saint." Rosser nodded. The princess's case had basically been determined, and the nobles who had come to understand the situation began to leave. They looked at Lear with some pity. What would be the fate of him if he was caught by a pagan? It has been written in many materials that the princess may never come back. The others also had a new opinion of King Rosser. They thought that his previous attitude of doting on the princess was probably just an act. He said that he gave the princess a lot of freedom, but didn't that mean he didn't care? Phineas sighed and patted Lear's shoulder before leaving, as if to comfort him. When everyone left, only Lear and Rosser were left. The atmosphere became dull for a while, and Rosser said with a fake smile, "You little brat, do you know how much impact your self-willed actions will have on the dignity of the royal family?" Lear smiled awkwardly. "Your Majesty, I have no choice. You know what will happen once Miria's affair with me is confirmed, right? The Golden Church will find Milia. You don't want your daughter to be taken away by the Golden Church, right?" Rosser glared. "Then you can't tease me like this. After those nobles leave, they will definitely say that my previous attitude towards Miria was just an act." Lear shrugged and said seriously, "Your Majesty, sometimes some sacrifices are necessary." Rose shook his head helplessly. At this time, Queen Philia came out from the back of the hall. Seeing the two bickering, she smiled and said, "You two are really good at acting. Those nobles and saints were all fooled by you." Rosser looked at his queen. Milia was their child. He really doted on Milia and was even willing to go against his heart and team up with Lear to deceive the Golden Saint. Lear couldn't stand the king and queen flirting with each other, so he asked, "Your Majesty, do you have any clues about who published the content in the newspaper?" Rosser raised his head. "I asked the soldiers to go to the Daily Morning News and ask him. He was also a man who covered his face. He spent 10 gold coins and asked the newspaper to publish those articles. It should be the same person as last time. He is probably a member of the corrupt sect. I just don't know why they would target you." Listening to the king's words, Lear's expression looked a little strange. It was indeed him who had discredited the saint before, but was he going to discredit himself? Chapter 44. The saint who came to your door a week passed by in the blink of an eye. Ophelia has been very anxious lately. She had purified the corrupt believer before, but the spread of corruption in the royal city was not only not suppressed, but it became even faster. Almost 1/3 of the people in the slums have been infected with the disease, and the number is still rising, causing panic among the people in the entire slums. The Golden Church and the royal family have blocked off the slums and stepped up night patrols. The search for Princess Milia is also underway. The Vatican has announced that it was a corrupt sect that kidnapped the princess, clearing Lear of suspicion. During this week, in addition to the spread of corruption, another trouble was also plaguing the royal city. He was the guy known as the Blood Apostle who escaped that day. The Blood Apostle would appear every night, and even newspapers began to publish his deeds. Demons haunted night. Why does the bloody demon punish the villain? Is he righteous or evil? The bloody demon's conspiracy. Reports like these continued to appear in newspapers, and the girl he rescued even accepted an exclusive interview, saying that Mr. Munger, the Blood Apostle, was a good person. Ophanina couldn't understand why a pagan would punish villains every night. This must be a conspiracy. She firmly believed it, and it was the Blood Apostle who slandered her in the newspaper. Such a heretic should go to hell. Ophanina clenched the newspaper in her hand angrily. After a long while, she left the cathedral in a bit of annoyance. She hadn't relaxed much this week. It was not good to bury her head in work all the time. She needed a break. I came to the street outside alone. It was raining outside and the road seemed a little deserted. Many citizens were hiding at home because of the threats from pagans. She walked forward aimlessly with an umbrella in her hand, and before she knew it she had arrived in front of a mansion with the word Stuart written on the doorplate. Ophanina was a little surprised. After thinking for a while, she knocked on Stuart's door. I am the room. Lear was holding a bottle of white powder, which he had just obtained from the black market in the royal city. It is said that a drug that can knock people out with just one drop of it will make them fall asleep. Unless they are professionals at an extraordinary level, even high-level professionals will fall asleep after drinking a drink mixed with just one drop of it. He got this thing in order to kidnap Ophelia. Ever since he escaped from Ophanina's hands that night and then awakened his new blood apostle skills, this thought has appeared in his mind again. Bloodthirst can devour the target's magic power by sucking blood. Once the magic power is exhausted, the professional will fall into a state of powerlessness and cannot use skills. Although the physical strength is still there, it is only necessary to stun the opponent. Perhaps we don't need to wait for Jim to get the item that can seal the power of the law. We can start imprisoning Ophelia now, Lear thought, although he knew that such behavior was abnormal and Ophelia didn't even have any grudge against him, but such thoughts lingered in his mind. Maybe this is the side effect of the golden finger? Those carriers of the law source will be attracted to him and it is hard to resist. Since you can't resist it, just let it be. He smiled indifferently and put the drugs into the storage ring. Master, there is a lady named Ophanina outside looking for you. Eno's voice suddenly came from outside the house. The smile on Lear's face paused. Ophelia, sitting in the living room. Ophanina looked around curiously. The decorations were all very ordinary. As the residence of the Stuart family, it was not as luxurious as she had imagined. Compared with other aristocratic residences she had seen, it looked much simpler. While she was observing, footsteps were heard outside the house. Lear walked into the hall and saw Ophelia sitting on the sofa. When he received the notice from Eno, he was still a little bit unbelievable that Ophelia would take the initiative to find him, and it seemed that she was alone. He had been thinking of some means to coax Ophelia over. Welcome, Her Highness the Saint. Lear walked forward with a gentle smile. Just call me Ophanina, Mr. Lear. There's no need to be so unfamiliar. Ophanina stood up and smiled. After all, the two had fought together, and Lear had saved her when they were in the slums, so she still had a good impression of Lear. Lear nodded. Then I will call you Miss Ophelia. Well, since you have come to our Stuart, please let me entertain you well. I'll ask the cook to prepare dinner, and I'll make sure you can taste the specialties of Brayfield. Ophelia looked at the gentleman-like Lear and smiled politely. Sorry to bother you then. No, it's not a bother at all. Rather, it's my pleasure. Lear laughed, a smile that was kind but also had a hint of something special. There's still some time before dinner. Why don't I show you around and we can talk while we walk? Lear suggested to Ophelia. Of course. Ophanina agreed happily. The two walked out of the living room together and came to the garden at the back. Miss Ophaniana, what do you want to talk to me about? Lear asked casually. Ophelia showed a hint of embarrassment. To be honest, she didn't know why she knocked on Stuart's door. She just wanted to come out and relax, and when she came here, she thought about Lear's experience and wanted to get to know Lear. Ophelia was silent for a while, and then she made up an excuse. Mr. Lear, you should have heard about what the heretical sect has done in the royal city recently. Actually, I came here today to get your help. Hearing this, Lear raised his eyebrows. He knew that the royal city had become chaotic recently. He would go out every night to do good deeds. Now the spread of the blood law had reached 30%, and it would not take long to complete the task. Coupled with the rapid spread of corruption, the Golden Church and the royal family became very busy, and even his sister rarely came to see him. After learning that the princess was kidnapped, Avian was more anxious than him and vowed to help Lear rescue the princess, which made Lear feel a little guilty. Miss Ophanina, I am willing to help with the matter of the heretical sect, but as you know, my fiancée has been kidnapped by the corrupt sect, so I will only prioritize searching for Milia's whereabouts. Lear said, pretending to be sad. Ophanina played with her hair and listened to Lear's answer, and suddenly her heart became heavy. The corrupt sect kidnapped Milia. Based on her understanding of the corrupt sect, she was likely to have been harmed after such a long time, but Lear still wanted to rescue the princess. Lear is such a pitiful person. She looked at Lear and finally decided not to dash Lear's hopes, as that would be too cruel. Just when Ophelia felt sorry for Lear, Lear suddenly changed the subject and asked, Miss Ophelia, why didn't I see your guard today? There are pagans rampant outside now. You should pay more attention to your safety. Ophelia was stunned for a moment. Is Lear concerned about her safety? She was a little surprised, but still said proudly, Mr. Lear, don't worry about my safety. I am the saint of the Holy See. Those heretics are no match for me. I was just a little annoyed by work, so I came out to relax alone. Those guys in the Vatican don't know about it. Ophanina blinked playfully. Lear smiled when he heard this. Is that so? Then I feel relieved. Chapter 45, Sleeping Saint. Dinner time started soon. The maids brought the food and placed it on the table, and Lear and Ophelia sat down. The two of them ate and talked at the same time, and both the host and the guests looked very happy. Eno stood aside with a subtle look on her face, watching Ophanina eating steak in small bites. She saw that Lear had put a lot of white powder in it all melted into the soup, becoming colorless and tasteless. Afanina gracefully put a piece of steak into her mouth. She was very satisfied with Lear's hospitality. The steward heir in front of her always gave people a gentle feeling, and it was very comfortable to get along with him. As she thought about it, she suddenly felt a little weak. Afanina frowned, put down her fork, and stroked her forehead. "Miss Afanina, is the food not to your liking?" Lear asked with concern, as if he had noticed Afanina's abnormality. Ophelia looked up with an apologetic look on her face. "No, Mr. Lear, I am very satisfied with your hospitality. It's just that I have been busy with work recently and I am a little tired. Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom." Having said that, Afanina stood up and slowly walked out of the hall. Watching Ophelia leave, Lear had no expression. After taking the medicine for such a long time without any reaction, he almost thought he had given the wrong medicine, but fortunately, it seems that the effect of the medicine has started to take effect. After putting the last piece of steak into his mouth, Lear picked up the napkin to wipe his mouth, then followed. As Afanina walked in the corridor, she felt increasingly weak. She quickly walked to the bathroom and splashed cold water on her face, trying to sober herself up. I raised my head and looked at myself in the mirror, and my face turned a little pale. "Have you been so tired recently?" She still didn't connect what happened to her with Lear. While she was thinking, the bathroom door behind her was pushed open and a beautiful silver-haired girl walked in. Emilia looked at the blonde beauty in the mirror, and Afanina also looked at Emilia, and the two women looked at each other. The atmosphere fell into silence instantly. Ophelia turned her head sharply. She knew the girl in front of her. Wasn't she the princess who was kidnapped by the corrupt sect? Why was she here? Emilia also widened her eyes. A beautiful woman she had never seen before appeared in the house. She was not much worse than her in appearance, but her figure was much better than hers. Could she be Lear's lover? Her mood suddenly became a little annoyed and aggrieved. No wonder Lear hadn't come to see her these past few nights. He also said that paganism was rampant in the royal city recently and he had a lot of work. It turned out that he had lied to her. "Are you Princess Emilia?" Afanina said, trying to cheer herself up. "Weren't you kidnapped by the corrupt sect?" Hearing the words of the woman in front of her, Emilia was stunned. Who was kidnapped by the corrupt sect? Wasn't it Lear who kidnapped him? Just as the two women were staring at each other, Lear appeared behind Emilia, and he looked at Ophelia with a smile. "Miss Afanina, you are a little tired. You should have a good rest," he said. Afanina wanted to say something, but she felt dizzy and fainted. Lear steps forward and takes Ophelia in his arms. Seeing this scene, the little princess also realized that something was wrong and looked at Lear angrily. "Lear, won't you explain it to me?" "Emilia, she is Afanina, the saint of the Golden Church." "The saint of the Golden Church?" Emilia was stunned and her expression changed. She remembered that her mother had said that they must not be discovered by the Golden Saint. "Her Majesty the Queen has already told me about your situation. We are both holders of heretical laws. Once we are discovered by the Golden Saint, we will definitely be judged by the Golden Church, so I have to strike first," Lear said seriously. "Did Mother tell you about my affairs?" Emilia was a little surprised. She didn't know these things. "This is also to protect your safety. After all, you are my fiancée." Lear nodded. Emilia's cheeks flushed slightly, and she continued to ask, "So what are you going to do with this saint?" "Of course, I'll imprison you." Lear smiled and looked at Emilia with a half-smile, "Just like I did to you before." Listening to Lear's words, Emilia remembered what Lear had done to her before, and slapped Lear in annoyance. "Don't say anything." Lear shrugged, and as Emilia watched, he bit Ophelia's neck. "What are you doing?" Emilia widened her eyes. How dare her husband be intimate with another woman in front of her? "Emilia, I just sucked some blood." Lear opened his mouth. "Why?" Emilia was a little angry. Lear patiently introduced his abilities to Emilia. The girl's expression eased a lot after listening to him, but after a while, she thought of a problem. "Doesn't that mean you have to suck the blood of the saint once in a while?" "That's about it." Lear nodded. If Jim could find the item that seals the power of the law, this wouldn't be the case, but a week after the agreed time, Jim didn't come back to find him. Maybe he had taken the money and ran away. Emilia became more and more irritated. She found it hard to accept the thought that her husband might have to do such intimate things with this saint every day.
Milia, you have to believe me. No matter what I do to Ophanina, you are my favorite.
Lear answered seriously. Amelia stared at Lear for a long time, then snorted and turned away. In the dark basement, Ophanina woke up slowly. She felt very uncomfortable due to the physical weakness and mental depression. She looked around and saw that she was tied to a chair with bright red shackles, a method of binding she had never seen before, which made her figure look extremely seductive. The bright red shackles were still eroding her newly recovered strength, making it difficult for her to move. The magic power in the body was also exhausted somehow. Ophelia took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and recalled the scene.
Before she fell into a coma, the last thing we see is Lear's handsome face. Miss Ophanina, you're awake.
A voice came from the side. Ophanina turned her head and saw Lear sitting on a chair, looking at her unscrupulously.
Lear, you, no matter how stupid she was, Ophanina understood what was going on. She was kidnapped by Lear.
Thinking back to the previous dinner, she felt something was wrong after eating it. There was no doubt that she had been drugged. I was totally unguarded and was deceived by Lear's harmless appearance.
What do you want to do? Why did you kidnap me? Ophanina couldn't understand.
Lear had saved her in the slums before. Lear smiled, the ring on his finger shone slightly, and the bloody prisoner mask was put on his head, turning him into a demon. Of course I was afraid of being punished by Her Highness the Saint.
That night, Your Highness pierced my chest without hesitation.
It was very scary. Chapter 46. The Saint tastes good. Ophanina's eyes slowly opened wide, and when she saw the prisoner mask on Lear's head, she finally understood the reason.
Are you the damned blood apostle? She said through gritted teeth. I remembered seeing Princess Milia before. The one before was a princess? Was she imprisoned by you too?
It turned out that what the newspaper said was true. She actually felt that Lear was very pitiful and a gentle gentleman. Ophanina blushed in shame at her own folly. It seems that Her Highness the Saint has understood. Lear took off the prisoner mask and revealed his handsome face again.
What are you going to do to me? Ophanina stared at Lear.
He was a pagan and they were incompatible. Since Lear had kidnapped her, he would definitely not just tie her up. While she was thinking of a strategy to break the impasse, she was secretly recovering her magic power. Although she had no physical strength, as long as her magic power was restored, she would always have a chance to escape. She was a high-level professional, and it was easy for her to deal with Lear, a mid-level pagan. Lear looked at Ophanina with a smile on his face. Of course, he could not hide her little movements from his eyes. He walked to the side of the saint and looked down at her. Under Ophanina's panicked gaze, he leaned down, gently sniffed the girl's fragrance, and then bit it directly.
What are you doing?
If you dare to insult me, gold will judge you.
Ophanina finally couldn't bear it anymore.
She struggled. She felt a tingling pain in her neck, and then the little magic power she had accumulated with great difficulty was instantly swallowed up. The golden rule source material carrier's shame, anger, and humiliation emotional fluctuation values have reached 99%, and you have gained 3% of the golden rule affinity. The gold finger panel appeared in front of Lear, and his eyes lit up slightly. Sure enough, only by imprisoning the carrier of the source of law can the affinity of the law be improved faster. Ophanina was breathing heavily, feeling the masculine sense so close to her, and she wished she could cut Lear into pieces. It is true that you can never judge a person by his appearance.
The Stuart heir, who always behaves like a gentle gentleman on the outside, is actually a pervert on the inside. Why didn't she discover Lear's true nature earlier?
She didn't even dare to think about what Lear would do to her in the future. After sucking for more than 10 seconds, Lear opened his mouth. The saint tasted very good. The smell of her blood is no less than that of Milia's. Both are pure girls.
Lear. Ophanina's thighs trembled slightly as she sat on the chair.
Your Highness, rest assured, I will not kill you. I am a believer in blood, and your blood satisfies me. Lear licked his lips, and Ophelia felt extremely ashamed and angry. There was still a trace of bright red liquid on her lips. That was her blood. It turns out that Lear kidnapped himself for blood. He is the apostle of blood, so this makes sense, but even so, Ophanina felt like ants were crawling all over her body.
Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the Golden Church for treating me like this?
Ophanina suppressed her shame and anger for a while and said through gritted teeth.
Who would have found out? Lear smiled. Your Highness, you said it yourself yesterday that you came out alone, and the guys in the church didn't know. And it was a rainy day yesterday. You came here with an umbrella, and there were almost no pedestrians on the road. At this point, Lear reached out and grasped Ophelia's chin. Don't worry, I will blame your disappearance on the corrupt sect, and no one will find out. Ophianina raised her head and tried to break free from Lear's hand, but it was in vain. I will come to see you every day. Your Highness, and you will never be lonely. After saying the last sentence, Lear rubbed Ophelia's cheek and left the basement. After knocking Ophelia unconscious, Lear observed her for a whole night. When magic power was exhausted, the recovery speed of a professional was very slow. It would take at least a day for Ophelia to recover enough to break free from the shackles. He only needs to come and suck once a day to keep Ophelia's magic power exhausted. Lear raised his eyebrows and took out a golden necklace from his arms. This is Ophanina's storage item. The scepter and various items are inside. The scepter is an extraordinary level of equipment, very powerful, but it can only be viewed and not used. When Lear returned to the living room, he saw Miriam again. The little princess seemed to be waiting for him and came over when she saw Lear. What's wrong, my princess? Lear hugged Milia in his arms. Milia blushed, and after a while she whispered, Come to my room tonight. She mustered up the courage to come to Lear, and the appearance of the saint made her feel a sense of crisis. She was imprisoned by Lear in the beginning, and now she has fallen in love with Lear. The saint's appearance is no worse than hers, and her figure is even better. She doesn't believe that Lear can resist. Are you ready? Lear was stunned for a moment and asked with some joy. No. Milia blushed, I'm just giving you a little reward. You're coming tonight anyway. Having said that, without any explanation, Milia ran away. At night, Lear came to Milia's room with excitement. The little princess had been sitting on the bed waiting for a long time. When she saw Lear come in, she turned her face away shyly. Are you ready for my reward? Lear picked up Milia and stroked the girl's soft long hair. I'm sorry, Lear, my mother told me to try not to give myself to you before I awaken the law of the morning star, so I... Milia said in a low voice. Lear then realized that it was the queen's fault that Milia had been saying she was not ready. He was a little depressed. If this was the reason, then didn't it mean that he couldn't eat the little princess now? As if she saw Lear's depression, Milia took the initiative to hug Lear and kiss him. The two kissed for a long time, until their breathing became a little rapid, and Milia let go of her mouth. Lear, I can't serve you like a wife now, but my mother said that if you want, I can use my mouth. Her voice was extremely weak, as if she had used up all her courage. Lear's eyes widened when he heard this. It was hard to imagine that a pure and innocent girl like Milia would say such words. This feeling of defiling the little white flower made Lear's blood boil. That's what you said. Lear looked at Milia intently. Miria nodded with a blushing face and leaned over Lear's chest. This is the first time I do this. If I don't do it well, you are not allowed to blame me. The girl snorted. After a while, a burst of lascivious music came from the room. Chapter 47. The suffering of Ophanina. Ophanina was gone. The Golden Church soon realized that something was wrong. What are you doing, a bunch of idiots? It's been 3 days. And you still haven't found the whereabouts of Her Highness the Saint. You haven't even found a clue? In the Golden Cathedral, Mori angrily scolded the believers around him, and the Golden Bishop also stood aside with a grim expression. Ophelia had disappeared for 3 days. 3 days ago, when Mori returned to the Golden Cathedral, he found that Ophelia was missing. At first he didn't take it too seriously, thinking that the saint was away to deal with something, but as time went by, Ophelia never showed up. He finally realized the seriousness of the matter. The saint disappeared. Where did she go? Was she kidnapped by the pagans? At this moment, Mori was extremely panicked and could only use rage to hide his true emotions. The saint's status in the Vatican is, to some extent, comparable to that of the Pope, and even the Pope must respect the saint. Through his father's connections, he got the task of guarding the saint after rounds of screening. Although it was a guard, he was just helping the saint. Now the saint is missing, and he, the guard, is completely unaware of it. If the news gets back to the Vatican headquarters, I'm afraid even his father won't be able to protect him. Bishop Gass, I think you also know what the consequences will be if something happens to the saint lady, right? Mori took a deep breath and his expression turned grim.
Mobilize all the forces of the Golden Cathedral and find the saint, he continued, his eyes fixed on Bishop Gas. The Golden Bishop was stunned for a moment. Then what should we do with the infected people in the slums? That group of untouchables are worthless. So what if they all die? Besides, this is the royal city of Brayfield. Matters concerning the slums should be handled by the king. Maury responded coldly, what we need to do is to eliminate the corrupt sect and the blood apostle. The disappearance of the saint must be related to them. The Golden Bishop was silent. Maury's words were cruel, but they were true. Most of those poor people do not have affinity for awakened laws. To the Golden Church, their only value is to embody the mercy of gold. When they are needed, they will be shown mercy, and when they are not needed, they can be discarded like garbage. That is it. During these 3 days, Lear went nowhere, walking through the basement in Mila's room every day. The little princess became more and more bold and even dared to seduce him. Afanina still had a look on her face that said she was going to hell, and she was insulted every time Lear sucked blood, but this feeling was actually not bad. The beautiful girl insults you as a pervert and shameless in a fit of rage, and after that you can do nothing but bully her severely. Come on, be good. You didn't want to eat when Eno fed you before, but now I'm the one feeding you myself. Lear sat in front of Ophelia with a bowl of seafood porridge, and rubbed the spoon back and forth on the girl's lips with his right hand. Afanina kept her lips tightly closed, and her face was much paler than it was 3 days ago. During these 3 days, Lear came to suck her blood every day and touched her body at the same time. She had never been insulted like this before, and she would rather starve to death than be insulted by the heretical church. Are you sure you don't want to eat it? Lear looked at Afanina. The saint's will was stronger than he thought. Afanina tilted her head and made her answer clear with her actions. Seeing this, Lear shook his head, scooped a mouthful of seafood porridge into his mouth, then hugged Ophelia and kissed her directly. Afanina's eyes widened as she felt Lear pry open her lips and put the food into her mouth. For a moment she even forgot to resist. Were you kissed forcibly? Ophelia thought that Lear might forcefully possess her, but when this moment really came, she still felt a little panic in her heart. The golden law source material carrier's shame, panic, and humiliation emotional fluctuation value reached 99%, and you gain 3% of the golden law affinity. Your golden law affinity reaches 10%, you gain strength +2, constitution +2, dexterity +2, intelligence +2, mysticism +2. The system panel popped up, and Lear took a look and closed it. You, let go, Ufanigna struggled, her voice a little weak. Lear opened his mouth and stared at the saint in front of him with an aggressive look. What I need is a living saint. If you don't cooperate, I will taste the saint before you die, and then throw your body to the gangsters in the slums. You know what kind of fetishes those people have? They don't care whether people are dead or alive. By then everyone will know that the saint of the Holy See has even had her corpse defiled. He threatened cruelly that Afanina was different from Myria. She was not even afraid of death, but there were always some things in this world that were more terrible than death. You have to use some shocking information to make Ophelia obey you. Afanina gasped for air as she listened to Lear's words. She couldn't imagine that anyone could think of such a vicious threat. I'll give you one last chance. Do you want to eat it or not? Lear scooped up another spoonful of seafood porridge and brought it to Ophelia's mouth. Afanina looked at Lear with a hint of humiliation in her eyes. Even though she was reluctant, she had to open her mouth and eat the food. Seeing this scene, Lear nodded with satisfaction and fed the porridge in the bowl to Ophelia bit by bit. Isn't that good? This is the first time I feed a woman. Even Milia has never been fed by me. From now on, your diet and personal needs will still be arranged by Eno, so don't ask me to feed you again. He chuckled, then slowly leaned down and bit Ophelia's white neck, sucking the delicious blood of the saint until he felt the magic power in Ophelia's body was exhausted. Then he let go, standing up, taking one last look at Ophelia. Lear turned and left. When he came to the living room from the basement, he saw Avian. Eno was standing beside her, preparing tea for her. Seeing Lear appear, Avian showed a trace of apology on her face. I'm sorry, Lear, I have asked the knights to search for Princess Milia's whereabouts, but still found nothing. Sister, you don't have to blame yourself. Her Royal Highness the Princess is my fiancée. It is my responsibility to find her and rescue her. Lear walked to Avian's side, looked at her sister's haggard face, and sighed softly. Sister, you should have a good rest. A lot of things have happened in the royal city recently. Although you are the leader of the royal city knights, you can't take care of everything in your hands.
I also want to relax, but there are not enough people. Ivian shook her head. Not enough manpower? What happened recently? Lear asked in surprise. The saint of the Golden Church has disappeared. The Golden Church no longer cares about the affairs of the slums and is now searching for the saint's whereabouts all day long. Avian said little by little, and Divine is also missing. She is the daughter of the Dean of the Arcane Academy. Mr. Irwin has asked His Majesty the King to help him more than once these days. Oh, by the way, recently in the West District of the Citizen District, there were reports of people coming back to life from the dead. How can a dead person come back to life? Avian complained again. Divini is missing too? There doesn't seem to be such a plot in the game. Lear was a little surprised and wanted to ask about the details, but when he heard the next sentence, he was startled. Sister, you said someone came back from the dead? Yes, you wouldn't believe such nonsense. Avian glanced at Lear. Lear smiled awkwardly. Of course not. Although he was smiling on the surface, he was not at peace in his heart. Resurrected from the dead, could it be a player? Calculating the time, it seems that the game's closed beta test was during this period. Chapter 48, The Tragic Fourth Disaster. Late at night. In the gloomy alley in the western district of Brayful Royal City, two figures in ordinary cloth clothes slowly emerged from thin air. Does this game have to be so cruel? I just said that this blood apostle sounded cool, and he came up and killed me with one sword? This Golden Church is too domineering. The girl with the ID Li Huan cursed without caring about her image. Our Valkyrie has also had this day. She was killed by an NPC before she even left the house during the internal test today. Don't laugh, the guy next door named Dehii was also killed because he complained that the name of the Golden Church was too vulgar. It seems that the Golden Church is searching for heretical sects in the royal city during this period of time in the game, so anyone who has any connection with them will be judged. Isn't this too extreme? The Valkyrie only mentioned the blood apostle. The audience in the live broadcast room were talking crazily. Li Huan looked at the comments and still felt a little angry. This game called Law is a next-generation virtual online game that was recently launched and is said to be 100% realistic. Today the game released spots for the internal beta test. As a Valkyrie anchor known in the gaming circle for her strong technical skills, she naturally got the spot and entered the game first. She was indeed shocked when she first entered the game. It was so real that it felt like reality. Later, she learned about the world's situation through the game's system introduction, and also learned about what had happened in the city recently through newspapers. When she saw the portrait of the blood apostle in the newspaper, she was attracted to him. He looked so handsome with such a hideous and terrifying appearance. She blurted out the answer, and was heard by the members of the Golden Church who were patrolling nearby. After some interrogation, these believers of the church actually wanted to arrest her? How could she tolerate this? And then he was killed. I just mentioned it, and they came to arrest me without knowing the truth. And they even wanted to kill me. This Golden Church may sound grand, but it might actually be a corrupt and evil force. Okay, Sister Huan, he's just a game NPC. There's no need to be so angry. Why don't we take revenge on him after we've improved ourselves? On the other side, the girl with the bun who was resurrected together comforted her. I just can't help being angry. Yao. There's no freedom of speech at all, and that NPC even looked at me with a squinting face. Li Huan still pouted. The girl named Yao shook her head helplessly. Okay, wait until the day before the internal beta ends, and I'll go with you to take revenge on that NPC. Okay, we only have 1 month for the internal beta, so we should hurry up and expand our advantage. Li Huan nodded and said viciously to the audience in the live broadcast room, my family, just watch out. When my level is raised, I will cut that rogue NPC into pieces before the internal test is over. Otherwise, I will not be called a Valkyrie. Valkyrie, stop talking so harshly. Look behind you. The rogue NPC has come to your door. Valkyrie, you are in trouble again. I thought the audience in the live broadcast room would cheer for me, but a series of barrages left Li Huan a little confused. When she turned around, she saw the NPC who had killed her with a sword. Is this how your game works? The NPCs keep chasing the players. The number of times a player can be resurrected each day after death is limited. And he even ran to the resurrection point she set up. Will NPCs block the resurrection point? You are indeed a heretic.
You have mastered this forbidden power by coming back to life from the dead. Mori stared at the girl in front of him. An hour ago, when he killed the other person, he found that the other person's body was disappearing bit by bit. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Only a heretic could possess such magical power. He had a hunch that the girl in front of him was not dead, so he arranged for the followers of the Golden Church to search nearby. Didn't he find her? Uncle, did you recognize the wrong person? She is just an ordinary girl, how can she be a heretic? Li Huanhuan reacted and said coquettishly. In the game, players can be resurrected 5 times a day. As the rank increases, the number of resurrections will increase with each level. Li Huanhuan doesn't want to use all of her resurrections today on this NPC. The audience in the live broadcast room watched this scene and laughed so hard, unfollowed. My Valkyrie will never yield to others. That's not what you just said. Do you think Valkyrie is cute like this? I am moved. Looking at the constantly scrolling comments, Li Huanhuan could already imagine her current scene being edited into a short video website and then being mocked by everyone. She gritted her teeth and resisted the urge to just fight. Mori was stunned when he heard the words of the heretic girl in front of him. She actually called him uncle. He is only 23 years old, although he may not be as handsome as the heir of the Stuart family, but uncle. Mori's face flushed red. You called me uncle? What's wrong? Li Huanhuan hadn't reacted yet. In her eyes, the gangster in front of her must be at least 30 years old. She was only 19. Wasn't it normal to call him uncle? You damn heretic, tie her up for me. Mori roared angrily. Huh? Li Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. Before she could react, several members of the Golden Cult tied her up. Yao, who was standing beside her, did not escape either. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded again because of this scene. Li Huanhuan is very sad and angry now. She, the Valkyrie of the gaming world, turned out to be a prisoner. She had put aside her pride and acted like a spoiled brat, but the scoundrel still rudely tied her up. Not a gentleman at all. On the street at night, she and Yao were locked in an iron cage, and the carriage moved slowly forward. Sister Huanhuan, what should we do now? Yao asked with a sad face. This act of being paraded in the streets in a cage made her feel like a monkey being made fun of. There's nothing I can do, Yao. I've implicated you. We can only wait and see what they plan to do to us. If all else fails, I can only commit suicide and then resurrect again and move the resurrection point to another place. Li Huanhuan was also dejected. She looked at the constant barrage of comments in the live broadcast room, and these bastards kept making sarcastic remarks. Just as she was angry, an invisible ripple fell from the sky in the night sky. The horse in front let out a mournful cry and fell to the ground instantly. Blood flowed out from the horse's head and a bloody smell filled the air. The golden cultists guarding the carriage reacted one by one, quickly took out their weapons and looked up into the sky. On a tall building not far away, a figure in a black robe stood on the pointed roof house, with a face as ferocious as a demon, ferocious horns on his forehead, and a pair of captivating bright red eyes. The moonlight floated behind the black shadow, illuminating his figure, like a demon under the moonlight. Chapter 49, Powerful Blood Apostle. The demon in the night sky leapt down. His body fell on the marble floor, leaving cracks. Under the gaze of everyone, he casually pulled out the invisible blade that was stuck in the horse. It's really shameful. I didn't expect that the Golden Church would arrest civilians indiscriminately like a cult. I saw your priest imprisoning a little boy before. It seems that your so-called perfect golden law is just a filthy law in the name of perfection. The demon spoke calmly, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. With his face covered in blood, Lear quietly looked at the people in front of him, his eyes inadvertently glancing over the IDs above the heads of the 2 players. They were all famous figures in their previous lives, especially Li Huanhuan, who was a legendary professional like him and was called the Valkyrie. At this time, Mori reacted and his face flushed. Are you a damn heretic qualified to judge the golden law? Lear chuckled, and a disdainful voice came out of his ferocious head. You always regard other laws as heresy, but what is the difference between what you are doing now and the heresy you have rejected? Mori gritted his teeth at what Lear said. He knew that his ordering of the golden cultists to arrest suspicious people in the royal city in the past few days had caused protests from many residents of the royal city, but he had no choice. He had to find the golden saint, as this was related to his future prospects. Sir, are you a blood apostle? While the 2 were communicating, Li Huanhuan in the iron cage suddenly asked. The girl stared at the monster in front of her without blinking. His face was ferocious, but his whole body exuded a noble and majestic temperament. which was completely different from the furious Mori. Li Huan likes this type of role very much. She has liked such scary, hideous, but charming roles since she was a child. Unlike ordinary girls, her hobbies are very peculiar. Compared with ordinary handsome men, this kind of appearance is more her cup of tea. Can it be called a xenophobia? She blinked and quietly cast a detection spell on Lear. Name, Munger occupation, blood apostle grade? Favorability, normal danger level, extremely deadly evaluation, a preacher of the blood law of the old times, a chosen one favored by the gods. The information detected was not much, but it was enough to make Li Huan and the audience in the live broadcast room excited. The phrase "the chosen one" in the review immediately filled Lear's heart with anger. Valkyrie, hurry up and hug her thigh. This is definitely an important NPC in the game. Is he a villain? He doesn't look like a good person. There was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room, and Lear looked at Li Huan. Beautiful lady, it is not polite to pry into other people's privacy casually. He said casually, his words revealing an elegant temperament. Even the rebuke did not make Li Huan feel harsh. Li Huan was stunned. She actually felt a gentlemanly temperament in the ferocious face in front of her. Lear smiled secretly under the mask, and then he said mysteriously, "You are very special, beautiful lady. I don't feel any fear from you. Don't you feel horrible looking at my face? How could that be? I think it's cool." Li Huan said subconsciously. Cool? It means domineering. Li Huan explained with a strange look in her eyes. Lear pondered. In his previous life, he had heard that the Valkyries had very strange hobbies and liked some exotic things. Now it seemed that this was true. "Do you think I don't exist?" Mori yelled as the two were talking. The way the two were talking as if no one was around made him furious. One is a prisoner and the other is a heretic. How could they ignore me, the royal guard of the Golden Church? Mori raised the long sword in his hand, and the holy light gathered on the sword body. At the same time, a holy halo was also bestowed on him. Strength blessing plus holy law blade. The royal guard knight used his signature combo. He raised the glowing sword and stabbed directly at the blood apostle. Lear took a glance, and the invisible light rose thorns directly pierced Mori's hands holding the sword. The intense pain made Mori scream, and the sword flew out of his hand, flew into the ground beside him, and stuck straight into the ground. Too weak. These guard knights who came out of the greenhouse of the Holy See have obviously not experienced much fighting and have little combat experience. Lear was even able to kill Mori with his sword skills alone. With a wave of his hand, he cut open the iron cage that imprisoned Li Huan and Yao. "You guys should leave quickly. The golden law is already dirty. Don't get caught next time." Looking at the broken iron cage, Li Huan and Yao looked at each other in bewilderment. This rumored heretical blood apostle was actually helping others. The newspapers said that blood apostles would appear at night to help those in need. Li Huan didn't believe it at first, but when she experienced it herself, she had to believe it. As a heretic, what's the point of doing such good deeds? "Mr. Blood Apostle, why did you save us?" Li Huan asked the question in his mind. "Why?" Lear chuckled. The other golden cultists had already gathered around him. While dealing with them, he said, "I just want to prove one thing. Not all heretical laws are evil. The Golden Church considers all heretical laws evil, which is just a despicable means to maintain its own beliefs." Lear spoke righteously, as if he was more righteous than the Golden Church. He knew that as the anchor, Li Huan was most likely broadcasting live, and most players had not entered the game. That he had to instill in these players the idea that the Golden Church was not a good thing. The world of law is not black and white, the laws of heresy are not all evil, and the Golden Church is not truly sacred. As long as players are made aware of the power of heretical laws, when the game is publicly tested, and various heretical sects appear, there will always be players who will choose to become believers of heresy. At that time, we can also fight against the power of the Golden Church. Looking at Li Huan and Yao who were lost in thought, Lear didn't say anything else. Now it was time for him to show his strength. Since you want players to join, you naturally have to show your strength. A crimson chain appeared out of nowhere and directly wrapped around Mori, who had already climbed up from the ground and was planning to attack him from behind. Mori was restrained in place, his strength quickly consumed, and he fell to the ground without a sound. As for the rest of the golden cultists, Lear just gave them a look, the golden cultists who were rushing towards him. fell to the ground one by one, their faces turning blue. These entry-level professionals are simply unable to reach Lear's blood resonance. It simply stopped the blood from flowing in their bodies for a short while, and they collapsed to the ground. If it had lasted any longer, these golden cultists would probably have died on the spot. Li Huan and Yao Yao widened their eyes at the scene. It was so weird that they didn't even understand how Lear did it. Just one look and everyone fell down? Chapter 50 Mori. I was framed. Li Huan had previously investigated Mori's information. Although she couldn't see much information, the danger level was fatal, just one level away from Lear's extreme lethality. It seems that there is not much difference, but in fact, Li Huan looked at Mori, who was chained to the ground like a dead pig, with a hint of disgust in her eyes. This is a professional of the golden rule? How shameless. Isn't this blood apostle too strong? Is this ability also something that we players can master? Why do I feel that heretical laws are much stronger than orthodox laws? Various comments were heard in the live broadcast room. Li Huan was also looking at the blood apostle in the center of the venue. The figure looked a little cold under the moonlight. Yao Yao, how about we become believers of blood? Li Huan suddenly said to her best friend beside her. Sister Huan, are you serious? Blood is the law of heresy. There is a prompt when we enter the game. Once you join a heretic sect, you will be wanted if discovered by the Golden Church. Yao Yao on the side was a little hesitant. Yao Yao, we are playing games. How can we be restricted by the game? Li Huan didn't care. And you should have heard what Mr. Munger said just now. I don't think this Golden Church is a good thing. They arrested us directly. The girl became angrier the more she thought about it, and she looked at the blood apostle not far away. The law of blood sounds very domineering, while gold sounds tacky like a nouveau riche, she thought to herself and pulled Yao Yao to the blood apostle. Mr. Blood Apostle, can we join your blood cult? Just call me monk. Do you want to become believers of blood? Upon hearing this, Lear looked at Li Huan in surprise. Yes, I hope to become a believer in blood. Li Huan nodded. When playing games, one naturally has to pursue a strong profession. As for the Golden Church's wanted list, just come. What is she afraid of as a player? Lear did not respond to Li Huan's request immediately. He knew that the Valkyrie was probably attracted by the power of the law of blood. In her previous life, the Valkyrie was a berserker of the law of war, and now she had to change her appearance. I am also willing to become a believer in blood. Yao Yao on the other side said helplessly. Good sisters must go through life together. Lear pondered for a moment and shook his head. You must have seen my power and wanted to join the blood cult. It is human nature to pursue power. I admire your awareness. I can awaken your affinity for the blood law for you, but if you want to obtain a true blood law profession, it depends on your worth. As he spoke, Lear stretched out his hand. His fair and slender palm made Li Huan feel disillusioned. She raised her head and glanced at Lear's hideous head, and then she felt a little more pleasing to the eye in Lear's palm. 2 drops of bright red blood condensed and then floated in front of the 2 women. If you are willing to become believers in blood, then take it, said Lear. Li Huan didn't hesitate. He opened his mouth and swallowed the blood drop. Yao Yao did the same. As the 2 women swallowed the blood, a bright red light flashed in Lear's eyes. The red light of the blood-giving ceremony shone on the 2 women. Li Huan only felt a warm touch enveloping her whole body. You have accepted the blood ceremony of the blood apostle, and you have awakened your affinity for the blood law. Your current affinity is 10%, your affinity for the blood law reaches 10%, you gain Constitution +5, Mysticism +5. The system panel appeared in front of Li Huan. When she saw the text on the panel clearly, her eyes widened, directly adding 10 attribute points? Doesn't this mean getting 10 levels for free? Yao Yao on the side had a bewildered look on her face. Her awakened affinity for the blood law was only 8%. Lear sensed something was wrong with Li Huan, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The affinity of the blood law awakened by the blood ritual is awakened according to each person's talent. I didn't expect Li Huan to have a full value. So she is worthy of being the future Valkyrie? You have 10% affinity with the blood law right after awakening. You are very good. Lear praised. Are we now believers of blood? Li Huan asked quickly.
What do you need us to do? She was very anxious. The internal beta test didn't last long. The official news was that the professions, skills, and interpersonal relationships obtained in the internal beta test would be retained, and the rest of the data would be cleared. The best profession now is the one that can obtain the blood law. Who knows if the NPC blood apostle will still be here after the public beta? I will find you when I need you. You can move freely now. Seeing Li Huanhuan's anxious look, Lear decided to give her a break first. Directly bestowing the professional power of the blood law on Li Huanhuan would seem too cheap. Things that are easily obtained often do not bring a sense of belonging, and they must be made to feel how hard it is to obtain the blood law profession. He remembered that the internal test lasted for a month. Lear had a hunch that the corruption sect must have had some plan in spreading the corruption for such a long time, and perhaps something big would happen soon. And last time Ivian mentioned that Divineni is missing. Her father is an extraordinary wizard. This involves an extraordinary professional, and the royal city is becoming more and more chaotic. Lear thought to himself. Li Huanhuan had no choice but to nod in disappointment. The night passed quickly. Li Huanhuan and Yaya logged off, and Lear also left. The next morning, many citizens stopped to watch the battle. Mori was awakened by the cold. When he opened his eyes, he saw the citizens of Wangcheng with strange expressions. Some women pointed at him, and some looked angry. Mori felt a little puzzled, and he suddenly felt a chill in his lower body. He lowered his head and found that he was hanging on the street lamp, and it was completely naked. His short male organ was clearly visible. In just a moment, his cheeks turned red and he began to struggle desperately. After finally regaining some strength, the cloth rope on his body was torn off and he fell off the street lamp. The onlookers around dispersed quickly upon seeing this. They all knew Mori, who had been doing whatever he wanted in the royal city recently and arresting people at will. However, because of his identity, they dared not say anything. Now this is retribution, isn't it? Gleeful glances were cast at him from all around. Mori remembered what happened last night and his blood suddenly rushed to his head, almost fainting. At this moment, a group of golden cultists came over on the road not far away. Leading them was a middle-aged man wearing the robe of a high priest. He had an aura of authority and power. Mori raised his head and finally calmed down, but when he saw the middle-aged man, he suddenly became panicked again. Mori, you better give me an explanation. The middle-aged man stared at Mori, who was in such an ugly state, and said, if it weren't for Rosser sending the message, I wouldn't even know that Her Highness the Saint was missing. And the way you are now, you have brought shame to our Pound family. Father, that's not the case. I was framed. Mori hurriedly explained, but the middle-aged man obviously didn't want to listen to his nonsense. He just waved his hand, and several golden cultists surrounded him and lifted Mori up. When we get back to the Golden Cathedral, I will listen to your explanation carefully. Chapter 51, The True Spirit of Corrupted Laws. Please read later. UR Pound is the High Priest of the Golden Church and a royal knight of extraordinary level. He is one of the most powerful people after the Pope and the Saint. As an ambitious person within the Vatican, he was always thinking about how to climb to the throne of Pope. One of his plans was to let his son Mori become the Saint's guard. If Mori could gain the Saint's favor, the Pound family would also gain the Saint's support. He has a great chance of winning the election for the next Pope. But the plan is good, but the reality is cruel. After he received Rosser's letter, he rushed here from the Vatican headquarters without stopping. Mori, you disappoint me. UR looked at his son. Not only did he fail to seduce the Saint, he even lost her. Although War knew that even if Mori risked his life, he would not be able to stop the person who could kidnap the Saint without anyone noticing. But although that was the fact, other people did not think so. They will only think that it was Mori's fault. Why is the Saint missing? But you are still alive. War was feeling a little annoyed, thinking that his son did not report the disappearance of the Saint to the Vatican headquarters immediately after discovering it, and seemed to want to conceal it. He wanted so much that he wanted to slap Mori to death. Now he doesn't have to think about competing for the position of Pope. If something really happens to the Saint, he will probably be punished. That old Pope will never miss the opportunity to suppress him. Father, needless to say, I will let Rosser order those nobles to spare some manpower to clean up the corrupt sects and the blood apostles, and search for the whereabouts of Her Highness the Saint. Wu Er waved his hand impatiently. You'd better pray that Her Highness the Saint is safe and sound. 2 days later, it was another rainy day. The royal city has become more depressing than before. Lear and Avian arrived at the palace in a carriage. When he got off the carriage, he saw a familiar figure. Alvin, the dean of the Arcane Academy, walked towards the palace with a haggard look on his face. Tawini had been missing for a week.
He had asked the royal family and the Norton family to search with all their might, but there was still no clue when he saw Lear. An ugly smile appeared on Erwin's face. "Long time no see, Lear." He nodded. Lear walked forward. Although he didn't like Devine very much, he had no ill feelings towards Erwin. "This extraordinary wizard has a good reputation among the player community, Uncle Erwin." Lear showed his respect. "Have you also been summoned by His Majesty the King?" Erwin asked. "Yes, the royal city is in chaos right now. Even Her Royal Highness the Saint is missing." Lear nodded, and then asked casually, "I heard that Devine is missing too?" Erwin sighed. "You also know about this?" "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let Devine go out alone. The royal city has become so chaotic, but I didn't have any sense of crisis at all." "Uncle Erwin, don't you have any clues?" Lear asked. Alvin thought for a few seconds and shook his head. "Tewini disappeared too suddenly. Maybe it has something to do with the disappearance of the princess and the saint." Lear did not comment on this. He was responsible for the disappearance of the princess and the saint, but Tewini had nothing to do with him. The two chatted for a while and walked into the palace. Many nobles had gathered in the meeting hall. After more than 10 minutes, King Rosser came out with a middle-aged man. The man was wearing a white robe with gold edges, and behind him stood Maury and the believers of the Golden Church. "Thank you all for coming to this meeting. I believe many people know the content of this meeting." The king got straight to the point and said, "Recently, many followers of heretical sects have appeared in the royal city and caused trouble. They kidnapped my daughter, the daughter of the dean of the Arcane Academy, and even Her Highness the Saint. Many civilians have also died from the plague they spread. I need the help of professionals from each family." Rosser looked at everyone present. These nobles had all trained some professionals in private. As for paganism, the ordinary soldiers of the royal city army had no way to deal with it. Once infected with the disease of corruption, the soldier corps is no different from the paupers in the slums. Only professionals can resist corruption. All the professionals trained by the royal family have been sent out, but they are only enough to maintain the current order in the royal city. Let me tell you, Rosser." The middle-aged man standing behind Rosser interrupted the king. "My name is Pound, the leader of the Golden Church Guards and the High Priest." The middle-aged man glanced at the whole place. "The disappearance of Her Highness the Saint has angered the Pope. I need your cooperation to eliminate the heretical sect and find Her Highness the Saint as soon as possible." The man's tone was very serious. Many people present frowned, and even King Rosser showed an unhappy expression. Looking at the arrogant man in the center, Lear raised his eyebrows. "The high priests of the Golden Church are all extraordinary professionals and should not be underestimated." Seeing that no one spoke, Lear continued to speak arrogantly. "The way you searched for heretics in the past was too inefficient. If you want to quickly clear out the heretics in the royal city, you must let the heretics come to you on their own initiative." King Rosser frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Sir War, those heretics are not fools. Why would they come to us on their own initiative?" "Rose, you say that because you don't know the purpose of the corrupt sect spreading the plague." Uar looked at the king and shook his head. "They fled here from the empire. When they were in the empire, they also spread corruption. Their only goal was to sacrifice a large number of dead souls to awaken the corrupt law spirits of the pagans." "The spirit of corrupt law?" Rosser repeated the term. "Yes, that is the god of heretical laws, who has survived from the old times." Uar said slowly. Everyone was shocked by Uar's words. The purpose of the corrupt sect was to allow gods to appear in the world. Among the crowd, only Lear's expression did not change much. He had guessed before that when the game was publicly tested in the previous life, many heretical sects had done such a thing. The strength of the heretical law gods handed down from the old times varies. The weakest true spirit has only extraordinary strength. As for corruption, since he was eliminated by the saint during the internal test, it means that his strength will not exceed that of the extraordinary. After all, the saint is only a high-level one, and the high priest in front of him is just an extraordinary professional. However, even the extraordinary level of divine spirits and extraordinary professionals are two different concepts, and the gap between the two is huge. What will you do to attract the pagans? The king inquired. Upon hearing this, Wuer showed a ferocious expression on his face. It's very simple, just purify all the people infected with the corruption disease. Without the undead transformed by corruption, what will they use as sacrifices? Chapter 52. I never believe in the golden rule. please read. The entire meeting hall fell silent. Everyone looked at UR, who was standing in the center, as if they were looking at a madman. How many people in the slums are infected with corruption now? At least tens of thousands of people purified at once. Lear's expression also became a little ugly, but he was speechless. Currently, he only knows that high-level prayers can cure the poor people infected with corruption, but the only high-level prayer in the royal city is the Golden Bishop. Moreover, the cooldown time of the skill god's blessing is also very long. In other words, the poor people infected with corruption are already half a step towards death. It's just a matter of time. Sir War, do you know what you are talking about? King Rosser was furious. There are tens of thousands of poor people infected in the slums. So what? Wu Er glanced at the king expressionlessly. Didn't Her Highness the Saint tell you? In order to cure the corruption disease, a high-level prayer must be performed. Do you think you can save so many people? Instead of letting them die in agony, it would be better for us to purify them directly. There is still a chance to lure out the corrupt sect members. Those believers who can bring corruption through death, that is their final value, and the golden rule will bless them. As UR spoke, no one interrupted. Perhaps killing those infected with the corruption disease was the right choice, but no one wanted to bear the infamy of the massacre. You have triggered the decision task of corruption, A-level. The followers of the corrupted law want to summon the corrupted true spirit in the royal city, while the golden high priest is ready to purify the entire slum. How will you choose? Mission Option 1, help the Golden Church purify the slums and thwart the conspiracy of the corrupt sect. Quest rewards, 100 million experience points, Golden Law affinity plus 10%, True Silver Holy Sword. Mission Option 2, stop the Golden Church from purifying the slums and assist the corrupt sect in awakening the corrupt true spirit. Quest rewards, 100 million experience points, Corruption Law affinity plus 10%, Corrupted Scepter. Task Option 3, you are an apostle of blood, why do you obey gold or corruption? Maybe you can try to become a savior? Quest reward, 100 million experience points, Blood King's robe. Note, the gods are watching you. Your choice will have different consequences. Please consider carefully. A task panel suddenly popped up in front of Lear's eyes. Looking at the information on the panel, he fell into deep thought. Decision missions are very common in games. They are usually missions that have a significant impact on the plot. Players can choose different mission routes, compete with each other, and finally leave the only winner. Lear was not surprised that the task was triggered, but what did this notice mean? A god was watching him. Which god? The Lord of Blood. Lear felt something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He shook his head and didn't intend to make a decision immediately. He was just a weak, pitiful, and helpless mid-level professional. As the leader of a cult, he doesn't even have many subordinates he can use, so naturally he would let the tough guy take charge of such a big matter. He would wait and see how things develop before making a decision. So, who among you is willing to complete this glorious task? In the center of the hall, UR's eyes swept over everyone. In the crowd, Lear raised his head and looked at the high priest with some disdain. Proposing such a decision that will definitely bring you criticism, but wanting others to do it is really like being a whore and trying to be a saint. He said directly, sorry, our Stuart family will not get involved in this matter. Lear's voice broke the silence, and everyone looked up. War fixed his eagle-like eyes on Lear. You want to reject my proposal? Yes, Your Excellency the High Priest. Lear nodded nonchalantly. War narrowed his eyes. I know you. You are Albert's son and Stuart's heir. But with that, do you have the courage to disobey me? A powerful aura surged towards Lear, and the nobles around him scattered, feeling the pressure on his body. Lear just raised his eyebrows. His physical fitness has reached 76 points. Generally, only high-level professionals who have added points to their overall strength will have such attributes. He is even stronger than many extraordinary level professionals. This pressure has no effect on him at all. He looked at the strong War and laughed. Sir War, what you said is not quite right. Disobey you? Even if you are the high priest of the Golden Church, you don't seem to have the power to command me, right? We, the Stuart family, have always been believers in war. Even though I am a wizard, I have never believed in the Golden Rule. Or do you think, High Priest, that the Golden Law is above war and arcane? That you can command the followers of war and arcane at will? As soon as these words came out, the hall became silent again, and even War's expression changed. He just wanted to use his strength to make Lear surrender. If he agreed to what Lear said and believed that the Golden Rule was superior to war in the arcane, it would be a clear provocation. Although the Golden Rule is indeed stronger than war in arcane in terms of its dissemination and the power of its believers, facts are facts, and it is different to admit it in person. That's not what I meant. You are the nobles of the kingdom. Heretics have appeared in the royal city. Don't you nobles have an obligation to do your part? You are quickly changed his words. You are right. We are the nobles of the kingdom and we should contribute to the safety of the royal city, but not in this way. Lear shook his head. Purifying the slums was a suggestion made by you, the high priest. Since you think this is an honorable mission, wouldn't it be better for the Golden Church to do it? Eliminating heretics is also the mission of the Golden Church. As for what you said about finding Her Highness the Saint, Lee paused for a moment and looked at Maury, who was standing aside. I heard that your son Maury was the guard of Her Highness the Saint. Her Highness the Saint was missing, but he knew nothing about it. This is a great dereliction of duty. In that case, why not give this mission to him? It's both glorious and can atone for not being able to protect the saint. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? The nobles looked at Maury, who had been silent behind war, and then they knew Maury's identity. They looked at Lear with some disdain. Did the high priest make this suggestion because he wanted to find the saint quickly? To make up for his son's negligence, Maury, who was silently watching his father showing off his prowess, how come the atmosphere changed in an instant? When he heard Lear's words, his face changed suddenly. His father had told him about this proposal last night, intending to find a noble to take the blame. How come it has now boomeranged back on him? War was in a dilemma at the moment. His son had already made a mistake. If he continued to bear the blame, wouldn't he be completely ruined? He looked at Lear, who was smiling not far away. On the surface, he was thinking, but in his heart he was burning with anger. I see everyone thinks my suggestion is good? What do you think, Your Excellency the High Priest? Lear glanced at the nobles around him and said with a smile. Chapter 53, The Isolated Slums. Seeking follow-up reading, War had a gloomy face and did not respond to Lear's question. Instead, he looked at the other nobles and said, It seems that you all have some opinions on my proposal, but it doesn't matter. If you have any opinions, just put them aside for now. The Golden Church will not force orders on believers of other sects, and certainly will not excessively interfere in the internal affairs of the kingdom. His expression instantly became righteous, and even Lear felt a little shameless. As expected, to become the high priest of the Golden Church, one needs not only strength but also a strong face. Maury, who was behind Whirl, breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lear with some resentment. King Rosser coughed twice and said, Well, if that's the case, let's leave it at that for today's meeting. We'll discuss the infected people in the slums later. Everyone, please send your family's professionals to participate in the patrol mission in the royal city. This time the heretical sect is coming with great force. I hope you can all unite against this enemy. The king gave Ur a way out, and the nobles around him also agreed. They lived in the royal city and could contribute to the order of the royal city, but massacring the people in the slums, they don't want to do that. Ur also nodded and looked at Lear with deep eyes. This is the first time I see you, the heir of Stuart who masters the double law. You are smarter than your father. Thank you for the compliment. Lear smiled. War snorted lightly, stopped talking to Lear, and led Maury out of the hall. Only when he led Maury into the deserted garden did War's expression turn grim. Father, why don't we force those nobles to purify the slums? Even if Lear refuses, do those ordinary nobles dare to disobey us? Maury followed behind and asked anxiously, Don't you know that the three orthodox sects have an agreement not to interfere in the internal affairs of the kingdom's nobles? All looked at Maury, then thought of Lear, and said with some regret, But we were like this before, and no noble dared to resist us? Maury was puzzled. If it were a normal situation, then there would be no problem. But now Her Highness the Saint is missing, and His Holiness the Pope has not yet learned about this. I came here alone after receiving a secret letter from Rosser. Otherwise, why do you think I was the only one here? Lear shook his head and became irritable again. Those nobles have no idea how important the saint is to the church. If the matter gets out of hand and gets reported to the Pope, I'm afraid the church's judgment army will come over and you'll have to be arrested and thrown into the dungeon. After listening to this, Maury realized the seriousness of the matter. I have concealed the news of the saint's disappearance from you. I am afraid that the Pope has learned about my leaving the Vatican. This matter cannot be concealed for long. You'd better pray that we can find the saint. If you still can't find her, you will have to purify the slums to lure out the heretics. If you're lucky, you can find Her Highness the Saint. As long as Her Highness the Saint is still alive, I can take care of everything for you. If anything happens to Her Highness the Saint, having said this, War stopped talking. Maury was disheartened and had already begun to regret accepting the mission of protecting the saint. The meeting ended in a strange atmosphere. Lear and Irwin left the palace together. Looking at Irwin with a sad face, Lear asked, "Uncle Irwin, what do you think of High Priest Uar's proposal?" "It's too cruel. Even if those poor people will die eventually, it's immoral to forcefully control the fate of others. But, if the purification of those infected people really attracts pagan believers, perhaps you will be able to find out the whereabouts of Divine, and you can rescue Divine." Irwin was stunned for a moment. He hadn't thought about this question. When he heard Uar's proposal, he just felt crazy about Uar's idea. A struggle appeared on his face. After a long while, he sighed and said, "I cannot break my moral bottom line. I still reject the proposal of High Priest Uar." Lear raised his eyebrows. Irwin's answer was beyond his expectations. "You are a kind person," he praised. "We are all the same, aren't we? Her Royal Highness the Princess also disappeared, and even earlier, but you also rejected the proposal of High Priest Uar." Irwin smiled. Lear shrugged and said nothing. He is completely different from Irwin. The princess was locked up in his house, so he naturally didn't care, but Divine was really missing. "I'll keep an eye on Tivany for you." Irwin was stunned for a moment, then "Thank you in advance. It seems that Tivany and you had some disagreements before. If Tivany can come back alive, I will ask her to apologize to you." After saying that, Irwin patted Lear on the shoulder and turned to get into the carriage. Watching the carriage slowly leave, Lear also got into his own carriage. Perhaps he could make use of the power of those players. They had the ability to explore, so they had a greater chance of finding hidden heretics. However, there was one thing that puzzled Lear. He remembered that in his previous life, when the game was tested internally, there seemed to be no plot about Tivany being kidnapped, and it was not mentioned during the public beta test either. What's going on now? The next day, Lear took a carriage to the slums. When he helped Li Huan and Yao Yao awaken their affinity with the blood law, he also put a blood mark on the two women. So that he could find them quickly. Earlier he had put a blood mark on Jim, but the mark disappeared not long ago. And Jim never came back to find him. There was something wrong with this, but Lear didn't have the time to dwell on a liar. Continued, seen in the slums, the carriage stopped in front of the slums, and Lear saw the professionals sent by the nobles. The slums were blocked, and the professionals would not be infected by the corruption disease, only ordinary people would. Just as he was about to enter the slums, he heard a quarrel. "Why are you stopping us from going out? We are just here to take a stroll in the slums. We are good citizens of the royal city. We are not infected with the corruption disease at all." Li Huan looked at the soldiers blocking her way and said angrily that ever since she accepted the recruitment of the Blood Apostle Meng, she planned to wander around the royal city, inquire about the news, and demonstrate her own value so that she could be rewarded the next time she saw the Blood Apostle. She came here because she heard that there was an outbreak of corruption in the slums and heretics from a corrupt sect were appearing. But who would have thought that after entering? "Yesterday, I would not be allowed out today. I'm sorry, ma'am. This is an order issued jointly by His Majesty the King and the Golden Church. Anyone entering the slums will be quarantined." The professional soldier explained patiently. "Why?" The soldier smiled and did not answer the question. The news that the high priest was going to purify the entire slum had spread among the nobles. Although it had not reached the ears of ordinary citizens due to the king's repeated instructions, they also knew that the people in the slums probably would not live long. Even if it is not purified by the Golden Church, it will die at the hands of corruption. Even if someone doesn't have symptoms of corruption disease yet, who knows if they are infected but haven't yet developed an outbreak? Chapter 54. Kill me if you dare. Please read on. Are you going to let us leave or not? Li Huan could no longer bear it. She had a straightforward temper, otherwise how could she be called a Valkyrie? "Madam, please don't make things difficult for me." The soldier waved his hands repeatedly. "What happened here?" A gentle voice suddenly came from not far away. Lear walked over slowly, wearing a tall hat and a clean casual dress.
He had a noble and elegant temperament, like a holy lotus in the filthy slums. Li Huan and Yao Yao behind her were both stunned for a moment, and the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room also floated up. Damn, this NPC is even more handsome than me? This temperament and aura, at first glance, shows that he is a great noble in the kingdom. Valkyrie, quickly investigate. I want to know all the information about this NPC. Li Huan saw the floating barrage, reacted, and said with some disdain, have you never seen a handsome guy? What's so good about this? I have never seen such a handsome guy, mainly because of his natural temperament. In real life, most of the guys are just greasy and pretentious. Check it out quickly, I'll give you a plane. Li Huan was helpless, she couldn't understand, she still felt that the blood apostle Meng whom she met in person was cooler. She threw a detection spell at the handsome guy in front of her. Name, profession, grade, favorability, normal danger level, extremely deadly comment. This is a nobleman of distinguished status and extremely powerful. If it is not necessary, I suggest you not to anger him, but your behavior of casually prying into other people's privacy has been discovered. Li Huan was stunned for a moment, and the barrage in the live broadcast room also froze for a moment. Another extremely deadly one, and why are there so many question marks? And after the last comment, Li Huan felt as if she was in trouble. My favorability towards you has decreased, and is currently indifferent. As it turned out, she really got into trouble. Looking at the system panel that popped up, Li Huan was in tears. Which bastard asked her to investigate? The blood apostle was discovered last time he was explored, and he was discovered this time too. Could it be that the player's exploration skills can be discovered? It is very rude to pry into other people's privacy casually, ma'am. Lear looked at Li Huan and said calmly. Li Huan seemed a little embarrassed. These words seemed familiar to her. She should have thought that the detection technique would be detected. This gentleman, leave them to me. I feel like they are a little suspicious. Lear interrupted Li Huan and said to the professional soldier beside him. No problem. Mr. Lear. The soldier did not dare to stop him. He had heard about what happened in the previous meeting. The young master in front of him was a man who dared to confront the high priest of the Golden Church. Lear smiled and looked at Li Huan and Yao Yao again. Come with me, two beautiful ladies, let's talk about what happened just now. Li Huan and Yao Yao looked at each other, and discussions began in the live broadcast room. Don't be scared, Valkyrie, follow him. This is full of question marks, and it's obvious that this is an awesome NPC. Damn, this damn pretty boy is not going to fall in love with Valkyrie and Yao Yao, right? Don't tell me, it's possible. I heard that the private lives of Western nobles are very decadent. No, will the NPCs in this game still be interested in players? Li Huan gritted her teeth, ignored the barrage, and followed Yao Yao. He was just an NPC. There was no need to be afraid. At worst, I can die and be resurrected. 3 people, 1 in front and 2 behind, got into Lear's carriage. Lear greeted the coachman and the carriage started moving again. Inside the carriage, the 2 women stared at Lear closely. The nobleman in front of them indeed had a temperament and appearance far beyond that of ordinary people. Li Huan had to admit that this was the most handsome man she had ever seen. Lear did not speak, but glanced out the window. The carriage drove towards the empty park woodland. He pulled the curtains and looked at Li Huan and Yao Yao again. You are not ordinary people, right? He said. Sir, what are you talking about? We are just ordinary good citizens. Li Huan answered stubbornly. Before, she was caught by the Golden Church just for saying a few good words about the blood apostle. Now she doesn't want to be caught again. After so many days in the game, she has almost understood that the forces in this game are very sensitive to abnormal powers. They call people with abnormal powers heretics. Some players have already complained on the forum that they were arrested by the Golden Church for exposing the fact that they had resurrected from the dead. Looking at Li Huan's appearance, as a former player, Lear could also guess what Li Huan was thinking. This was the case for all players who first entered the game in the previous life. They tried their best to hide themselves. Even if they joined the 3 major Orthodox sects, they would be arrested as heretics as long as they revealed their ability to resurrect from the dead. There are also many people who are discovered and captured by strong people because of their casual use of detection techniques. This is a common occurrence. This situation was not alleviated until 10 days after the public beta. The 3 major sects called players with the ability to resurrect inhumans and no longer captured them.
Instead, they spread the power of the law to them, as if they had suddenly reached some kind of consensus. Lear smiled and pretended to be serious and said, "Ordinary citizens don't have the ability to detect other people's information."
Probing other people's information? What are you talking about, sir? I don't quite understand.
Li Huanhuan blinked, pretending to be pitiful and forced to act stupid. Looking at Li Huanhuan's poor acting skills, Lear couldn't help laughing.
Has anyone ever told you that your acting is terrible?
Am I being laughed at by an NPC? After a brief silence, Li Huanhuan's cheeks turned slightly red. The Valkyrie of the gaming world was actually laughed at by an NPC. Are the NPCs in this game so intelligent? The comments in the live broadcast room started scrolling wildly, and Li Huanhuan gritted her teeth.
Yes. Even if I find out your information, so what? Kill me if you can.
Li Huanhuan's defenses were broken, and she completely gave up on herself and no longer hid. Lear turned a blind eye to Li Huanhuan's anger and continued to behave like a gentleman.
You want to provoke me to kill you? And then resurrect you?
These words were like a bucket of ice water poured on Li Huanhuan's head, extinguishing the anger in her heart. She looked at the man in front of her in disbelief, and after a while she said, "How did you know I would be resurrected?"
She began to wonder, was the man in front of her really an NPC? Was he a GM pretending to be one?
"Of course I know you can be resurrected, because I have received a revelation from the gods that the immortal aliens are about to come, and the world will be reshaped in the tide of the times." Lear's expression suddenly became serious and his tone became solemn. In Li Huanhuan's eyes, the NPC in front of him was shrouded in mystery. The game hadn't even been publicly tested yet, but an NPC knew that the player was about to arrive, or it was a revelation from the gods.
Could this be the template for the game's protagonist? Chapter 55 Boss, help me.
Please read. Seeing Li Huanhuan in shock, Lear laughed secretly in his heart. This is the effect he wanted, to make up some seemingly high-sounding words and plant a sense of mystery in the players' minds. When the game is released for public testing, he can attract players to work for him, and then offer some rare rewards, and then he can control these players tightly. He remembered that many players in his previous life had created their own spells, so he could take some time to learn them all and then pass them on to other players. He also has a lot of sword skills. These sword skills are special skills and are different from the professional skills obtained by the players. They often require improving the NPC's favorability before they will be taught. Lear knows a lot of them. In addition to the sword skills limited by the laws of war, there are also sword skills common to all professions, and the effects are pretty good. These things are enough to fool these new players. As for his other identity, the Blood Apostle, that is to recruit some players to do bad things. There are always some things that cannot be exposed in the open. After a long time, Li Huanhuan came back to her senses.
She carefully asked, "Sir, so you got the oracle?"
"Yes, the gods told me that a group of immortal aliens are about to come, and they also have the ability to detect other people's information at will."
Lear nodded. "Then why do you want me to tell you all this?"
Li Huanhuan asked again. Lear pondered for a moment, then said, "I forgot to introduce myself.
My name is Lear Stuart. I don't know if you have heard of my name. My fiancée, Princess Milia, may have been kidnapped by the heretics of a corrupt sect. I received an oracle that the Inhumans are immortal and can detect information about others. Can I ask you to help me search for traces of corrupt heretics in the royal city?"
His expression was filled with sadness, and everything he said was genuine. Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao were both moved. They were both women and quickly put themselves into the situation. He must love his fiancée very much. Li Huanhuan was thinking about it when a task prompt appeared in front of her. "You have triggered the mission, the corrupted heretic hidden in the royal city. Rank, Lear's fiancée may have been kidnapped by corrupt believers. He is very anxious and hopes you can help him find the trace of the corrupt believers. Mission objective: find the corrupt believers in the royal city. Quest reward: 10,000 experience points, 1 gold coin. An opening of Lil Stewart's character store. Looking at Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao staring silently at the blank space in front of them, Lear knew that the task he had posted had appeared. It seems that he can issue tasks to players. As for rewards, the system will provide experience points, and the rest needs to be added by himself. Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao accepted the task without hesitation. "Mr. Lear, since you found us through the oracle, we will definitely help you. This is the choice of fate." Li Huanhuan looked at the last words in the reward column.
"Experience points and gold coins are not important because they cannot be brought to the public beta anyway.
However, this character store is different. Even if the internal beta test is over, the store will be open for during the public beta test. The data cleared during the internal beta test will only be the character level and the items obtained, and more importantly, he has the support of Lear, an NPC who can obtain oracles. Then I will wait for good news from you too. If you can provide reliable information, you can come to Stuart Mansion to find me, and I will give you a generous reward. Lear nodded. Oh, by the way, what are the names of the two ladies? I'm Li Huan. My name is Yao Yao. Yeah, a very unique name. Lear pretended to think and smiled. The three of them chatted for a while, and then Li Huan and Yao Yao got off the carriage. Watching the carriage slowly go away, Li Huan still felt like she was in a dream. Family members? Don't you think the NPC AI in this game is a little too real? If I didn't know it was just a game, I would have thought it was a real person. Li Huan was complaining, and there was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. Just when Li Huan was about to go to other places in the royal city to see if she could find the so-called corrupt believers, a reward message caught her attention. Dahe sent out a plain, "Boss, help me. I know the clues of the corrupt believers in your mission." Li Huan showed a strange expression on her face, and said jokingly, "Hey, isn't this Dahi? I remember you were captured by someone? Haven't you escaped yet?" In a dark secret room, a black-haired young man looked at Li Huan's ridicule in the live broadcast room with an angry expression on his face, but he quickly suppressed his emotions. "Sister Huan, please stop talking. I was caught because of bad luck. But I also found out that the NPC who caught me is a plague warlock. Can you think of a plague warlock who spreads the plague? Did they spread the corruption in the royal city? Could he be a believer of corruption? I have been tied up by this plague warlock for more than a day. I can't even commit suicide. I can tell you the news for free. Just rescue me. If you can't, just kill me." Dahe was typing helplessly in Li Huan's live broadcast room. He had to bow his head in order to ask for help. Like Li Huan, he is an internal test player and a well-known anchor. However, he does not have the powerful skills like Li Huan, and he is a person who pays attention to the plot. He was participating in the game's internal testing, but just because he said that the name of the Golden Church sounded a bit tacky, he was hunted down by the followers of the Golden Church. Later he was accidentally killed. When he was resurrected, he happened to be seen by a plague warlock with his face covered in a black robe, and then he met a tragic end. He was tied up by the plague warlock and locked in a small dark room for more than a day, unable to commit suicide. On the other side, Li Huan saw the message from Dahe, and her attitude of mocking him instantly changed. "Are you sure the person who arrested you is a corrupt believer?" "I don't know, but the profession is plague warlock." Dahe typed back, "Tell me the location." "I'll tell you the location, can you share the task with me?" Dahe replied greedily. He saw the entire process of Li Huan accepting the task. Based on his years of understanding of virtual game plots, he knew that this NPC named Lear must be an extremely important NPC, and might even be the destined child in the game. "This thigh must be hugged. Didn't you say that you would tell me for free and that all I had to do was rescue you?" Li Huan said with some dissatisfaction. "That being said, Valkyrie, you can't just take advantage of me, right?" Dahe replied shamelessly. Li Huan was annoyed and thought Dahe was shameless, but she could do nothing about it. She thought for a while and said, "I don't know if the mission can be shared, but if I want to save you, I can only ask Lear, the NPC, for help. I can talk to the NPC, but whether you can get the benefits or not is up to you." That's it. Dahe in the secret room smiled happily. Chapter 56, Imprisoned Divine, seeking follow-up reading, in a dark compartment somewhere. Have you figured out anything? What's the reason for his ability to come back from the dead? Eric looked at the young man tied to the chair with a hint of heat in his eyes. "Don't make a noise, coming back to life is a miracle. How can it be solved so easily? This human situation is very strange. He has no law power at all, and looks more like an ordinary person, but how can an ordinary person have the ability to come back to life after death?" The crow, Drizzy, was circling the room. Dahe looked at the two people in front of him. His mouth was tied with bandages and he couldn't speak at all. It has been 2 days since he was kidnapped. Yesterday he told Li Huan all the information. He had seen through the live broadcast that Li Huan was rushing here with the NPC. "Since yesterday, your mood has become very stable. Why?"
The crow landed on Dahe's shoulder, somewhat puzzled. He remembered that after he captured the man who could come back to life, he kept screaming, so he sealed his mouth with a bandage, but even so, this man continued to struggle, and even when he was untying the bandages last night, he revealed that they were corrupt believers. His and Eric's identities were known by an ordinary person, but they had no idea how they were exposed. Dahe listened to Crow's question without saying anything. Not far away, Eric opened the door of the secret room and said to Crow anxiously, "Oh no, I saw Erwin." "Who?" Crow was a little confused. "Taiwanese father, a great wizard of extraordinary level," Eric answered in a panic. "Extraordinary wizard?" Crow was stunned for a moment, then looked to the other side. On the same chair, a young girl was tied there, with a pale face and messy-haired Daikoku also looked through the open door of the secret room and saw the imprisoned girl. A probe was thrown out subconsciously. Name, divine occupation, mage grade? Favorability, indifferent danger level, extremely deadly current status, dying, infected by corruption. Comment, the kidnapped genius wizard is now about to die. Perhaps she will become a sacrifice to awaken the corrupt true spirit. Has our kidnapping of Taiwanese been exposed? Eric said anxiously. Through the window, he saw Lear and Elvin, the bishop of the Golden Church, and two women he didn't know all coming to the Duke of Norton's mansion. Impossible. No one saw us when we took action, Crow said subconsciously. But Divine's father has come. He is an extraordinary wizard. Can you stop his mental power from detecting Divine? The crow was silent. He could not contend with the extraordinary wizard. He looked at the girl tied to the chair and said after a while, "Let's leave here." "What do you mean?" "I can't compete with a professional of extraordinary level, so we have to escape," Crow said quietly. "Escape?" Eric looked at the crow in disbelief. "Yes, when you accepted the power of the corrupt law, you should have understood that you are now a heretic." The crow said as a matter of course, "If you haven't been exposed, you are still the noble son of the Duke, but if you are exposed, you will just become a rat crossing the street that everyone wants to beat." Her father has come and obviously, the matter has been exposed. Eric was stunned. Although he had prepared himself mentally, it was still difficult for him to accept the thought of abandoning his noble identity and becoming a heretic who had to hide from then on. After a long time, he had to face the facts. Looking at Divine, he said unwillingly, "Then are you going to take Divine with you? This is the mother body we cultivated with great difficulty. You want to take away the daughter of the extraordinary wizard in front of him? With your current strength?" The crow looked at him as if he was a fool. As it spoke, it looked back at the girl tied to the chair, its eyes becoming cruel. "We can't take her away, so let's perform the ritual to detonate her in advance. We have cultivated her for so long and can't waste it. Let's leave here and cultivate other mother bodies." Lear brought Elwin, Golden Bishop Gas, and Li Huanhuan to the Duke of Norton's mansion, and followed the butler through the garden to the hall. He didn't expect the players to be so efficient. The task was just released yesterday, but there were clues within a day. Li Huanhuan brought news that the plague warlock's name was Eric Norton, which surprised Lear. "Lear, are you sure there are clues about corrupt believers in the Duke of Norton's mansion?" Alvin asked doubtfully. When Lear came to him with two strangers, he thought for a moment that Lear was joking and just wanted to discredit the Duke of Norton, but when Lear found the Golden Bishop and brought him to the Duke of Norton's mansion, he realized that Lear might be serious. "Whether it is true or not, we will know soon," Lear said calmly. He glanced at Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao behind him and said, "You are the one who provided the information. I trust you, so I called Dean Irwin and Bishop Gold. If what you are saying is fake news," he didn't continue. "Of course it's true. Mr. Lear, I swear to God." Li Huanhuan nodded confidently. She had already found out Dahe's location by adding him as a friend. The corrupt believer was right here. She wanted to say something else, but the message bar flashed. When I clicked on it, I saw a photo sent by Dahe. In the photo was a haggard girl with a message from the girl next to it. "This is her time to show off and seize the opportunity to improve Lear's favorability," she immediately said with a serious face. "My companions have found out the exact information. Miss Divine is locked in a compartment in the villa next door. The corrupt believers are planning to perform a ritual to detonate the corrupt disease in Miss Divine.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed except for Lear. At this moment, a voice came from outside the living room. "Where did this little girl come from who dares to frame my Norton family?" Duke Norton walked over quickly with a somewhat grim expression. When he heard that Lear brought a group of people to visit him, he felt that Lear had bad intentions, and now it seems to be true. It turned out to be such a despicable means of slander. Erwin listened to Li Huanhuan's words, completely ignoring Duke Norton, who was coming over, and asked seriously, "Ms. Li Huanhuan, are you sure that what you said is true?" "I promise." Li Huanhuan patted his chest. "Dean Erwin, you won't believe the nonsense of this little girl, right?" Duke Norton said in a deep voice. Erwin raised his head, his eyes became sharp. Taiwanese had been missing for a long time, he would not miss any clue. "Whether it's true or not, I'll find out after I search it." Alvin flashed out of the living room, and the others looked at each other and followed him out. When Alvin appeared again, he was already above a villa not far away. The terrifying mental power directly swept across the entire villa. When he sensed the situation inside the villa, his expression instantly became ferocious. "Damned heretic, stop it." This roar startled everyone who had just walked out of the living room, and then Duke Norton's expression became ugly. Could it be that the corrupt believers are really hiding in their own homes? The Golden Archbishop's expression also turned serious and he rushed over. The terrifying arcane energy gathered above the villa. The anger of the extraordinary wizard was terrifying. A dark purple ripple swept past and directly lifted the roof of the villa. The entire villa was collapsed, revealing the situation inside. In the innermost corner of the villa, Taiwanese was tied to a chair, and Eric was beside her, half kneeling on the ground, with a strange ritual circle drawn on the ground. At this time, Bishop Gold and Duke Norton also came out and saw the same scene. Chapter 57, The Villain Dies Because of His Talkativeness. Please read. In the ruins of the villa, Eric slowly turned his head and looked at everyone with a wicked smile. "I didn't expect to be discovered by you." "Eric?" Duke Norton widened his eyes. He never thought that his son would become a heretic. He knew nothing about the magic circle on the ground that exuded a sense of decay, and the kidnapped Tavini. The expression of the golden bishop Gas at the side also turned serious. These days, High Priest Ur's commander, the Golden Church, was working at full capacity to search for clues of heresy. He accepted Lear's invitation just to try his luck, but he didn't expect to actually make some discoveries. "Duke Norton, what is going on? You'd better explain it," Bishop Gas said in a deep voice. "I don't know about that," Duke Norton explained quickly. "Of course you don't know," Eric said with resentment. "Ever since you gave up on me and planned to have another child, you haven't paid any attention to my affairs. You think I've become a waste, but how can you find out that I've accepted corrupt laws?" Duke Norton remained silent. He did give up on Eric, but that was also because of Eric's incompetence. If Eric could defeat Lear in a duel, why would he give up on him? "Eric, you are my son, you should not be exposed to heretical laws." Duke Norton took a deep breath. Now that things have come to this, he can only draw a clear line between himself and Eric. Originally, even if he gave up Eric, he could still give Eric a life of wealth and glory, but now it is no longer necessary. From the moment you gave up on me, I was no longer your son." Heretical laws? As long as it can make me stronger, what does it matter if it's heresy? Let my daughter go. Alvin, looking at the dying Tavini, was ignited by anger. Has his daughter been suffering such pain these days? He wished he could tear Eric into pieces. Dean Erwin, why are you so angry? Shouldn't I be the one who should be angry? It was the potion that Tavini gave me that turned me into a waste. Eric roared madly, and the ritual circle on the ground emitted an even brighter light. Divine's breath became weaker and weaker, as if she would die in the next moment. No, stop it. Erwin's eyes were bloodshot. Kneel down and beg me. Do you care about Tavini very much? Then beg me, maybe I will spare her life. Eric controlled the corruption plague unscrupulously. Oh, by the way, there's also Lear, let him kneel down together. Eric looked at Lear with a ferocious face. Lear, who had been eating melons, twitched his eyes slightly. How did it involve him? Everyone's eyes turned to Alvin and Lear felt that he had suffered an unprovoked disaster. Erwin turned his head. Tivani was his only child. After his wife passed away, Tivani was everything to her. He was willing to give everything for Tivani. Yet he looked at Lear with pleading eyes, but Lear shook his head. Dean Erwin,
Why do you have to give in to this piece of shit? Lear looked at Eric and said, has anyone ever told you that villains die because they talk too much? As he spoke, a dark night rose appeared in his hand, and the next second, the figure disappeared from the spot. When Lear appeared again, he was already in front of Eric. The night rose pierced Eric's chest directly, cleanly, and neatly, and then kicked Eric away. He picked up Tiffany and flashed away from the spot. Everything happens in a flash of lightning. When they returned to Irwin, no one had reacted. Yet Juan and Yao Yao were stunned when they saw this scene. There was a brief silence in the live broadcast room. I remember Mr. Lear said he was a wizard. Li Huan said uncertainly. Yes, he is a wizard. Yao Yao nodded absent-mindedly. You call this a magician? Bishop Gas, please heal Tiffany. Lear said to the stunned golden bishop. This time everyone reacted. Irwin looked at Divine, who came back to him and cried with joy. Bishop Gas immediately waved his scepter and performed a divine blessing. Tivini, who was originally dying, recovered quickly. Lear handed Tiffany over to Elvin. Tiffany in the previous life had a bad personality and he hated her very much. If possible, dying here might be a good choice, but he felt that he should respect Elvin. This extraordinary wizard deserved respect, and it was not bad to make friends with an extraordinary wizard. Taking Divine from Lear, Irwin said gratefully, I have heard that you have gained the power of the law of war and become a professional of the duel law, but this power still shocks me. Lear smiled and said, it's just an ordinary sword technique. No matter what, it was you who saved Tiffany. I will repay you after I have dealt with Eric's issue. Alvin said solemnly, looking at Eric, who was lying on the ground not far away. Eric was no longer moving, and the ceremony was interrupted. Eric. Duke Norton sighed. His son died after all. Don't sigh, Your Majesty. Eric is not dead yet. Lear said suddenly. What did you say? Duke Norton turned his head suddenly. Lear walked over to the body of Eric, which had decayed in a very short time. When he killed Eric just now, he received a system prompt. You killed Eric's rotten flesh doll. This is just Eric's puppet, not Eric. Lear turned the corpse over, revealing a bloody face. That was not Eric's face. The carrion doll, the carrion giant, came into contact with the corrupted cultist twice, both times surprising Lear. The profession of corrupting the law is not simple. After releasing the God-given blessing, the golden bishop also walked to Eric's body, and when he saw the rotten face, he showed a look of disgust. Duke Norton, Eric is your son. He joined a heretical sect and even kidnapped Dean Irwin's daughter. Now he has escaped. I think you should prepare yourself. Lord Uar will question you in detail. He is your son after all. Upon hearing this, Duke Norton's face turned ugly. And the whereabouts of Milia and her Highness the Saint must be related to Eric. We only found Tiffany here. Milia and her Highness the Saint must be imprisoned somewhere else. Lear echoed, pretending to be melancholy. This time, Alvin also came over with the awakened Tiffany. Tiffany's face was still a little pale. After being imprisoned for so many days, her mental state was still greatly affected. Lear, I believe Her Royal Highness the Princess must still be alive. Alvin patted Lear on the shoulder. I hope so. Lear nodded. Chapter 58. Speak Up. Please read. Lear took Li Huan and others away and returned to the Stuart mansion. It can be predicted that Duke Norton will have a hard time in the future. High Priest Uar will probably not let Duke Norton go, even if the other party has no idea that Eric has joined a pagan religion. Mr. Lear, does this mean we have completed our mission? In the living room, Li Huan asked carefully. When she left the Duke of Norton's house, she saw Lear's melancholy expression. They did find the whereabouts of the heretic, but there was no trace of the princess, and without finding the princess, it meant nothing to Lear. At least that's what she thought. Of course, I won't break my promise. Lear did not break his promise as Li Huan imagined. He nodded, took out 2 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to the 2 people respectively, and then said, besides that, I am a dual law professional of war and arcane. Some of my sword skills and spells can be purchased from me if you need them. You have completed the mission Corrupted Heretic hidden in the Royal City, D-rank. You receive 10,000 bonus experience points, 1 gold coin, and open the character store of Lil Stuart. Li Huan and Yao Yao immediately saw a store icon appear above Lear's head. The 2 of them chose to click it without hesitation. Basic spell, Frost Arrow, intermediate spell, Fire Extinguishing spell, intermediate spell,
Frost Nova, intermediate spell, Lear's arcane cannon, advanced swordsmanship, steel. Soul swordsmanship, superb swordsmanship, nightingale swordsmanship, legendary sword art, Aslan royal sword art. Li Huan and Yao Yao were dazzled by the rows of spells and swordsmanship, especially the legendary swordsmanship at the bottom. Legendary swordplay. Aren't legendary skills the highest level skills in the game? Did they appear during the beta test? Before Li Huan and Yao Yao could check, their live broadcast room had already exploded. Extraordinary swordsmanship? Legendary swordsmanship? What kind of NPC is this? So awesome? Damn it. I joined the Golden Church, changed my job to a praying man, and only got an apprentice level healing skill. What the hell is this? If I had known, I would have been born in the royal city of Brayful. Date, who was resurrected from the resurrection point, also saw Lear's store list and his eyes turned red just now at the Duke of Norton's mansion. He was crushed to death by the villa that was collapsed by the shockwave before he could react, and he didn't see Lear at all. He frantically sent messages to Li Huan, Boss Huan, Lady Valkyrie, you promised to say good things about me to Lear. No response. I was the one who provided the location of the corrupt believer. You can't go back on your word. Still no response. Say something. Dahe went crazy. At this time, Li Huan had been blinded by the legendary swordsmanship, and she numbly clicked on the skill introduction. Legendary swordsmanship, Aslan royal swordsmanship introduction. Swordsmanship from the legendary Queen Salix. Only recognized knights will be granted effect. You can convert and stack the strength, constitution, and dexterity attribute points at will to reach the pinnacle of a single attribute. Each attribute conversion has a 1-second cooldown. When swordsmanship is activated, 1% of the maximum mana value is consumed per second, and mana cannot be restored during this period. Learning requirements: War Law Affinity 80%, Mystical Attribute 50. Purchase requirements: Lil Stewart's Favorability 90, Friendship of Life and Death, 100 million gold coins, any legendary item *1. Note: sword skills are special skills. You need to thoroughly master the essence of sword skills to fully exert their effects. The skill effect of the legendary swordsmanship is shocking, but the overwhelming learning and purchasing needs also calmed down the fiery Li Huan, and also restricted the law. She has accepted the recruitment of the Blood Apostle Monger and awakened the affinity of the Blood Law, and is planning to switch to the Blood Law profession. It seems that this legendary sword technique is destined to be out of her reach. Li Huan had no ideas, but that didn't mean the audience in the live broadcast room had no ideas. When they saw the effect of the swordplay, a large number of people had already rushed straight to Stuart's mansion when they were preparing for the public beta. Even if I can't get Lear Stuart's recognition, it's okay to start as a lackey. I dare not imagine what an NPC who can perform legendary swordsmanship will do in the future. Feeling the emotions of the two women, Lear laughed in his heart. He deliberately put Aslan royal swordsmanship there just to attract players. Set a sky-high price. No. One can afford it anyway. Even if someone finally collects all the gold coins and legendary items, he can adjust the favorability at will. You can only learn my swordsmanship and spells after you change your profession to the arcane law profession or the war law profession. You can come back after you change your profession. Lear said pretentiously. Li Huan and Yao Yao had calmed down from their shock. Yao Yao looked at Lear with a fiery gaze. He was handsome, mysterious, and powerful, which was exactly in line with her XP. For Li Huan, she was a little absent-minded. In her heart, she liked the Blood Apostle Mung more, but the legendary swordsmanship made her a little hesitant. She felt that she had betrayed Mr. Munger somewhat. Thinking in her mind, she slapped herself. What betrayal? This is just a game. I have only met Mr. Munger once. How could I think like that? She felt that she was too immersed in the role. Li Huan slapped startled Yao Yao and Lear, and they looked at her with strange eyes. Li Huan blushed when she realized what was happening, and quickly said, if everything is okay, Yao Yao and I will leave first. As she said that, she pulled Yao Yao and ran out. Lear just looked at the backs of the two women silently. At that moment just now, he actually discovered that the blood law essence he possessed also had a certain impact on players who awakened the affinity of the blood law. In other words, if the player chooses to believe in the blood law, he can influence the player's thoughts to a certain extent. The game law is quite scary when you think about it carefully. Lear fell into deep thought. On the other side, in the citizen area, in a corner close to the slums, a dark figure overturned the trash can in frustration. Damn Lear! He ruined my plan again. Eric roared. Crowdrike stood on the eaves nearby, quietly watching Eric venting his anger, "It seems that your ritual has failed, and the matrix has been purified." Eric ignored Derek, took a deep breath, and thought about Lear's last words, "The villain died because he talked too much. If he didn't talk so much nonsense, I'm afraid the corruption epidemic would have broken out in the aristocratic district." "Derek, what should we do next?" Crow thought for a moment and said, "Let's prepare to let the mother body of the slums erupt in advance." "But if that's the case, what about the plan for the noble district?" Eric asked. Crow looked at Eric and his tone became a little strange. "I have other plans for the noble district. I won't put all my eggs in one basket. I asked you to cultivate the mother just in case. Don't worry, no one can stop the coming of the corrupted true spirit. You will see the last moment, and then you will be able to trample Lear under your feet," the crow said, flapping its wings and flying onto Eric's shoulder. Chapter 59, Erwin's Thank You Gift. Please read. Stewart House, 3rd floor, Lear's bedroom. A man and a woman calmed down after a long and intense primitive exercise. "I heard that your father was taken away by the Golden Church?" Eric also absconded. "And you, the daughter of Duke Norton, came here at this time to seduce the man of your enemy." Enjoying Adele's subsequent service, Lear teased with a sly smile, "Mr. Lear, Adele has been yours for a long time. The father you know only treats me as a tool. Eric has never treated me as a sister. Besides, I am here with news." Adele answered vaguely while leaning over to work. "Oh? What news do you bring?" Lear asked softly, stroking Adele's exposed skin. "Father has reached an agreement with the High Priest of UR to atone for Eric's crime and help the High Priest of UR purify the slums." "Is that so?" Lear fell into deep thought. A few days had passed since what happened in the Duke of Norton's mansion, and the news that Eric had joined the heretical sect had spread among the nobles. Lear also had some guesses about how the Golden Church would deal with the Duke of Norton, and he was not surprised by this result. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door. "Master, Mr. Erwin and Miss Tivany are here to visit." It was Zeno's voice. Tivany sat on a chair in the living room, looking at the furnishings in the room with a complicated expression. This was her first time to come to the Stuart house. When Lear was pursuing her before, he had invited her to visit him, but she had refused. The scene of Lear saving her from Eric flashed through her mind again. At that time, she really thought she was going to die, having been imprisoned by Eric for so many days. She lived in torment from illness every day, and she hoped that a hero would come to save her. Finally, the hero showed up, but she felt ashamed when she saw that familiar face. There were footsteps outside the living room. Lear walked over slowly and saw Erwin and Tivany with a gentle smile on his face. "Welcome, Dean Erwin, and Tivany too." Lear greeted politely. "Lear, you look in good spirits." Alvin stood up, and Tivany beside him also lifted her skirt and stood up. "It's not bad." Lear nodded. "Tivany, come here." Erwin smiled when he heard that, then looked at Tivany beside him and raised his eyebrows at her. Divine bit her lip. Today she was wearing the kind of clothes she usually wore to parties, and she looked particularly beautiful. She walked up to Lear and bowed deeply. "Liar, thank you for saving me. What happened before was my fault. I shouldn't have been so willful. Please forgive me." Lear blinked. He really didn't want to say anything more to Tivany, nor did he want to have any more contact with her. Maybe after this kidnapping incident, Tivany's character would change, but it didn't make any sense to Lear. He nodded with a gentle smile. "I don't care about what happened before. You don't have to apologize to me. Let the past be the past." Even though I didn't like it, I still had to pretend to do it because Alvin was watching me. Listening to Lear's words, Devine showed a look of joy, but Erwin beside her sighed that he was not as naive as Tivany. Lear forgave Tivany on the surface, but he clearly felt the coldness in her words. Erwin brought Tivany to the Stuart mansion to repay Lear and to try to ease the relationship between Lear and Tivany. He saw Lear's strength and had a deep understanding of the power of the dual law profession. He could imagine that Lear would become even more powerful in the future. Originally, such a person had the opportunity to become his son-in-law. "Liar, you saved Divine, and I said I would repay you. You are a dual law professional, and one day you will break through to the high level or even the extraordinary level. I have prepared some powerful spell books for you, and you can choose one from them." Alvin took out 3 books from the storage props. Lee's eyes suddenly lit up. What could a spellbook taken out by an extraordinary wizard be? A supernatural spell, Frost Wind, supernatural spell, Summoning Flame Demon, high-level spells, Blood Demon Origin, the information of 3 spellbooks appeared in front of Lear. The first 2 were extraordinary spells and were also famous in his previous life. Hoarfrost Wind is a large-scale frost spell that combines control and damage. When released by an extraordinary wizard, it is enough to destroy an army. Summon Fire Demon is a summoning spell that can summon a powerful fire demon. Lear's eyes fell on the last high-level spell. Compared with the first 2 extraordinary spells, this high-level spell surprised him even more. High-level spell, Blood Demon Homology, status skill, Introduction, a spell inherited from the Arcane Council. Only members of the Council are qualified to learn it or effect. Activate Blood Demon's Origin, and your skills can be released by consuming an equal amount of health. Learning requirements: Arcane Law Affinity 20%, Intelligence Attribute 40, Mystical Attribute 40. The magic power consumption of skills can be released by consuming an equal amount of health points. Lear thought of his Aslan Royal Swordsmanship. When sword skills are activated, 1% of the maximum mana is consumed per second. If it can be replaced by consuming health points, his endurance will be improved again. I just don't know if activating Blood Demon Origin and then activating Aslan Royal Swordsmanship will consume 1% of the maximum health or 1% of the maximum magicka. These are 2 completely different concepts. Dean Elvin, are you really going to give me such a precious spell? Lear pretended to be shocked and pondered. My daughter is more precious than these spells. Erwin shrugged. Then I thank you for your gift. Lear was no longer polite and picked up the last book, Blood Demon Origin. He had an inexplicable sense of humor. He found divine because of the information given by the player. He only gave the player 2 gold coins and a store permission, but in return he got a high-level spell. It feels like getting something for free. Seeing Lear's choice, Erwin raised an eyebrow, but didn't say much. After getting the spellbook, Lear was in a good mood. He invited Alvin and Tivany to have dinner together until late at night. After seeing the 2 off, Lear returned to the study and took out the Blood Demon Origin again. Looking at the study requirements, he sighed helplessly. His affinity with arcane law is only 13.5%, so he cannot learn it for now and can only put it aside for now. But then again, as a mage, he has an affinity of 80% for the blood law, 89.9% for the war law, 18.9% for the Morningstar law, and 16.7% for the golden law. The affinity of arcane law is actually the lowest. What an incompetent wizard. Lear complained to himself. It would be great if we could find a carrier of the source of arcane law. An idea suddenly popped into his mind. Thinking in his mind, he shook his head in self-mockery. How could it be so easy to find someone? Chapter 60, Atheniana's Sacred Skills, seeking follow-up reading. The next day the king called another meeting. The protagonist of this meeting was the Duke of Norton. You all should have known about Eric's joining the heretical sect. King Rosser looked at the nobles with a serious face. As the Duke of the Kingdom, Vicente did not even realize that his son had come into contact with paganism. This is a serious dereliction of duty. Duke Norton stood in the center of the crowd, facing the various gazes from all around him with an expressionless face. This was indeed his dereliction of duty, and he had nothing to say. Duke Norton stood out from the crowd and said in a deep voice, I failed to discipline Eric. To make up for my mistake, I am willing to lead the family's magicians to purify the slums. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a commotion in the crowd. The matter of purifying the slums has not yet been finalized, so why would Duke Norton say this? The king was also stunned for a moment. He frowned and was about to say something when the high priest stepped forward. Since Duke Norton has such awareness, let's arrange the operation to purify the slums. I will build a purification array in the slums and have Duke Norton implement it. I know this is a bit cruel to the poor, but rather than letting them die miserably under the pagan plague, it is a better choice to let gold purify them. King Rosser's face darkened. This was the palace of Briefil. Even the high priest of the Golden Church could not interfere with the kingdom's internal affairs without his permission. As if Wuer sensed Rosser's dissatisfaction, he turned his head and said to Rosser, King Rosser, you are also a believer in gold, so you won't refuse, right? Rosser was silent. He knew that Uar's decision was not nonsense. Those poor people infected with corruption are beyond help, and purifying them early can prevent the royal city from becoming more chaotic. I will arrange for the knights of the royal city to assist. Rosser finally compromised. Lear stood among a group of nobles, did not express his opinion, and just left the meeting hall with a blank expression. When I got home, it was time for dinner. Eno had already prepared the meal, and Milia was waiting for Lear. You seem to be in a bad mood? Milia noticed that something was wrong with Lear's mood. Nothing. Lear smiled and Milia frowned and looked at Lear's calm appearance. She stood up, came to Lear, and said seriously, "You can tell me anything. I'm your fiancé and I can listen. It's really nothing." Lear didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He patted Milia's little hand. "It's just that His Majesty the King intends to let the Golden Church purify the slums." "What do you mean?" Milia was a little confused. She had been staying in Stuart Mansion and didn't know much about what was happening in the outside world. Lear patiently explained everything. After listening to Lear's story, Milia said in disbelief, "You mean that Father allowed the Golden Church to kill all the infected people in the slums?" "That's about it." Lear nodded. "Is there no other way to save those poor people?" Milia felt a little reluctant. She was not a child and knew that her father's decision was good in the long run, but she still felt it was a little cruel. Lear said nothing and stuffed a piece of beef into his mouth, thinking of the decision task that was triggered before. Where can there be so many saviors in this world? Besides, he is just a mid-level professional. The dinner ended in a somewhat heavy atmosphere. Lear took the food left for Saint Ophelia and went to the underground secret room alone. In the secret room, Ophaniana was still tied to the chair. The bright red shackles were absorbing her physical strength all the time, and the magic power in her body was also regularly devoured by Lear. She was somewhat desperate. Was she going to be Lear's bloody servant for the rest of her life? The door of the secret room was opened, and Ophaniana felt a little better. During the time of imprisonment, the only time she felt comforted was during her meals every day. The maid Ino would feed her and comfort her, but she would often say nice things about Lear, which made her a little annoyed. What good is that perverted rogue heretic? She felt that such a good maid must have been deceived. Ophaniana looked towards the door and her expression froze instantly. The person who came was not Ino, but Lear, the man she hated so much. Seeing Ophelia's dull eyes, Lear stepped forward and said, "What's wrong? Don't you welcome me? Didn't you suck my blood this morning?" Ophelia said subconsciously. "Can't I come after I've smoked?" Lear raised his eyebrows and put dinner on the table beside him. Hearing this, Ophaniana became a little flustered. In the past, Lear would suck blood in the morning and then disappear. What does he want to do now that he comes at night? A man and a woman were alone in a room, and she was tied up in an extremely shameful way. Ophaniana didn't dare to think further. "What do you want to do?" Ophaniana asked vigilantly. "What's your attitude? It's really sad. I see that you have a hard time having my blood sucked every day, so I am willing to come here to feed you and comfort you. Shouldn't you be more enthusiastic?" Lear smiled. "I don't believe you, you pagan are so bad." Ophaniana gritted her teeth. If it weren't for these red shackles, she would have pounced on Lear and bit him to death. "Forget it, I won't joke with you anymore." Lear shrugged and sat on the chair on the other side. "Do you remember the high priest of UR whom I mentioned to you last time? He plans to set up a purification ritual to cleanse the entire slum area in order to lure out the corrupt believers in the royal city," he said slowly. Ophaniana thought Lear was going to say something sarcastic, but when she heard about War's incident, her brows instantly frowned. "Do you agree with War's decision?" Lear asked, "or do you have a way to save those infected people in the slums?" If there is anyone who can save the poor and become a savior, Lear thinks that only Ophania may have such ability. The saint of the Golden Church has always been very mysterious. It is said that she is a woman blessed by the gods. It is not impossible for her to have some special abilities. Ophaniana fell silent, nodded, and shook her head. "If I can break through to the extraordinary realm, maybe I will have a chance to save those infected, but now, my magic power is not enough," she said with some regret. Listening to Ophaniana's words, Lear didn't say anything. The saint had no choice but to watch the Golden Church's operations. Quietly picking up the plate, he fed Ophelia. About 10 minutes later, after feeding Ophaniana, he leaned over and bit Ophaniana's neck hard. Since he came here, he naturally couldn't return empty-mouthed. The sweet and pure blood of the girl flowed into Lear's breath, and he sucked it greedily. Just as he was enjoying the wonderful taste of the saint, the system panel suddenly appeared in front of him. The skill bloodthirst effect is triggered, and you gain the saint-level skill, Hymn of Hope. Lee's eyes widened immediately. Chapter 61, Training the Saint, Seeking Follow-up Reading. Beyond the ordinary or above the extraordinary is the holy level, that is an existence beyond level 100. Why would a high-level professional like Ufangina possess saint-level skills? Is this the daughter of the Golden Rule? The high-level ones have holy-level skills. Could it be that the god of the Golden Law is watching Ophelia? Would it be discovered that he had imprisoned Ophelia? For the first time, Lear felt a little panicked, but he still appeared calm on the surface. The system panel jumped again, this time with a prompt that the affinity of the Golden Law had increased by another 0.1%, which was better than nothing. As he absorbed more and more of Ophanina's blood, the increase in the affinity of the Golden Rule became much slower. Lear calmly let go of Ophanina. The saint's cheeks were rosy and she looked at Lear with resentment in her eyes, but there was also some other emotions inexplicably mixed in. Without noticing Ophanina's abnormality, Lear clicked on the introduction of the Hymn of Hope. Holy Tier Skill, Hymn of Hope Introduction. Holy skill bestowed upon Saint Ophanina by the Golden Law effect. Chant the Hymn of Hope. The power of the Golden Law will continuously heal and purify all friendly targets within a range of 100 meters, restore all injuries, and clear and reverse all abnormal conditions. The healed targets will not be affected by the same abnormal condition again within days. 5000 1100 100 Requirements: Golden Law affinity 30%, intelligence 60, mysticism 60. The current Golden Law affinity is insufficient and cannot be used. Looking at the skill introduction of Anthem of Hope, Lear's eyes widened. Isn't this the Group Pro Max version of God's Blessing? No wonder Ufangina nodded and shook her head just now. With the Hymn of Hope, she is indeed able to heal those infected, but the consumption is too great. Ophanina is high level, and with her own leadership template, her magic power increases by an additional 200%, which means her total magic power is around 4000. There are not many more cheats than Lear, and they do not even meet the minimum requirements for activating the Anthem of Hope. Lear glanced at his own magic value, 3200, which did not meet the requirement to activate the Anthem of Hope, but Lear was not panicked at all. He has a blue secret dewdrop bottle. All skills are free of consumption within 60 seconds, so this is the path to becoming a savior. Lear's eyes lit up slightly, and in an instant he thought of many ways to use the Hymn of Hope to maximize the benefits. Looking at Lear with an evil smile, Ophelia shuddered and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Lear came back to his senses. "I thought of something happy." Ophanina wanted to ask what the happy thing was, but she swallowed the words after opening her mouth. She always felt that something bad was about to happen. Lear stared at Ophanina, and he was indeed thinking bad things. The requirement for using Anthem of Hope is 30% affinity with the Golden Rule, but he currently only has 16.8%, which is totally insufficient. It seems that we have to inconvenience the saint a bit and raise the affinity of the Golden Law to 30% before UR completes the purification ceremony of the slums. He reached out and lifted Ophelia's chin, and said with a smile, "Your Highness, can you please do me a favor?" "What do you want to do?" Ufangina struggled instinctively. Lear did not answer, but summoned the life-binding shackles again, wrapped one end around the beam above his head, and then slowly picked up Ophelia. "What are you going to do?" "Let me go." Ophanina struggled even more violently, but Lear turned a blind eye. 5 minutes later. "Put me down, you bastard." Ophanina's face flushed. She was really a little scared. She was now hanging in the air, showing herself in front of Lear in an extremely shameful posture. A lot of her clothes were taken off, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and white thighs. With the chains on her body, her perfect figure was clearly visible, making her look particularly charming. "Your Highness, I'm sorry. I do all this to save the people who are in disaster. Your efforts will definitely be worthwhile," Lear said seriously. In order to improve the affinity of the Golden Rule as quickly as possible, he had to take some extreme measures. Ophanina almost went crazy after hearing this. "What do you mean by saving the people? What does saving people have to do with hanging her up and posing her in such a shameful manner? It's obviously your evil XP, you put it so righteously. The Golden Rule source material carrier's shame, anger, and humiliation emotional fluctuation values have reached 97%, and you have gained 3% of the Golden Rule affinity." The prompt on the system panel jumped in front of my eyes, and it suddenly increased by 3%, one step closer to 30%. Lear smiled. He had only hung Ophelia up, and his affinity with the Golden Rule had increased so much at once. It seemed that it should not be difficult to reach the 30% requirement. Thinking in his mind, with Ophanina's murderous look in his eyes, he took out a whip from somewhere, swung it, and whipped Ophanina's weak body. The force was not strong, and Ophelia only felt slight pain and a tingling sensation. Ophelia's eyes suddenly widened. "What is this doing?"
Is it to humiliate me? Or is it to discipline myself? Athenina had also secretly read those banned books when she was in the Vatican.
She had only seen such an experience in those banned books.
What are you doing?
Ophelia's voice trembled a little. Lear did not respond, but looked at the saint in the air in confusion. Why was there no increase in the affinity of the golden law? He swung the whip again, this time with more force, and hit Ophelia's waist and hips. Euphangina pursed her lips, feeling a little painful, but after the pain, Euphangina inexplicably felt a sense of comfort. She let out a seductive gasp hearing this voice. Lear had a strange expression on his face. Could you please not make such misleading noises? People who don't know would think you are doing something unspeakable. Well, although it is a bit unspeakable to hang Ophelia up and whip her like this, it is for the people in the slums after all. Lear justifies himself in his mind. Athenina's face turned red. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to suppress the strange feeling in her body. Your Highness, could you please not make such noises? I am a normal man. Are you trying to seduce me? Lear said jokingly. When Euphangina heard this, she was stunned for a moment, and then she went crazy. The saint of the Golden Church. Would I seduce a heretic? Do you want to listen to what you are saying? And why do I make such a sound? Don't you know? Lear, you vile, shameless, filthy pagan. You shall die. Athenina's cheeks flushed red, and she no longer looked like a saint. Her hair was disheveled, and she was cursing like a shrew. The golden rule source material carrier shame, anger, and humiliation emotional fluctuation values have reached 99%, and you have gained 3% of the golden rule affinity. Your golden law affinity reaches 20%, you gain strength +2, constitution +2, dexterity +2, intelligence +2, mysticism +2. Looking at the system prompt that appeared in front of him, a smile of success appeared on Lear's face. End of this chapter. Chapter 62 Recruiting Players. Please read, Training a Saint is not a matter of a day or two. After enduring Lear's whippings many times, Athenina's emotional fluctuations gradually eased and she slowly got used to it. He just gritted his teeth and let the whip hit him. Lear was helpless. His affinity with the golden law, which had been increasing rapidly, stagnated again. It is currently 24.3%, which is still a little short of Anthem of Hope's 30%. That's all for today. Lear sighed. He left the basement under Athenina's murderous gaze. Walking out of the basement, Eno stood at the door with a strange expression. Lear did not explain anything, but just ordered, go and put Ophelia down, and keep her locked up. The next day, in a restaurant outside the slums of Royal City, Dahe looked at Li Huanhuan with resentment on his face. Li Huanhuan, you promised to say good things about me to Lear. You can't burn your bridges after crossing them. Li Huanhuan sat on a chair, sipping tea to hide her embarrassment. It was indeed Dahe's credit that the task assigned by Lear was completed, but when she saw Lear's shop, she was so excited that she forgot Dahe's request. Do you know how I got here these past few days? I ran to the noble district to look for you, but the soldiers stopped me and said that poor people were not allowed to enter. How do I look like a pauper? I sent you a message but you didn't even reply. Dahe cried as he told us about his experience. After giving several times, all his novice clothes were exposed. In the middle of winter, he was left with only clothes that could cover his privacy. He was now wearing the novice clothes that Li Huanhuan had just given him. In contrast, Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao had already changed into exquisite civilian clothes that looked very valuable. The first thing they did after getting the money from Lear was to change their clothes. I'm sorry, Dahe. Yao Yao and I just saw the message you sent. We still have some money left. Let me change your clothes and then take you to find Lear. Yao Yao also plans to go to Lear. Li Huanhuan answered with some guilt. Dahe felt much better. He looked at Yao Yao and said, you want to go to Lear? I remember that you and Li Huanhuan both accepted the recruitment of the Blood Apostle Munda, right? I prefer Mr. Lear. He teaches many spells in his shop. I plan to become a wizard like Mr. Lear. Don't you think Mr. Lear is handsome? Yao Yao said with longing on her face. Dahe's eyes twitched slightly, and he ignored the infatuated woman and looked at Li Huanhuan. What about you, Valkyrie? Me? Li Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, then said seriously. I still plan to follow Munger and join the blood cult. While the three were talking, a group of people in wizard robes came over from a distance. There were about 50 of them, led by a man in gorgeous clothes, holding a luxurious staff in his hand. The scene immediately attracted the attention of the three people. Dahe's eyes lit up. He knew that people in the royal city who were dressed gorgeously usually had noble identities, just like Lear, whom Li Huanhuan had met before. He immediately wanted to cast a detection spell on it, but was stopped by Li Huanhuan's quick eyes and hands. Are you crazy? Don't you know that the NPCs in the game can sense the detection technique? Do you still want to be arrested? Dahe was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and stopped what he was doing with some disappointment. Li Huanhuan glared at Dahe, then asked the restaurant owner standing nearby, "Boss, do you know who those people outside are?" The boss raised his head and took a look. That's Lord Duke Norton. He should be bringing people to maintain order in the slums, right? Recently, many nobles have taken turns to bring their family professionals to the slums to search for the whereabouts of heretics. You should also know about the plague spreading in the slums of the royal city, right? The boss said with a hint of disgust. It's really a damn heresy. I really hope that the Golden Church and the kingdom can find those heretics as soon as possible. Now that the slums are blocked, fewer people come to eat here. Boss, your restaurant is so close to the slums, aren't you afraid of contracting the plague? Li Huanhuan asked again. Of course I am afraid. How can I not be afraid? But even if you are afraid, what can I do? The restaurant owner was somewhat helpless. I used to be from the slums. I was lucky enough to get some money and opened a restaurant here. My wife and son rely on the restaurant for their livelihood. Even if I'm afraid, I have no choice but to continue. Listening to the boss's complaints, the three of them looked at each other and said nothing. In the afternoon, at Stuart Mansion, Lear met with three players. You want to work for me? Yes, Mr. Lear. Yao Yao and Dahe answered respectfully. Lear looked at Dahe. This was the first time he saw him. Mr. Lear, Dahe and Yao Yao are both my companions. We are also extraordinary people. The clues to finding the corrupt believers last time were also provided by Dahe. Li Huanhuan stepped forward to testify for Dahe. Lear pondered for a moment. He was still very satisfied with Li Huanhuan and the other two. They were all famous anchors, which was enough to provide him with certain publicity for recruiting players in the future. After a moment of silence, he spoke quietly. Of course you can work for me. I am very satisfied with your abilities. But you are aliens, and in the eyes of the Golden Church you are heretics. I can recruit you, but for now I can only do it in secret. You cannot act outside under my name for the time being. Even so, are you still willing to work for me? Yao Yao and Dahe said without hesitation, we are willing. They were not there for Lear's noble status, they were more interested in Lear the man and the items in the store. In that case, I welcome you to join us. Lear nodded with a smile. Lear Stuart's favorability towards you has increased, currently at friendly. Yao Yao and Dahe looked delighted, and Dahe also noticed that a store icon appeared above Lear's head. Li Huanhuan, who was standing by, looked at the notification that her favorability had increased and felt a little embarrassed. She had only come here to accompany Yao Yao and Dahe, and she had no intention of working for Lear at all, but now Lear seemed to have included her. She was a little confused about whether to explain it to Lear. After being silent for a while, she finally chose to give up. It would be too rude to say it now. If Lear had a bad impression of her, it would not be worth it. Besides, he was only working for Lear verbally, but he didn't say that he couldn't continue to follow the blood apostle. Lear didn't know what Li Huanhuan was thinking. Recruiting these players was only the first step. He thought for a few seconds and said in a deep voice, "You are my men now. I will give you a mission. Go to the slums to monitor the actions of Duke Norton and the Golden Church." Surveillance? The three were stunned. Yes, the Golden Church and Duke Norton intend to purify the infected people in the entire slum. They will set up a purification ritual array in the slum. You go and watch. If there is anything abnormal or it is almost completed, tell me the progress. Purify the entire slum? Is it to purify and cure those infected with the plague? Li Huanhuan asked. It's purification, not healing. Lear shook his head, looked out the window towards the slums, and said meaningfully, they plan to kill everyone in the slums. End of this chapter.
Chapter 63 Saint, am I a pervert? The actions of the Golden Church and the Duke of Norton were carried out in secret, and the purification of the slums was not known to the public. Although this cruel extermination campaign is justified, once it is exposed, the entire slum will riot. No one likes to have their destiny decided by others. On the roof of a simple house, two crows watched the wizard, who was constantly constructing patterns on the ground in the slums. Something is wrong, Delagy said in a serious tone. What's wrong? Eric, who had also turned into a crow, asked puzzledly on the other side. They seem to be constructing a ritual array. Delric ignored Eric's questions, flapped his wings and flew to the largest square in the slums. Duke Norton was placing magic stones that exuded a holy aura in a circular magic circle on the ground. The patterns of the magic circle extended from the center to all directions, sinking into every corner of the slum. Father? Eric, who flew over, also saw Duke Norton, and his eyes became a little cold. This is the Golden Church's purification array. They actually intend to purify the entire slum. Derek's tone was a little shocked and angry. Purify the entire slum? Eric was stunned. That's right. I didn't expect that the big shot from the Golden Church would be so decisive. We must prepare. Derek flapped his wings, looked at Duke Norton in the center, and said quietly, Lear stayed at home these days and didn't go out. He has been teasing Ophelia, and the affinity of the Golden Rule has increased to 28.1%, just one step away from 30%. The fact that the Golden Church and Duke Norton were planning to purify the entire slum was eventually exposed, and Duke Norton had to free up manpower to blockade the slum and suppress the riots that occurred from time to time in the slum. Many people have died not at the hands of corruption, but at the hands of Duke Norton. But Lear didn't care about these. He had to increase the affinity of the Golden Rule to 30% before the ceremony was completed. He came to the secret room again, and Ophelia was still locked in the secret room. These days he has been trying every possible way to increase his affinity with the Golden Rule, but the effect is becoming weaker and weaker. Although Ophelia looked like she wanted to fight him to the death, Lear always felt that something was wrong. Looking at Ophelia's closed eyes and frown, Lear was silent. It was becoming increasingly different from what he had imagined. Aren't you ashamed? Lear asked. Shame? Ophelia was stunned. She gritted her teeth and didn't know what was wrong with her. When she was whipped at first, she was very angry and wanted to cut Lear into pieces, but as time went by, this emotion slowly disappeared. Under Lear's whipping, she became more and more accustomed to it and even felt pleasure. Ophelia felt that she was guilty and a sinner. I must be possessed by a demon, otherwise why would I feel this way? Your Highness, you don't have some strange hobby, do you? Lear leaned close to Ophelia's ear and whispered, what are you talking about? I am the saint of the Golden Church. How could I, given your recent attitude? Such words are not convincing at all. Lear shook his head and said, the saint of the Golden Church is actually a pervert? No one would believe this if I told them. The priests of the Holy See are perverts, and the saints are also perverts. Lee's impression of the entire Golden Holy See suddenly changed. If any scandal broke out in the Golden Church in the future, Lear would think it was natural. Ophelia's cheeks flushed, and she felt ashamed and inferior. If people outside knew that Your Highness the Saint had such a habit, would it cause a commotion? The collection of stories about the heretic nun Ophelia that I wrote before was just casual writing. I didn't expect that Your Excellency the Saint, you are not a fictional perverted nun in the book, but a real perverted saint? Lear continued teasing. Stop talking. Ophelia shouted in shame and anger. The Golden Rule source material carriers' shame, grief, and inferiority emotional fluctuation values have reached 98%, and you have gained 3% of the Golden Rule affinity. Your Golden Law affinity reaches 30%, you gain strength +2, constitution +2, dexterity +2, intelligence +2, mysticism +2. Following Ophelia's desperate cry, a system panel popped up in front of Lear, and the affinity of the Golden Law successfully reached 30%. Such a rapid improvement in affinity with the law was beyond Lear's expectations. He had prepared a lot of things to increase the affinity of the Golden Law to 30%, but he didn't expect that Ophelia would break through her own defense. It sounds a bit far-fetched to say that the noble saint is actually a hidden pervert. Actually, I think you're more attractive like this. Lily looked into Ophelia's eyes and said with a smile, the saints in the past always had a sense of nobility and holiness, not as kind as you are now. You should face your true heart. Are you facing your true self? Ophelia bit her lip. Was she a perverted woman at heart? How could this happen? I am clearly a saint of the Holy See. She couldn't accept herself like this, so she turned her head away and forced herself not to see Lear's disgusting face. Lear did not embarrass Ophelia any further.
It was still a little difficult to make this noble saint suddenly understand that she was actually a perverted woman. Anyway, his goal had been achieved. He turned around and paused deliberately when he walked to the door of the secret room and prepared to leave. "I will come back to torture you again," he chuckled. End of this chapter. Chapter 64. Welcome the evolution of corruption. Why should we be purified if we are not infected? I want to see His Majesty the King. He won't abandon us. We are also citizens of the kingdom. What is the Golden Church doing? Shouldn't they eliminate those damn heretics and save us? In the slums of the royal city, many poor people were attacking the guards' blockade. Ever since the news leaked that the Golden Church and the kingdom were planning to purify the slums, people gathered at the various exits of the slums every day, trying to escape. Among them, some have not been infected with corruption, while others have been infected, and the personnel are complex. The Norton family alone could no longer blockade the entire slum, and the Golden Church and the royal family also sent a large number of people to garrison there. "Sir, I beg you, just take my child out. I have relatives outside. My child is not infected yet. He is only 5 years old and should not be purified." In the crowd, a woman pulled her young child and knelt in front of the professional guards on duty, making a humble request, but the professional guards pushed the woman and child back as if they saw nothing. "I can't stand it. How could they do this?" Not far away, looking at the poor woman, Li Huanhuan said angrily, "Don't be impulsive, this is just a game. Our mission is to monitor the Golden Church and Duke Norton. Don't act on impulse," Dahe hurriedly warned. Li Huanhuan snorted when she heard that. She was still very angry. After hearing from Lear that the Golden Church and Duke Norton wanted to purify and kill everyone in the slums, she thought it was too cruel. Even though she knew it was just a game, she still felt uncomfortable. "We are just gamers, not even professionals. We can't save those poor people at all. And I think the Golden Church's actions are reasonable." Dahe also looked at the poor people kneeling on the ground. In fact, such things also happen in our real world. If the plague is not dealt with in time, it will not only be these poor people who will die when it spreads completely. "Let's go, Duke Norton's ceremony is almost ready, and it's time for us to tell Lear about the situation." Dahe stood up. At Steward Mansion, Lear received the news brought by Li Huanhuan and the other two. He didn't say much. He had seen the changes in the Heavenly King City. Although Duke Norton was supposed to be responsible for purifying the slums, in fact the Royal Golden Church and many nobles were involved. After the purification was leaked, the slum was so large that it could not be contained by just the Duke of Norton. "Mr. Lear, are the poor people in the slums really hopeless?" Li Huanhuan asked somewhat unwillingly. Lear pondered for a moment and said helplessly, "I don't know. If there is anyone who can really save those poor people, it should only be the Savior." Li Huanhuan was silent. Dahe and Yao Yao also stood behind in silence. "Savior? Does this person really exist in this world? Perhaps only the coming of gods can save those poor people." Li Huanhuan felt very disappointed and followed Dahe and the other man out of the mansion. The next day, news came from the Golden Seed. A purification ceremony is about to take place. The Golden Church invited many nobles and even citizens of the royal city to watch. It was cruel, but it was also a way to show the power of the Golden Church. Although the ceremony was held by Duke Norton, everyone knew that Duke Norton was just a pawn, and the real decision was made by the Golden Sea and the royal family. UR has given up everything. Now that the Golden Church's plan to purify the slums has been exposed, he might as well show the power of gold. The entire slum was shrouded in a sacred halo, and the ritual grooves on the ground emitted golden light. Some poor people thought about destroying the ritual array, but as ordinary people, they could not get close to those ravines. The evil corrupt heretics spread the plague in the royal city. They kidnapped the saint lady and the princess, and want to turn the royal city into hell. High Priest UR stood in the middle of the crowd and said solemnly, "The Golden Church cannot tolerate such evil deeds. We will bring relief to the people infected with the corrupt disease. Let them enter the Golden Kingdom of Heaven without pain." The crowd listened to Wu's speech. Some were disdainful, some were angry, and some were delighted. Not everyone is opposed to the purification of slums. For some people, the poor people in slums are garbage. Isn't it a good thing to purify them? On the roof, two crows watched the scene, and Delic was very angry. The Golden Church always likes to make these high-sounding excuses, and they obviously just kidnapped Tavini. What does the saint and the princess have to do with them? Ever since arriving in the royal city of Brayful, Darich had felt that someone had been secretly discrediting his corrupt sect. After War finished his speech, he signaled Duke Norton to begin the ceremony. Duke Norton reluctantly led the family's magicians to the note of the ritual array and began to inject magic power into the array. The poor people in the slums who were shrouded in the halo went crazy when they saw this scene. "You can't do this? Why do you decide our fate? I don't want to die yet, let me out." They desperately rushed towards the sacred halo, and suddenly two crows flapped their wings and flew up. "Gold has abandoned you. It is not worth believing in." The sudden appearance of two talking crows caused a commotion among the poor. "Do you want to live?" Drich said in a seductive voice. "Live. I want to live." The poor people around seemed to have lost their minds and began to roar. "Very good, then, let's welcome the evolution of corruption." Darich's tone suddenly became high. A pale girl slowly walked out from the crowd. She walked slowly into the middle of the crowd and revealed a pale smile. A dark mist suddenly emanated from the girl's body, then spread rapidly, soon blocking her vision. Immediately afterwards, a horrific explosion sounded. The girl burst open. Duke Norton, who was maintaining the purification array, felt a strong impact, and the sacred halo covering the slums became much dimmer. At this time, UR also came to the note of the magic circle and maintained the operation of the magic circle. "Hold on, those corrupt heretics have already appeared. I will go in and catch them, and you continue to maintain the magic circle." As he spoke, he was about to enter the magic circle, but then another explosion sounded. In a magic circle node not far away, a woman in a wizard robe exploded directly, and the dark mist slowly spread. The faces of the people who saw this scene changed drastically. This was not in the slums, this was outside the magic circle. There are even corrupt believers prepared outside. The ordinary citizens who were watching the scene were stunned for a short while before they fled in panic. King Rosser had not expected this situation, but this is not the end. With the explosive death of the female sorceress, the nodes of the purification array were destroyed and the structure of the entire array collapsed. A hole was opened in the sacred halo, and thick black fog in the slums surged out like a tide. End of this chapter. Chapter 66, Heretics Are Always Heretics. Please subscribe and vote. Two pairs of dark green pupils glowed in the black mist. Deliki looked at the fleeing crowd outside with a disdainful smile. "It's really stupid to set up a purification array with such fanfare to try to lure us out, and even invite so many ordinary people to visit. But since so many people have come, let's turn them all into sacrifices for the corrupt true spirits." As he spoke, he changed into human form and put on a dark robe. "Let's go, Eric, destroy all the nodes of the internal array, and then the corruption will spread to the entire royal city." The two walked towards the location in the slums that was emitting a sacred. Chapter 66, Heretics Are Always Heretics. Please subscribe and vote. Two pairs of dark green pupils glowed in the black mist. Deliki looked at the fleeing crowd outside with a disdainful smile. "It's really stupid to set up a purification array with such fanfare to try to lure us out, and even invite so many ordinary people to visit. But since so many people have come, let's turn them all into sacrifices for the corrupt true spirits." As he spoke, he changed into human form and put on a dark robe. "Let's go, Eric, destroy all the nodes of the internal array, and then the corruption will spread to the entire royal city." The two walked towards the location in the slums that was emitting a sacred light. The hidden internal nodes were revealed one after another because the external nodes were destroyed. As the two walked away, a hideous-looking devil walked out from the dark alley next to them and looked straight at their backs. Outside the slums, there was chaos at this time. At the gap in the magic circle, a large number of poor people turned into horrible undead under the erosion of the corruption disease and rushed towards the urban area. The corruption disease released by the complete corruption mother body is much stronger than the plague spread in the royal city before. Some low-level mages have fallen from the plague, and these mages with weak constitutions also find it difficult to resist this plague. Lear stood in an inconspicuous corner, looking at a scene that looked like the zombie tsunami in his previous life. This disease is more terrible than he imagined. "All professionals above the intermediate level, follow me into the magic circle, eliminate the undead, and search for the whereabouts of the corrupt believers. Focus on searching the magic circle nodes. They must want to destroy all the purification nodes. The rest of you stay outside to block the undead and maintain the magic circle. You must hold out until we have eliminated all the corrupt believers. King Rosser immediately issued orders. The situation was out of control. When constructing the purification array, the Golden Church and the royal family were also constantly on guard against corrupt believers who might detonate the corruption plague prematurely, because once the purification array was formed, even if the corrupt believers detonated the mother body of the corruption disease, they would only be trapped in the slums, but the corrupt believers did not move at all, just quietly. Watching the magic circle being completed. When the magic circle was completed, the Golden Church and the royal family breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the external nodes of the magic array are not destroyed, the internal nodes of the magic array are hidden and will not be discovered, and the magic array will be impregnable. But no one expected that the wizards of the Norton family would be infiltrated by corrupt believers. The secret of the purification circle has apparently been known to the corrupt believers. So they destroyed an external node of the array, and now the entire purification array is no longer stable. Boom, another loud noise was heard, and the sacred halo of the purification array dimmed again, and the gap in the array became larger. These damn heretics! King Rosser roared and rushed into the magic circle first. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Lear watched this scene and followed carefully as well. There were not many professionals who could reach the intermediate level or above. Dozens of people poured into the purification array and dispersed to the hidden node locations inside the array. The slums occupied a considerable area of the royal city, and Lear was accompanied by Avian. Originally, Lear wanted to act alone to facilitate the next plan, but he couldn't find a reason to get rid of Avian. Many poor people were crawling on the ground, wailing in pain. Their bodies were rapidly decaying, and it wouldn't be long before they would be transformed into undead. Breaking through the poor people who had turned into undead, 3 of them came into the magic circle. Which node are we going to? Avian looked at Lear. Lear pretended to think, pointed in a direction and walked over. Avian followed without hesitation. Eric stood in the thick fog, with a large number of corrupt undead gathered around him. Every time a poor person was transformed into an undead, he could feel himself becoming stronger. At the same time, he can also manipulate the undead around him to fight for him. Derek did not lie to him. The Plague Warlock could quickly become stronger as long as there were enough undead. He has fallen in love with such power. What if it is heresy? Corruption is stronger than arcane law. Once I turn all the poor people here into undead, I can advance to a higher level. I'm really looking forward to the scene when I step on Lear. His expression must be amazing. Eric said to himself excitedly. Beside him, 3 undead ghosts had strange expressions on their faces when they heard this. Why is this villain so obsessed with revenge on Mr. Lear? When he imprisoned me before, he often expressed dissatisfaction with Lear. There must be some grudge between them. Let's not talk about this. What should we do now? Are we just going to watch? Li Huan and the other 2 were talking in the chat channel, and a new status appeared on their character panels: corruption and undead. Affected by the law of corruption, your body is transformed into an undead and you lose control of your character. The 3 of them were speechless. They had originally just wanted to join in the fun and see what kind of disaster the corrupt believers could cause. But who knew that they would lose control of their characters within seconds of being shrouded in black fog, and couldn't even commit suicide? How come this game has so many settings that restrict players? It's bad enough that you can't commit suicide after being kidnapped, but you can't commit suicide after becoming a ghost either, and you can only become an accomplice of heresy. Forget it, let's just treat it as a movie. The Golden Church and the nobles outside should be able to solve this disaster. He typed helplessly in the chat box. Just as the 3 of them were boredly watching Eric preparing to destroy the node of the magic circle, a figure slowly appeared in the mist not far away. The man was wearing a black robe, had a ferocious face, and flashing scarlet light in his eyes, looking extremely terrifying. Is it Mr. Munger? Li Huan exclaimed in the chat channel. She hadn't seen this blood apostle for a long time. Ever since she accepted the affinity for the blood law, the blood apostles never came to see her again, and she once thought she had been forgotten. She wanted to rush forward immediately to show her loyalty and ask Mr. Munger to grant him the profession of blood law, but now she was a dead spirit. Who? The sudden appearance of the devil scared Eric. He reacted suddenly and looked alert. Blood apostle, Munger. The devil said in a low voice. Eric was stunned for a moment, then seemed to remember something. Are you the blood apostle who was rumored to appear at night? The demon said nothing, but raised his hand, revealing a long, thin sword. What do you want to do? Stop our corrupt sex actions?
Eric sneered and said, "It is rumored that you help people in need at night. Many people say that you are a good person. Don't you also think that you are a savior? Have you never looked in the mirror? You look so ugly. You are a heretic, we are all heretics. Do you think if you help these poor people, they will look at you squarely? You can't save those poor people. Even if you stop me, they will only die later. The Golden Church will not be grateful to you. Heretics will always be heretics." End of this chapter. Chapter 67. Eric died. Please subscribe, please vote. Eric's words were full of sarcasm, but they were indeed true. But the character of the blood apostle was just a false illusion deliberately created by Lear. The bloody demon raised the slender rapier in his hand. The incarnation of blood possessed 50% of the power of the original body, excluding equipment. This was a mid-level rapier that Lear had found and was barely enough to use it. The demon raised his head and glanced behind Eric, where two figures were rushing towards him. "You are right. Heretics are always heretics. But I, Munger, never care about other people's opinions when doing things, and I don't need the gratitude of the Golden Church." The devil let out a low roar, and the next second his body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Eric. The astonishing speed gave Eric a strong sense of déjà vu. Whether it was Lear defeating him in the arena or saving Tivany from him, he used this strange speed. If the blood apostle in front of him had not had a devil-like head, he would have almost thought that the person he was fighting was Lear. The sharp rapier stabbed Eric accurately. Eric waved his hand quickly, and the undead around him blocked his way. The rapier landed on the undead, and the terrifying force directly pierced the undead. Just like a spear hanging the corpse in the air, the blood demon swung his sword and threw the undead's body directly to the ground. Then he crushed its head with his foot, and it became completely motionless. Li Huanuan looked at the scene in her perspective, where the black sole of a shoe stepped on her face and then crushed her head. Her expression was a little strange. What a domineering and strong power this is. She couldn't help licking her lips. Staying in the resurrection space, she couldn't wait to open Yao's live broadcast room and continue watching the heroic figure of the blood apostle. You killed the player Li Huanhuan and gained 100 experience points. The system prompt that suddenly appeared in front of him caused the blood demon's body to stagnate slightly, but it quickly returned to normal. The demon brandished the sharp rapier like an elegant dancer, and as he twisted and turned, all the undead around him were killed. The people of blood should not be eroded by corrupt forces. I will not allow you to continue turning these innocent people into undead. The devil uttered a whisper, and at this moment, two figures not far away finally arrived. Damned heretic! Just surrender! Ivian shouted softly and swung the sword in her hand. The rhythm of war surrounded her body. The next moment, her speed increased dramatically and she rushed directly to the blood demon. The long sword was swung down without mercy, and the demon raised his sword to block. The two weapons collided with each other, making a crisp metallic humming sound. The blood demon felt a powerful force coming from his arm, and then retreated violently. After repelling the blood demon with one sword, Avian looked around carefully. On one side stood Eric, and on the other side was the repelled demon. She recognized the demon, the urban legend of the night in the royal city, the blood apostle. As expected, heretics are heretics. What kind-hearted blood apostle? I think you have already mixed up with the corrupt believers. Avian showed a look of disgust. That's not necessarily true, sister. Lear's voice appeared at the right time. He looked at the angry Avian, and his blood incarnation was directly knocked away by Avian. Didn't Avian hear what the incarnation said just now? Doesn't this clearly show that the blood apostles and the corrupted believers are opposites? Although the intelligence of the war law professionals is not high, it is a bit outrageous that they got such an obvious situation wrong. The corners of Lear's mouth twitched slightly. For the first time, he felt that his sister might be even stupider than he thought. What did you say? Ivian tilted her head and asked in confusion. I think this apostle of blood is the same as us. He is trying to stop Eric from destroying the nodes of the magic circle. Lear judged seriously. How is that possible? Ivian widened her eyes and stopped talking halfway. She suddenly remembered that the blood apostle and Eric seemed to be really fighting each other just now. Beautiful lady, we are not enemies. I am a believer in blood. I will not watch corrupt believers defile blood and deprive lives of blood. The blood demon that was knocked away stood up. Avian was a little suspicious, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that she was indeed wrong. But no matter what, heresy is heresy, and she still remains vigilant against the blood apostles. Lear! A roar full of resentment interrupted the conversation of the three. Eric looked at Lear with bloodshot eyes. As the saying goes, enemies become more jealous when they meet. The scenes of being defeated by Lear countless times emerged in Eric's mind, and the anger burned Eric's reason. He suddenly pulled open his robe, and black mist mixed with countless mosquitoes and flies flew out, then slowly wrapped him up. Gradually, his body became taller and turned into a giant, carrion giant. This was not the first time Lear had seen one, but compared to the last time he saw it, this giant was only 3 meters tall, and the power it produced was not as strong as the previous carrion giant. The 3-meter-tall carrion giant swung its bloated arms and smashed down directly at Lear, accompanied by a large number of filthy mosquitoes and flies. Seeing this, Ivian's expression froze and she stabbed her sword into the ground. The roar of war gathered around her and gradually formed a storm. The roar of the law of war grew louder and louder. The roar of the storm also became more intense, and she suddenly pulled the sword out of the ground and pointed it at the carrion giant. The howling storm swept in with a strong shock wave and blasted out directly. War Knight skill raised the storm. The terrifying force blew up the wooden houses around. The carrion giants that were originally rushing over were defeated in the storm, and a large number of mosquitoes and flies were blown away. Avian seized the opportunity and swung a storm blade. The long sword was wrapped in the power of the storm and chopped straight at the carrion giant. Lear was not idle either. He gathered his arcane powers and fired the arcane cannon. I'm here to help you too. The blood demon also rushed up, flashing a strong red light. The mosquitoes and flies that were blown away stopped in the air one by one, and dirty liquid flowed down, then fell to the ground and turned into corpses. Lear, do you dare to challenge me to a formal duel? Being besieged by 3 people, Eric was furious. The consumption of the carrion giant was huge, and he could not last too long. Lear just smiled when he heard this. Why fight alone when you can fight in a group? This is not an arena. Lear, Eric roared, becoming more and more manic. The carrion giant is very powerful, and ordinary slashing and stabbing attacks cannot cause effective damage at all, but it is too clumsy. Ivian also figured out the weakness of the carrion giant and did not fight hard. After only 3 minutes, Eric recovered from the carrion giant state. His face was full of resentment, but there was no fear at all. Do you think you won? Lear, and you ridiculous blood apostles, you can't stop the coming of corruption. As soon as he finished speaking, Lear instantly felt a hint of danger, and a magician's shield blocked himself. And Avian Eric in front of him exploded without any warning, and rotten flesh and body parts flew everywhere. You killed Eric's rotten flesh doll. The system prompt appeared, and Lear frowned. Another rotten meat doll. When Ivian came to her senses, she was being held in Lear's arms. She looked at the mess on the ground and knew that it was Lear who protected her. She struggled to stand up from Lear's arms. As a sister, it was really embarrassing to be protected by her younger brother. She bit her lip and looked around. Eric was dead and the blood apostle was gone. Only Lear looked thoughtful. She opened her mouth and was about to say something when a loud noise was heard not far away. The halo of the magic circle in the sky was disappearing rapidly, and the thick black fog was swirling violently. What happened? Ivian asked in horror. Lear looked in the direction of the explosion, where a tall dark shadow was looming in the black fog. End of this chapter. Chapter 68, Eternal Life and Blood. Please subscribe and vote. On the other side, the heart of the slum, is this the high priest of the Golden Church? And the king of the kingdom of Briefell? If they are only of this level, then this royal city should be handed over to our corrupt sect. In the black fog, the rotten giant waved his arms, and countless poor people who had turned into undead under the giant's feet were providing him with magic power. After transforming so many poor people into undead, Derek has broken through to the extraordinary level and gained new abilities. As long as the undead in the slums are not completely dead, he can remain in the state of a carrion giant, and as the number of undead increases, the carrion giant will become taller and more powerful. Deliki laughed and suddenly looked in another direction. Eric's aura disappeared. What a useless piece of trash, but it doesn't matter. The entire purification array had been destroyed by him and was riddled with holes. The remaining nodes in the array would be corroded by the black fog of corruption and disease without his taking any action. The sacred golden law dispelled the corrupt magic in the surroundings, but it still seemed tiny compared to the rotting giant that was dozens of meters tall. Ur looked at the rotten giant in front of him and felt a little anxious. Before in the Empire, the chosen one of the corrupted sect was also an extraordinary plague warlock, and the rotten giant fused by that chosen one. was only more than 10 meters tall. Even that rotten giant over 10 meters long was defeated only by the joint efforts of the 3 high priests of the Golden Church, but the carrion giant in front of him has grown to a height of 30 meters and is still growing slowly. Many professionals around were showing fear. Even the king and the Golden High Priest, 2 extraordinary professionals, could not do anything to the carrion giant. What could they do? Golden fury. Storm of light. An angry roar was heard. King Rosser held a sharp blade. He had not given up yet. The golden law around him trembled, and the dazzling light instantly dispelled the black fog. Rosser rushed up to the arms of the carrion giant and ran quickly on the giant's body. Countless golden law lights turned into a storm that tore apart the body of the carrion giant. In the light, the body of the carrion giant gradually turned into ashes, and some professionals seemed to see hope, but Uar's face was still gloomy. If the carrion giant was only at this level, there would be no need for the 3 great priests to join forces. The undead on the ground slowly moved towards the carrion giant, stuck to its body, and then slowly merged into it. The body of the rotten giant, which had been purified by the storm of light, grew back. Rosser also saw this scene. If all the undead were not eliminated, the carrion giant would be invincible. He glanced around and saw that almost all the poor people were gathered here. Some had been transformed into undead, and some were struggling in pain. The scene was like hell. After a brief silence, Rosser's eyes became deep, and he shouted, "Everyone, give up attacking the carrion giant, and focus on clearing out the undead and poor people around you." "Sir, you are. It should be no problem for us to hold back the carrion giant together." He looked at Uar again. "Of course, no problem." Uar nodded immediately. "I am a royal guard knight. Maybe I am not your opponent when it comes to hurting you, but no one can resist more than me." After hearing Rosser's order, the professionals around hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted their teeth and took action against the poor people around them. The poor people who were supposed to be purified by the magic circle now need them to do it themselves. There are still people struggling among them. It is a massacre, but it is also the only way to defeat the carrion giants. "Your Majesty, why are you killing us? Aren't we your people? Why does the Golden Church want to eliminate us? Doesn't the Golden Law favor every believer?" The poor people who still had some sense were struggling and crying. Rosser felt a little sad. As the king of the kingdom, he couldn't even save his own people and could only send them to death with his own hands. The professionals around also gritted their teeth, but showed no mercy and used all their abilities to kill the poor people. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky. "It's really unbearable. Is the Golden Law so weak? It can't even protect its own believers." A deep voice sounded, and everyone was attracted by the person who suddenly appeared. The bloody demon stood among the struggling poor. His face was hideous, but he had an elegant temperament. "Who are you?" Rosser was stunned. "I am an apostle of blood, a believer in blood. All creatures with blood flowing are the people of blood." The bloody demon spoke word by word, looking at the poor people struggling around him. "Do you want to survive?" Survive. This word was like a light in the darkness, allowing the poor who were already in despair to see the light. "Can you save us?" The girl whose cheeks had begun to decay asked the demon in front of her. "As long as you are willing, the law of blood will save you." The devil stroked the girl's white hair. "Can it really save us?" someone else asked. "Of course," the demon said softly. A glimmer of hope appeared in the eyes of the poor people who were struggling around them. The Golden Church and the royal family abandoned them, and they lived in fear and despair since before the purification ceremony began, until the magic circle was opened and corruption broke out completely. And now, no matter who it is, even a devil, as long as he can save them, he is there. "Light, we have to survive. Please save us." Noisy and faint shouts spread all around, and the bloody demon stood in the center like a savior. He pulled out a small bottle and drank the liquid from it. "Either die in disgrace or live forever in blood. Gold will betray you, but as long as blood still flows in your bodies, you will always be the people of blood. The blood law will be revived in the new era." The demon's tone became high-pitched, like an apostle preaching. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the bloody demon slowly rose into the air, and a sacred golden light suddenly burst out. The terrifying holy light instantly broke through the pervasive black fog, and the golden beam of light shot straight into the sky. With the blessing of the blue secret dewdrops, the blood incarnation desperately performed the hymn of hope, rapidly expanding the range. He only has 60 seconds, and within these 60 seconds, he can do whatever he wants. The solemn singing spread in the air, and the black fog covering the entire slum quickly melted away. The poor people around were returning to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Even the poor people who had been transformed into undead were transformed into humans under the holy light. Rosser and Uar, who were delaying the carrion giant, were staring at this scene in a daze. This familiar power was the power of the golden law. The demon before him was filled with the aura of heretical laws, but why could he exert such a strong power of the golden law? Could it be that the heretic in front of us is also a believer of the golden rule? Witness the miracle from the blood law. Another loud shout was heard, and the black fog around them dissipated completely. Uar's face turned red. How could a heretic use such a powerful golden law skill, more powerful than him, an extraordinary golden high priest? Are you a believer of gold or am I? Besides, you were clearly using the power of the golden law, but you said it was the blood law. This way of telling lies with one's true eyes is really against Tiangong. This is heresy that blasphemes the golden law. It is absolutely unforgivable. Uar shouted angrily. What greeted him was the huge fist of the carrion giant, which smashed Uar directly into the ground with one punch. End of this chapter. Chapter 69. The Golden Law Goddess is angry. Please subscribe and vote. Witness the miracles of the blood law. With the power of the hymn of hope, the voice spread throughout the entire royal city. Outside the slums, the citizens who were originally fleeing in all directions only felt a warm light shining on themselves. The undead who were originally fighting frantically also stopped. Under the unbelievable gaze of everyone, the originally terrifying and hideous undead were actually quickly returning to their original state. The glorious and majestic figure in the sky was engraved in everyone's mind. Some of them knelt down in worship, while others bowed their heads and prayed in their hearts. Li Huan and the other two who had just resurrected also saw the figure in the air. Li Huan pointed at the blood apostle and said excitedly, "It's Mr. Munger. I knew that the blood cult is a righteous sect." Yao and Dahe looked at each other when they heard this, feeling the warm holy light around them, and always felt a little strange. At the gate of the royal city, a group of people walked slowly into the royal city, and the guards around them showed respectful looks. The burly man with a scar on his face also saw the holy light rising into the sky and heard the solemn declaration, "Has anything big happened in the royal city recently?" The big man muttered to himself, "Uncle Albert, it's time for us to go in." The accompanying girl reminded, this was a girl with animal ears and a tail. She looked capable and cute. The soldiers around her looked away after just one glance. In the slums, the poor people who had recovered all around knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly to the blood apostle in the air. Those who were saved have already regarded the blood apostles as gods. Many professionals were a little at a loss when looking at the blood demon in the air. This believer in the heretical law purified all the undead and even cured the corruption, but this still cannot deny the fact that he is a heretic of the blood law. They kept it in mind at this moment. Dai in the alley nearby, Lear and Avian finally arrived. Looking at the figure in the sky, Lear showed a strange smile on his face. He bent down and calmly picked up the small blue bottle that had been thrown on the ground at some point. This blood apostle is actually saving the poor. Avian's eyes flickered slightly. This scene directly shattered her impression of heresy. Lear remained silent, as this was the plan he had made from the beginning. The skill of Anthem of Hope can only be released by the blood apostle. If he releases it himself, it is impossible to explain why he can use the power of the golden law. Could it be that he became a professional of the three laws? That was a bit far-fetched. Therefore, using the identity of blood apostle is the best choice. Not only can it greatly increase the spread of the blood law, but it can also complete the mission of being the savior to save the poor, killing two birds with one stone. Your actions have caused praise from the residents of the royal city, and the reputation of the blood law has spread more widely in the royal city area. The upgrade of the system panel came late, and Lear looked at it with satisfaction. Once the matter of the corrupt believers was resolved and fermented for a few days, the task should be completed. Just when he was in a good mood, the system panel in front of him suddenly shook, as if it had been hit hard. The content on the panel changes rapidly. Your behavior has caused the wrath of the golden law goddess. Your golden law affinity has decreased by 10%, your golden law affinity has dropped to 20%, you gain strength -2, constitution -2, dexterity -2, intelligence -2, mysticism -2, the holy rank skill Anthem of Hope will be banned after use and cannot be used? The smile on Lear's face froze instantly, but it was not over yet. Your actions have won the favor of the Lord of Blood, and your affinity for the blood law has increased by 10%, your affinity for the blood law has reached 90%, and you have gained constitution +5, mystic +5, you have obtained 5% of the blood law essence, and the current blood law essence is 10%. You have obtained the title, Blood King. Blood Law career tree is now open. You can learn other Blood Law career skills. Title, Blood King. Introduction, each god can only have one king. The king is the spokesperson of the god and the sustenance of the god. This is an eternal oath that cannot be betrayed. You have been favored by the Lord of Blood and are the King of Blood. Lear was dazzled by the series of system prompts. Was the Golden Law goddess furious? Was she favored by the Lord of Blood? Lear had no idea what these secret gods were thinking, but he was sure of one thing, that he had received attention from the gods, but not just the Lord of Blood. At least the goddess of the Golden Law was watching him. Otherwise, how could the affinity of the Golden Law be lowered? After playing the game for so long in his previous life, this was the first time he knew that the affinity with the law could be reduced, but it's only reduced by 10%. With this level, if you torture your saint again, it will easily go back up, Lear thought to himself and found it a little funny. As he thought about it, another question came to his mind. Since the goddess of the Golden Law was watching him, she should also know that Saint Ophianina was imprisoned by him. Why didn't the Golden Church react at all? While Lear was thinking, the high priest who was smashed into the ground, crawled out. He completely forgot about the rotten giant beside him and said in a harsh voice, "Everyone, eliminate the followers of the blood cult." This order stunned everyone present. Cleanse the blood of pagans. If it was normal, there would be no problem, but now they are purifying the slums. Judging from the scope, the entire royal city has been taken over. Are you going to clear them out now? Before the professionals around them could take action, the recovered poor people became angry. They had already turned into undead, and it was the law of blood that saved them. Now the Golden Church is planning to eliminate the apostles of the law of blood. What basis does the Golden Church have to say that Lord Blood is a heretic? You couldn't save us, it was Lord Blood who saved us. The Golden Church is a heresy. Angry voices rose one after another, and when Uar heard the last sentence that the Golden Church was the heresy, he could no longer bear it. Is the Golden Church a heresy? It is the power of the Golden Law that saves you, these damned untouchables who are blinded by the pagans. Uar was furious, but before he could attack the blood apostle in the air, the carrion giant beside him took action. Damned blood apostle, what have you done? The body of the carrion giant has now shrunk significantly, and is only about 10 meters tall. It is shrunk by more than half compared to the previous 30 or 40 meters. All the undead around him were purified, and without the supply of magic power, his strength was disappearing rapidly. Adrich tried to spread the plague of corruption again, but those purified poor people seemed to be blessed by some power, and the plague of corruption could not penetrate them at all. Of the shrunken but still huge carrion giant stretched out his hand and hit the blood apostle in the air. Everyone was a little confused when they saw this. On one side was the order of High Priest Uar, and on the other side was the heresy that could purify the royal city. Before anyone could react, Lear had already rushed forward. How could he let others ruin his good deed? Although things are almost over, we still have to maintain the style of the blood apostle. The arms of the knight rose and the carrion giant collided with each other, and shockingly, Lear was able to withstand it. Lear, King Rosser was somewhat moved as he watched this scene. A mid-level professional can do this, so why should he hesitate? Stuart boy. Do you want to disobey the will of the Golden Rule and collude with heretics? Uar shouted angrily, you are under extraordinary level of pressure, all damage you cause is reduced by half. Lear panted, it was too difficult for him to fight against the extraordinary with his intermediate strength. He raised his huge arm and said with disdain, Your Excellency the High Priest, I have already said it before, I am Lear Stuart. We, the Stuart family, have never believed in gold. Well said. Immediately following Lear's words, a deep voice came from not far away. A burly man carrying a huge sword walked slowly towards them, accompanied by a girl with animal ears. End of this chapter. Chapter 70, The Source of War Law, Subscription Request, Monthly Ticket Request. The burly man held a giant sword as tall as a man, but he held it in his hand as if it were a toy. All the professionals looked over, and some recognized the man's identity and showed expressions of awe. Albert, King Rosser whispered the man's name, Albert Stuart, the present Duke of Stuart. Lear was also stunned for a moment, and memories emerged in his mind. He hadn't seen his father for a long time. As early as the age of 7, the original body ran away from home and followed Divine to the royal city, where he changed his job to a mage. Now more than 10 years have passed, he has not returned home, and Albert has not come to see him. Looking at the burly man in front of him, Lear's eyes were somewhat deep. He had not taken care of his father for so many years. Why did he come here now? Long time no see, Rosser. Albert inserted the giant's sword into the ground, and the ground shook. Even though he called the king by his name, Rosser was not angry at all. The professionals around him were also suppressed and silent by Albert's powerful aura. This is the Duke of Stuart, who was already an extraordinary professional 20 years ago and was known as a legend in the kingdom. The Lion of Stuart was an existence that was capable of defeating 10,000 armies by himself. Almost all of the slightly older professionals present grew up listening to the legend of Albert, especially the war law professionals among them, who regarded Albert as an idol. Albert, it's true that we haven't seen each other for a long time, but I'm sorry that I can't greet you now. As you can see, the royal city is suffering from a disaster. Rosser sighed helplessly. As a king, he talked to Albert as if he were a friend. Of course I saw it. Albert nodded. How could I turn a blind eye to someone bullying my son? Albert. Even if it is you, if you want to shelter heretics, you will definitely be held accountable by the Golden Church. You are, said to Albert with a fearful look on his face. You are, our Stuart family will not protect heresy. We only believe what we see, and my son has also said. Albert suddenly raised his giant sword. Stuart has never believed in gold. You bug over there. My Albert's son is not someone you can bully. He roared, and a phantom of a lion appeared behind him, and the whole person jumped high. Lionheart slash. The tall sword was like thunder, and the lion pounced directly on the carrion giant. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, the sword cut through the carrion giant's body like a hot knife through butter. One arm and half of the body were actually cut off directly. Even Lear showed a shocked expression. Even though he used Aslan's royal swordsmanship and added all the attribute points to strength, he could only barely withstand the heavy blow of the carrion giant, and his father was split in half by the carrion giant with just one sword? As expected, he is the Lion of Stuart. The war law professional at the side revealed a fanatical expression. Lear escaped from the blow of the carrion giant. The blood apostle in the sky was also about to reach the time limit of the blood incarnation. He controlled the blood incarnation and shouted, "Blood lives forever." This voice also spread throughout the entire royal city. After the voice fell, the blood apostle turned into a blood mist and disappeared into thin air. What kind of monster are you? How is it possible that you have such great power? The rotten giant that was split in half revealed the body of Dritch inside, and he had an expression of disbelief. Albert didn't waste any words. He glanced at Darich, rushed to Darich, and chopped him down on the head with the giant sword, directly smashed Darich's body to pieces. What is the powerful flying brick? The carrion giant, who was unable to hold off so many people and two extraordinary professionals, and King Rosser, was easily defeated by Albert in 2 moves. In the crowd, Duke Norton swallowed his saliva. He had only heard of the legend of Duke Stuart. This was the first time he saw the Duke Stuart's true strength. Have I been discrediting such a strong person all this time? He was sweating all over. The carrion giant was solved just like that, and the blood apostle disappeared out of thin air. Everyone present felt like they were dreaming. Father! Avian threw herself into Albert's arms with eyes full of admiration. Lear also walked silently to Albert's side and said with a smile, "Father. I'm glad you're still willing to call me father." Albert looked at Lear and nodded. He patted Lear on the shoulder and said, "Some things are inconvenient to talk about now. Let's talk about it when we're alone." "Father, what do you want to say?" Ivian asked with some confusion. "It's just some trivial matter." Albert laughed, then turned and walked towards King Rosser. After Albert turned around, Lear's expression became a little ugly. He couldn't understand what his father was thinking. Had the fact that he traveled through time and space and was possessed been exposed? "Are you Uncle Albert's son?" A voice suddenly sounded when Lear was thinking. The girl with animal ears and tail walked up to Lear. She looked at Lear curiously, slowly approached Lear, and sniffed the scent on Lear. "Well, you have a strong smell of the law of war. It seems that the rumors are true. You have indeed been favored by war," she said seriously. Lear was a little confused. He looked up at the girl with animal ears and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Greta Cardenas," the girl with animal ears replied. "Greta?" Lear looked up and down at the girl in front of him. Girls with animal ears and tails were rare in the game. This reminded him of a family force in the game. One of the three archon families of the Church of War, the Lionheart family Cardanus, which commands the War Knights, causes a certain degree of negative emotional fluctuations in the carrier of the law source, and can gain corresponding law affinity. The system prompt panel suddenly popped up. Lear's eyes widened, and his gaze towards Greta changed immediately. "What's wrong?" Greta frowned. Lear's gaze made her feel like a hunter looking at his prey. "Nothing, Miss Greta. I wonder what your relationship with your father is." Lear waved his hands quickly. "Don't you know?" Greta was a little surprised. "Should I know?" Lear replied innocently. Greta shrugged her nose, feeling a little strange, but did not explain, just whispered, "It seems that you really don't care about the Stuart family's affairs as the rumors say." After she finished speaking, she turned and walked towards Albert in front of her. "Thanks to Shangri-La Jian for the 2,000 points reward, and thanks to Lance the Gentleman and Shueyue Guhan for the 100 points reward." Chapter 71. You will never find the saint. Please subscribe and vote. In a corner of the slums, Li Huan and the other two who had been resurrected just happened to see Lear blocking an attack from the carrion giant, and then Albert appeared and split the carrion giant in half with a sword. This is the battle scene that a new era virtual online game should have. What did we play before? Criticize those games where the only way to fight in melee combat is to roll and jump. It's a virtual online game, but in some games, only the ranged mage's skills are worth watching, and the melee is a mess. Can you learn this? The audience in the live broadcast room were all excited when they saw the battle scenes of the carrion giants. In the past, the virtual online games they played all attracted players with spell effects, and the combat actions were just barely playable. However, judging from the performance of the game law just now, it instantly killed most games on the market. Li Huan and the other two were as excited as the audience in the live broadcast room. Both the Blood Apostle and Lear were connected, as was the big man who split the rotten giant with one sword. From the communication, they also learned that the other party was Lear's father. What is this? A heretical legalist who could save the ghetto. A dual law professional who knows that the alien has obtained the oracle, and an awesome father. Isn't this definitely an important character in the game? Maybe even the protagonist. Li Huan and the other two looked at each other and they clung to each other. Albert, how could you just kill this heretic? On the other side, UR looked at Delic, who was beaten into a pulp by Albert with an extremely gloomy expression. Albert was stunned for a moment, not understanding why the golden high priest in front of him was so crazy. "You said this is heresy, why can't I kill him? Do you know that they kidnapped Her Highness the Saint and the princess? If you kill him, how can we find out the whereabouts of Her Highness the Saint and the princess?" War was furious. Albert's appearance just now reminded him of some bad memories, and he completely forgot that he purified the slums in order to lure out corrupt believers and then find out the whereabouts of the saint. By the time he realized what was happening, the corrupt believer was already dead. How could he find out the whereabouts of the saint? The professionals looked at UR with different expressions. They didn't have any idea about the whereabouts of the saint. Anyway, they were not believers of the Golden Church. As long as the problems in the slums were resolved, it would be fine. So the reason you made such a big fuss in the slums is mainly to find out the whereabouts of the saint? Albert understood what UR meant, and he glanced at the poor people around him. The poor people around also reacted. Judging from UR's attitude, purifying the slums seems to be just a side job, while luring out corrupt believers and finding out the whereabouts of the saint are the main reasons. If the Golden Church purified them for the safety of the entire royal city, they could understand it. But if it was just for the saint, were they purified just to lure out the pagans and then search for the whereabouts of the saint? The poor were angry. Who were they? Their fate could be decided at will. Were they just tools in the eyes of the Golden Church? Sensing the change in the atmosphere around him, War's face changed. He was indeed concerned about the whereabouts of the saint, but making this known would cause public outrage. He doesn't care about these poor people, but if it affects the reputation of the Golden Church, it will be a big deal. Haha, so the Golden Church wants to know the whereabouts of the saint? A crazy voice suddenly sounded. Derek, who had been smashed into a pulp, slowly recovered his face. He looked at the people in front of him and found them a little ridiculous. He had no idea what saint or princess was. He had only kidnapped the daughter of the dean of the Arcane Academy, and she was rescued. Who on earth has been making them bear the blame? You are not dead yet? UR was delighted to see Derek come back to life. Do you want to know the whereabouts of the saint? Delicky said grimly, you dirty heretic.
Where on earth did you hide the saint? Wu heir shouted. You don't know. Delicky spat at Wu heir. The people of the Golden Church were disgusting. He planned to take the blame for kidnapping the saint just to disgust the royal guard in front of him. You will never find the saint, ever. After saying the last sentence, Derek's body swelled up rapidly, and then exploded with a loud bang, completely dying. The dirty rotten flesh splattered on Ur's face, and the stench made the anger in his heart reach its peak. Heretic, he let out a deafening roar. Lear looked at the scene of Delicky exploding with a thoughtful expression, which was exactly the same scene as when Eric died before. Could it be that the corrupt believer in front of me is also a rotten flesh puppet? He suddenly remembered the introduction of the previous corruption mission, Mission Option 2, stop the Golden Church from purifying the slums and assist the corrupt sect in awakening the corrupt true spirit. What the corrupt sect wants to do is to awaken the corrupt spirit, that is their real purpose. The rotten giant in the slums is just an extraordinary skill of a corrupt believer. It's not over yet. Even though UR was furious at being fooled by the corrupt believers, he could not show it in front of everyone. With a gloomy face, he left with everyone from the Golden Church. Albert, I'm sorry I can't host a banquet for you. Things in the slums still need to be dealt with. King Rosser looked at Albert. It's okay, Rosser, let's have a drink after you finish dealing with the things in the slums. Albert laughed. Rosser nodded and told the royal professionals to leave. What happened next made him feel distressed. The blood apostle cured the corruption in the ghetto, but no one knows whether the cure is permanent or will recur. It is also necessary to appease the emotions of the poor and restore order in the slums. These are all problems. Watching Rosser leave, Albert set his eyes on his son and daughter. My dear son and daughter, it's time for us to go home. We haven't seen each other for such a long time. It's time for us to have a good chat. Avian nodded happily. She always admired her powerful father. Lear was sweating profusely. Milia lived in the mansion and the saint was imprisoned in the basement. What was going on? By the way, there's Greta. You probably haven't met her yet. I'll introduce her to you. Albert looked at the girl with animal ears standing beside him. Avian walked up to Greta curiously, looked at her animal ears, and couldn't help but reach out and touch them. Greta was startled, her cheeks turned red instantly, and she dodged immediately. Avian stopped stroking and looked at the frightened Greta, feeling a little embarrassed. Avian, don't touch Greta's ears casually. Their customs are different from ours. Albert shook his head helplessly and took Lear and the other two out of the slums. End of this chapter. Chapter 72, Blood Swirl and Blood King's Robe, Subscription Request, Monthly Ticket Request. You have completed the third round of the mission Blood Renaissance. You gain 200,000 experience points. Blood Vortex, the fourth ring of Bloody Revival. Kill the corrupt true spirit that is about to descend. Mission rewards? Failure penalty, none, due to your actions. The mission corruption forced you to choose mission 3. You completed the mission corruption. Rank A, you have obtained 100 million experience points and the Blood King's Robe. Back at Stuart House, Lear receives a notification that his mission is complete. The task of the third ring of the Renaissance of Blood is to increase the spread of the law of blood. If it is broadcasted in front of everyone in the city, even the manifestation of the divine cannot complete the task. Lear will start to suspect that the Lord of Blood is targeting him. As for the task of eliminating corruption, the people in the slums have been purified by the hymn of hope, so they have naturally completed the task. He looked at the item information of the two newly acquired items. Name, Blood Swirl category, Legal Relics Introduction, a powerful relic that embodies the essence of the blood law effect. The Blood Swirl can be added to any weapon to strengthen the weapon's attributes, improve the quality of weapons of one class, and add the power of the blood law. The maximum improvement limit is Legend. This is a spiral ruby pendant. It looks ordinary, but the effect is eye-opening for Lear. Can upgrade the grade of weapons, up to Legend. He hadn't even heard it. Doesn't that mean that as long as you have an epic weapon, you can upgrade it to Legendary level through Blood Vortex? His Night Rose can also be upgraded to the Holy Weapon level through the Blood Vortex. A Holy Weapon can be said to be a bug-like existence in the early stage of the game. Even the defense of an extraordinary level professional is useless in front of a Holy Weapon. Name, Blood King's Coat category, Legal Relics Introduction. This robe is only used by the king chosen by blood. Getting it means that you have been recognized by blood effect. Wearing the Blood King's robe, you can ignore any class or status suppression. The Blood King's robe can be transformed into any clothing style. Your skill Blood Incarnation is empowered. The incarnation of blood can exist permanently, possessing 100% of the original body's strength, and can simultaneously obtain the item effects of the Blood Law relic. You can recall the Blood Incarnation at any time, or teleport to the blood
Incarnation's location: with a cooldown of 24 hours, when your real body dies, you can be resurrected in the blood incarnation, and the resurrection effect has a cooldown of 30 days. A blood incarnation cannot use the skill blood incarnation, the item is bound, cannot be traded, cannot be dropped, and cannot be destroyed. If the effect of the swirling blood opened Lear's eyes, then the Bloody King's long robe made Lear feel incredible. This Bloody King's robe is made of large areas of black silk with red ribbons as the main tone, and it is gorgeous enough just from the appearance. The long list of effects dazzled Lear. Ignore class oppression. This is a setting in the game. When players break through level 80 and reach the extraordinary realm, they will undergo an extraordinary transformation. There may not be much improvement in the panel attributes, but the effect of each attribute point improved will far exceed that of professionals below the extraordinary level. At the same time, there will be class suppression on lower level professionals. When high level professionals fight against extraordinary professionals, all damage and skill effects will be ignored by 50%. Similarly, extraordinary professionals will also be suppressed by holy level professionals. Therefore, there are almost no cross level challenges in the game. The Blood King's robe allows Lear to ignore this class suppression. Even if he faces a legendary powerhouse with intermediate strength, there will be no class suppression. As for the other effects of the Blood King's robe, they all revolve around the skill blood incarnation, and even give Lear the ability to resurrect from the dead. This has always been Lear's pain. After becoming an NPC, he only had one life left, but now he has the ability to come back to life. Although it only happens once every 30 days, it is enough for the 2 blood law relics satisfied Lear. For the first time, he felt that being tied to the Lord of Blood was not unacceptable. Even in his previous life, he had never seen such a powerful relic of law, and its effect was stronger than many legendary props. After returning to the mansion, he went to the bathroom first, put on his equipment, and the Blood King's robe became the same style as the clothes he was wearing. Then he summoned the incarnation of blood and released it, just in case. If Albert knew that he was a possessed time traveler, he would pick up the bucket and run away. He couldn't win the fight, so he could only hide away and give up his identity as the Duke's son to become a proper pagan leader. Anyway, he has now been awarded the title of Blood King, and it would be unworthy of this name if he doesn't set up a blood dynasty. By the way, secretly bring Eno and the little princess along as well. As for the saint, she'll just have to wish you the best. When Lear came out of the bathroom, Eno had already prepared lunch. Albert sat at the main seat and the others sat on both sides. Seeing this, Lear walked over and naturally sat next to Albert. Lunch was conducted in a peaceful atmosphere, which was a little different from what Lear had imagined. Albert just chatted with everyone as if they were chatting about family matters, and did not talk about any serious topics. In Lear's impression, he only remembered that his father had always been strict, and had been like this since he was a child, until he met Erwin and Tivany, who visited the Pharaoh fortress when he was 7 years old. He was fascinated by Tivany. At the age of 7, he was fooled by Tivany. Finally, he chose to secretly leave the Pharaoh fortress, followed Alvin to the royal city, and changed his job to a wizard. After that, he never returned to Fort Pharaoh. Even when Avian wanted to take him home every holiday, he refused. At that time, all his thoughts were on Devine. Thinking about it now, Lear found it ridiculous. This is Greta Cardenas. Let me introduce her to you. She is from the Church of War. Albert introduced her to Lear and others. Cardenas? Is it the Lionheart family, the archon of the Church of War? Hearing this surname, Avian was slightly surprised. Unlike Lear, she knew some things about her family. Avian, you know that Greta is from the Lionheart family. Our Stuart family has always been very close to Cardenas, but I have never told you the real reason. Albert nodded. Let me do it, Uncle Albert. Greta stood up and looked at Lear. I hope you can be my war knight. She said quietly. Her tone was calm, but the meaning of her words made Lear feel very strange. Become your own war knight? Am I not a mage on paper, and why does it feel like someone is proposing to me? End of this chapter. Chapter 73. You are not Lear. Please subscribe, please vote. Greta, have you really made up your mind? Albert was a little surprised by the animal-eared girl's choice. I have made up my mind. He has a strong scent of war law, which meets the requirements of a Lionheart knight. Greta nodded. Lionheart knight? Lear was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of a rumor he knew in his previous life. The Lionheart Cardenas are descended from the bloodline of the legendary Warmad lion. The Cardenas people, who have the bloodline of the war lion, are born with a strong physique and strength far beyond that of ordinary humans, but their talent for understanding the laws of war is weakened accordingly. Therefore, when they reach adulthood,
They will choose an outstanding war knight to sign a contract. They will become friends of life and death with the chosen war knights, and learn the power of the laws of war from them. In order to make up for the shortcomings brought by the war lion bloodline, the chosen war knights are also called Lionheart Knights. While providing the people of the Cardanus family with insights into the laws of war, they can also gain some of the power of the war lion, and both sides make progress together. Lear remembered the shadow of the mad lion behind Albert in the slums. His expression gradually became a little subtle. If it were in his previous life, he would have become Greta's Lionheart Knight without hesitation, but now, he's not even a war knight, just a wizard and cult leader. What are you talking about? What Lionheart Knight? And I'm a wizard, not a war knight. Lear asked, pretending to know nothing. I haven't told you what a Lionheart Knight is, but I feel a concentration of the law of war in you that I have never seen before. You can definitely become my Lionheart Knight. Greta answered with a smile, and then gave a detailed account of the information about the Lionheart Knight, which was similar to what Lear had heard in his previous life. So, even if I'm a wizard, as long as I have a strong affinity for the laws of war, I can become a Lionheart Knight? Lear said thoughtfully. Yes. Greta nodded, and suddenly felt a little nervous. She really felt an extremely strong affinity for the laws of war from Lear, and even the war lion bloodline in her body was longing for it. If she could make Lear her Lionheart Knight, her strength would surely increase rapidly. But then again, the relationship between Cardanus and his Lionheart Knight is extremely close. If they were of the same sex, they would definitely be the best of friends. If it's the opposite sex, almost all Lionheart Knights of the opposite sex become partners with their own Cardanus. She had originally come to Stuart intending to conclude a contract with Albert's daughter, Avian, but now she had changed her mind. I went out and brought back a man. I wonder if my father will be angry if he finds out. Lear didn't know what Greta was thinking. He was silent for a few seconds and said, "Can I think about it?" Greta was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then she reluctantly smiled. Of course, it depends on your opinion whether you want to become my Lionheart Knight. Then I will give you an answer in 3 days. Lear nodded. The reason why he didn't agree immediately was because he didn't know what Albert thought of him. If he agreed, he would be hunted down by Albert. Wouldn't that be very embarrassing? You little brat. Do you know how many people want to become the Lionheart Knight of Cardanus? Are you still considering it? Come here, I want to talk to you. Albert, who was standing by, glared, grabbed Lear's shoulder and was about to walk out. As he said this, he turned back to look at Greta and said, "Niece Greta, don't worry, I will make Lear promise you." After that, he took Lear out of the restaurant, leaving Greta and Avian looking at each other. When they got outside, Albert took Lear all the way to the empty training ground before stopping. He let go of Lear and looked at him with deep eyes. "Father." Lear was awed in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. "I'm glad you're still willing to call me father." Albert nodded. "You haven't come back to see me since you left Fort Pharaoh more than 10 years ago. I thought you had forgotten me, your father." "How could that be?" Lear smiled awkwardly. "You've changed, Lear. I remember that you were obsessed with that little girl named Divine. Now you've become mature." Albert sighed. "You know what? Although you haven't been home for so many years, I actually take time to come to the royal city to see you every year, but I just didn't let you know. Are you still hating me for not protecting your sister?" Albert suddenly raised his head. Lear was silent. He remembered that he did have a sister. They were twins, but they encountered pagans during an early outing. When Albert arrived, his sister was already dead and he was the only one alive. A big part of the reason why he left Pharaoh Fortress with Divine was that he hated himself for being too weak and unable to protect his sister. Compared to the war knight, all the abilities of the mage seemed so outstanding. He was attracted and wanted to become powerful, so he followed Divine and left. In fact, he did not hate his father as Albert said, he just hated himself. These are very old memories, and Lear would not even have remembered them if Albert had not mentioned them. Lear felt awkward. These memories did not belong to him. "You are not the Lear from before." A voice broke Lear's fantasy. Lear suddenly raised his head and stared at Albert. "Father, what are you talking about? If I am not Lear, who am I?" Lear said with forced calmness. "Really?" Albert shook his head. Lear was once obsessed with the arcane and even wanted to resurrect Karina. "But you are different.
You are more mature, not keen on the arcane, and don't care about Karina. You are stronger than Lear. Listening quietly to Albert's words, Lear's expression finally changed. Albert visits his son every year to learn about his behavior. He has been exposed, but he did not leave immediately. He had to take Eno and Maya with him in advance. He would not give up on his women. As for the saint, she was too obvious a target, so he would talk about it when there was a chance. It seems that I was right. Let me see your strength. Albert did not attack suddenly to hurt anyone, but took out a long sword from the storage space. It was just an ordinary sword, but in Lear's eyes it was full of threat. Fight with me. If you satisfy me, I can tell you a secret. Albert raised his sword and pointed it at Lear, making a standard duel posture. Lear raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Albert's behavior was different from what he had imagined, but it was exactly what he wanted. In short, it was just to delay time. End of this chapter. Chapter 74, Child of Destiny, 3,000 words. Please subscribe. Two figures collided in the empty training ground, and the roar of the law of war made everything around them buzz. Lear held the knight rose in his hand, and every collision with Albert made him feel like he was hitting a mountain. Albert's strength is stronger than many extraordinary professionals he has seen, and the other party is just playing around, not even releasing the class pressure of an extraordinary professional. Cat and mouse. That's what it means. The violent battle fluctuations attracted the attention of Avian and Greta in the house. When they arrived at the training ground, they saw Lear and Albert fighting each other. Is this the extent of your ability? Albert looked at Lear. Lear took a deep breath, and the knight rose in his hand flickered with a faint glow. The next moment, he activated Aslan's royal swordsmanship. His figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of Albert. Knight Rose was like a man eating poisonous snake, and stabbed the sword in the opponent's hand with one sword. How could an ordinary long sword resist the extraordinary rapier? Moreover, Lear had transformed all his attributes into strength. His strength now was no less than that of an ordinary strength professional who has undergone an extraordinary transformation. The sudden change obviously caught Albert off guard. The terrifying force pierced the sword, and Albert had to retreat violently. He retreated more than 10 meters before stopping. He showed a shocked expression. Lear was just a mid-level professional, but he could actually fight off an extraordinary professional like him head-on. Avian and Greta, who were not far away, also saw this scene and were stunned, especially Greta. The fluctuations of the laws of war surrounding Lear now made her make a decision in her heart. She wanted Lear to be her Lionheart knight no matter what. Everyone is shocked by Lear, who maintains Aslan's royal swordsmanship but is ready to escape. The blood incarnation has already found Eno, and will leave as soon as he finds Miria. Good, you are worthy of being the son of destiny. Albert suddenly laughed after a brief silence. He looked at Avian and Greta and said, Avian, take Greta and leave for a while. I want to talk to Lear alone. The two girls, Avian and Ivian, looked at each other, somewhat puzzled, but obediently left the training ground. After the two women left, Albert looked at Lear and said, Don't be so nervous. I won't do anything to you. Lear listened to Albert's words without answering. Seeing that Lear was still very vigilant, Albert shook his head helplessly. Well, it seems that you don't trust me, but I hope you can listen to what I have to say before considering whether to leave. Lear raised his eyebrows. Albert already knew that he was planning to run away, so he wanted to see what the other party wanted to say. Let's start from when you were born. Albert began to narrate. You may not know that you have been different since Sophia conceived you. Lear listened quietly. The name Sophia was the original body's mother. Your soul is born with a strong breath of war law, strong enough to affect Sophia's body. Albert continued, if Sophia had given birth to you normally, she would have died during childbirth. I was very conflicted at the time, not knowing whether I should give birth to you or not. Albert paused here, and Lear had a strange expression on his face. He had never heard of Sophia's difficult labor. In his impression, the original mother Sophia had always lived well. Albert didn't pay attention to Lear's expression. After a few seconds, he continued to speak. I was hesitant, but Sophia insisted on giving birth to you. We were at a stalemate, and that's when I received the oracle. Albert turned his head and looked at Lear deeply. The gods told me that the child of destiny was reincarnated as my son, so he has such a strong aura of war law before he was born. You're not trying to say that I'm the reincarnated son of destiny? Lear asked. He somewhat understood what Albert meant, but found it a little absurd. The other party wanted to say that he had a strong affinity for the law of war since birth. Considering his own affinity for the law of war of 89.9%, Albert meant that he had been reincarnated into this world when he was born 20 years ago, that he is also called the son of destiny by some god, but in fact, he had clearly traveled through time not long ago. Yes, you are very smart, and you are the child of destiny. Albert nodded, seeing Lear's doubtful look. He knew what Lear was thinking and said, I know what you are suspicious of. You must have just awakened your memory from the seal not long ago. You think you are an outsider who has occupied my son's body. That's why you are so alert, and you were shocked when I said you are not Lear. Lear was stunned for a moment. Albert spoke so calmly and directly about the occupation of his son's body, which made him feel a little strange. However, he soon realized the key to the other party's words. You mean the seal? He asked, frowning. Yes, that was the will of the gods. Your soul is too powerful, and the bodies of the baby and Sophia cannot bear it. In order to ensure your safe birth, most of your soul had to be sealed up. Albert explained patiently. In the end, a small part was left, which was Lear before. In fact, both the former Lear and the current you are actually the same person. Lear opened his mouth, shocked. Albert's words seemed to be true, and he didn't know how to refute them for a moment. He knew nothing about matters involving gods. He remembered that when he first traveled through time, he didn't know how he got there. He just woke up suddenly. It seemed as if he had really awakened from the seal, not traveled through time, because he had no clear memory of what he was doing before traveling through time. I only remember the game law and my experience in the game in my previous life. The more Lear thought about it, the more something seemed wrong. Could it be that I was really reincarnated as a baby and then sealed for 20 years? You think that you have taken over Lear's body, but in fact, from the very beginning, you have been the owner of this body, and the former Lear was just a part of your soul. Albert looked at his son deeply and added, this was his biggest secret, known to no one except his wife and the spirit, so you don't need to be on guard at all. Whether it's the old Lear or the awakened you are my son from the beginning to the end. Albert continued, I fought with you only to see how powerful the man hailed as the son of destiny by the gods really is. Lear was silent. His subconscious told him that what Albert said was true, but it was a huge shock to him. The gods sealed him, so how did he reincarnate? Is it related to the gods who sealed him? It all confused him. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at Albert with a deep gaze. Why did the god you mentioned say that I am the child of destiny? Albert was stunned for a moment. He had never thought about this question. If the gods said so, could it be false? He thought for a few seconds, then said, I don't know why, but the gods must have their reasons for saying this. Lear took a deep breath and felt a little uncomfortable, as if a pair of big hands were controlling his fate. The god who sealed him must be related to his reincarnation through time and space. It is possible that the reincarnation through time and space was also the work of the other party. The other party brought him to the game world, but he did not feel happy, but rather a little angry. He hated this feeling. After regaining his memory, he thought he was the protagonist, but it turned out that he was just a pawn controlled by the gods. He stood up and was about to leave to sober up, but Albert called him back. I know it's hard to accept being sealed for 20 years, but you are my son, there is no doubt about that. Lear stopped and looked at Albert. What the other party said was right. If he was really a reincarnated person, then Albert was his father in this life, without a doubt. Lear sighed. I know, my father, thank you for telling me these things. He smiled, looking very calm, and then changed the subject and asked, Father, do you know which god of law sealed me? Albert thought about it and said hesitantly, it should be the law of war. After all, I am a believer in the law of war, and the aura on your body also belongs to the law of war. Should? Lear caught the uncertainty in Albert's words. Well, it should be the law of war. Although the power of the law has not been demonstrated, who else but the law of war can issue oracles to the believers of war? Albert nodded, I understand. Lear also nodded, I know it may be difficult for you to accept it for a while, but you have always been my son. Although you are a reincarnated person, you have also been favored by the war. As long as you recognize Stuart, no matter what you do, as long as it does not violate morality, Stuart will be your solid backing. Albert said seriously. Lear smiled noncommittally and said nothing more to Albert. He turned and left, his eyes sharp as he left the training ground. The god who called him the son of destiny should not be the god of war law that Albert mentioned, but perhaps something else. His affinity with the law of war is as high as 89.9%. If he is really the god of the law of war, he will pay attention to him even if they had high hopes for him and sealed him temporarily to help him successfully reincarnate. They would never watch him change his job to become a mage and waste his talent. There is a conspiracy behind this, and Lear's eyes flickered slightly. After a long time, he laughed. The feeling of being controlled was really uncomfortable. He hated it, but it also gave him a sense of motivation. Pull out that god and give him a good beating. This chapter took me more than 4 hours to delete and revise, which was a bit torturous. Please make do with it. In short, there will be no more questions about the soul's identity in the future. The original body and the current body have always been the same person. You can tell me what you think, I will try to change it. I didn't think too much when I started the book. It's true that it's a bit difficult to handle interpersonal relationships when you are soul-crossed. I have learned my lesson. Degree C, degree. End of this chapter. Chapter 75. The Saint's Mother is Coming. Subscription request. The royal city is brightly lit at night, but there is one difference. The Lord's cemetery in the noble district it was pitch black here, and no one was on duty. Most of the royal guards were sent to maintain order in the royal city, leaving it deserted. Deep in the cemetery, 2 men in black dug out the entrance to the underground cemetery. Darich looked at the long tomb passage, where the powerful lords and nobles of the Brayfield kingdom of successive generations were buried, and each of them was a professional. Although he has been dead for a long time, the magic power he contains is much stronger than the vitality of more than 100,000 poor people in the slums. These undead souls alone were enough to bring down the corrupt spirit, and this was his original plan from the very beginning. He wanted to revive the dead in the Lord's cemetery. The things in the slums were just a bait to attract all the strong men from the royal family in the Golden Church, and then the door here would be wide open. Now, the entire Lord's cemetery has been laid out with secret ritual arrays. As long as there is a fully cultivated mother body of corruption, all the dead can be awakened to welcome the arrival of corruption. Haha, those stupid golden believers will never guess that our real purpose is to awaken the dead in the Lord's cemetery. Eric laughed crazily. They are all attracted to the slums. When we allow corruption to come, all of them will become the nutrient of corruption. Whether it's Lear or that ridiculous blood apostle. They all have to die. Darich on the side listened to Eric's scolding with an expressionless face and did not express any opinion. By the way, Darich, you said that in order to awaken the undead in the Lord's cemetery, we need a corruption disease matrix. Tivany has been rescued. Do you have any other preparations? Eric looked at Darich and asked, Of course, I am prepared. Darich nodded with a smile. What about the matrix? Eric said excitedly. He couldn't wait for the corrupt spirit to come and take revenge. The matrix. Darich looked at Eric, pondered for a long time, and suddenly smiled evilly. Isn't it right in front of us? What? Eric was stunned for a moment. He wanted to say something, but the next moment he found that he couldn't move at all. I told you, isn't the matrix right in front of us? Darich walked to Eric and gently stroked his cheek. The cemetery fell into silence. Eric was stunned for a long time before he finally reacted and said in disbelief, Darich, what are you talking about? I am a believer in corruption. How can I be the mother of corruption? And the mother of corruption does not need a pure girl. That was a lie. Darich stroked his finger across Eric's ugly cheek, interrupting him. The mother of the corruption disease does not need a pure girl. It can also be a man, but it makes me feel happy to defile a pure girl, so I told you this. He said quietly, then turned around and said, Originally, the mother body I prepared was Colin, but he was killed by the people of the Golden Church not long after. That's why I came to you. Using corrupt law professionals as the matrix, the effect will be stronger than that of ordinary people. Eric was completely silent, like an abandoned puppy. He said tremblingly, Darich, you've got to be kidding me. Of course not. Darich came back to Eric and said, I told you that no one can stop the coming of the corrupt spirit. You will see the last moment, and then you will be able to trample Lear under your feet. I always keep my promises. After saying the last sentence, he lifted Eric's body and slowly walked into the crypt. What happened in the slums continued to ferment throughout the royal city. The figure of the blood apostle was engraved in the minds of many people, and the reputation of the Golden Church was also hit. Even though the Golden Church claimed that the blood apostle used the power of the golden law to save the poor, ordinary citizens did not believe it. The Golden Church and heresy are like water and fire. and this has long been deeply rooted in people's minds. And now you say a pagan gained the power of the Golden Rule and saved everyone. Is it the pagans who have problems, or is it that the Golden Church is corrupt? Many people died in the slums this time. Although most of them were healed by the blood apostles, those who were devoured by the carrion giants could never come back. A large number of poor people took to the streets to protest and express their dissatisfaction with the Golden Church. All major newspapers were printing like crazy, and all kinds of rumors about the blood apostles spread. Many poor people even took the blood apostles as their new objects of faith. Another important thing was also published in the newspaper. The Lion of Stuart, the current Duke of Stuart, came to the royal city, and many people saw the scene of the mad lion splitting the carrion giant in half. For a time, admiration for Stuart reached its peak. The Golden Church was in a state of disarray. Many poor people even came to the door of the Golden Cathedral and threw feces, making the Golden Cathedral full of smoke and foul smell. But this is not the most troubling thing. What really troubled you was that the disappearance of the saint was completely exposed and was also known by the Golden Church headquarters. The Pope has issued an order, and soon Sylvia Adriana, one of the 3 golden high priests, will arrive. She was a crazy woman, the previous saint and also Ophelina's mother. Stuart House. Lear has been in a good mood these days since he found out that he was reincarnated rather than forcibly traveling through time and space to occupy this body. That psychological barrier disappeared. Although he knew that there was an unknown God secretly watching him, this external pressure only made Lear more motivated. But his good mood ended today. What's wrong? Milia came over from behind, hugged Lear and asked. She is always able to keenly perceive Lear's emotional changes. The Golden Church has sent a new golden high priest to investigate the whereabouts of Ophelia. Lear did not hide the news he had received. It is Ophelia's mother, the previous saint. Milia was stunned for a moment. She knew that Ophelina was locked up in a secret room underground by Lear. She had even gone to see it, but Ophelina gave her a very abnormal feeling. Is there any danger? Milia asked worriedly. It shouldn't be dangerous. Lear shook his head. Only he, Milia and Eno knew that Ophelina was with him. Moreover, before in the slums, the corrupt believers almost admitted in person that they were the ones who kidnapped Ophelia. Although no one knows why, the blame has been placed on the corrupt believers. Don't worry, I promise everything will be fine. Lear patted Milia's little head soothingly. Recently, because Albert and Greta moved in, Milia has been confined to her bedroom and has not left the room for several days. The little princess is enduring it, and he can't let Milia worry too much. Go to bed early. Lear picked up Milia and put her on the bed under the girl's shy gaze. End of this chapter. Chapter 76, Xinxing's Initial Awakening. Subscription request. Milia opened her eyes dazedly, and saw a banquet in front of her. Nobles in exquisite costumes were walking back and forth. In the center of the crowd, she saw her father, the king, and the queen, the Golden Saint, Duke Norton, Eric, and a woman who looked very similar to the saint, but was a little older. Milila, let me introduce them to you. They are the saint of the Golden Church and the Golden High Priest Sylvia. Rose pulled Milila into the crowd and introduced the 2 ladies beside them. Milila smiled subconsciously and lifted her skirt to show her courtesy, but she reacted quickly and was a little confused. Wasn't she resting with Lear? How did she come to the banquet? She was apparently missing, but the people around her didn't care about her appearance at all. Father, isn't Lear here? Milila couldn't help but ask. Lear? Rosser was stunned for a moment, then his expression turned cold. What do you want to do with that heretic Lear? He imprisoned you and even communicated with the heresy law. He is now wanted by the Golden Church. If Albert hadn't forcibly taken Lear away, he would probably have been hanged by the Golden Church by now. Milila opened her mouth, her face full of disbelief as she listened to her father's words. She looked at her mother. Her father and mother knew that she was imprisoned by Lear. How could such a change happen? She started to panic. Don't worry, Milila. Lear has communicated with the heretic's laws, become a heretic, and even kidnapped you. I will definitely capture Lear. The Golden Church will also judge Lear. If Albert insists on having his own way, the entire Stuart family will suffer. Rosser spoke little by little, and Milila became more and more panicked. No, Lear is not a heretic, you must be mistaken. She shouted, and the next second the scene in front of her suddenly changed. The surroundings were in a mess and large areas of houses had collapsed. Many bodies of soldiers were lying on the ground, and the air was filled with a foul smell. Above, a giant nearly 100 meters tall stood, his body covered in rotten flesh and with a terrifying face. Those faces looked familiar to Milila. They seemed to be portraits of ancestors in the palace. King Rosser attacked the giant in the air frantically. With Saint Ophanina assisting him, Milila looked at the giant above in horror, swinging his huge fist and smashing down, bringing with him a swarm of mosquitoes and flies like a black cloud. The golden high priest seen before could only barely open his golden shelter to resist, but the scope of the shelter was not large and could only cover a part of the people. Amid everyone's desperate gaze, her mother stood up, and the dreamy light of the morning star shone down, enveloping everyone around her. The beautiful protective shield blocked the giant's fist, and everyone was attracted by this dreamy scene. The expressions of the golden saint and the golden high priest changed. Sylvia looked at Queen Philia and said coldly, "You are also a believer of heresy." Rosser, who was not far away, also saw this scene and showed an ugly expression. The scene changed again and appeared in a dark prison cell. Queen Philia sat on the ground, looking dirty, no longer as graceful and elegant as before. King Rosser stood outside the prison, and the two of them just stared at each other. "I don't hate you, Rosser. I'm grateful that you kept it a secret from me for so long. I just hope you can agree to my last request. Don't hand Milila over to the Golden Church. We are heretics, but she is also your daughter. Let Milila follow Orwin and leave Breffel and go to Kalia. She will survive there." Queen Philia said this with some sadness, and Rose had no expression on her face, but she finally nodded. The picture went black, raindrops fell from the sky, and dark clouds gathered. Queen Philia was hung on a cross with straw and branches sprinkled with kerosene underneath. All heretics will eventually be eliminated. The golden high priest Sylvia gave an order. The golden believers nearby took torches and threw them on the straw and branches, and flames rose up. Milila stared at this scene blankly, and finally lost control of her emotions and burst into tears. "No, how can you treat my mother like this?" The queen in the flames raised her head, as if she saw Milila, and said in a hoarse voice, "Live well, Milila." "No." In the bedroom, a scream was heard and Milila suddenly opened her eyes. It was late at night, and Lear was sleeping with Milila's soft body in his arms. Hearing the scream, Lear woke up from his sleep and looked at Milila in his arms with astonishment. The girl curled up, her whole body trembling, with scattered starlight floating around her, making her look exceptionally beautiful. Lear didn't think about what these starlights were. He hugged Milila and asked with concern, "Milila, what's wrong with you?" Hearing this voice, Milila's body trembled noticeably. She raised her head and looked at Lear with red eyes. "Lear," she cried, her voice hoarse, and Lear had to cast a soundproofing spell around him. Lear patted Milila's back without saying anything, just waiting quietly for Milila to vent her emotions. After Milila calmed down, he asked softly, "Did you have a nightmare?" Milila sniffed her nose and hugged Lear tightly. "I dreamed that our affair was discovered by the Golden Church and you were wanted." Lear raised his eyebrows. "Just these?" "If it were just these, Milila wouldn't be so scared. I also dreamed of a giant wreaking havoc in the royal city. My mother used the power of the law of Morningstar and was imprisoned by the Golden Church." Milila continued, "Anything else?" Lear continued to ask, "I saw my mother being abandoned by my father and finally burned to death by the Golden Church." Milila recalled the last scene she saw and tears flowed in her eyes again. Lear was silent, looking at the dim starlight gradually fading around him. After a brief thought, he had some guesses in his mind. What Milila saw might be a scene from the future, and the power of the law of the Morningstar might have begun to awaken. After all, the law of Chinching has the ability to predict the future, but were the contents of those dreams really the future? He always felt that something was not right. He took a deep breath and hugged Milila tightly. "Okay, don't cry, it's just some nightmares, it won't become true." "Really?" Milila raised her head and thought about the dream just now, which seemed as real as reality. Of course, how can a dream become reality? Lear smiled and tried to comfort Milila, but he was serious in his heart. He had just learned during the day that Ophanina's mother was coming, and at night Milila had this nightmare. It's hard to imagine this is just a coincidence. End of this chapter. Chapter 77. Do you still want to take advantage of my mother? Subscribe. The next day, Lear got up from bed and Miriam curled up in the quilt, still sleeping after having a nightmare last night. Milia couldn't calm down and didn't fall asleep until dawn. Looking at Milia, who was still frowning even though she was already asleep, Lear did not disturb her. He carefully put on his clothes and finally left the room. Walking along the path in the mansion, Lear kept thinking. He asked in detail about Milia's dream last night. After learning the full content of the dream, he felt more and more strange. At the banquet, Milia saw Duke Norton and Eric, but this shouldn't have happened to I in the timeline of the banquet. Miria had been rescued and Lear was wanted. If this is the case, then Eric should not appear, because Eric has now become a corrupt believer, and no one knows where he is hiding. It is impossible for him to appear in the king's banquet openly. So Miria's dream may not be the predicted future, at least not the future of Lear's current timeline. What exactly did Miria dream about? Lear looked at the frozen pool of water in front of him, and he thought of a possibility. Miria's dream might be the future that developed according to the original plot of the game. This is the plot that players in previous lives were exposed to, but Lear was not a player of Brethel in his previous life and did not know about this plot, but now, through Miria's dream, he has a general understanding. These dreams were not about the future of the timeline he traveled through. Many things had been changed, so they were not accurate. However, they were enough to give Lear some warnings. After all, no one knows in which direction the future will develop. He shook his head and brushed off the snowflakes on his clothes. Albert and Greta were not at home today. According to Albert, they went out to meet old friends. It has been several days, and Lear can't help but sigh that his father has so many old friends. There was just one thing that made him feel very strange. Every time Albert came back, there would be some faint lip marks on his neck or behind his ears. Greta followed Avian and temporarily joined the Royal Knights to maintain order in the royal city. The matter of the Lionheart Knight was put on hold for the time being because I had to follow Greta to the Cardenas family. Everyone was away, and Lear came to the underground secret room alone. He hadn't communicated with Her Highness the Saint for several days. Every day he just sucked her blood and left. The door of the secret room was opened, and Afanina sat on a small bed, which was bought for her by Eno. Perhaps he felt sorry for Afanina staying in the dark secret room every day. Afanina, who was resting with her eyes closed, heard the door open and opened her eyes. When she saw Lear, her expression changed. A little annoyed, and it seemed that there were some other emotions mixed in. Looking at the saint in front of him, Lear recalled the hymn of hope that was banned by the goddess of the Golden Law. His affinity with the Golden Law also dropped by 10%, and the increased attribute values were also deducted. How stingy. As a god, shouldn't you be more generous? Since you deducted my affinity, I will get it back from your saint. You should be doing well these days? Lear walked forward and sat on the chair. Afanina's eyes widened. Do you want to hear what you are saying? Being imprisoned in such a cramped secret room every day, you call this not bad? Seeing Afanina staring at him, Lear just smiled. He stood up, walked to Afanina, grabbed Afanina's hands, and then bit her white neck. The magic power flowed into her body along with the blood, and Ophelia could only let Lear manipulate her. When the magic power was exhausted, the feeling of emptiness surged into her heart again. You know what? Lear opened his mouth and lowered his head to look at Ophelia in his arms. I got a piece of news. The news of your disappearance has reached the Vatican headquarters. The Pope has issued an order to send a new golden high priest. Guess who it is? Afanina panted. She didn't care about all these trivial things. No one had found her for so many days. Even if the Pope sent more people, what was the use? Who would have known that the pagan who kidnapped the saint was actually the heir of the Stuart family? Everyone thought it was done by corrupt believers. Sylvia Adrian. Lear said a name. Ophelia finally showed some reaction. You know, that's your mother, the previous saint. Lear continued. Ophelia gritted her teeth, and a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. If it's a mother, maybe. Lear sensed the change in Ophelia's mood, and asked in surprise, do you think your mother can find you and rescue you? Afanina turned her face away and didn't want to pay any attention to Lear, forcibly turning Ophelia's face to face him. Lear smiled and said, tell me about your mother. I am very interested. Ophelia struggled, and when she heard Lear's words, she became furious. You are shameless. The anger fluctuation value of the Golden Law Source Carrier reaches 98%, and you gain 1% of the Golden Law affinity. It's not enough that you arrested me, but you also want to take advantage of my mother? Afanina was furious. She knew that some nobles led decadent lives and had unethical habits. She had been imprisoned by Lear for so long, and except for being not defiled, she was almost humiliated by Lear in every way, but she didn't want anything like this to happen to her mother. Looking at the emotional Ophelia, Lear was stunned for a moment, and then said helplessly, what on earth is going on in your head? I just whipped your body. It shouldn't damage your brain, right? I just want to ask what kind of ability your mother has, and whether she has the same power to perceive heretical laws as you do. Afanina blinked, and the anger in her heart seemed to be extinguished by a basin of cold water. I'm not interested in old women. I prefer pure girls like you. Lear lifted Ophelia's chin with a teasing tone. Ophelina came back to her senses, her cheeks flushed red. After a while, she was so angry that she bit Lear's arm. Lear was startled and quickly pulled his hand back. Are you a puppy? There was blood oozing from my arm, but it was only a little bit and it didn't hurt. You bite me every day, you are the puppy. Ophelina was furious. Okay, stop talking nonsense and tell me, can your mother sense the heretical laws? Lear pressed Ophelia down on the bed. You'd better think carefully before you tell me. He threatened, feeling the strong masculine scent pressing on her. Ophelia gritted her teeth and finally said, Mother can detect heresy, but she needs to take the initiative to detect it. She still said it. This little piece of information would not affect her mother. Only after receiving Ophelina's reply did Lear let go of her hand. As expected, as a saint of the previous generation, Ophelina's mother also has the ability to sense heresy, so we have to be careful. The other party's daughter is missing. If he goes crazy and investigates randomly, he may not be caught. After all, he has the shielding effect of the blood prison mask. But it is different for Queen Philia. Chapter 78 Enemies meet on a narrow road. Subscription request. More than half of the internal testing period has passed. In a restaurant box in the aristocratic district, Li Huanhuan and two other people were having a meeting. After experiencing what happened in the slums, they toured the royal city and almost truly understood the world of the game law. Have you found any information about the legal profession? Dahe looked at Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao in front of him. In order to avoid detours in the future public beta, they split up to explore the information that could help them become professionals in the royal city. I found out that the orthodox law professions in the game come from gold, arcane, and war. Li Huanhuan nodded. You can change your job to a mage in the royal city's riot school of magic. As she spoke, she looked at Yao Yao, who was standing beside her. Yao Yao was holding an apprentice staff in her hand and was wearing the uniform of the Arcane Academy. You have changed your job to a mage? Dahe said with some surprise. Yes, I think mages are great. Yao Yao nodded. Mr. Lear is also a mage. He has many mage skills. Since I'm working for Mr. Lear, it would be convenient for me to switch to a mage and learn some skills. Professions will be carried over to the public beta, and there may be other, stronger professions. Dahe didn't quite agree with Yao Yao's choice, but he had no right to control her. He shook his head slightly and looked at Li Huanhuan. From what he understood, this Valkyrie wanted to change her career to the heretical law blood cult. It should be a hidden profession. As we all know, hidden professions in the game are almost never weak. Generally speaking, hidden professions are stronger than orthodox professions. Just look at the blood apostles and the followers of the corruption sect and you will know. Leaving aside the blood apostles, the ability of the corruption followers to transform into rotten flesh giants is much stronger than that of ordinary professionals, although it looks a bit disgusting. Except for those players who are particularly concerned about appearance, ordinary players will choose whichever one looks better. Dahe sighed slightly. He also wanted to switch to the hidden heretic law profession. Whether it was blood or corruption, they were all attractive to him, but since the last time they met the blood apostle in the slums, they have never seen each other or heard from each other. As for the corrupt believers, they should have been cleared out. It doesn't matter. I think a mage is pretty good. He can just stand at a distance and cast some spells. From now on, I'll let Sister Huanhuan protect me. Yao Yao said, putting her arms around Li Huanhuan's waist and rubbing against Li Huanhuan's arms. What about you? Didn't you go to the Golden Church to investigate? What information did you get? Li Huanhuan pushed Yao Yao away helplessly and asked Dahe, I went to the Golden Church. It's under heavy security now, but I still found out about the profession of the Golden Law. Dahe pretended to be deep and said, if you want to change your profession to the Golden Law, you must first join the Golden Church and swear allegiance. Before Dahe could continue speaking, Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao frowned. Join the Golden Church and swear allegiance. After what happened in the slums, their impression of the Golden Church dropped to an extremely low level. Well, there are three professions under the Golden Rule. They are the prayer who tends to assist, the royal knight who tends to protect, and the judge who is a combat-oriented one. Nurse, tank, warrior? Li Huanhuan, who had played many games, understood instantly almost. Dahe nodded, looking at Li Huanhuan who was thinking. He suddenly thought of a question. What about war? Have you found a way to change your job in the law of war? I've heard this from my mentor at the academy.
Li Huanhuan raised her hand. It seems that the war church moved out of the royal city a few years ago. If you want to switch to war law now, you can only go to Stuart's territory, or go directly to the war church's headquarters, the Kingdom of Nox. In other words, the only orthodox professions that can be switched to in the royal city are the mage and the 3 professions of the Golden Church? Dahe nodded, not necessarily. Have you forgotten that Mr. Lear and his father, Duke Stuart, are also in the royal city now? If you want to switch to a career in war law, you should be able to find them? Li Huanhuan thought of the man who split the rotten giant with a sword that day, very charming, but still not as good as Blood Apostle Meng. She thought to herself, feeling a little depressed, why didn't Mr. Munger come to see her? You will lose me like this. Dahe and Yao Yao didn't know what Li Huanhuan was thinking, and the meeting ended in silence. The 3 of them left the restaurant, and the road was filled with nobles in gorgeous clothes. They seemed out of place, and amid all the strange looks they received, they could only bite the bullet and walk to a remote path. The 3 of them felt a little emotional. If Lear hadn't given them the Stuart family crest, it would have been difficult for them to even enter the noble area, let alone come to the restaurant to eat. The money was also a reward given by Lear. I have to say that the Duke's heir is quite generous, though a little aloof. He hadn't looked for them for so many days, and they understood that as a noble with noble status and strong power, he would not show too much enthusiasm to ordinary people like them, even if they are aliens in the Oracle. It is the same. The 3 of them walked for a distance, said goodbye to each other, and prepared to leave. Just as they were about to leave, Dahe saw a crow standing on a locust tree in the Lord's cemetery not far away. A pair of dark green eyes looked around, and when it saw Dahe and the other 2, a hint of viciousness flashed in the crow's eyes. Damn it! Run! Dahe wanted to run to the other side without saying a word. Li Huanhuan and the other 2 girls hadn't reacted yet. What's wrong? The crow on the tree over there is the plague warlock who kidnapped me before. A corrupt believer. Dahe explained hurriedly. Li Huanhuan and the other girl glanced at the crows behind them and were stunned for a moment. Shouldn't the corrupt believers have been eliminated? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to be caught, run away. Dahe ran away without looking back. Seeing this, Li Huanhuan and the other girl did not dare to be careless and started running together, but before the 3 of them ran too far, they found that the crow had come to them. Long time no see, the miracle worker who came back to life. Deliki looked at the man in front of him, a man who could come back to life. He was very interested in him, but he was discovered by the extraordinary wizard last time, so he had to abandon this person now. They meet again. Maybe this is fate. Dahe's face looked a little ugly. It was really a narrow road for enemies to meet. He could meet pagans just by having a meal. Was his luck so bad? Don't come over here. If you come over again, I'll call someone. Dahe broke out in a sweat when he thought of the days when he was tied up and imprisoned and used as a test subject. Who can you call? Darich was amused by Dahe. The Lord's cemetery was very remote, few people came here, and it was far away from the main road to the noble area. Hearing what Deliki said, Dahe's heart hardened. Do you think you can still imprison me? Darich was stunned for a moment. Just when he was curious about what Dahe was going to do, he saw Dahe take out a dagger from his trouser pocket and stabbed it directly into his heart. Fatal blow. The health bar was emptied in an instant, and Dahe fell straight to the ground with a smug smile. Delirich's eyes widened. What the hell is committing suicide right away? Even if you can come back from the dead, you don't have to be so extravagant, right? Modify the resurrection mechanism mentioned above. Players can be resurrected 5 times a day in the game. As the level increases, the number of resurrections will increase with each level increase. End of this chapter. Chapter 79. Are you, Vicente Norton? Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao looked at each other. Seeing Dahe commit suicide so decisively, the 2 women were shocked. What happened when Dahe was imprisoned? Could this corrupt believer be a pervert with some special fetish? Li Huanhuan gritted his teeth, took the long sword he had bought and stabbed it into his chest, then fell down under Darich's shocked gaze. It was Yao Yao's turn. She looked at the magic staff in her hand and felt like crying. She had just sold the iron sword a few days ago and now she only had this magic staff. How about trying to see if the staff can knock someone to death? She was just about to try with the staff, but Delik had already taken the initiative and 2 of them had already escaped.
If he let this one escape too, wouldn't he have any face left? A magical shock hit Yao Yao and knocked her unconscious. You fall into a state of fainting, the physical determination fails, and you lose control of the character. A system prompt appeared in front of Yao Yao, and then there was only darkness. At the secret resurrection point on the other side, Dahe and Li Huanhuan walked out of the resurrection point. You committed suicide too? Looking at Li Huanhuan beside him, Dahe laughed. It's because you committed suicide so decisively. Is that corrupt believer so scary? Li Huanhuan said unhappily, not really, but if you're caught by him, you'll probably be locked up for the rest of the internal test. Dahe shrugged. Wait, where is Yao Yao? He suddenly discovered that Yao Yao was not resurrected at the resurrection point. Li Huanhuan was also stunned for a moment, and her message bar began to flash continuously. I opened the message bar and saw Yao Yao's text message asking for help. A sister Huanhuan, come and save me. I've been caught. Lear didn't know what happened to the players, and he didn't go to see them these days. During the internal test, there were only a few players in each city, and a few big and small cats, which did not mean much to him. It is enough to demonstrate strength and attract players. Only when the public beta is launched will it be the time to really start recruiting players. In the game law, powerful NPCs are always stronger than players. A player's template will always be ordinary, even if it is upgraded to the legendary level. NPCs are different. The templates of NPCs include elites, commanders, heroes, masters. Improving the template will greatly increase the NPC's life and magic attributes, and will also gain special template talents. It is equivalent to a boss. If players want to conquer a powerful NPC, they need a large number of people to fill the gap. Of the truly terrifying thing about the fourth calamity, apart from the resurrection of the dead, is more importantly the number. This is not reflected at all in the internal testing phase. After putting on his formal dress, Lear prepared to attend the banquet. He just received the news that Ophanina's mother had finally arrived at the royal city of Brayfield. This time the king did not make a big fanfare, but simply summoned some nobles who participated in clearing the slums. Let's go when we're ready. Albert stood behind Lear, looked at Lear's appearance in the mirror, and nodded with satisfaction. Both Lear and Ivian inherited their mother's beauty and were extremely outstanding among the nobles. I heard that the one coming this time is the previous saint? Lear asked as he walked. Yes, Sylvia, a crazy woman. Albert nodded, as if he knew her. Lear's eyes flickered slightly, and without saying anything more, he followed Albert into the carriage. A golden cathedral. A beautiful woman with a cold appearance looked at War with a hint of anger in her eyes. You were so kind. Ophanina is missing, and you actually helped Mori conceal it. If His Holiness the Pope hadn't informed me, I wouldn't even know about it. Sylvia, you'd better pray that Ophanina is still alive, otherwise you and your son will be ready to be tried by the Inquisition. Without giving a chance to explain, Sylvia interrupted him. War's face turned pale, but he didn't dare to say anything more. In the Golden Church, the status of the saint is extremely high, equal to that of the Pope. Although Sylvia and he are both golden high priests, Sylvia was once a saint, there is still a big gap between their status. Archpriest Sylvia, the carriage is ready. Bishop Gas came to Sylvia tremblingly and said. Sylvia nodded when he heard this. Rosser should have informed those nobles. Yes, I have informed His Majesty of your request. I heard that Albert is also in the royal city now? Yes, we just arrived in the royal city not long ago, and it was Duke Stuart who dealt with the rotten giant in the slums. Bishop Gas responded. Oh, is that so? Considering his strength, it's normal. Sylvia chuckled and glanced at UR while speaking. Although they are both extraordinary professionals, the gap between them is huge. At least with UR's ability, there is no way he could be a match for that carrion giant. She shook her head, not hiding her disdain for War. Let's go meet the Stuart Lion and his son. A dual law professional is really rare. Having said that, Sylvia turned and left the palace hall. Lear, Albert, and others arrived at the banquet on time. There were far fewer people than at previous banquets, but those present were truly powerful nobles of the kingdom. As soon as he and Albert arrived, the originally noisy banquet hall became quiet. All eyes were on them. This is Stuart's influence. Even though he has not been involved in the affairs of the royal city for many years, he is still awe-inspiring. Long time no see, Albert. It's been more than 10 years since we last met. A hearty voice broke the silence. It's the Dean of the Arcane Academy. Erwin, are you? Erwin? Albert glanced at the man in front of him and remembered a name. It seems you haven't forgotten me. Erwin smiled and glanced at his daughter behind him. Triveni, come meet your Uncle Albert. Triveni walked forward nervously. Uncle Albert. Albert also looked at the girl in front of him. he had some impression of her. It was this girl who tricked his son into the royal city. She used to be a little girl, but now she has grown into a beautiful young lady. Your name is Divine? I remember you. You came to Fort Fallet when you were a child. Albert nodded. He didn't like the girl in front of him who kidnapped his son, but he still had to give her face. While the two were talking, someone else walked into the banquet hall. As soon as the visitor walked into the hall, he saw Albert not far away, and then quickly stopped. Albert turned his head at this moment and happened to see the person who stopped. When he saw the man's face clearly, his eyes became sharp and he said to the man in front of him, "Are you Vicente Norton?" End of this chapter. Chapter 80, The Duke of Norton Who Gave Money and His Daughter. Subscription request. All eyes were on Albert and Duke Norton. Everyone knows how Vicente Norton became the current Duke of Norton step by step. In the past, when Albert was not in the royal city, no one paid attention to Duke Norton, but now it is different. The Lion of Stuart is back. Duke Norton took a deep breath, then smiled calmly and said, "I am Vicente Norton, Duke Albert Stuart. This should be the first time we meet." "This is indeed the first time we meet, but I have heard your name more than once," Albert said lightly. "It's my honor, Duke Stuart." Duke Norton still had a smile on his face, but in the blink of an eye he showed a slightly apologetic expression. "I know I did some things that affected Stuart's reputation before. It was my fault, and I will not deny it. I now solemnly apologize to you and the Stuart family." The Duke of Norton lowered his head and bowed slightly. He had to bow his head. The Norton family had suffered a great blow. The mage corps he was proud of had suffered a lot of losses in the previous battle in the slums. Because he was the one who performed the purification ceremony, the reputation of the Norton family in the royal city became much worse, and after seeing Albert's strength, Duke Norton had no doubt that Albert alone could destroy him and all the remaining members of the mage army. If Albert really wanted to settle accounts with him, he would not be able to resist and would have to surrender first. "You are smarter than I thought." Albert was a little surprised by Duke Norton's decisiveness. Elvin, who was watching this scene, had reminded Duke Norton when he first came to the kingdom of Brefield that Stuart was not someone to be trifled with. Once the sleeping lion wakes up, it will bring destruction, but Duke Norton did not listen, and the current result is his own fault. Duke Norton laughed at himself and raised his head. "In order to make up for the mistakes of the Norton family over the years, I am willing to offer 50 gold coins as compensation." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the banquet hall. 50 gold coins? What kind of concept is this? Many of the nobles present might not be able to come up with so much money even if they emptied their family fortunes. Duke Norton felt a little pain in his heart, as this was almost half of the wealth that the Norton family had accumulated over the years since they came to the kingdom of Brefield. Lear was also slightly surprised when he heard this. The Norton family was indeed known as a nouveau riche family. They were rich. He remembered that the Norton family's biggest industry was wizard spell scrolls, which were sold all over the kingdom. These wizard spells, which could be used by people of other professions and even ordinary people, were very popular among adventurers and mercenaries. Although most of them are elementary or even apprentice-level spells, the profits are still considerable. "Of course, I also prepared a gift for your son." Duke Norton looked at Lear, he clapped his hands, and Adele came out from behind with red cheeks. The girl was wearing a rather gorgeous dress today, and she looked exceptionally beautiful. "From now on, Adele belongs to your son. No matter what your son wants to do with her, he can do it. This is Adele's indenture." Duke Norton took out a contract from the storage item, handed it to Adele and signaled Adele to give the indenture to Lear. The nobles around showed strange expressions. Not only did they give money, but they also gave their daughters. There is a contract of sale, which means that Adele will no longer be the Duke's daughter, but will become Lear's slave. Divine looked at this scene, and her pretty face turned angry. How could someone be so shameless? Even giving away his daughter? Lear wouldn't accept it, would he? She looked at Lear. Adele slowly walked towards Lear, and everyone was watching Lear's choice. Lear simply took the indenture from Adele, then put his arm around Adele's waist and smiled at Duke Norton. "Thank you very much for the gift, Your Excellency the Duke." Lear's choice was beyond everyone's expectations, but the nobles soon thought of something. Rumor has it that Adele was Lear's lover, and this may not be just a rumor. Seeing that Lear accepted the indenture, the Duke of Norton breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Albert. Albert was also somewhat surprised by Lear's choice and sighed. It seems that Lear inherited not only his mother's beauty, but also some of his good qualities. Seems to be quite lively? A voice sounded from the other side of the hall. The King Rosser and the Queen came over with the people from the Golden Church. Duke Norton restrained his expression. Giving away money and his daughter was embarrassing after all. He said to Albert, Duke Stuart, "I will send 50 gold coins to the Stuart mansion as soon as possible." Albert glanced at Duke Norton, said nothing, and just nodded. "You all should know the reason why I invited you to the banquet today." Rosser didn't care about what happened before and went straight to the point. "Thanks to Albert's help, we solved the problem in the slums, but the corrupt believers were not eliminated." His tone became a little serious. "Your Majesty, we all saw with our own eyes that Duke Stuart killed the corrupt believers." "Are there other corrupt believers in the royal city?" an aristocrat asked in surprise. "What you killed was just a rotten meat doll." Before Rosser could speak, the beautiful woman next to him spoke. Many nobles cast their eyes over. They had noticed the woman since she came with the king. I also guessed the identity of the woman, the previous saint, Ophanina's mother, Sylvia Adrian. "Are you the high priest of Sylvia?" someone asked. "It's me." Sylvia nodded. "The corrupt laws are not as simple as you think. Their ability to control corpses is far beyond your imagination." "You mean, what we killed before was just a controlled corpse?" "Yes, this is their usual trick, and the purpose of the corrupt believers is to let the true spirit of the corrupt law come to the world. The rotten giant in the slums is not the true spirit of the corrupt law." Sylvia explained. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, but Lear touched his nose indifferently. He had known all this for a long time and was not surprised, but he looked at Sylvia, who was talking eloquently, and had to say that although she was an old woman, she had a unique charm. "So, during this period of time, I will lead the personnel of the Golden Church to continue investigating the whereabouts of the corrupt believers. I hope you can pay attention to this as well." Sylvia looked around and said, "Well, of course, if anyone can provide clues about the corrupt believers, the Golden Church will reward them. If anyone can find my daughter, I can reward him with an extraordinary item." End of this chapter. Chapter 81, Provocation from the Corrupt Sect, Subscription Request. The nobles became excited as they listened to Sylvia's words. An extraordinary level item. This can be said to be a very generous reward. There are not many extraordinary professionals in the entire kingdom, and extraordinary items are even rarer. You have triggered the mission traces of corrupted believers and saints. Rank B. The Golden Church wants to find corrupt believers, and Sylvia also wants to find her daughter. Mission. Objective 1. Help the Golden Church find the hidden corrupt believers. Task reward, 30 experience points, Golden Law affinity plus 10%. Mission Objective 2. Find Saint Ophanina and tell Sylvia her whereabouts. Quest reward, 30 experience points, Golden Law affinity plus 10%, and an extraordinary level item. A task panel popped up in front of Lear's eyes. Looking at the content on it, he raised his eyebrows. I have to say that this former saint is better at doing things than you are. Unlike you are, who made direct demands on the nobles in the name of the Grand Priest of the Golden Church, he offered them rewards instead. You won't find it. A voice suddenly sounded in the banquet hall. An old man slowly walked out from the crowd. He looked haggard and pale, not like a living person. Upon seeing this, the nobles around him dispersed, leaving only the old man standing in the middle. "Father!" The Duke of Norton was stunned when he saw this. That was his father-in-law, Rory Hadji, the Marquis of the Kingdom. Marquis Hadji ignored Duke Norton and just stared at Sylvia. "You will never find your daughter. The corrupt believers have already turned your daughter into the mother of corruption. Your daughter will become a sacrifice for the coming of the true spirit of the corrupt law." The old man roared. Everyone was shocked by the appearance of Marquis Hadji. Sylvia frowned. She didn't know the old man in front of her, but she could sense the faint aura of heresy and law from him. "Father! What are you talking about?" Duke Norton was terrified. He had finally managed to calm the Stuart family's anger, and now his father-in-law had offended the High Priest of the Golden Sea? "Get out! Vicente! You are not worthy to call me father." Marquis Hadji glared at Duke Norton. "You couldn't even protect Eric. That's my grandson, and what did you do?" Duke Norton's face turned ugly. He forced himself to suppress his emotions and wanted to calm Marquis Hadji down. At this moment, Sylvia came over. "What did you say?" Marquis Hadji looked Sylvia straight in the eye. "Unafraid, I said you'll never find your daughter." Your daughter will be sacrificed. Before Marquis Hadji could finish his words, the sacred golden law pressed Marquis Hadji to the ground. High Priest Sylvia. Duke Norton was shocked when he saw this. He was corrupted by the laws, Sylvia said calmly. At this time, everyone realized that Marquis Hadji on the ground was emitting black mist, which was constantly purified by the magic of the golden law around him. Take him away. He has come into contact with corrupt believers and must know the whereabouts of those corrupt believers. Sylvia said coldly. Ha, you won't find it. The corrupt true spirit will eventually come. Marquis Hadji laughed wildly. The black mist became thicker and thicker, and finally, with a crisp sound, Marquis Hadji's body exploded and turned into minced meat on the ground. The banquet hall fell silent. The corrupt believers actually manipulated a marquis and waited for Sylvia to come and provoke him. This is a complete disregard for the royal family and the Golden Church. Sylvia's face turned ugly and he became a little irritable. Thinking of what Marquis Hadji had just said, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. After learning that her daughter was missing, she requested a response from the Golden Law, wanting to know her daughter's whereabouts. After all, Ophaninat is now the saint and has been blessed by gold. She believed that the Golden Rule must know where Ophelia was, but the response she got was vague, only saying that Ophelia's life was not in danger, and instead asked her to teach the heir of the Stuart family a lesson. Sylvia was very confused, but didn't get any other useful information. She looked at Lear, who was eating watermelon not far away. Why did the goddess of the Golden Rule ask her to teach the heir of Stuart a lesson? Let's clean up the things here. Sylvia waved his hand and said to the golden cultist beside him. King Rosser also reacted at this time and said angrily, "Damn corrupt believers, how dare you despise the dignity of the royal family like this?" The nobles around were talking about it, and were also shocked by the behavior of the corrupt believers. Not all nobles were powerful professionals. If the corrupt believers were able to manipulate Marquis Hadji, then they would also have a chance to manipulate them. Your Majesty, I believe that we must eliminate the corrupt heretics from the royal city as soon as possible. We can't let them be so arrogant anymore. Someone stood up righteously. Many nobles also echoed. Sylvia sighed, shook her head, and walked over to Lear and Albert. She looked at Lear and said, "Can we talk alone?" Lear was stunned and became alert. He remembered that he had no connection with the high priest. Why did the other party come up to him and talk to him? Albert, I just have something I want to ask your son alone. I won't hurt him. Sylvia explained. My son has never met you, what do you have to ask? Albert did not give in. He suddenly widened his eyes as if he had thought of something. You are not attracted to Lear, are you? Although your husband has passed away for many years, you are more than 20 years older than Lear. Albert's voice was quite loud, and the noisy banquet hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked in Sylvia's direction with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Sylvia was stunned for a moment, and felt the gazes from all around, and her face instantly turned red. Albert, what nonsense are you talking about? I just want to ask Lear if he knows some information about Ophelia. Who would like your son? Sylvia felt a mixture of shame and indignation. It turned out that the believers of the law of war were not very smart. No matter what she said, it was impossible for her to find a child who was more than 20 years younger than her. She was once a saint, how could she do such a shameless thing? Okay, father, I believe the high priest is not such a person. Lear shrugged and looked at Sylvia. Your Excellency the high priest, I don't have much useful information about Her Highness the Saint. Her Highness the Saint and I have only met a few times, so we are not familiar with each other. He said with a harmless expression. End of this chapter. Chapter 82, The Queen's Crisis, Subscription Request. Before the banquet was over, Sylvia left amid the strange looks of the nobles. Although she said she was not interested in Lear, how many nobles believed her was another matter. Chatting with a handsome young nobleman for no reason would indeed arouse people's imagination, and Sylvia, who was in her 40s, still looks charming and attractive to many nobles. Whether it's appearance or status. A beautiful widow who was once a saint sounds quite exciting. Lear tasted the royal delicacies boredly. Only important nobles were invited to this banquet, but not their children. The only young noble children who came here were Lear, Tivany, and Adele. The old nobles all came to Albert, leaving Lear's young descendants aside. Looking at Lear, who seemed absent-minded, Devine seemed to be hesitant to speak. She wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. Adele, on the other hand, seemed to have become a real servant, pouring wine for Lear and glancing at Tivany from time to time with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Divine frowned, a little annoyed, and glared back. The two women secretly competed with each other. Lear ignored the fight between the two women and looked at the nobles in the banquet hall, finally landing on Queen Philia. After a round of socializing, the ladies around the queen left one by one, and finally the queen was left alone. Lear thought for a moment, put down the wineglass in his hand, and walked straight towards the queen. "Your Majesty, can we chat for a while?" Lear asked politely when he came to the queen. Philia was stunned for a moment, then blinked her beautiful blue eyes. "What do you want?" "About Milia," Lear said in a low voice. The queen's expression changed slightly, and she looked around inconspicuously, then said, "I'm going to go to the compartment where we talked before. Come back later, don't let anyone see you." As she said this, the queen smiled at Lear, pretended to go to the bathroom, and left the hall. Seeing this, Lear picked up the dessert beside him and took a bite. After about a few minutes, he also walked outside. After knocking on the compartment door, Lear walked in. Queen Philia had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Lear come in, she looked at him closely and said, "Tell me, what happened to Milia?" Lear pondered for a moment and told the queen about Miriam's dream. "You mean Milia saw what would happen in the future?" The queen frowned. "That's probably the case. Milia's morning star law should be awakening soon." Lear nodded. The queen was silent for a while, then said, "Don't worry about this matter, just hide Milia." "Your Majesty, I remember that you seem to be able to see the future. You should be able to see what Milia dreamed of." Lear asked in a deep voice, "I can't see it." The queen shook her head and sighed. "Astrologers can see the future, but they can't see their own destiny." As expected, the queen is an astrologer of the law of morning star. Lear was certain in his heart, but he didn't know what level of astrologer the queen was. "Now that you know the future, what do you plan to do next?" Lear asked again. "Let it be. Now that I know the future, I will be more careful. Thank you for telling me this news." The queen smiled. The queen leaves, leaving Lear alone. Lear found it very strange that when the queen heard that she was abandoned by the king and burned as a heretic, her face did not show any emotion. The king and the queen seemed to love each other, and Lear was confused. When Lear returned to the hall again, the queen had come to the king's side, and Albert was there too. The three of them felt quite pleasant talking. Lear did not disturb them, but just waited quietly for the banquet to end. On the way home in the carriage, Lear looked at Albert sitting opposite him and asked, "Father, are you familiar with the queen? Did you see it?" Albert glanced at Lear, then said with some regret, "We used to be good friends. Rosser could become king because of me and Philia. Philia's ability to predict the future was a great help." "Do you know that the queen has the ability to predict the future?" Lear was a little surprised. "Of course. Then you also know that the queen is a professional in heresy law?" "I know." Albert nodded, then looked at Lear with amusement. "Not only do I know that the queen is a professional in heresy law, I also know that you hid the princess and colluded with the queen to fool those nobles." Lear showed an embarrassed expression. It seemed that the queen had told Albert about Milia. "When we get back, Greta and I will move out and not disturb your lives, so as to avoid being discovered by Greta." Albert smiled. Lear shrugged and asked another question. "Father, since you know that the queen is a heretic and the king is a believer of the Golden Church, aren't you afraid that the queen's affairs will be exposed?" "Rosser will protect Philia." Albert shook his head. "What if the Golden Church finds out about the queen's affairs?" Lear continued, questioning his soul, "Will His Majesty the King still protect Her Majesty the Queen at that time?" Albert was stunned. He had never thought about such a question before. The Golden Church has always hated heretics. As a believer in gold, Rosser's sheltering of the queen is a great disrespect to the Golden Law. If the queen's affairs are really discovered by the Golden Church, will Rosser still stand up for the queen? Albert was silent. He recalled the confident tone of Rosser's voice when he handed Philia to him. "I believe in Rosser," he said quietly. Lear raised his eyebrows and said nothing more. He trusted his own judgment more than the feeling that Albert and Rosser had not seen each other for more than 10 years. Time will change a person. The carriage slowly returned to the Stuart mansion. Albert went straight back to his room to rest, while Lear came to the hall. When he walked in, Lear saw Li Huan and Dahe sitting on chairs waiting anxiously. He was a little surprised that the player actually came to him on his own initiative. Before Lear could speak, Li Huan stood up and said, "Mr. Lear, we have something important to report." Raising his eyebrows, he put the top hat on the shelf beside him and asked with a smile, "What happened?" We have found the whereabouts of the corrupt believers. Li Huanhuan said shockingly. End of this chapter. Chapter 83, Tomb Raider Treasure Hunter. You mean you saw corrupt believers in the Lord's graveyard? After listening to the two people's stories, Lear said with some surprise, this luck is too good. It was Dahe who found divine before, and now he has encountered the corrupt believers who were in hiding during the public beta test in the previous life. It was not uncommon to discover heretics due to the increase in the number of players, but now it is a closed beta test, and it seems that there are only Li Huanhuan and 3 others in the entire Brayful Royal City. In this situation, I encountered corrupt believers one after another, which felt like being struck by lightning. Yes, Yao Yao has been captured. Can you please save Yao Yao? Li Huanhuan said nervously. Her message board has been flooded with Yao Yao's chat, and she will send a message for help in a while. Lear pondered for a few seconds and nodded. I understand. The news you brought me is very important. I can save your companions, but I still need to confirm the authenticity of the matter. Can you take me to the place where you saw the corrupt believers? Of course, no problem. Li Huanhuan agreed immediately. If the authenticity of the news is confirmed, I will reward you. Lear said seriously, you have triggered the mission, traces of corrupted believers, sea level. You have discovered traces of corrupt believers, which is of great interest to Lear. Mission objective, take Lear to find the hidden corrupt believers. Quest reward, 10,000 experience points, 10 gold coins. Lil Stewart's favorability, any elementary spell or swordsmanship skill. Lear casually assigned a task to the player. Giving the player some appropriate benefits can increase the player's enthusiasm. Li Huanhuan and Dahe's eyes lit up. They didn't expect there would be such a pleasant surprise. Although the rewards were only elementary spells and swordsmanship skills, they were still very happy. And now it's the beginner level. What about later? There will always be opportunities to get advanced, extraordinary, or even higher skills. If there's no problem, let's go now. Lear put on his coat again. It was almost night, and going out would not be too conspicuous. Lear did not want the player's secret to be known to other forces too early. Li Huanhuan and Dahe did not hesitate. The sooner they completed the task, the sooner they would get the reward. Half an hour later, the 3 arrived at the location of the Lord's tomb. It was pitch black here, no one could be seen, and the entire cemetery was shrouded in a thin layer of mist, making it look like it was wrapped in a layer of gauze. Lear was keenly aware of a strange feeling. There was a slight stench in the air, which might be normal in an ordinary cemetery, but this was a lord's cemetery. The nobles will not allow their cemeteries to become smelly. Let's go in and take a look. Lear didn't think too long and walked into the cemetery. Li Huanhuan followed behind, but Dahe looked nervous. It's not a good idea to enter the cemetery so late at night, right? He said tremblingly. When he turned around, Lear and Li Huanhuan had already walked away. He gritted his teeth and finally followed. As they entered the cemetery, everything looked very tidy, but a gloomy feeling hung over everyone. The deeper they went into the cemetery, the stronger the feeling became. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, Lear stopped. Auntie, I better leave now. If I sneak into the Lord's cemetery, I'll be caught. A faint voice came from not far away. What are you afraid of? There's no one here, and no one will know. I can feel that there must be treasures here. The nose of a treasure hunter will never make mistakes. Another crisp voice sounding a little childish. Lear stood there motionless, his expression becoming a little strange. Through the towering tombstones, he saw 2 people not far away. A girl who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, carrying a backpack and wearing round-framed glasses. The other was an acquaintance. Lear almost forgot about this person. He took out a gold coin and asked him to find the whereabouts of an NPC. Then he disappeared, and even the blood mark he had left on the other person disappeared. Is there anyone here? Li Huanhuan also heard the conversation not far away. Lear made a hushing gesture. Be quiet. Mr. Lear, are they also corrupt believers? Li Huanhuan asked, looking at the 2 figures not far away. No. Lear shook his head, just 2 grave robbers. Tomb robber? Li Huanhuan opened her eyes wide. Lear nodded, and indeed he could be called a tomb robber. From the girl's words just now, he already knew the other party's identity. Treasure hunters are professionals under the law of treasure, and are also professionals under the law of heresy. Very rare, keen on exploring various treasures, not very strong attacking ability, but the ability to escape and search for treasures is first class. Lear had only heard of these treasure hunters in his previous life. Their whereabouts were too elusive. However, once you meet one, if you are lucky, you will meet a treasure hunter with a good personality and you can buy something from him. They only accept gold or barter. If you are unlucky and the other party has a bad character, your belongings may be stolen from you. Are they here to steal the treasures in the Lord's tomb? Asked Dahe, who finally caught up. Maybe. Lear shrugged and said nothing more, but followed the two people in front. He remembered that when he came to the royal city of Brayful on a mission in his previous life, there was no Lord's cemetery in the noble district, and it had become a wasteland. He also had never heard of any good things here. The two people in front continued to go deeper into the cemetery, and the three people behind also kept a distance and followed, and soon they reached the deepest part. There are various tall tombstones erected here, which are taller and more exquisitely carved than the places we passed before. There is also a fountain statue in the center, which depicts the founding king of Brayful. Walking to the fountain, the treasure hunter girl walked directly into the fountain and fiddled with it for a while. The flowing water stopped, the statue began to rotate, and then slowly sank. A deep tomb passage appeared before my eyes. Is there a secret passage here? Jim on the side said in surprise. When he was about to go forward to check, he was stopped by the girl. This underground cemetery looks quite large, and there are signs that it has been opened. We have to be careful. The girl's tone was a little excited. After the cemetery was opened, she smelled a strong scent of treasure. There must be a big treasure here. No matter who it is, even if you leave before me, the baby will definitely be mine. The girl said viciously, then kicked Jim into the tomb, and then walked in herself. End of this chapter. Chapter 80. For the tail end, Jim was very depressed and scared to death ever since Lear asked him to find someone named Ina. His miserable life began. The person was found, but he was also implicated. Who would have known that this petite-looking girl actually possessed incredible power? Jim was tied up when they first met. The other party said that he had the power of heretical laws and forced him to ask where he had been infected with heresy. Jim thought that apart from occasionally cheating people out of money, he had always been a good citizen, so how could he be a heretic? But the girl named Aina refused to give in. She directly imprisoned Jim and imposed a restraint contract on him, making Jim a complete prisoner. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go. Ina urged. Jim walked forward resignedly, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. Outside the tomb, after a while, Lear came out and walked into the tomb without hesitation. The crypt was larger than Lear had imagined. It was more like an underground palace than a crypt. The walls are inlaid with crystals for lighting, which light up automatically when people pass by. Lear followed the two people in front of him, keeping a safe distance, and would not catch up until they turned the corner to avoid being discovered. Li Huan and Dahe also followed Lear closely. The feeling of following him in a tomb was particularly exciting. As he approaches Jim, Lear finds himself regaining awareness of the blood mark on Jim's body. Can you contact the captured Yao Yao? Where is she? Lear turned his head and asked Li Huan carefully. Li Huan checked the location and frowned. The distance is not far, but it seems to be further down. Further down? Lear was stunned for a moment, a little confused, but he soon understood what Li Huan meant by further down. When he turned a corner, his vision suddenly became wider and a spiral staircase leading downward came into view. Below he could see that the stairs connected many levels, and each level was built like a palace, exquisite and luxurious. Looking at the scene before him, Lear was shocked. You call this a crypt? Ina and Jim in front were obviously shocked by the scene before them. There is such a huge palace under the royal city? Jim couldn't believe it. He was just a liar before. He finally wanted to get close to the Stuart family, but he died before he could accomplish his goal and was caught. He knew nothing about the secrets of the royal family and nobles. Don't be stunned. I can already feel where the treasure is. Ina quickly recovered from her shock and rushed down the stairs following the smell. She kept looking around at each level. There were various funerary objects placed in the palace, but most of them had decayed. Those that were not decayed were just ordinary royal utensils and could be considered antiques, but this kind of thing is worthless to the treasure hunter. Soon she came to the bottom floor and pushed open the door of the palace. The hall was covered with dust. In the center, there was a tall sculpture. The sculpture's eyes glowed with a faint blue light. A decayed person was hung in front of the sculpture, emitting a foul smell. On the body of the hung person, you can see densely packed maggots wriggling constantly. Ina was shocked by the scene in front of her. What on earth was this disgusting thing? she felt the power of heretical laws from him, which was similar to the corruption that had ravaged the royal city before the person hanging in the air was still alive. When he saw the people breaking into the palace, he raised his head and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Not far away, Lear, Li Huan and the other two also came to the outside of the palace. They saw the situation inside through the open door and also saw the person hanging in the air. Even though the man's face was rotten beyond recognition, Lear still recognized his identity at a glance. Eric, the former son of the Duke, has become such a half-human, half-ghost appearance, and the corrupt believers only treat Eric as a pawn. Li Huan and Dahe also saw Yao Yao tied to a chair on the other side. Yao Yao had a sad and angry expression on her face, with many wounds on her body and maggots crawling on them. It can be seen that the corrupt believers were very careful and did not cut Yao Yao into pieces directly. If they had killed him directly and resurrected him somewhere else, such a good test subject would have been lost. "Oh, there's a guest." A gloomy voice sounded from the depths of the palace. Dritch slowly walked out of the darkness, and the corrupt black mist on his body became thicker and thicker. Since entering the catacombs, his strength has increased rapidly. Even he himself did not expect that the catacombs of the kingdom of Brayfield would be so spectacular, with the bodies of kings from past dynasties neatly placed in rooms everywhere. Those are all top-quality materials. By corrupting those corpses into undead, Derek's strength is once again enhanced. He was confident that if he returned to the slums and condensed his true body into a carrion giant again, he would be able to go head-to-head with Stuart's lion. "Corrupt believer! You are still alive." Ina looked at the black-robed man in front of her who was emitting a foul smell, and covered her nose with some disgust. Jim on the side was so scared that he peed his pants. The corrupt believer? The same corrupt believer who nearly destroyed the entire ghetto. He wanted to turn around and run, but he found his legs were too weak to stand up, and he sat down on the ground. Deliki frowned and looked at the two people in front of him. A little girl and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was an ordinary person, and although he couldn't tell who the little girl was, from the aura she exuded, he could tell that she was at most a mid-level professional. How can a mid-level professional speak to me like this with such confidence? He is a plague warlock of extraordinary level. Since you know that I'm a corrupt believer, aren't you afraid that I'll turn you into an undead? Derek narrowed his eyes. Aina curled her lips. It was not like she had never seen a super powerful person before. Although she couldn't beat him, he couldn't stop her if she wanted to run. She ignored Deliki's words and looked around the palace. The treasure she sensed was there. Deliki looked at the little girl in front of him who ignored him and felt angry. I was actually ignored? Little girl, I don't know who you are, but your attitude makes me very dissatisfied. I will turn you into my most exquisite doll. Deliki said angrily. Ina still didn't look at Deliki. Her eyes fell on the tall statue. When she saw the statue's eyes flashing with a faint blue light, her eyes lit up instantly. End of this chapter. Chapter 85. The corrupted founding king. Aina's mood became a little excited. As soon as she entered the palace, she felt a sense of repressive force, which was suppressing the power of law in her body. This repressive force suppressed the sacrifices hanging in the sky, so the smell of corruption could not be completely spread out. Only there was a slight stench in the cemetery outside. There is no doubt that anything that has the ability to suppress the power of the law must be a great treasure. She glanced at the corrupt believer who was still threatening her. What a stupid fool he was. He had such a great treasure but was completely unaware of it. She shook her head with a disdainful expression, then jumped onto the statue, and reached out to grab the statue's eyes. Delchi was irritated by Aina's attitude. Little girl, you've completely irritated me. He waved his hand, and a roar came from the shadows behind him. A majestic aura came from behind, and heavy footsteps sounded in the darkness. A figure in gray armor walked out slowly. His face was pale and the sword in his hand was already rotten, but he still held the sword tightly, like a glorious knight. Lear looked at the figure that appeared, his eyes slowly widened, and the face of the person in front of him was exactly the same as the sculpture on the fountain in the cemetery outside. The founding king of Brayfield. Rochelle Brayfield. The legendary war saint. Saints are immortal. Even after hundreds of years, the body of this founding king has not decayed and retains its original appearance. Ina, who was riding on the sculpture's head, was also startled by the sudden appearance of the founding king and became a little nervous. She pressed hard on the sculpture's eyes, but the gems inlaid in the eyes showed no sign of loosening. Rocher, go and arrest the girl who desecrated the royal tomb. Derek gave the order. Rochelle raised his head, looked at the girl sitting on top of the statue, raised his sword, and rushed up in one step. The speed is unbelievably fast.
The former saint has now turned into an undead, but he still has extraordinary strength. Lear could see that this founding king was a knight of war. In fact, the original lineage of the kingdom of Brefield was a believer in war just like the Stuarts, but as the faith of the Golden Church spread, the royal family has now become believers in gold. I wonder what the founding king would think if he knew about this? Anna showed an angry expression. Who was the one who desecrated the royal tomb? She wanted to call the other party shameless, but Rocher had already arrived in front of her. The long sword swung down swiftly. Boom! A loud roar sounded, the entire statue was broken into pieces, and the treasure embedded in the statue's eyes flew out with the pieces. The long sword in Rohel's hand also had some cracks due to the violent impact. Ina had already dodged Rohel's attack with a flash. The treasure hunter may not be good at other things, but he is very good at saving his life. She saw the treasure flying in the air and rushed towards it. Once you get the treasure, teleport away from here with Jim. Her eyes rolled and she had already thought of a plan. But just when she was about to get the treasure, a white hand got the gem before her. Ana's eyes widened. Lear's figure jumped down from the air nimbly, holding the gem of the statue's eye in his hand. Name: Starlight Ceiling. Stone category: Legal Relics. Introduction: The light of the stars will make all forces return to silence. Effect: Passive placement can continuously suppress all surrounding law abilities. An active activation of the power of the Starlight Ceiling Stone can seal the surrounding law abilities, including the holder itself, for 10 minutes and a cooldown of 24 hours. It really takes no effort to get it without trying to find anywhere. Lear originally asked Jim to find Ina just for the seal stone. He originally planned to capture Ophelia after getting this seal stone, but later Ophelia took the initiative to find him and gave Lear the opportunity, so this seal stone was no longer necessary. I didn't expect that I would get the seal stone under such circumstances. Who are you? Ina was angry. When had anyone been able to snatch things from her treasure hunter? Just a passerby. Lear smiled. Darich and Eric, who was half dead in the air, also saw Lear. The former's expression became a little ugly, while the latter seemed to have recovered some spirit and his body began to tremble. Stuart's heir. Darich called out Lear's identity. His affairs in the royal crypt should have been a secret, but now they were known by the nobles of the kingdom. We can't let Lear leave. He made the decision in an instant. If the Golden Church and other nobles knew his whereabouts, it would be disastrous. Darich suddenly raised his head, and Rohel, who was not far away, had a flash of green light in his eyes and rushed towards Lear again. Seeing this, Lear and Ina did not dare to be careless and quickly dodged. Ina looked at the man who had snatched her treasure not far away, and her teeth were itching with anger. Jim on the ground also saw Lear at this time and became excited. In addition to Rohel, there were dark shadows slowly walking towards the side from the depths of the palace. Drake has awakened all the undead. Ina gritted her teeth. She had to leave. The treasure had been taken away and it seemed that it could not be taken back. You robber! Just wait for me. If you dare to steal my Anna's things, one day I will make you spit them out. Anna said angrily. As she spoke, she came to Jim's side, emitting a silver glow. This was the treasure hunter's space teleportation, and Jim had seen it more than once. Anna was going to run away with him. Jim was a little conflicted, wondering whether he should say hello to Lear, but the next moment a wave of invisible power appeared, and he and Ina disappeared. Watching Ina disappear, Delich's face became increasingly gloomy. Two of them had already escaped, and he must not let Lear escape as well. He was about to take action when he saw the blue gem in Lear's hand emitting light. Darich's outstretched hand stopped where it was, and he felt that the power in his body was sealed. Rohel, who was not far away, also fell straight down. Without the power of the corrupt law, the body of the founding king turned into a corpse again. Lear also felt that the power in his body was completely sealed, but his own attributes were still there. He took out the knight rose and swung the sword at Yao Yao, who was tied to a chair beside him, killing her directly. Then he turned around and ran away. The Starlight Ceiling Stone is very powerful. It can seal the law abilities of surrounding targets and only retain the physical attributes of the professional. If Drich was a high-level professional, Lear had the confidence that he could kill the opponent by relying on his physical attributes during the ban period, but Drich was an extraordinary professional. The attributes of a professional who has undergone an extraordinary transformation are far beyond the reach of an ordinary professional. If Lear could use Aslan's royal swordsmanship, he could give it a try, but all his abilities are sealed. By the time Darich reacted, Lear had already run far away. Li Huan and Dahe outside also ran for their lives and soon disappeared in the tomb passage. End of this chapter. Chapter 86 High-Level Professional Trials. The group ran away at full speed. Mr. Lear, how did you kill Yao Yao? Li Huan asked while running. Can't you strangers be resurrected? Lear asked back. Li Huan was stunned for a moment, and Dahe was also stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted. Aliens can be resurrected, so killing them and then resurrecting them is the same as saving them. Are NPCs so smart now? The two were speechless. Mr. Lear, what should we do now? You should leave here first. I need to inform the Golden Church and the royal family of the news of the corrupt believers as soon as possible. Lear said, taking out 20 gold coins and handing them to the two of them. As for the rewards of your spells and swordsmanship, come to Stuart House when you have time. Spells need to be transferred to a wizard to learn, and swordsmanship requires constant practice. With these quick words, Lear rushed out of the tomb first, and Darich did not catch up with him. Li Huan and Dahe looked at each other. They had a premonition that something big was going to happen soon. Back at Stuart House, Lear opened his character panel. Now that the whereabouts of the corrupt believers were known, he needed to prepare well. The fourth ring of the bloody revival requires killing the true spirit of the corrupt law. In the previous life, the Golden Church was able to deal with the corrupt true spirit, which means that the class of the corrupt true spirit should not exceed the holy level. But even so, the other party is a real god, and it is not easy for Lear to get his head from the Golden Church. He glanced at the experience points accumulated on his panel, which had reached 140 million, enough for him to reach level 60 and advance to a higher level. Lear didn't hesitate and chose to upgrade directly. The experience points were consumed rapidly, and soon Lear's level reached level 60. Your level is increased to level 60, you gain health plus 1700, magic plus 170, free attribute points plus 17. Your level has reached the current level limit and cannot be upgraded, based on your profession and affinity with the law. You have triggered the Blood Apostle Profession High-Level Advancement Task. Mission, Blood Apostles Career Trial. Mission objective, kill a legal professional who is at least high level. Quest. Reward, Blood Apostle Class Upgrade, High-Level Blood Apostle Class Skills. A series of system prompts came, and Lear's level reached the upper limit of mid-level professionals, with only a little experience value left. A law professional needs to reach the corresponding law affinity requirement to break through the class. His arcane law affinity is far from reaching the level of breaking through to a high level, so he can only improve his class through the Blood Apostle profession. Kill a law professional who is no less than high level. Looking at the professional advancement task, Lear frowned. It is not easy to find high-level legal professionals. Even Duke Norton is just a high-level 1. Are they looking for a chance to kill Duke Norton? But the other party only wants to send 50 gold coins and his daughter. He sighed and closed the character panel. I had originally planned to see if I could gain some new skills by breaking through to a higher level, but now I can only take it one step at a time. But he had no choice but to add the 17 free attribute points now. He needed to consider whether to add them to strength, physique, dexterity, or intelligence and mysticism. With Aslan Royal Swordsmanship, his strength, constitution, and dexterity can be converted to each other, and adding 17 points is just icing on the cake. As for adding intelligence and mysticism, he has very few spell skills. To be honest, it seems that only Lifebind Shackles and Blood Resonance can benefit from the bonus of mysterious attributes. The next day, when Lear was about to go out, he saw Albert and Greta, who had packed their luggage. Uncle Albert, why do we have to move out? Greta was a little confused. After returning from the banquet yesterday, Albert said he wanted to move out of Stuart House, but how could he move out of his own home? I have already agreed with Avian that I will be guiding the Royal Knights for a while, so I will be staying with the Knights. Albert gave the reason he had already thought of. But why should I move out too? Greta still felt very strange. Albert glanced at Greta, and Lear also came over. The purpose of moving away was of course to prevent Greta from knowing that the princess was here. You are a girl, living alone in a man's house. Aren't you afraid of being gossiped about? I can't let your reputation be ruined in the Stuart family. Albert said with a serious expression. Greta was stunned for a moment, glanced at Lear, and said nonchalantly, "Who dares to say that? Besides, Lear will definitely become my Lionheart Knight. What does it matter if I live here?" Well, whether Lear can become your Lionheart Knight or not is something we'll have to talk about later. Duval asked me to keep a close eye on you before he left. Don't be willful. Come with me to the Kingdom Knights. Albert did not give Greta a chance to choose and made the decision directly. Greta pouted, somewhat dissatisfied, but had no choice but to obey. Lear walked forward, helped the two pack their luggage, and said gently, "Greta, it's not easy for a girl like you to live alone in my place, but even if you move out, you are always welcome to come and see me." Looking at the gentle Lear in the sunshine, Greta finally nodded. Soon, the luggage was packed. Lear saw the two out and walked out of the gate. Just as he was about to load the luggage onto the carriage, several carriages drove over not far away. The car stopped in front of Stuart's residence. Under the gaze of the three people, Duke Norton got down from the carriage, followed by Adele. As soon as he got out of the carriage, he smiled when he saw Lear and Albert. "Duke Stuart, I have brought the compensation you promised me before," Duke Norton said, clapping his hands, and the servants in the carriage lifted a large box down from the carriage. "There are 50,000 gold coins in the box. There are 10 boxes in total, 500,000 gold coins, all on the carriage." Duke Norton opened the box that had been taken down, and a golden scene was revealed. Albert glanced at it indifferently. 500,000 gold coins was indeed a lot, but for Stuart, it was nothing. He did not take the Duke of Norton's apology at the banquet seriously. In his opinion, the Duke of Norton and the family behind him were nothing but a worm. This bug offended Stuart's dignity and should be crushed to death, but the worm was very smart. It knelt down and begged for mercy. More importantly, Lear accepted the other party's daughter. The Duke of Norton had a flattering smile on his face, and Adele, who was beside him, walked carefully to Lear. Albert looked at this scene. His son inherited Stuart's tradition of universal love, but it didn't matter. It was natural for men to love beauty. Yet he nodded gently. "Leave your things here, and you can go." End of this chapter. Chapter 87. Being treated as a player. Lear didn't know what Albert was thinking, otherwise he would probably have cried out for injustice. He didn't mind at all that Albert attacked Duke Norton, and even after receiving the career advancement mission, he had some thoughts about Duke Norton. Seeing that Albert accepted his compensation, Duke Norton breathed a sigh of relief, carried 10 boxes of gold coins into Stuart House, and found a reason to leave. Before leaving, he glanced at Adele. After the Duke of Norton left, Albert also left with Greta, leaving only Lear and Adele. "Duke Norton should not have sent you here just to me." Lear put his arm around Adele's waist and pulled the girl into the mansion. "My father asked me to keep an eye on you." Adele did not hide anything. Lear smiled when he heard this. It seemed that the Duke of Norton was still unwilling to give up, or was he unwilling to accept the result? But Lear didn't care. "You will stay with me from now on and be a maid to Leo first," Lear said to Adele. Adele nodded. She was sold to Lear by her father and was strictly speaking a slave. No matter what Lear wanted her to do, she had no right to refuse. In the afternoon, Li Huanhuan and the other two found Lear again to learn skills. Li Huanhuan and Dahe both chose swordsmanship, which was indeed a wise choice. Basic spells can be learned at the Arcane Academy for a little money, but sword skills, even basic ones, can only be learned by truly experienced warriors. In the end, Lear chose a universal sword technique that did not require affinity for the law, and taught the white crow sword technique to Li Huanhuan and Dahe. Only Yao Yao was looking on helplessly with a pitiful look on his face. After learning the sword skills, the two practiced for a while. In order to fully exert the effect of sword skills, they must fully master the sword skills. When they just learned it, the blessing they can get is less than 50%, but this did not cause any trouble for Li Huanhuan and others. Instead, they felt that the game was more realistic. If they completely mastered this sword technique, they should be able to use it in reality. Although it should not have any skill effects, it can also be considered a skill. Both of them were a little surprised. They put down their swords and came in front of Lear. "What's the matter?" Lear asked. The two looked at each other, and then each took out the coins they had on them. "Mr. Lear, could you please keep this money for us?" Lear was stunned for a moment, looking at the coins the three people took out, most of which were given by him. "It's like this, Mr. Lear, you know we are aliens from another world. We have a limited time to come to this world this time, and we will have to go back soon. We don't know how long it will take for us to come back next time. We can't take this money back to our world, so could you please keep it for us temporarily?" Li Huanhuan explained. A strange expression appeared on Lear's face. Did they think he was a bank? The props used during the internal beta test will be cleared during the public beta test. It is indeed a smart choice to give him the money now and take it back after the public beta test, of course. Lear agreed happily. Li Huanhuan and Dahe looked delighted. After playing the game for such a long time, they also knew the importance of money. These 20-odd gold coins might not be a lot to Lear, but for early players, it was a huge sum of money. Yao Yao looked at Li Huanhuan and Dahe's money and felt so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. She did not receive the mission to find the corrupt believers, nor did she get the reward of 10 gold coins.
She had spent all her money long ago and was now a true pauper. The three men did not stay in the Stuart mansion for long. They gave the money to Lear and left. After the three left, Lear also went out, planning to go to the Lord's cemetery again, and if possible, tell the Golden Church about the traces of the corrupt believers. The whereabouts of Ophinia cannot be told, but the traces of the corrupt believers also have a reward of 300,000 experience points. He walked out of the door and walked towards the Lord's cemetery for a while before he saw that the believers of the Golden Church had surrounded a villa. Lear frowned, stepped forward and asked, "What happened?" The Golden cultist nearby turned around and was stunned when he saw Lear's face. Then he said enthusiastically, "Mr. Lear, it is Viscount Conchita Gavin who has been infected with the corruption disease." "Corruption?" Lear raised his eyebrows. "Can I go in and take a look?" The Golden cultist hesitated for a moment, looked at Lear's serious expression, and finally nodded. When entering the villa, Lear smelled a foul smell. "Bishop Gas, please save my father," a young man standing in the middle of the crowd said excitedly. "Don't worry, your father hasn't been infected for long and will recover soon," Bishop Gas said, and then he raised the scepter, and the blessing from heaven began to brew. Beside Bishop Gas, Sylvia was also there, frowning as she looked at Viscount Gavin, who was infected with the corruption disease. There are believers of the Golden Church patrolling every day, and no abnormalities have been found in the noble area. How did Viscount Gavin get infected with the corruption disease? She felt the need to interrogate. She was waiting for Bishop Gas to heal Viscount Gavin, when she suddenly found someone else beside her. "Your Excellency the High Priest, I heard that there has been an outbreak of corruption here." Lear smiled at Sylvia. Sylvia was stunned for a moment, and it took him a while to react. "Lear Stuart? Who let you in?" "I just heard that there was an outbreak of corruption here, so I came in to take a look." Lear waved his hand. "Your Excellency the High Priest, do you think that Viscount Gavin's corruption is related to the corrupt believers?" Lear asked again. As soon as Lear said this, Viscount Gavin's son, who was watching his father slowly recover, suddenly changed his expression. "Lear, what do you mean by this? Do you mean to say that my father communicated corrupt heresy?" Viscount Gavin's son was a little nervous, communicating with corrupt believers. He thought about Marquis Hadji, who had provoked him face to face at the banquet. He heard that the entire family had been blocked by the Golden Church and was under investigation. "No, that's not what I meant, Ryan. I just wanted to say that perhaps Viscount Gavin had gone to the hiding place of the corrupt believers without his knowledge." Lear shook his head. Sylvia's eyes lit up. What Lear said was absolutely right. It is indeed possible. Looking at Sylvia's moved expression, Lear smiled in his heart. He was worrying about how to tell the Golden Church about the whereabouts of the corrupt believers. It would be suspicious if he told it directly, and Viscount Gavin's infection gave him an opportunity. This not only completes the task, but also avoids arousing suspicion. "So, Ryan, do you know where your father has been recently?" Lear asked. End of this chapter. Chapter 88. The resurrected noble's Viscount Gavin's son was stunned by what Lear said, and began to think seriously under two pairs of serious gazes. "I remember that my father went to the arena the day before yesterday, went to the opera house yesterday, and went to the cemetery to pay respects to the ancestors this morning," he recalled slowly. "It's here," Lear said suddenly. Everyone was shocked by Lear. "It's the cemetery," Lear said seriously. "Corrupt believers can control the undead. There are so many noble professionals and kings of the royal family buried in the Lord's cemetery. Wouldn't they be tempted?" Lear continued. Sylvia's eyes gradually lit up as Lear spoke. "Have you sent people to patrol the Lord's cemetery?" Sylvia turned and asked the Golden cultist beside him. "Your Excellency the High Priest, that is an area under the jurisdiction of the royal family and the Golden Church cannot interfere." The Golden Church members shook their heads awkwardly. Sylvia felt more and more that what Lear said was correct. "Send someone to check the Lord's tomb immediately." "Yes." The Golden believer nodded in response, then quickly turned and left. "Forget it, I'll go with you." Sylvia was already impatient. "Gas, I leave this to you." She instructed Bishop Gas, who was still healing Viscount Gavin. Then she looked at Lear, who was standing beside her. "Liar, if the corrupt believers are really in the Lord's cemetery, the Golden Church will reward you." After saying this, she did not stay any longer and turned and left in a hurry. Lear smiled and nodded, while Viscount Gavin's son was a little depressed. "Wasn't it me who provided this information? Why was Lear rewarded?" He remembered that Sylvia had invited Lear alone at the previous banquet. "There must be an affair," He was furious in his heart, but on the surface, he could only pretend nothing had happened. Lear did not notice Ryan's emotions. Since he had already told the Golden Church the whereabouts of the corrupt believers, all he had to do next was wait for the two sides to go to war. Lord's cemetery. At this time, the fog in the cemetery became thicker, with a faint black color. Ever since someone broke into the catacombs last night, Darich discovered that the catacombs' ability to suppress the corrupt law aura in Eric had disappeared, and now that the smell of corruption has spread, he doesn't have much time left. Almost all the corpses in the entire Lord's cemetery have been transformed into undead by him. Even though the founding Emperor Rohel has been dead for many years, he still has extraordinary strength after being resurrected as an undead. There were several other kings who also had high-level strength. These undead should be able to help him stop the Golden Church. He failed last time in the Rhodes Empire, but this time he will let the corrupt true spirit come no matter what. He raised his head to look at Eric, who was hanging in the air. At this moment, Eric's belly was bulging and he no longer looked like a human. Darich was admiring the perfect work of art in front of him, but suddenly his eyes changed and he looked towards the outside of the tomb. Somebody is coming. Outside the Lord's cemetery, Sylvia looked at the mist and foul smell in the air, and was sure that she had found the right place. Notify Rosser and you are immediately to seal off the Lord's cemetery. She gave the order immediately. This time she would not let the corrupt believers have a chance to escape. Everyone was mobilized. Upon receiving the news, King Rosser immediately dispatched the royal knights to the scene, and many nobles also rushed over. Not only the ancestors of the royal family of all generations are buried in the Lord's cemetery, but also their ancestors. Looking at the black fog covering the sky above the cemetery, everyone's expression was very ugly. The corrupt believers were hiding right under their noses and they had no idea. Damn corrupt believers, how dare you blaspheme the ancestors of my Cain family? Someone was furious. With this roar, emotions were aroused. I know you are very angry, so I called you here to eliminate the corrupt believers. Sylvia looked around. Professionals above the high level, follow me in, and the rest of you stay outside to guard. Don't let any heretics escape. Sylvia was talking, and she wanted to give a few more instructions, but someone else's voice came from the side. What is that? Sylvia frowned and looked up. Eye in the mist, under the tombstone, arms broke out of the ground, then slowly crawled out from the ground, stood up twistedly, and pairs of dark green eyes stared at the people outside. Father? Someone looked at the figure in the mist with an expression of disbelief. Is that grandfather? The nobles from outside started to riot. The ancestors who were once revered have now reappeared before our eyes, but in this posture, the muscles on his body had almost rotted away, and only his bones were still intact. His identity could barely be recognized by his clothes. This is utter blasphemy. Sylvia looked at the corpses that kept crawling out of the graves, and his expression became extremely ugly. These corpses all exude the power of law. They are all professionals. The weakest ones are all beginner professionals. She even saw professionals whose energy fluctuations reached a high level. What kind of disaster would be caused if such a large number of professional undead rushed out of the cemetery? This is different from the poor people in the slums before. Even if those poor people were transformed into undead, they were only at the level of ordinary soldiers. In front of professionals, they were like paper, but now it's different. What did those damn pagans do? King Rosser's face turned pale. His eyes swept across the many undead in the mist and were finally attracted by a figure. The figure slowly walked out from the depths of the cemetery, and wherever he passed, the surrounding undead fell to their knees. The figure was wearing tattered armor and holding a long sword. Unlike the undead around him, this figure just looked a little haggard. His skin was pale, his hair was gray, and his body showed no signs of decay. Instead, he exuded an indescribable majesty. King Rosser looked at the man who kept moving and slowly opened his mouth. Rohel. Ancestor? He said the man's name. Some nobles around who knew history were horrified when they heard this name. Rocher? Could it be the founding king? Your Majesty, the founding king? I remember that King Rohel was a saint-level war law professional, right? Even His Majesty Rohel was transformed into an undead? Such a powerful aura. Is this an extraordinary level of undead? While the nobles were in shock, Rocher had already walked to the front of the cemetery. Behind him, other powerful figures also walked out. Rosser looked at the figures who were slowly walking out, and his anger reached its peak. These were all ancestors of the royal family. End of this chapter. Chapter 89. The Blood Apostles prepared a goth. Undead nobles let out creepy roars at the nobles outside the cemetery, but did not leave the cemetery at all. as if they were guarding something. On the ground of the cemetery, a faint fluorescent light slowly lit up, bringing an indescribable feeling, and soon enveloped the entire cemetery. Sylvia's face turned ugly. She knew she couldn't wait any longer, so she immediately ordered the elimination of the undead nobles. The nobles around looked at their ancestors who had come back from the dead, and after a moment's hesitation, they rushed forward directly. The scene suddenly became chaotic. "I'm sorry, my dear father. You are already dead and should never wake up again. I will take good care of the Kane family's inheritance for you. The pagan who turned you into a ghost will definitely be purified." A noble in gorgeous clothes spoke righteously and took out a staff from the storage items. "The arcane light shines." King Rosser also came before many previous kings. His ancestor Rohel, who turned into an undead, was a professional of extraordinary level like him, and the other kings of all generations were also of high level, feeling the same aura as Rosser. The founding king Rohel, who was originally controlled by corrupt laws, showed some strange colors in his eyes. You are the descendant of Briefil," he stammered, and King Rosser's eyes widened. The late king was still conscious, but before Rosser could be shocked for long, the eyes of the former king Rohel were once again eroded by the dark green corrupt laws, and the rotten sword was raised high. The noble quarters became as chaotic as the slums before them. The fog continued to spread from the Lord's cemetery, and many noble families on the street had received the notice and fled towards the citizen area. Lear stood in a secluded alley, with the blood incarnation standing before him. The blood incarnation replicated his blood king's robe and other relics of the blood law, but without a good weapon. Lear thought for a moment and handed the night rose to the incarnation of blood. The extraordinary night rose combined with the enhancement of the blood vortex can reach the level of a holy weapon, which Lear has never used. After fully arming the incarnation of blood, Lear nodded with satisfaction. Next he will have to face the undead nobles in the cemetery, as well as the corrupt law spirit that is about to arrive. And he wants to steal something in between. It is better to let the incarnation do this kind of dangerous thing. Anyway, the incarnation's strength is no different from his original body. Although he can play in his original form and be resurrected in his blood incarnation after death, a gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. It's safer to stay behind the scenes of the blood incarnation, who had transformed into a blood apostle, put on the devilish mask again, controlled the blood incarnation, turned around and walked out of the alley, heading towards the direction of the Lord's tomb. There are many professionals who have turned into undead in the Lord's cemetery, and there should be some high-level undead professionals as well. I wonder if killing these undead professionals can be counted as completing the blood apostle's professional mission of advancing to a high-level level. Lear suddenly thought of a question. As he was thinking, he turned a corner and suddenly three people came towards him: Albert, Avian and Greta. Lear was stunned for a moment, and the three people in front were also frightened by the sudden appearance of this devil. Blood apostle? Avian directly revealed Lear's identity. Lear did not answer Avian's words. The more he spoke, the more likely he would reveal his flaws. He raised the invisible night rose in his hand, and his eyes emitted a strange red light. "Are you here to help eliminate the corrupt believers in the aristocratic district again?" Avian was not wary of the blood apostle's actions, but asked seriously. Lear was stunned for a moment. This was somewhat different from the scene he had imagined. Albert, who was standing by, also stepped forward and looked at the devil in front of him with interest. "I know you. You were the one who cleansed the slums of corruption. You said you were an apostle of blood, but you used the power of the golden law to cleanse the slums. It's really interesting that heretics can actually obtain the gift of gold. You have fooled the people of the Golden Church." Lear listened to Albert's words. What he did in the slums could only deceive ordinary poor citizens, but could not deceive the truly powerful professionals at all. After all, describing the sacred light as the power of blood is really a bit contrary to Tiangang. Even the golden law goddess couldn't stand it, and it directly sealed his skills, and his affinity with the golden law also dropped by 10%. "Don't be too nervous. I am a believer in war, not one of those xenophobic guys in the Golden Church." Albert smiled, and suddenly thought of Lear. The heretical law that Lear had come into contact with before seemed to be blood. He tried to resurrect his dead sister with the power of blood, but failed in the end. Instead, the seal was broken, and the real Lear awakened. "Since you are different from the Golden Church, then let's say goodbye." Lear answered in a fake deep voice, then jumped onto the roof in a flash. Although Albert's attitude seemed to be not harsh towards the believers of the heretical law, Lear still did not want to expose his identity. Watching the blood apostle go away, Albert did not stop him. "Let's go, we should also go to the Lord's cemetery to take a look." He waved at Avian and Greta. Lord's cemetery, underground vault. Darich looked at Eric, who was hanging in the air. Eric had completely lost his human form. His whole body had swelled into a huge ball of flesh with a large number of mosquito and fly larvae constantly wriggling on it. There is only a vaguely discernible human face, which proves that he was once a human being. From the flesh ball, countless spiderweb-like filamentary structures spread out in the underground tomb chamber, connecting with the ritual array nodes above the tomb chamber that covered the entire surface. Cemetery. It is almost complete. When all the nodes are connected, the undead in the entire cemetery can be sacrificed, including the nobles above, and corruption will come. He raised his head and looked at the dome that had become dirty. It seemed as if he could see through the dome and see the undead and nobles fighting on the surface. Rose, you hold back these undead. The power of the heretical laws here is becoming stronger and stronger. I must find the true location of the corrupt believers. Sylvia emitted a holy light to repel the undead in front of him. A feeling of uneasiness spread in her heart, and she didn't have much time left. She was once the Golden Saint, and she knew better than anyone what kind of impact it would cause if a true spirit of heresy law were to come to the world. That is a god. Even if it is weak and has no power, a god is still a god after all. He and humans are creatures from two different dimensions. Chapter 90. Piercing the former king. Sylvia turned around and ran deep into the cemetery, leaving Rosser in great pain. The former king Rohel was once a saint, and now he has been resurrected as a dead spirit. Although his strength has declined significantly, the aura of a saint on him has not disappeared. The majesty of the saint class makes Rosser feel under great pressure. "You seem to need help." A hearty voice sounded, and Albert joined the war with a giant sword in hand. As soon as he entered the cemetery, he felt the pressure of the saint falling on him, but he was not afraid at all. "Albert." Rosser showed a look of joy. "It seems that I have to take action, Rosser." Albert laughed and rushed to the side of the late King Rochelle, slashing with the giant sword in his hand. The undead Rohel instinctively swung his sword to block, but the next second, the giant sword directly shattered the sword in Rohel's hand. The fragments of the sword flew out and landed on the grass in the cemetery not far away. Looking at the shattered sword in his hand, the undead Rohel was abnormally stunned for a moment. This sword had accompanied him for hundreds of years, but now it was completely destroyed. He seemed to have regained some of his will at this moment, but was soon eroded by the corrupt laws again. Rosser breathed a sigh of relief. Albert always made him feel at ease, just like when he was not yet king. No matter what kind of enemy it was, they would only fall under Albert's heavy sword. Albert destroyed the undead Rohel's sword with one blow, but he did not let down his guard and continued to attack Rohel. Rocher, who lost his weapon, was like a tiger without teeth and claws, and could only retreat step by step at the hands of Albert. All the nobles showed excited expressions, but no one noticed that in the thick black fog, a pair of scarlet eyes were watching everything in front of them. The blood demon was hidden in the black fog, and he raised the invisible night rose in his hand. The blood swirl of the law relic seemed to have turned into real blood, entwining around the night rose in Lear's hand. Gradually, the invisible night rose revealed the sword body, and gradually changed under the interweaving of blood. The blood coiled around the sword like a spiral, making the entire rapier heavier. When the blood swirl completely merged into the night rose, the rapier in Lear's hand had changed drastically. It turned into a spiral blood-red heavy sword. It is about 4 meters long and looks more like a lance than a rapier. Blessed by the blood vortex, your weapon Night Rose undergoes a blood transformation, and the weapon effect changes. Name, Bloody Rose. Category, Heavy Thrust Sword. Grade, Holy Attributes, Attack Strength plus 400, Attack Speed plus 10%. Feature 1, Thorns. The attack adds blood erosion, can easily pierce the target's defense, and cause difficult to heal bleeding effect on the target. Feature 2, Blood-Sucking Thorns. Any damage caused by the blood rose will cause great pain to the opponent, and the attack will also have the effect of devouring the target's health to restore its own blood-sucking effect. Special Skill 5. Death Thorn. Piercing, consumes % of health points, charges and throws out a bloody rose, and launches a devastating blow. No matter where the target is, as long as it is locked, it will hit. After hitting, the bloody rose can be recalled freely. The cooling time is 10 minutes. Special Skill 2, Dynasty Sword Skills, elegantly dodge the target's attack, enter an untargetable state for 1 second, and gain the effect of Burning Blood Thorn in the next attack. The attack causes the target to enter a burning blood state and cannot actively restore health points. The duration is 10 minutes and the cooldown time is 10 minutes. Requirements: War Law Affinity 30%, Blood Law Affinity 50%. Looking at the attributes of the new weapon in his hand, Lear felt silent. It's not like he had never seen a holy weapon before, but this was the first time he had seen such a powerful holy weapon. It was already comparable to many epic-level equipment that Lear had seen in his previous life. He looked back at the former King Rohel, who was being beaten back by Albert. At this time, Rohel's health bar was almost gone. Without his weapon, he could only be slowly worn down by the siege of numerous professionals. Lear watched quietly and slowly raised the heavy sword in his hand. A dark red light flowed through him, and his life was slipping away. Then it merged into the blood-red rose, wrapping the entire blood-red rose, as if it had turned into a real spear. Holding the spear high, Lear converted all his attributes into strength and threw the bloody rose out in an instant. Hum, a sharp buzzing sound was heard, and Albert in the center was the first to react. He felt the breath of death and retreated instantly. Before the other professionals could react, they felt a powerful shockwave sweeping over them, and they were knocked to the ground one by one. The black fog around was dispersed, and a spear flashing a ferocious red light pointed directly at the late King Rohel. Rocher only had time to raise his head before he felt a huge force coming from his heart, and then he was carried flying backwards. The pale body knocked down one tombstone after another, and was finally nailed to the Rohel fountain statue at the deepest part. The sudden scene plunged the scene into a deathly silence. Sylvia, who was originally looking for the whereabouts of the corrupt believer, was also blown away by the strong shockwave and finally managed to stand firm. Albert's eyelids twitched as he looked at the former king, who was knocked flying. Even if he wanted to hit the former King Rochelle like this, he would need to use all his strength. He turned his head and looked in the direction where the spear came from. The black fog around him had been dispersed by the speed of breaking through the air, revealing a figure in the black fog. He was tall, wearing a long robe, with a ferocious face and a strange red light flashing in his eyes. Albert opened his mouth in disbelief. This attack was actually launched by the Blood Apostle. When he saw the Blood Apostle just now, he clearly felt that the other party was only a mid-level professional and had not yet broken through to the high level. But now he actually defeated the former King Rochelle, who had the pressure of a saint, with a single blow. Could it be that this Blood Apostle has been playing the pig and eating the tiger? After a brief silence, the others also reacted and looked in Lear's direction. When they saw Lear's appearance, they all fell silent. Another Blood Apostle. The previous incident in the slums was settled by the Blood Apostles. Although the other party shamelessly attributed the power of the Golden Law to the Blood Law, the achievements of the Blood Apostles are obvious to all, and now you're out to help them deal with the corrupt undead. Is it possible that the Blood Apostles and the corrupted believers have a grudge against each other? Or is there some other conspiracy? Lear didn't care about the reactions of the nobles around him. Under the bloody face, Lear stretched out his hand expressionlessly, and the blood-red rose nailed to the heart of the former King Rohel turned into a ray of blood and returned to his hand. You killed the spirit of the late King Rohel. Superb, and you gained 200,000 experience points. End of this chapter.